does it mean to be the best?
They have just started to cut them down. Slide, it's a little stab. Yeah, body shot.
To prove that you belong among the elite.
Scump gets it done again. The 1v3 clutch makes it look easy.
Who will rise to the occasion or fall to the pressure?
And Kenny's left alone. Kenny!
These select few will never back down, never rest, never quit.
Oh, it's over! Throw in the towel! But New York have done it!
Bringing pride to their cities and fans around the world.
Seattle, hold on! They line up for the comeback of time!
We summon these few to settle the score.
The center can't quite do it, but it's Cammy on the other side of it! It's King Cammy goes off! The kills come in for London, and they shut them down. Or Afro gonna get one, does, and tries to get out, look for the second Afro!
There can only be one true champion.
And it's Methodz once again. It is gonna be City for the winning.
Few more points before this one is done and dusted. Oh my God, it's it! They've done it!
Day 3 of the Call of Duty League Championship starts now.
Hello and welcome to the Call of Duty League Championship Weekend 2022. It has been a legendary last few days as we all here at the Galen Center in Los Angeles believe that the best is still yet to come. It is the 10th anniversary of this one-of-a-kind event, and all that incredible history, passion, and culture we hope will wash over you like it has for each of us here on the desk. Oh boy, what a special day it will be. Late Center, joined in part by Study, aLLeY, and Nameless. Guys, we have a legendary day of some Call of Duty on our plates. As we said, it's been unreal the last few days, and it feels like the best is still yet to come. Jay, how you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling good. Obviously, yesterday we weren't blessed enough to get all Game 5s, but we had 2 nail-biters of a series all the way to around 11. 2 teams go home, but today is going to be a whole different level. You got 4 teams going down. This is where you come out and play your best Call of Duty.
aLLeY, how are the pickups looking right now?
They're looking crazy. I mean, to be honest, like all the Game 5s they won, I think didn't take too many people by surprise, but I definitely think there were a couple of upsets. But I know Jay said nail biters. I was like, I don't know so much about OpTic series. But moving on, Lando, we have a long day ahead.
That's exactly right. We do indeed. Let's go and take a look at our bracket coming into today. Oh boy, you got some special games, some spicy ones indeed. And I mean, do your best, buddy. Do your best. Break this down for us.
It's so tough to just predict any of these matches, but I mean, when you look down elimination round 2, those are some heavy hitting matches. You got OpTic versus New York, the storylines, Crim versus Scump, and then Surge versus Ultra. Surge is looking a lot better. They've had this most stressful series across this tournament so far, and then Ultra, seemingly one of the better respawn teams we've had here at COD Champs. They just can't win a search and destroy, so you know we're waiting for those. But then also that winners final, FaZe and LA Thieves, the rematch. Thieves have had FaZe's number both times, 3-1 back to back at the last major. You know they want their revenge on the LA Thieves.
Yeah, they're absolutely going to want that. We'll go and take a look at our schedule. Now we are starting things a little early, so in case, you know, a few people aren't in the stream as of yet, make sure to tweet out the stream. Let your friends know we are kicking this bad boy off with Seattle Surge versus Toronto Ultra. Loser of that series is going home. And guys, oh my word, looking down the schedule, we got 5 of these bad boys. OpTic New York followed up by Atlanta and Thieves, and it will be elimination matches to set up who will be in our grand finals. Again, 5 matches. I don't know. It just feels like all of these could go down to the wire again. Like, I know it's so easy to just be like, oh yeah, they're going to go to a Game 5, but it really does feel that way. But let's jump into our first match, right? Let's kind of highlight what is going to be a gauntlet of a game. We're headed to the winner's bracket for this one, and LA Thieves versus the Atlanta FaZe.
Listen, LA Thieves versus Atlanta FaZe. I mean, when you look at this matchup last time they played, LA Thieves was smoking Atlanta FaZe. And they were beating them on Berlins, they were beating them on Tuscans, and, you know, it puts the Atlanta FaZe and their coaching staff in a tough position because Atlanta FaZe was probably thinking going into this, if we play them again, maybe let's try them on Gavutu. Well, what happens last night is LA Thieves play Gavutu, OpTic go ahead and try to square up with them on that map, and it did not go well. So for Atlanta FaZe, now you imagine they're probably seeing that and like, we're getting rid of that. We got to square up once again. So have the improvements come in fully. Up aBeZy has been playing a lot better. The search and destroy looked smoother yesterday. Like, listen, it was around 11. They had some tight searches, but the strategies they were implementing under pressure were much smoother. We saw the slow play through mid, trying to pick off Simp on Seattle. In round 11, it works out for them. So LA Thieves, they got their work cut out for them, but they are confident.
And I will say this, though, going up against the Atlanta FaZe, they are in the winners bracket right now. Although it was a close game 5 against the Seattle Surge, they are still on a roll, and they do have a lot of practice now against LA Thieves, right? So day 1, LA Thieves, it was a little bit of a struggle making it to that game 5, and then day 2, obviously they 3-0'd the OpTic Texas, but Atlanta FaZe now has all that fought, all that repetition. The biggest thing is the fact that their map pool is going to restrict them. We've seen some seriously struggling hard points on the side of Atlanta FaZe when it comes to Tuscan, but that's really going to be their only option. They can't really square up with LA Thieves on Kavutu hardpoint, especially after their series yesterday, and we've seen what Kenny and Envoy are capable of doing on Berlin as well. So a deep map pool on the side of LA Thieves, a little bit worrying if you're an Atlanta FaZe fan, Jay.
I wouldn't be worried if you're Atlanta FaZe, though, because both of those hard points were definitely winnable. It just comes down to the communication at the end. You heard Arcitys say, like, small talk. That was the thing that really cost them. If MC pushes in and just holds that position, they probably don't get 3-piece by Mack. They close it out on that P5. So if you are Atlanta FaZe, realistically, you do close out that series in such a nail-biter series. The experience was there in that game number 5. But in these crucial hard points, you need to make sure in those final moments you're making the right play. Don't hit the junk time for the final 10. Hit the 3 people off the rotation so you're properly set up correctly.
And those are miracle plays on the side of Pred, right? Like he gets a 3-piece, slides the hill, Mack finds a 3-piece, Pred wins the crazy gunfight onto aBeZy as well. So they're definitely scarred from there, but when push came to shove, they're able to clutch up and win it.
And one of the craziest things too, I actually saw somebody tweet this out on Twitter. I think it was the COD League actually who posted this. Simp still undefeated in champs LAN matches. That is unbelievable to think about, and that record will be tested today when facing off against the LA Thieves. Now let's go and jump into another match that we have. We're talking Seattle. We're talking about Toronto. Loser of this match goes home, and there's a lot of stakes in the line. I mean, we've had very high expectations for both of these rosters throughout the season, aLLeY.
Well, just to touch on both of them right now, like, it's been the search and destroys. That's why they are in this position right now, and for me, that's what this matchup's going to come down to. It's whatever team can pull out the ice, can pull out a stronger S&D woes, and Pred has been disgusting. He's the rookie of the year. He just continuously gets better the more we watch him. I mean, especially in the Atlanta FaZe series, I know they didn't end up taking it home, but like we were talking about the hard point, it's just those clutch plays from a rookie that you do not expect. And we were all horking on top of Mack before that series even started, that he really needed to step it up, and I feel like we saw the normal Mack in that series. Right before Pred got that crazy 2-piece on the final P1 Tuscan, it was Mack getting the 3-piece like RC says at P5. It was Mack hitting rotation into L and killing the first 2 players off of spawn from the Atlanta FaZe to keep the pressure away from the time. So Seattle Surge, it looks like things are slowly starting to roll in their court, but a Toronto Ultra team is very terrifying to go up against, especially this early in the losers bracket.
I mean, for Seattle, though, like, these matches have not been easy.
No,
like, they've been so stressful. Like, they probably should have lost to London. If you look at it, like, at the very end of that Berlin, that was a miracle as well. It seems like every hardpoint they've won has just been absolute chaos at the end, and this is the guy at the helm of it with Pred. But, I mean, still, they were in both of those series super close. Just can they get smoother in these series versus Toronto? It's going to be tough. It's always a grind. You know, Joe loves to say it. No one wants to play Toronto, and for good reason. Like, you never know what trick they're going to pull out of the hat this event. They're not winning search and destroys. Well, guess what? They're going to beat you in hardpoint.
They're at least winning respawn.
They are 0-3 when it comes to search and destroy. Like, just imagine if they're able to clean that up coming into this series. And, you know, we got the map vetoes and just a little bit of a preview. Like, Bakaj S&D, that's a map in this series in game 2. Seattle has not played that throughout stage 4. So, you know, Toronto trying to get a little bit tricky there. It should be really interesting, man, because we're seeing Kleenex start to step it up. Cammy, he's him. He has been him throughout this event. He is back, and you can see the chip that's on his shoulder in these games.
Yeah, and it feels like, Jay, I mean, what? Cammy goes off. It feels like, you know, if the S&D starts to improve, this could be a very well-rounded looking Toronto team, and maybe experience could be their best attribute.
If you remember what Toronto were able to do at Major 3, they go on a 10-game win streak in Search and Destroy to get them in that top 3 placing. Right now, they're struggling in that mode, but at least off yesterday, their respawn is looking a lot better. Players a lot more consistent. Obviously, Cammy goes off yesterday, but then when you get the SMGs in Bans and Kleenex to really start clicking, that's when his team starts to dominate in the hard points, in the respawns. But when it comes to the Search and Destroy, I'm not really worried about Toronto because they've been in this position before. They know what it takes to make it all the way to a grand finals. You just have to show it today.
I'm a bit worried about the search and destroy because when I was looking at their games, like it just seemed like they're overthinking themselves.
Yeah.
Like wrapping it back and forth. Like if you remember that OpTic series, like the way they were playing, they had bomb sites clear. They'd try to wrap back to the other one. It seemed like the nerves are getting to them a little bit. It's like in those moments you have to calm down, take what the defense is giving you, get that bomb down and just play from there and try to clutch, give yourself a chance. And you know, at times they're wrapping back and forth. It works for Toronto, but it wasn't.
Yeah, it was not, at least in terms of that case. But guys, we got to talk about, I mean, you look at the schedule, you know, okay, cool, we got Land of Thieves, we got this matchup, but we got to talk about this one in particular. We have Scump versus Crim going down in this matchup. Crim, it looks like he's even joining us on the desk for a moment. I'll tell you what, man, the King facing off against the GOAT. Loser of this game is going home as well. We've seen it throughout the year. These two teams match up, but this is where it's going to matter the most.
And this is a legendary matchup. Potentially the last time both of these guys match up. I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that, but both of these guys have been doing it for such a long time. They lay it all out on the battlefield. Former teammates, opponents, rivals. It's been happening all year.
Crazy Jay's calling them old on the desk right now. But let's talk about the matchup specifically, right? So it's going to be Crim versus Scump, and we have to talk about what we've seen so far this tournament. Specifically on the side of OpTic Texas, we all saw and know how yesterday went. Crim, however, in the New York Subliners ended up pulling off the reverse sweep, and it was all off the back of Hydra. Hydra found something deep inside of him because he started going rogue, 29-31, 31-20, 11-7, close out the S&D. And if we look at these stats right now, Crimsix versus Scump, this looks like it's the only year he has a higher KD than Scump, so maybe a little bit of an edge going into the series, but it should be a good one if OpTic Texas kind of forgets about yesterday's match.
Yeah, I think that is one of the biggest points of emphasis right now for OpTic Texas. You know, just wipe away the dominant 3-0 loss, one of the worst hardpoint losses this year. It's okay, it'll all be good. But on topic of history, if you guys have not done so already, make sure and visit our Scump Wall of Champions. Take a look at that trophy. My word, if you have not done so already, make sure to check this bad boy out. Make sure to relive some good old COD history throughout the years. And you think they'll let me touch the trophy?
I don't know, Lando. I don't know.
Probably not.
Fingerprints,
you got to be able to gun me first, at least. All right, listen, I don't know if you can do that. But I saw it yesterday. It's beautiful, man. Go get a picture, get an Instagram story. That trophy is sick.
It's just a little heartbreaking sometimes because, you know, me and Nameless, we've made it to the grand finals.
close.
And just we didn't hold the trophy. So it's very devastating looking at the World Champions.
Not remembered unless you win it.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right, folks, as well. Make sure, if you're obviously in the video, to visit that. If you are online, you guys can also do something as well. Make sure, if you have not done so already, to link your Activision and YouTube accounts to earn exclusive in-game rewards all weekend long. During playoffs, you can earn an operator, a weapon blueprint, emblems, and more. And on Sunday, tune in to have the chance to win a Modern Warfare 2 open beta early access code. I cannot wait to have that game in my hands. And speaking of good old Modern Warfare 2, make sure to tune in on Championship Sunday, aka tomorrow, for a special segment to get an inside look at what is next for the Call of Duty franchise with a special guest interview. I know who it's going to be, but I can't tell
Dwayne Johnson.
Wow, really? You're just going to do that already? You're going to let everybody know?
Sorry, guys.
Maybe not. We'll see. You know, Rock, we'd love to have you on the desk if you want to join us from time to time, but that's going to do it, at least for our pre-show. Ladies and gentlemen, we come back after the break. We're going to be previewing our first game of the day, Seattle versus Toronto. Somebody is going home. We'll see you at the end of this quick break.
Tell me when you had enough. Fucking you one more shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, call. Give me if you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome when you come around, dog. You thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything you see in the vicinity.
If you or a loved one has stayed up for endless nights of gaming and now suffer from irreparable blue light damage, you may be owed major financial compensation. Do you see what I see? Probably not, since you have serious blue light damage. Put on a pair of zennies and all you'll see are dollar signs. On-the-job injuries are just as serious for gamers as anyone else. Call 1-800-HOOKS-WHO. Who can connect you with Zenny? Hook. That's who. Bro, you see those acting skills? I could really do this.
Please don't. That was trash.
Hey, come on. That one was good. You got to give me that one.
Okay, we've got to watch more of these commercials as the weekend progresses, but welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to CDL Championship Weekend 2022, day number 3, and we have got ourselves a packed house. Take a look at the sea of people ready for our first game of the day, which we are getting ready to talk about now. Seattle Surge facing off against Toronto Ultra. Both of these rosters right now fighting for their lives, guys. This is a massive game, and we already have got to jump into our maps and modes. We got to talk about the vetoes for this series. Obviously, when it comes down to both these teams, pretty well experienced with each other, aLLeY.
Already off the bat, I'm looking at this game number 2. Bocage, Search, and Destroy. Seattle has not played it since the start of Stage 4, so there is no recent VOD whatsoever, so I'm wondering if maybe it's like something pulling out the hat, something they've kind of kept under wraps. But across the board, the rest of them, I mean, I fairly favor both teams.
Yeah, I mean, I like the hard points in this one. You know, for Toronto, like these guys, they've been great at hard point, and they get 2 of their better ones. Tuscan and Berlin, those have been the ones that they've went to all season long. You know, in this series, like, Seattle just had tough matchups in the last 2. Yeah, like, it's went down to the wire. They made a lot of mistakes. I'm leaning towards Toronto. Like, I feel like the Search and Destroy gets cleaned up here, especially on Saturday. These guys have been here before. They've made it to a finals. They just got to turn up.
Really quick, aLLeY, 1 word. Jay, 1 word. Who you picking?
Oh, what? That's more than 1 word. Sorry, Seattle.
Seattle. Jay?
Toronto.
I'm picking Toronto as well. All right, that's going to do it for us. We've got to get it down to Mr. Good Old Blaze to go ahead and introduce our teams. Guy, take it away, buddy.
Thank you so much, Lando. Los Angeles, you're all ready for day 3 of champs. We got an elimination matchup on our hands, and a winner progresses on to top 4. But the first team coming to the stage, looking to force their way to that grand finals. I give to you, Seattle.
The wood is yours. It's never over.
The battle knot picks up the kills. Another for Brad. Accuracy for the team. Trying to come on. Long run. That's what you want to do. Oh my God, Mack. Come around the corner in time, and you bet. You can get him off. That's one thing. If they kill him, it is done. Oh my God, no. Here we go. It's a couple more kills, and they get it. Seattle, hold on. They line up for it.
Here comes the storm. Make some noise for Seattle Surge. Give it up for Simp, Accuracy, Mack, and Pred, the Seattle Surge.
Your major 3 champions making to look the elimination bracket run. Cool, calm, and collected is what you would use to describe this team, but they also have to go against the Toronto Ultra that are looking to do the same. Your Rookie of the Year on your left here, who's been nothing but a menace all weekend. They got to get through the Toronto Ultra. Blaze, go ahead and bring them out.
It's time to bring out their opponents descending from the north, looking to hoist that champs trophy. Make some noise for the Toronto Ultra.
Haters talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out. Zeros on the debit, baby, all I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000. Stunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running. Getting to the paper, I'm peeling out. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it out like a Hail Mary.
Los Angeles, here comes Toronto Ultra. We got Kimmy, Benz, Insight, Kleenex, Toronto Ultra.
We we look at these 4 familiar faces for what could be the final time. There have been rumors all season that a change could be right around the corner, but now is the time to tune out all of that noise, focus up for what we said could be their final time together. S&D has got to be on point, and if it is, that could be what gets them across the finish line versus a very clutch Seattle Surge team on the other side of the stage. But Blaze, it is time to get our first game underway.
Yes, it is, and I can't think of 2 better guys to take us along for this wild ride. Miles Chance, take us away.
Thank you very, very much, my friends. It is time to rock and roll into what will be a damn spicy start to the day.
I mean, we're starting to eliminate teams one by one in an earlier start to the day as well. So for these 2 teams on the stage, they're looking for the grind, right? Coming from the losers bracket, unless you get eliminated, you're playing 3 matches on the day. They're in it for the long haul.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one again. Seattle Surge and Toronto Ultra, 2 of the most composed teams in the league. They've had their fair share of highs and lows this season, of course. Toronto not quite as high. Seattle, at the very least, managed to win themselves a major. But for now, it all comes down to one more series. Trying to stay alive here in COD Champs. It has been a sensational, spectacular tournament so far. And I have no doubt in my mind that this series will be a banger. The main question for me, though, Chance, is have Ultra got what it takes to go far in the Surge?
Well, they have more of the experience, right? So I trust them, but it is a sort of wild stat yet to win an S&D, but we're starting with the hard point. And I'd say on the flip side for Seattle, accuracy takes it to the extreme of I'm gonna play to set my teammates up for success. We've even seen it on the Tuskens. Pred has come out to fry. That's got to be the game plan for Toronto Ultra. Shut down Pred, don't let him go crazy. And honestly, a guy like Kleenex, I can't think of anybody better to try to be that counter.
He has been a superstar, man. He's really been living up to it all week long. Seattle Surge on the other side, though, Pred, Rookie of the Year. All-star player as well. This is really going to be a throwdown. We're going to find out how it goes. Map number 1. In the Tusken we go.
Oh, got the nade spots on lock too, just trying to take him down, starting from the bad side. To need something cooked up, and then cooking it up with the 2-piece straight off of the rim. So already getting Toronto down and out and in Pred in prime position to play the perfect opening break for Surge.
Great opening break from Surge. Mid-map is completely covered. However, it looks like number 8. That's Kleenex managed to make it far across the other side of the map. The spawns of flips are now Toronto Ultra. Head on a swivel, look at Surge. Guns up, look the other way. Here comes the counter-attack, but there's not a lot of wind in those sails. Seattle Surge drown about.
I mean, hey, you lose the spawns, but you get all this time. They will absolutely take it. And these final 18 seconds, kind of sweet to try to be able to get ARs posted up. But hey, nice one-on-one win from inside, but the trades are there. And honestly, we have, 4 nade kills from Seattle only on the first hill. These guys are on point.
So far, so good. They're on the point as well here. Going into second, it's going to be Ultra, though. Mack's trying to slowly make his way through the back line. 5-0 to start things off here on Tusken. Ultra now getting some sorely needed hard point time. We'll see how Mack's spree goes. He's playing this one real slow, waiting for the boys up front. And it's going to be the battle on the front lines now raging. Kleenex ends the spree. That's done. Over to the hard point. It's all Ultra.
You gotta love it from Ultra, right? No hesitation. Everybody posted up. They stay calm. They know the game plan. And Kleenex never hesitates. So you shut down the important gunfight and collecting a decent chunk of the P2 time. But there's the quicker attack coming out from Seattle. Accuracy was able to pick up 2. They get the break. And for the moment, it's sort of looking like Seattle. They're looking to be bullies.
Yeah, indeedy. Coming for that lunch money. Inside, though. Looking to fight back. Here comes the redemption arc, and now all he gets is a nade right in the face. Pred picks up those kills. Civ as well. 4 spree. Looking to get no. The 5th ends there. Ban stays alive. Final 10 going to go the way of Seattle Surge. Rotation down as well. So Mack has had a bad tournament so far, it has to be said, but your boy's making the plays right now.
And he gets to roam around the P1 side of the map, so he's trying to go back and forth, but where his teammates fall, now he has to wrap back and actually collect the time. But this has been a perfect 2 hills back-to-back for Seattle. They're looking to get number 3 in the mix, but Kleenex finally causing some problems, but there's accuracy. Also, his KD has not been great. Had only 58 kills in a series yesterday. Well, right now, he is frying, and of course, Pred right there as well.
Pred might be able to catch a couple of players making it through. Big Kleenex first on the menu. Here comes the entree. Cleans him up. No more players in position now to make this happen. Inside, managed to win the fight, stays alive. Now you got an avenue of attack right through the middle of the map for Ultra. Reinforcements from Surge now making their way forward, trying to set up for the fight. And here we go, Cammy's in, slides right on through. Trades are abound. The numbers working out though for Ultra. Last man on the point, gonna be CleanX. How long can he stay alive?
Oh, you got Vance being the cutoff man. So actually 2 players from Seattle. Someone just spawned bottom fountain, so that'd be quick on the break. I don't know how quickly they read this, but Seattle quick to make these kills and the jump again every single rotation. Surge have been on point. And for Surge, it's not going to be easy. Actually, they're clearing out the back. It is last man standing. Ultra finally able to take a breath. You're down by 60, but now you have an opportunity on this hill.
It is first to 250 points here in Hardpoint, and so far, Seattle making it look easy. CleanX trying to find a couple of kills here, trying to make the point a little softer. Right through mid, Simp guns them down. Still Ultra with a hard point time. Reinforcing the spot again, looking for every single possible avenue of attack. Cammy from up high. Able to find much. The stun connects. Here comes Pred though. He has been slain. But Cammy, whoa! It's an unfortunate set of explosions there, but CleanX, he will get all the trades.
You at least get one, and now Simp is going to have to take his time and wait. The help is coming from the field side of the map, but it'll be a few seconds before they're there. The last scrappy sort of moment for the final time on this point. Ultra is still defending, but you see Seattle, they are desperate to take it, but they will not get it. Ultra with the scrap, and now towards that rotation. Ultra, first one's here, but Simp with the drop, and now Seattle able to make the move and try to regain the sort of pace of the game.
This is the 5th and final hard point in our opening set. And Ultra are not out of this one yet. Here we go. Mack's going to be the man on the time. Here comes the counter-attack from down low. Bance trying to hit the pitch. Here's this first 5 in a row now for Bance. Sliding, checking every corner. Gets taken care of. On the point we now go to Cammy. He's finding kills, but gets himself a second. And the break is good for Ultra.
And it is Mr. McGilligan that needs to have the hot hand when he fries. Ultra are simply built different, but occasionally can be slow. And speaking of inside 5 and 12, you're looking for those main AR players to start to step up for Ultra. If this has been a solid P5, you lose the rotation, you get the break. And so far, dodged every nades, but down low, back on the attack. Woo! The clean force out, the clean push out in the final 15 seconds will go their way.
It's good looking hard point from Seattle Surge. From P5 to P1, the rotation across map, all theirs. Not an easy thing to do. This has been the bane of many teams here in the Vanguard season. Final few seconds coming to a close on P5. You'll take 1 or 2 if you are Toronto Ultra, but now eyes to the top side of the minimap. On you go, boys.
I mean, hey, for the fact that you had Ultra actually get slayed out at the start of this P1 hill, they were able to spawn and now pour on the pressure. So accuracy a little bit late on the return. The nades coming through, but they get shot. So that is Seattle unable to hold. They were here so far in advance, but they're not getting the time. And well, now you got Cammy right back inside the point. CleanX that front man charge. Toronto, they're starting to feel good.
Here we go. Seattle Surge still holding the lead, looking for the break right here, right now. Let's go for a quick listen in. Seattle Surge.
Peeking. I mean, go. Outer, fire tree, outside outer. They're con, They're con dead. One's outer. Outer in a tree. Okay, I'm coming, guys. Outer, one shot Cammy. I got one. Cammy's out, dude. One more. I'm getting top trick. Top broken beat on truck. One shot. Gotta go. One more. Top. Top. Good ramp, Mack. I don't have it. Yeah, I'm carrying it. Top window's dead. Vance is all dead. One more on me. Alright, I got time. I got time. One shot old. I'm sitting top church. I'm holding mid. I got time. Yeah. I'm holding P5 right now. Inside's all 2. One's Alcon. I'm playing the bags. Alcon the door. I got 2. Nice, bro. He did the window jump. P5.
I think we got to the listening at just the right time, because Pred was probably going to get a little bit spicy there. Kills are good. The lead changed hands once again as this hard point starts to get interesting. Now, to the other side of the stage and listen in. Toronto Ultra.
Let's get time. On top of the door. Okay.
Alright, nade hill.
Chill. One off the street. Yeah.
He's not push front, I don't think.
Nade time.
Yeah.
Naded
in him.
Oh shit, I picked my nade. It's close.
We can time.
Mack, watch your back. Nice. He's probably gone through.
Yeah. I'm probably so mad.
Red. Wanna play this?
You can if you want.
Yeah, I'll try. Oh, he's
I think that's Red. Yeah, he's still part. He's upstairs.
Okay. Lamar's on the left. One shot. Lamar's on the left.
Both teams incredibly well composed. Chance, I mean, typical of both squads.
Hey, you just hear the emphasis they are trying to put on Pred. Vance called out 60 seconds ago that Pred is looking for that glide bomb. They identified him over towards flat. The Ultra right now clean on the rotation, but they know that this is a 2-front problem. Ooh. And there is the glide. Pred finally strikes, and hey, maybe that's good for this streak. Still though around the hard point, Ultra should have this time.
So strong. It's an 8 spree to a 9 as Pred continues the dominance, 25 and 15 overall. Wow! He had 2 bullets in that automaton. Made him count. That's a 10 spree.
10 spree. He has been alive for 2.5 minutes, and as much as Ultra wanted him to die, they can't stop him. Everyone else on Surge is falling, but now he's the one that gets to fly in his strike. You know he's getting the kills. Everything is easy. Someone grab the Hilton for him. Let him go and slay.
That's your rookie of the year right there. 200 points now crossed for Seattle Surge. Ultra not out of this yet. Scrap time towards the bottom side of Fountain. Into Church we go. Seattle lined up for the hit. Insight's going to be the first man in. Can't take care of Pred. Simply too hot to handle. And towards the backside we now go. Cammy trying to find anything here. Catches Simp, catches a nade. Gets a kill. Now the fight is on. Here comes the pinch.
Yeah, blocking the spawns, and right now that is going to be good long term, but still inside the point. A couple players on Surge roaming around, and you see Pred in the feed. You know if he's alive, he causes problems, and Vance gets chopped as well. All the effort to get the back spawns, but you got to get the time. Finally, the break is in. Ultra trying to get back in the swing.
Kleenex right back in the swing. 4 spree now for him. Looking to catch another one. In and out he goes. Smooth moves as Tobias Yul Jonsson on a 5.
He's looking for the next one. Pred, the next one in line and trying to dance him one shot. And there's the battle. Can't catch him, and you're going to fall. So still that glide bomb in the back pocket. Everyone that has paid attention to Tuscan, they know the story. It is the P5 to P1 rotation. That is where games are won. And Ultra, they're going to be lucky to get there because obviously Surge, they are close to winning this game, but they have to deal with that glide. They got a lot of problems ahead of them.
Here come the problem number 1. It's going to be, actually dealt with. Accuracy was the closest man. Mack's going to be up next, making his way through radio. Reinforcements now from Seattle Surge, trying to get the late break. Here we go into the dark stages of this game. Kleenex, the first man up. Shots are in, team kills, you name it. It's all happening. But Kleenex once again starts to find his form here on Tuscan. Over 200 points now for Toronto Ultra. And what in the name of all things? Serby sticks through, but that's it. Kills are through. It's a great P5 hold so far.
Ultra still, though, they have to hold on. You can't afford to get broken. And Pred trying to break him down. Thank Lord for Ultra that it's a teammate that shuts down Pred. But even still, Ultra desperate for this time. They're looking good to get it, but accuracy also gets chopped. The survival instinct still has kicked in, but here we go. This is the rotation that wins games. You know Pred has that glide.
He's done it before against Atlanta FaZe. Now he has the glide to break it. That bit easier now. Here comes another lead change. We are all tied up. Going into the final hard point here of map number 1. Glide out. Connects. That should be the opener. Here comes Mack to finish a few more. A great set of kills now as Mack gets dropped by Cammy through mid. It's once again the Wonder Boy Pred. Straight into the point. It's Pred! It's 3, but Insight stays alive. Hard point Surge.
Man, AR's able to pick up 2. Now this is the fight inside the point. Beams from the guy. The nades are there for the trade. Pred back in the action. Able to get 1 inside. Shreds for number 2. 40 bomb in, and the game, the stamp. Pred gets it done.
My good God. Lightning strikes twice for Pred. Another sensational hardpoint finish. And another notch on the belt in this series.
And honest to God, that is about the most predictable hard point between these two teams imaginable, right? The storylines for Seattle, especially on Tuscan, especially in this tournament, Pred just comes out and fries. Goes on 11th Street, gets the glide bomb, sets his team up for that final rotation. You know how the games end. It's always the P5 to P1, and on the flip side for Toronto, their story and hard point all year long. It is just a close within 20-point games. It's been the thorn in their side. It cost them again. And in spite of their best efforts, they just did not have an answer for Pred.
I mean, it's heartbreaking hardpoint finishes for Toronto Ultra. That has been their entire season in a nutshell. Take a look at the highlights, friends. It was an explosive ending, but hey, a very closely contested battle between both teams the whole way through. Ultra with a few lead changes, exciting stuff to see for them, and again, high hopes for the rest of the series if we can get that far. But for now, Woo, baby. Pred is something else, man. What a play.
And obviously, you just see the skill when he is like pushing the pace. He's the guy lighting you up. But I just love the fact that you're seeing these veteran-style plays out of him. He was on a 6 spree for about a minute straight on that second hill, and he took his sweet time to make sure he secures that glide. He's working with his teammates through B5 for the bait, and there is so much emphasis put on that streak to make sure they get it for the team. So the vet plays coming through, cool, calm, and collected on Tuscan. And they get the job done. The hard point for Seattle so far throughout this tournament has been absolutely class.
Fantastic work now going into the search and destroy. Bocage, map number 2, a double dose of Berlin, and then we go to Desert Siege for our just desserts. Ha ha ha! Game 5s have been very, very, plentiful, let's say, chance at the tournament so far.
And obviously with these two teams, it might be absolutely no different. Of course, you still need the answer for Pred, but there's a couple things that are working at play here, right? Bocage, S&D, it has been nearly the auto veto for both of these teams. Incredibly rare to see these guys on the map. I think the last time we saw Seattle was at like the very beginning of stage 4, but that just means it's hard to do like the prep work for. Not a ton of VOD review, and honestly, maybe a little bit more on Toronto. They played OpTic on it quite a few times, so maybe in that sense, a small edge to the Surge. But it's just sort of, you're going in blind. Don't know what to expect.
We'll see how it goes. Well, one of the things we do look forward to is the game field keys to victory now for Seattle Surge. More out the main AR, accuracy. We gave him a little bit of love in that opening hardpoint chance. He was doing great, 8 for 1 so far at the event. We'll see how that goes. Must have changed after that one and take the hardpoints. Well, step 1, done. Step 2, done. Thus far, the game field keys to victory, great for Seattle Surge.
And so the sort of second thing at play here between these two teams, they faced off 3 times throughout this year, and Toronto has actually had their number in hardpoint. They're 5-1 against Seattle. Well, Seattle are already bouncing back and making amends for that. And it's the opposite story in the search and destroy, where Seattle has had their number 4-1 against Toronto. And I think that's probably one of the crazier things for Ultra. Everybody knows how good their S&D is. Well, at the event so far, 0 for 3.
Game field keys to victory for the Toronto Ultra. Slaying department, not bad whatsoever. 3rd overall, but the search and destroys, that is the worry. 0-3 so far. And in a tournament like this, where Game 5 seems to be the name of the game, you better be winning those searches, because this is not a good look. Again, last chance for both of these teams here in the tournament. This is an elimination matchup.
Just a way to end your year. Not fun. It'll be heartbreak for both of these teams. I mean, Ultra last year, top 2 in the game all year long through Cold War, including their 2nd place finish at Champs. Getting eliminated top 6 is not fun, and obviously for Seattle, they've already won a damn tournament. They were in a situation in that one where they were a Game 5, round 11, 1v1 from getting top 12, and as soon as you give them a little bit to work with, they take it a very long way. We got a long series ahead of us. To Bocage, S&D, we go.
The next chapter of this saga. Small map, fast pace, first of 6 rounds, attacking, defending, 2 bomb sites, 1 life per round, and a partridge in a pear tree. Here we go, into map number 2.
We already know these guys are saving the strats, not for Christmas, but for this event. I would say for Seattle, too, I remember towards the start of the year, they've only played it a handful of times. They had a lot of creative looks they were throwing in the mix, and I think that might be the case. They even have the 1v1 specialist on their team now to help them out on the coaching staff, so it'd be fun to see what they can pull together to beat Toronto on the attack first. And again, you always got to make sure you shut down Pred, who is flying.
Oh, he's literally flying. Tons of information gained. Mack's going to pick up at least one of those. Bomb is now down in the inside of barn. Cleanex trying to reposition. Get himself in there first, but Sib's there. Oh, he spotted him for sure.
Nah, he missed him.
Oh my, so Cleanex is now behind enemy lines. Let's see what happens. Oh, he is well deep.
And this is all it is for Toronto. They are waiting for Cleanex to make the play, but there's no one on these back tanks. So right now, Cleanex is giving them no information. Everybody stacked up in buildings, and maybe accuracy, you know he's up top. They're sending Cleanex on the hunt, and there you go. 3v3, the big play is in. And just like that, how the turntables, man advantage for Toronto.
Here we go. Looking for his 3rd, checking windows, checking corners, checking everything now as Cleanex slowly but surely planted at A. Mack gets on the board. 2v2. Inside makes it now a 2v1. It all comes down to Mack on the bottom side of Grannies. And now, inside, he falls. Cleanex, you started the round so magnificently. 30 seconds. And the round is yours.
Oh, he spots him. He's looking for the ace.
Run for it. Mack, looking to catch the ace. He's gone left when he should have gone right. regroup towards the bomb site. Here comes the second circle of this fight, and CleanX is all over it now, looking to make something special happen here, as Mack is now trying to land the defuse. Over to CleanX, will he catch it in time? What a round! Thank you, everyone, for also participating and not giving that away. Much love, Galen Center. You rock.
And that is a great deal of frustration across the face of CleanX. One gets away from him there, and that is the moment where Mack was looking for the ace, doesn't need it, gets the round win instead. And that is just a way to set the tone. I mean, you had the man advantage. CleanX is the guy making plays. And in spite of the fact that Mack was reduced to 4 HP, trade's not in a big round to win.
First blood accuracy. That was over towards the A side of the map. So now you're going to have to see Cammy make his way forward there. Worrying now that's where the hit's coming from. Truth be told, though, Seattle all over the place. They've managed to make it towards the bottom side of Grandma's. Sib spotted out. Bant. Oh, baby. It's a tense gunfight. No one drops.
Sib's a scary individual. That's looking like he was almost free, and well, maybe Mack is the one that is. Actually, the trades come through, so maintaining that man advantage, Fred, when he gets in the situation, hardpoint, S&D, it does not matter. He loves this building. Plenty of time for Surge to work with.
Good timing from inside. A very predictable spot. Turns into a 2v2. Oh, wait a minute. Vance takes care of that one. So now Sib pops dead silence. Last man up for a squad. He's been gifted one. Turns it into a 1v1, 30 on the clock.
And he already knows where he is.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. The shots! Insight stays alive. Nades up. We're going to go round 2 in a moment, but we're running out of time for Seattle.
Sib has to plant the bomb, so he makes the call, and Insight does not make this read. He's going into a blind, and Insight far enough away that Sib, he can get out. Insight does not have the intel. Insight now going into this blind.
He takes the low road. Sib takes the high road, and here they go around the corner. Oh, my, whoa! Oh, my good God. Sib, if he lands that melee, that's sure you can. That'd have been a KO right then and there.
Yeah, just one of those moments, man. Insight has the most clutches on the year, and a little bit of luck for that one, because that is just COD timing at its finest. But an important one for Ultra to get back in, and took a fist to a gunfight. Insight with the rat-a-tat-tat taking him down. Blow for blow early on in Bokash.
A round like that could have gone either way. Missed a 1v1 indeed. 2 spree for Insight after that round. See if that gets any bigger. Parkour here in the opening. Sortie comes to a close. Pred may have been spotted there. No, he hasn't. He's in. He's in. Mack finds another kill. That's an easy 2 to start the round for Seattle.
And just so aggressive. I mean, Bokash S&D has been one of the slower S&D maps, funnily enough. And, well, Seattle happy to push the pace, happy to reposition. And that bomb getting picked up, I mean, Seattle knows it's going to be River. You have so many options now on defense.
Slowly but surely, you now have to work your way forward, Toronto Ultra. Look at that bottom side of the A-bomb site. That is safe and secure. Here comes Cammy. Bad timing. Good gunny. 2v2.
And Insight's trying to catch up to make the play as well. So Cammy's trapped in the tunnel, but Insight making moves, and there you go.
No way.
2 versus 2.
No
Here
way.
we go.
Fred takes care of Cammy. All now down to Insight. Can he clutch up another round? The king of clutch here in Vanguard finds his corner. As Sib, he knows he's out there, and if it bleeds, we can kill it. The timing has not gone his way, but he might be able to catch him here as he runs down. 20 seconds on the clock.
That angle was unreal. They had him trapped for a moment, but even still, if you plant this bomb, you're just going to get trapped in this area so quickly. And Sib with the timing perfectly done and dusted. No mistakes made. Seattle Surge, nice and secure. The 2v2 got spicy, but again, even though Cammy's getting the kills, you know you have him trapped in and around tower. Easy trades coming through after the fact, and there's not enough time for Insight to work with. So all of that off the back of the aggressive play call, right? Mack and Pred working the river side of the map on defense. Something like that will sit in the back of Toronto's mind.
Surge now with the lead. Going into this offensive round for them. A little bit of love towards the A-bomb site. We've seen B get planted a few times, but anything can happen here on the cage. Can't rule it out. Insight with that top tower control. Cammy towards the backside of Grandma's. It is a broad 2-2 split for Toronto Ultra.
The first time we've had a round where First Blood doesn't come through in like the first 10 seconds, so the pace has been slowed and the battle right there.
CleanX saw that. He can hear this. You're about to feel this one, Mack. Hello! Whoa! Plot twist. Mack first blood.
Inaccuracy lives. Inaccuracy lives, and you do not have Granny's control. So Seattle in every single corner with the man advantage.
Kemi doesn't see the shoulders. He knows there's something loose about this house, and it's Pred. 4v2. Seattle Surge are running it. Insight back onto Old Faithful. Bounces over by the B-bomb site, and Mack might meet his end here. No! Simp covering fire, safe and sound. 4v1.
Oh, that just off the back of the first blood. Vance gets spotted as well. Pinned down, trapped, and gone. Seattle Surge, I mean, honestly, maybe just have Cleanx's number. Loses the 1v1 in round 1 to Mack. Right there in that moment. Mack is as free as you could possibly be. Cleanx, whether it be nerves, bad timing, or just that slide coming through from Mack, but again, I'm just seeing in the player camps the amount of frustration Cleanx is dealing with right now. We know Ultra has the resolve, but they need the quick bounce back.
There's been a lot of compliments towards Toronto Ultra for teamwork throughout the entire year, it has to be said, but they have been outthinking themselves. The Death touch upon it as well. It's too smart for their own good. It's Pred. Pure instinct. On that force spree. Here comes an aid. That's got Insight's name written all over it. Just overshoots it. For now, that's fine. All even Stevens going in the round.
You already see Vance posted on the back of the map. They were worried about that river pressure because of the round before. Now, if you're working up the A side of the map, the nades might connect on Sid, but he at least dodges one, so the coordination not quite perfect. So no first blood.
It's enough to get you forward, though. I think Sib, he and Mack have read this one. Here comes the plant. Going to stretch it somewhat there by the sandbags. Back on up, trying to now reposition. Sib with that first blood. Makes the retake that bit easier. Now Seattle Surge fanning out across the bomb site. Now trying to jump on it. Potentially, Cammy trying to get away with his life. No, there we go. A couple of clean kills. Pred's on a 5, and it is another 4v1. Operation track down Vance. Shots are there, but the damage is not enough. A perfect round, Seattle Surge.
Dude, look, they are 5 for 5 on first bloods. I think throughout stage 4, Toronto have been like top 3 in the game at getting the first bloods. And obviously, we talked about the record overall, 0-3 throughout this tournament, even when they're getting the bloods, struggling to convert some of these rounds, and when they're not getting them, this is looking dire. Vance 1-5. Cleanx getting pieced up. So many players left in 1v3s, 1v4s. Ultra do not have an answer on the cage.
If they can find an answer here in this next defensive round, it's starting to get a little dire here for Toronto Ultra. 4-1. It is first to 6 here in Search and Destroy. Speaking of 6, Pred is looking for his 6th kill in a row. Heavy stack towards A now for Ultra. Seattle Surge, they are waiting for a kill to present itself to them, and it could be Cammy.
Yeah, good luck with that, Chow. I mean, right now, Ultra, they have basically turtled around Grannies. They have given up so much map control, and obviously, still get eyes on both sites, but Surge, they get plenty of wiggle room to play with. They're leaning up towards B. They're dealing with inside in the back. You see, he's getting back down in the B. He might have tags through, but there's the bomb plant. They get this down for the 4v4.
So a kill, a lot of noise now being made. Sib knows Cammy's up and about. Bomb been planted now. Accuracy the long range cover. Cleanx up high. Great coverage from Ultra as they make their way forward. The little tip of Accuracy's barrel has just been exposed somewhat, so here comes the close cover. Pred going from behind. Kill number 6. Straight onto the bomb site we now go! Accuracy! Saves the round! But Ultra, so close!
Yeah, shout out to the observers, I think purposely not trying to give that one away, right? Bomb gets hot, the coverage is in, and Ultra, as soon as they had that 4 versus 2, no time wasted for the play call to hop right on that side, and it got close. Accuracy nearly makes the play, but just a split second behind. That is a big one for Toronto to be able to get.
Fraction of a second. 2 players stacked up on top of the site. You wouldn't expect them to be literally on top of one another, but that is the way Ultra do it. 4-2 now. A lifeline has been purchased. Is it going to last long, though? No. Sib, another first blood.
I mean, just every single time. Last round was the only time Toronto was actually able to connect with one, so forced again to try to clutch with a man disadvantage. We saw in round 1, Cleanx got behind enemy lines, but this time Seattle, they have spread the map. Nothing is open. And this could be a glide.
Trying for it. I mean, Pred, though, this is typical Pred play. Wildly, wildly confident. Well, Mack's hot on the heels. Here comes Simp to back him up. No problem whatsoever. Cammy, last man left alive. 1v4. Good luck.
If you can, you feed this to Pred. Obviously, you just get the 5-2 round advantage, but if you can make sure he gets that glide, even better. Cammy in a fight for his life, in a fight to not die to Pred, but stunned out. Free challenge right there, and that is perfect from Seattle. Mack is purely there for the bait to send in your Rookie of the Year. Almost every single first blood going their way. The glide bomb now in the back pocket in a 5-2 lead. Surge woke up today and looks like they chose violence.
Map point, Seattle Surge, and they will be on offense. Ultra, it is time to dig deep. Mack with bomb in hand, you have a glide bomb to play with as well. Will Ultra put on cold blood and save themselves from that hit from above? We'll find out.
I don't know if you go for the glide bomb straight at the start of the round for information, or if you try to get the bomb planted either direction for the safety in the back. Certainly for Surge, totaled up in their spawn, and I mean, hey, why not? You got Simp 7-3, Pred 8-2. They've been on only the first blood. There you go. 4 players spotted, and quite a few are outside, but they should be safe.
They're safe for now, but look at that mini map. Here comes Surge. Here comes the opening gunfight. Bash's been pinched in. He has been taken care of. Here comes the hit through the middle of the map. And Pred now roaming the halls of Grandmas. Can anyone from Ultra find a kill here?
There's your trade, but look at Pred. Yeah, Pred already in a corner, instant for the trades. In a 3v2, Ultra desperate for a clutch.
Cammy saw an ankle. Good timing. Patience pays off. Dives in the opening fight. 25 seconds on the clock here. This is to stay alive, Ultra.
And Insight going on the full flank, by the way, so I think they know that Sid was out towards this field, so Insight looking for the freebie, and I think...
He didn't?
He finds it, barely, and also, yeah, 10 seconds to go. Pred, he can go for the bomb plant, but look at the angles that they have covered, Ultra. Surely they check the bomb, take care of it, get it done. No more glide, and a little bit of life. Ultra not out of it yet.
Solid composure once again out of Toronto Ultras. They buy themselves one more chance here in the Surge. 5-3. 3 straight rounds for Toronto Ultras. All they need, and it sounds so easy.
Man, this is going to be tough for Ultra to figure out what to do on the attack. They love their neutral setups, but they've been getting punished along the way. They have not been able to find any of these first bloods, and it's not like you can start coordinating these nades to find them. I think Surge really just giving them nothing to work with. Again, we talk about how both of these teams, it's their near auto veto. It's been a long time since Surge have played. If you don't have the intel, Ultra struggling to piece it together.
Press in. CleanX takes care of it. Trades out though, 3v3. Slow and steady for accuracy. Bance has had a slow one on the search and destroy, but you know the playmaking capability is there. Mack now on the outside tanks. Trying to make sure that no one gets in. And Bance brought down again. The COD gods are not smiling upon him in this map, that's for damn sure. 3v2.
He's got shot in the back and side so many times, 1 and 9 for him, and right now desperate for his teammates to try to clutch for another opportunity. Decent chunk of time to work with. Insight the most clutches in the league, and you hop up in this window, you already see accuracy through the wall. And it's free, it is taken care of, and outside Insight for the 1v3. Surge should have this on lock, because look at where that bomb is down.
Bomb's in a bad spot, the front door of Granny's. Mack towards the back tank, accuracy stays atop. If those shoulders move anymore, he might be spotted out by Insight. Here comes the parkour, here comes the quick check, and he might be in. He is not going to account for Mack in the back line though, or will he? This is going to get hot real quick. Oh, good lordy! It's a big one. Mack wins the engagement, the snap is there. Seattle Surge take the lead in the series again. It's a 2-0 now. Last chance corral, Toronto Ultra.
AC Surge staying icy after, no early celebrations. They know how long this series could go, but that is too strong match coming out from Seattle. And on that Volcage, Toronto feeling the pressure. CleanX doesn't get the 1v1 against Mack. A couple rounds later, Mack tries them for the opening gunfights for the first blood. Mack simply just had their number, even the gunny for the final one towards the end. But, I mean, Benjamin Vance clearly going through it. Shot in the back, shot in the side, almost every single round. Surge truly just had their number.
Yeah, the cage could be like that. Great, 10-4 though. He did not have a problem finding those kills. As this series is not going the way of Toronto Ultra so far. Berlin Control coming up next. Will this be the last dance for Toronto Ultra here in Vanguard, or will we see another hard point? That is the question. But goddamn, Chance, it is a banger so far.
And look, I think Toronto Ultra overall, they certainly have the stronger map record on Berlin Control, but at the same time, Brett has gotten a glide bomb in both of the maps that we have played. When he gets things going on Berlin, I mean, he is simply dominant on this map. So I think the game plan is the same as map number 1. You just have to contain the rookie.
See if they can get it done. That's Rookie of the Year, by the way. Ladies and gentlemen, quick commercial break. We come back. Seattle Surge, Toronto Ultra. Map number 3, we're going to Berlin. We're playing Control. Be right back.
Never tomorrow, only the present, that is your gift. It benefits you only if open, everyone's chosen. Beauty of choice, you can stay silent, forget your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, or stand before judge, just stating your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. Will you open or close your doors? Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Ever gonna live again. Sometimes you don't like where you live. Sometimes you don't really like your kids. Sometimes you grow out of your friends. Sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror, 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow. Or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore. Endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Ever gonna live again.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Game 3, and potentially the last charge of Toronto Ultra here in Vanguard. One more map is all Seattle Surge need to survive here in COD Champs and live to fight throughout the day. But here we go, friends, into control. And since stage 4, it has not been a bad look for Ultra. So, as we tend to see chance control, it's the turning point.
And it has truly been their saving grace, at least through the later stages of this year. And the pressure's on. I know the average 6 actually hasn't been going their way. I know on Berlin it can be 50-50, but I just can't imagine like the pressure that you have to be feeling. The amount of frustration after a map like that, Bocage, of knowing one map away and your year is done for a long and bitter offseason.
Think how close the hard point was as well. Incredibly closely contested match on Tuscan. Start things off. The search was not good, but that is sadly to be as expected right now for Ultra. It has not been their mode. Control though, far stronger to them. An incredibly exciting series against OpTic to start the tournament off for them. They did do great in the control mode there as well. We'll see if they can buy that lifeline, because the respawns have been strong. Seattle Surge, another team, incredibly strong respawn mode. It's Berlin after this, if they can survive control.
And look, we'll keep gassing him up because he has just simply earned it, right? I think Pred may be annoyed about the Rookie of the Year because he's thinking he should have been the MVP. I mean, he
could have been both.
Unreal. Like, his stats are genuinely bonkers. Like, I mean, dominating some of these SMG categories in this series at chance. This guy lives for the big moment, and right now, living to kill the hopes and dreams of Toronto Ultra. Overall, the map record, not as strong as it once was on Berlin, but when Seattle are winning this map, Fred truly is that guy. It's when he gets inside of fire, gets inside of your spawn, causes all sorts of problems, so the game plan for Ultra is the same. You have to contain him.
Good luck. Here we go. Map 3. Over towards A we fly for Seattle Surge, but there's no one home. B is getting heavy hit. Slow and steady now for Toronto Ultra to capture that point. Now again, capture both zones to win the round or kill all 30 of your enemy's lives. First segment of B gone.
And you can already see Ultra just playing and not make any mistakes. And well, maybe there's a mistake on the angle choice, and so they've been able to pick up a big 2, but no funny business over towards A. They're trying to do the easy thing first and just make sure that things do not spiral out of control. Good containing, make sure no one gets away from you. It's only been the ARs in this long haul that have caused you problems, and I think Insight's there to get a couple trades, and you got everything taken care of. Ultra got it covered. B looking to secure, maybe now looking to apply that pressure over towards A.
This is nice tags out of Insight. He is being a nuisance. This is real guerrilla warfare, hit and run. Nearly finished the job over towards B. Cammy's getting that one done now. Phoenix on a 2 spree, looking to now hit these defenders of A. This could be a great hit. The Seattle Surge, they have moved forward. They've bought that time, and now we get another 2 minutes to play.
Hey, Seattle Surge were also so worried about their own spawn. They were running around fire, but the pressure is on the point. Kleenex turning forward. Oh, make it 5.
Wait a minute! Oh my God, Kleenex! What the hell was that? It's a 6 spree, and now you've got 2 players on A. The capture is on, and this is unbelievable out of Ultra.
Look at him going. Hey, maybe he falls, but look at that.
What?
Finally, a little bit of life out of Toronto. The perfect 6-0 start from Kleenex. I mean, they took their time over towards B. They get him in position to strike. And from what goes from a look of frustration, a small little smile across the face of Tobias. I mean, this is a guy who made his name at Champs back in Black Ops 4, playing with Insight back in the day. We discovered this issue is in fact an issue. And he's got to be the guy to deal with Pred, but also Kleenex completely out of the fight when Surge are walking towards A.
Broken glass. Woo. Broken Mack over towards the A zone. Accuracy still making his way forward slowly. Vance with the in and out. Good shots there from Mack. Sid now keeping the fight alive on that long range. Just about a minute to play with here, and Ultra, they've come to play on the defense.
And I mean, again, Kleenex has been completely out of the picture for all of this. So this has been a 3v4 hold, but hey, there it is. Takes his time for the strike and at least able to secure the glide. Now, not crazy impactful on a map like Berlin, but might be able to get good use out of it. Funnily enough, it was 7-0 for Kleenex, 0-7 for Vance. So Cammy and Inside have been holding this one down 2v4.
That's all right, you can do that one. No problem. 48 seconds left on the clock. Seattle managed to get their first segment towards B. Great work from them. They're going to have to catch up. The segment count, we're looking towards that defensive round 5. So far, Ultra have got it. Mack behind door number 1 is Benjamin Bans. He went from 0-7 to 3-7. Pred's going to finally take care of him there, and the second segment of B's on its way out.
And Ultra, though, they're looking to get the stranglehold on the map, right? You obviously have number 5, Cammy, posted on the bottom right, so everyone else free reign to try to actually defend this point. Insight with the MP40 trying to make it happen, and so far the B defense has been secured, but Simp, he's making plays over towards A. So a bit of a two-front war. B secured, Simp now causing problems.
Choosing the other foot now, and Simp's kicking. Finally from behind, taken care of by Pred front line. Oh, he can't finish the kill. The desperation nade, and now accuracy on the flank. Pressure is still on. The capture of A now beginning. It's a 2-man stack. Can Bant stay alive? No. Good looks now. That's all you have to do for Seattle is hold the line.
They got to check the flank as well. Number 8, CleanX is trying to be annoying. He at least gets traded. Pred now in the point. Can't win it in Ultra. Make sure nothing crazy happens. They can settle in for the moment.
Settle down, just a mo. Life count, relatively even. 1:20. And Seattle now are fighting for every single inch of real estate they can possibly get here on Berlin.
And look at number 2, by the way, accuracy on the flank. He is going to cause problems. He is going to make these spawns confusing. You got number 6, Bans, spinning in circles, looking for where this pressure is coming from. But if you don't win these gunfights, these are the big ones. This is where Seattle can make the play. Bans, though, down low. He gets the big 2-piece, shuts him down, and at least knows, hey, at least Pred is by himself. Maybe we can take him down.
Pred behind again. Cammy now pushing that front line forward.
9v6.
We're starting to run out of time, but you've got yourselves onto the point. 8v6 now as Ultra running out of lives on defense. CleanX with a fast new position. Civ, good shots through the glass window. Over to Bants now.
8v4.
The lives are out for Toronto Ultra. Here comes the opening fight. And this is going to be a big one. No more lives to give away for Ultra. Bants somehow manages to stay safe. Less than 30 on the clock. CleanX falls. Insight now holding it down. Fighting tooth and nail, everything but the kitchen sink being thrown his way, and accuracy wins a big one, and now we're on the point. Can Bants do this all alone, or will we see another round go their way? The answer is no. Seattle, stay alive.
It is not often that you lose on lives, and that is a tough one for Ultra. I mean, there was 0 ticks over towards A, but it was just that pace. It was players living inside your spawn for too long and too constant with the gunfights. Not a fun one for Ultra to deal with, and well, we even things back up, and we've been gassing up Pred, deservedly so, but now it's Civ, 14 kills to his name on a 4 spree, and you don't want either player to get that hot hand.
Another all-star member here in the 2022 season. Straight on towards B we go. Classic moves out of Ultra. It's exactly what they did in the previous round. They still send Insight on that lone island mission towards the A side of the map. We'll see though. Seattle have taken the bait quite quickly. Here comes the hit. Bans wins it. You do lose the other side of the map, though, if you are Toronto. So now the pinch is on. Seattle are setting themselves up for a lot of kills here.
They might be looking for the spawn trap as well. If you lose these gunfights around the site, you'll be forced to spawn inside of that back train building. So this is a big moment for Ultra. You got to connect with a couple. And Civ on that 5 spree as well. Multiple problems, and they can't take him down.
Oh my, that is a big win. That's his 6th kill, Cammy. Takes care of it. CleanX still wants the streaks to work with Pred. Going toe-to-toe. Oh man, and these boys, when they go up against each other, it is always a bout. Ultra back on it. Trying to get the job done at B.
They've got the positioning as well. Everything is covered, nice and secure. No funny business towards P2. And I think Cammy got spotted, and well, certainly there to take him down. So we saw that first round where Ultra able to transition over to A so fluidly. This time Surge, nice and secure. So many players posted up in train. They're happy to give up the flank in this moment, but if players start to fall, it could get dicey.
See what happens. Open inside once again, the man on the flank. Spawn's getting a bit awkward now for Seattle Surge. You see those red dots on the minimap. Bans takes care of it. Now from the front line, it's Toby. It's Tobias Julianson taken care of now. Civ and Pred in the kill feed. Bans with an A. Now towards the point we go. Pressure is now on. Cammy. He's in a great spot to catch these players out. He does. Onto the point we now go. 20 lives, Surge. Ooh.
Mack going another big one. I think Vance right now inside of Stone Steps. Right now, Seattle are just having to dodge like the chaos that Toronto are trying to cause, and the flank's coming through to P3, but if Pred is winning the gunfights inside a train, it makes that Vance flank so much more difficult and easy to read. Should get traded out. He is taken care of. Cleanex gets dropped, and Seattle in full control.
Life's even. Seattle now starting to push themselves forward. 1 minute remaining on the game clock. Ultra trying to fight their way out. Can be the man to find at least one kill, buy some space, get the movement going. Oh my God, how did that get going? Oh my! It's 2 more, and all of a sudden, it's an open field now. The opportunity for Ultra to get themselves in on this point. 3-man stack. This could be the round here, right now, unless Seattle Surge can get in there.
Get in there and run it up. The easiest gunfights to win. The trap has been set, and the flank gets red. Easy, done, and dusted. Ultra. Again, as soon as they get that moment, there is no looking back. Even from the nade, I don't know where it came from, but Mack in that window, all of a sudden he's one shot. You clear out the train side of the map, you get Cleanex back in the mix. And it looks so sweet when the Ultra teamwork finds its form. But we've also been 3 for 3 with the offensive rounds, and it'll be Surge's turn to attack.
But then a little more even when it comes to who wins the offensive and defensive rounds. It's quite a fun map in that regard. 3-man hit towards B now for Seattle Surge. A's the zone where it seemingly ends every time, but we'll see what happens as Cleanex might be more than his spidey senses tingling. Here comes the fight. Whoa, good work from accuracy there. Progress at B.
I'm disappointed too, and I can't hear Miles.
I don't know what's going on. Might be something in venue, but for now, the first segment's gone at B. Second's on its way out fast as well. I think someone might have stepped on a cable.
Stepped on Pred, though. Still got Seattle again. Similar approach on the attack. Working through train, working through the flank. Hey, there's the big 2 from Pred. He's trying to open this door to A. He does get taken down, but Mack's turn to try to look for these spawn kills. And at the very least, he is by his lonesome, but he'll be a very annoying player to deal with. As he is winning all of these gunfights. The nades take him down, but they have bought the pressure. Seattle causing the chaos.
2:10 on the clock. 25 lives for Seattle Surge to continue to attack this A side of the map. For Mack in mid-map, Cleanex has got his number. Oh, sneaky bounce as well as Ultra. It's fantastic work on the defensive round for now. Over towards the zone we now go. Accuracy is to the front window, taken clean care of. As again, the pressure is now on for a brief moment. Force brief for Cleanex, still has the glide.
I mean, he is just unreal. Talking about like answering the call when Pred has been dominant. He is there to get that bounce back. Heating up when you need him the most. And now for Seattle, they're not even trying to break through the front. Everybody working through P3, trying to work these flanks, but inside, he has been posted up, ready to go. Patiently waiting, but waiting for the gunfight where he just gets dropped.
Still, defender's now on point. It's not a place you want to be dropped, and that's where Mack's getting the kills. Cleanex from the back line. 5 in a row now for him. Turns it into a 6. That is sensational defense. Pred, though, is keeping the play alive, well and truly kicking. Reinforcements in the form of accuracy now through the back line, through the front. Sib, he's trying to find kills, as does Mack. And oh, baby, this is looking good. Can Cammy stay alive? Can Vance? Yes, he does.
I feel like you shut down Cleanex. You feel like that's the opening because you now have pressure on the point. Cammy trying to be the guy on the flank, but you can already see he's worried about a couple directions, but he finds the flank. He cleans them out, and still no funny business happening. Ooh, Seattle, though, plenty of pressure up through train.
Vance got out that side door covered. Nades through. No damage. He could have caught a lot there. And here comes Sib. Waiting for the opportunity to strike. As Vance now finds it. The iron is hot and he is going for it. Cleanex to the flag as well. Great work on the defense now. Ultra still keeping it all together. This is to keep themselves alive in the series. Pred, what a kill. Dude, he is unstoppable.
And funnily enough, that stun actually just sort of stopped his healing, but you take care of Pred either way in the big 2-piece. Ultra right now looking to force this map 4, and still so clean on defense, but also Turtle, but hey, the glide bomb gives you the intel. You make the reads, the pressure coming through P3 again.
Train is all locked down now for Ultra as they push the front line forward. You've got accuracy once again hitting the flank. It's going to come down to insight should that fight happen, and here's the man of the moment. Accuracy maybe making his way in. Clock's ticking. 5 seconds for it. Is anyone there to stop it? I don't think so. I think Ultra have stayed alive. Wait for it though. 0.5 on the clock, we're in. Mack still alive. The kills are there. And Ultra, they stay alive here in the series. As things are getting real spicy indeed. The control, a 3-1 on Berlin. In full control indeed.
And this is why we saw Seattle keeping it calm after the map 2. They know this is going to be a battle against Toronto. Maybe the most difficult team in the game to actually shut down. Keeping that lifeline alive, and honestly, we knew it was gonna happen in that control. It has been their saving grace this entire stage, and I mean, you just gotta give the props to Cleanex, right? Man goes on a tear, he sets the tone right from the opening break. So clean on defense, so annoying and ratty on defense as well. All the off angles, all the off corners rather. And Ultra pulling out all the stops to force that map forward.
Yeah, Benjamin Bance with a 26 and 18 as well. Magnificent bounce back for him, who has had frankly, a tough series. Not been very good so far, but your boy's back in it. So are Ultra. We go to Berlin Hardpoint now. Both teams have had very good runs in the respawn game modes, but Control just a little too special for Toronto Ultra. Surge didn't have a whole lot there, Chance, I must admit. Tough scenes for them. We'll see if they can rebound in the Control.
And look, I will absolutely be a broken record. Yeah, Hardpoint, 100%.
Sorry, man.
I will be a broken record when talking about Fred because, again, statistically, almost every single map where he fries, he looks like one of the very best. And even for the Berlin, he's got a 1.29. I mean, completely and utterly absurd. So it is the exact same story. If you can detain him, if Cleanex as that counterpart can pop off, we obviously saw it in this game alone. Cleanex is frying. That is what puts you over the edge. So efficient work for one Berlin. Looking to go back-to-back on the Berber.
The Berber coming up now. The final seconds here of that matchup. 0.5 seconds as Mack needed to kill 2 players there to stay alive. Too little, too late, sadly, for Seattle Surge there in the control. But that does make the series that bit more interesting. Map number 4 now on its way, Berlin Hardpoint. We stay on Berlin. We have to go to the end. It's a throwdown in the desert. Game 5, Desert Siege. And who knows, man, if we get there, it could be anyone's map.
Yeah, well, anyone's map, even for the Hardpoint, right? Because I'd say for Ultra, they've had Seattle's number over the course of the year, but it did not go that way on Tuscan. And just the number of HPs that Seattle has had down to the wire, where they have to make these ridiculous comebacks and just make the clutch plays towards the end. But this is a team that has truly lived for the moment. They are going to be ready for another battle as you'd see Ultra doing the normal thing, calming it down. I mean, it is the breathing exercise that these guys brought into the mix. Truly one of the most unique teams we have in the CDL. Getting ready to square up on Berlin for this map 4.
Once again.
And still with the pressure on, man. Any one of these maps for both of these teams are almost getting to that point where one more and your year is over.
It's so far away, it feels like, for Seattle Surge. One more map is going to feel like an eternity here on this stage. How sweet it would be for the Rookie of the Year to make a deep run at his first champs, for Mack to make a deeper run, for Sid, these rookies under the watchful eye of accuracy, a man who has had the second place on the brightest of stages, the biggest of lights. And I can't even imagine what it feels like to get second place after coming so far. Ultra know that, sadly, all too well. Bance has been second place now, what, twice in his career. Nothing stings quite like it. Can they right the wrongs here in the 2020 Vanguard season?
Maybe Bance, another player to pay a great deal of attention to in this series, because I'd say over the course of the year and over the course of this tournament, I mean, he is one of the best playmakers in the game, but certainly has struggled early on in this series, and look to him to make the bounce back. And obviously, we go into this Berlin Hardpoint. The theme of this map throughout Stage 4 was starting on good side. I know at a certain point throughout Champs, like throughout Stage 4 even, it was like a 9-1 record for the team that starts spawning on the P3 side of the map. You get that advantage. I think through Stage 4, team to start on good side won 20 of 26. And I think Toronto Ultra also one of the very best at dealing with that cold, hard fact. So it will be Seattle with that early advantage. It will be Ultra working on this uphill battle. But they need to be very quick to strike right from the jump they need that strong opening break, because that is something worth paying attention to, even on the Tuscan. How clean Surge was right from the first hill to set that tone. That is the type of play that Ultra are going to need.
Here we go. Map number 4. Surge are in. They're on the good side. They get to the point a little faster. But here come Toronto Ultra. How will they break this one? The break's got to be clean. It's got to be very good. And here comes Simp. And it is... Oh, Traitor there. In at the point we now go. Still killing everyone from Ultra so far. And that is a great hold. Surge, all good.
And this is as good as it gets. You get to the hill first. Toronto can't even step inside, and Pred just goes and flips those spawns. So it makes your life that much easier to be the cutoff man.
Wait a minute.
And to get the ball rolling. He does get shut down, but a perfect P1. Everything Seattle wanted to go right, they're doing it once again.
Pred starts every single hardpoint map off so hot indeed. Keeping the kills now flowing. 10 seconds remaining on P1. All Surge. Ultra not able to get close. Cleanix now can't do any more on the hard point. The rotation's now down. It's all Seattle Surge. They're going to get the opening seconds.
And that's just the tragedy of trying to work this map through the pool. If you don't have that higher seed, it's Ultra just down massively going in. They don't exactly win the rotation, and they get Red trying to flank as well. Unable to make a play. Chopped down one by one, and nearly the perfect 4 down. Inside trying to buy his teammates time, but he gets caught too. Surge, this is exactly what happened on Tuscan. This is perfect hard point being played.
Holding down P2 still. 35 seconds left on this one. Ultra still. It's measly 2 seconds on the board. A big win for Vance. That's 2 in a row now. Space to work with. Here comes the hit. A little faster though if you are a Toronto Ultra fan, because you want to soak up as much time as possible. Clean kills. 1 man left alive, and it's Pred. Not an easy thing to do.
And you also have accuracy now. He's able to push up. So this is a massive lead. You get the pressure inside of Fire. And I think accuracy does get spotted, but he at least wins one. And Mack, if he gets out the back and just wins one gunfight, he can flip and break these spawns. This might be every single hill back to back to back for Surge, piecing them up and trying to bury them on Berlin.
Wasn't enough to break the spawns, but Mack, the breaker of worlds, Pred, finds a couple more. Mack still staying alive on the point. Vance coming through. Teamwork now from Seattle Surge, flowing like wine all over Berlin as the kills are there. Cleanix is gone, and Mack's on a 5.
Good side on Berlin. Name a better duo. I will. Mack and Pred on this map. 21 and 8 combined. Everything they want to do right. Literal perfection.
How many more kills can Pred find? Yeah, here we go. Inside good coverage. On to the point now. Toronto Ultra, 20 seconds left here. That's going to be all theirs. However, cross map, you need to go to train.
I mean, I don't know if we have had a single 100-point plus comeback this year, but Ultra, this is your year on the line. You are losing the rotation again towards P4. All the bases covered. Civ with a deep pocket. He does lose the gunfight. Maybe a small window of opportunity for Ultra just to try to work through the back. The nades look like they're going to connect on Mack, but not good enough. Able to stay alive, finally gets dropped, but so does Cleanix. 4 down, Surge with the hold, and they get to run it up even more.
Oh man, the lead is only getting bigger. 40 seconds remaining on train. A hard point to hold for Seattle. Running it up. Kill after kill. Mack's there, no more trades. As the staggered hit now, can Vance pull out some magic? No. Nothing left up that wizard's sleeve. He has been dealt with. 25 left, all Surge.
And you just have to be feeling this if you're Ultra. 4 and 10 from Cammy, 5 and 13 for Cleanix. They are getting shut down, smacked around, and I know their comms are always good, but this is just seeming like it might be too much, too little, too late. And I mean, hey, nice little 4 down. You'll take the hill time, but that is for a measly amount of scrap time that Mack is not going to let them collect. An absurd start, an absurd continuation. 160 points in P5 has just started.
This is a blowout. Reminiscent of the way we saw Toronto Ultra enter the Vanguard season. It was on this very map against this very team where Ultra decimated them in the Kickoff Classic Finals. And now it is an entirely new Seattle Surge. Pred seemingly toying with his food for a moment there, but Insight's kills are going to come on through. 30 seconds remaining here on P5. Not a good look for either squad, but either way, map control Seattle Surge.
And you just see, yeah, map control is the key, right? Flooding all over towards the P1 side of the map. And Vance is trying to be the guy just to flip and block those spawns. But this is desperation again. I guess you do flip the spawns, but even for the scrap time, you still lose.
Good God.
It's just too big of a lead at this point. You just get to play with your food.
There's not a whole lot you can do. Pred is seemingly unstoppable. Good timing there from the voice of Ultra now. Straight into the point we go. P1, second set, not over yet. Kleenex through the window. This fight is not done. It's Cammy finding the kills. 2 in a row now for Cameron McGilligan. Into the point we now go. Is this the moment Ultra sorely needed?
177 to 42 is the deficit after the first set of rotations. P1 can be a money hill. The nades ringing out and exploding. The flank potentially coming through, but Ultra making a couple of these reads. Kleenex wins that intro gunfight, and they have all their bases covered. You still got to win the gunfight. It is trades back and forth, but Ultra still holding on.
A little bit of magic there. As Insight gets a nice kill. 20 seconds left here. Contest coming through. Bad gets turned on. Oh my God. P2 rotations are down. Mack's already there. Final few moments here on P1. Ultra get it. Rotation's done. All surge.
And look at the setup. It is all 4 players in and around. You got the P2 control on lock. You're in a situation where, I mean, just one more good rotation, one halfway decent hold, and Surge will win this game. And Ultra might be even just taking too much time to go for this break. They're going for the full flank. If you're taking the time, you got to be perfect, and that is not a good start.
Well, we get 1 kill at least coming out for the back. Mack gets the kill. Kleenex from up high. Cleans up the point. It's a good break for now. Can you pick up this time, though? Ultra, better late than never.
It's so many things you have to do, right? I mean, you take a little bit of time for the break, just an extra 20 points going to go the way of Surge, and they just get that much closer. Ultra now need to find some way to flip these spawns and win the gunfights around the hill, and that's 3. They clear out most of this, but still that secondary problem. Those spawns nowhere in their grasp. They still have such a long way to go.
Left-hand side of the minimap, that's the play now. Insight, nice win. Forward you go. Kleenex now with a bit of opening. Can he sneak inside the lines of Seattle Surge? Looking to get it done right here, right now. Kleenex flying in. No more kills to be had. Cammy at range, though. Softening up the numbers as Zib straight back in with great trade.
Hey, it was a good effort right there from Ultra, but just not enough. It's not close enough to perfect, and Surge now in the hill, but maybe a clean 2 down, and maybe you see Ultra right now flying through the point, at least in for the contest. They still got a little bit of fight in them, but still such a long way to go.
Here's the contest, Tibbs in, and he is flying, baby, inside the big win with a pistol now. Another for him. Pred from the outside, trying to get involved. Can't get it done. Insight is on a 5 spree. An accuracy, mega tags in the Cammy, finally brings him down. Here comes the hit. Pistols at hand, and accuracy wins it. The break is good.
Slowest pistol shot in the league, but enough to get it done. So much strat time to work with, and Ultra are chalking it up. That lead gets that much more sizable, and Surge again in a situation where one halfway decent moment, and they will win this game. And accuracy winning the gunfights at old, that means less players from Ultra on the roto, and Mack still here causing problems. He will be the front man for the team. 18 points, and Surge eliminate their next team.
One more hardpoint break is all you need, Seattle Surge. This is potentially the last hold of Toronto Ultra in the Vanguard season. Pred, entry kills indeed. As the pinch is on. Max free comes to a close and Cammy locks it down. You need the time, you found the kills. And here comes the next wave of Seattle.
No one on the map right now for Seattle. Maybe to make a tricky play. Sib working his way around the flank, and maybe Sib has found the opening, but the opening is not through P5. Vance is here, but look at Sib on the minimap. He's the guy to be able to take him out of this hill. Sib. The spawns have flipped as well. He has gotten Surge inside. The break is in, and that'll get Surge so close to winning the game, or at least to stop that bleeding.
Not over yet. Bats with another loss. As Mack wins a massive gunfight now inside towards the hill. You've saved your day for now. But it's going to go down to P5. It's going to come down to the scrap. As everyone on Ultra is battling the hardest they may have battled all year long, and better late than never. Once again, new hard points up, P5.
And Surge, just take a breath, take your time, coach some nades, and get him out of P5. You don't want to start to feel the pressure creeping up on you. An easy hill to get players outside of it. Zib with a nice start.
Sneaky bans with a cross. 1, 2, buckle my shoe, picks up 1, but can't get the second. Insight's there to pick up the kills as well, though, as Ultra stay alive. Their hard point's still in their hands. New angles being worked on here by Accuracy. Slowly but surely, forward they go. Covering fire is fantastic. Man stays alive. Numbers are still good. Hip fire works out for Accuracy.
Hey, yeah, I was going to say, take the round and flip those spawns. They didn't even have to take the round. They got gifted. Surge now, they're not getting this P5 time, but they can get set up for P1. And again, keep these players away. Do not let anyone through. If you get a break on P1, Ultra, this is it.
The most composed team in the league. We put that name to the test right here. One break is all you need. Kleenex. The blade goes cold as he now flies forward. It's 10 seconds for the win. The last great break, the last hold, the last run for Toronto Ultra now as the clock has struck 12 and it is over. It is done. Seattle Surge. They have done it. The respawns were the name of the game. Control continues to be a problem, but they walk away with the dub. It's a 3-1. And commiserations to Toronto Ultra. Their campaign ends here.
And it comes down to those opening breaks in the hard points for Seattle. Literally right off the jump on the Tuscan. You see the nades ringing out from the get-go. You get Fred in position, and they had that P1 on lock and built themselves an instant 50-point lead. The exact same thing on Berlin. The perfect break on P1, or at least the perfect setup to flip the spawn. They had a 100-point lead by the third hill. And Ultra started to crank things up, but a massive lead like that, Surge will never let slip away. Just too clean from the jump. Mack and Fred on point. Mack especially so with the 3,400 damage, but it was the hard points to the bitter end. Ultra, just not enough.
Seattle continue, and what a transformation that team, that organization has seen coming into the Vanguard year. We saw it at kickoff, and it was against this very team, Toronto Ultra. They found themselves in the finals there. They've got their just revenge. They didn't have to go to game 5, but 250-205, the final score there on Berlin. 3-1, the final score in the series. As Toronto Ultra, their year comes to a close. And what a year it was. A lot of ups, a lot of downs. We'll see them on MW2.
And that is just, I mean, again, a heartbreaking thing, but I suppose for the flip side for Surge, maybe a way to start their losers bracket run, right? They're looking to go in for the long haul, play that marathon game. If they're lucky, they'll have 3 series on the day. They've at least bought themselves the next, all the way up to top 4. And honestly, for a pair of rookies, that's not bad.
Not bad whatsoever. We're about to hear from one of them on the main stage with Blaze. It's Pred.
Thank you so much, Miles and Chance, as I'm on the stage with the Rookie of the Year, Pred at Seattle Surge, progressed forward. Give them a round of applause one more time as they came out on top. Now, Pred, this series, you guys come out 3-1, just losing the control, and you looked absolutely dominant. How are you and the squad feeling today?
You know, it's an early one today, so for us, we have to get in bright and early, like around 8 in the morning, but for us, it was just about being active, you know, being very confident, apply pressure. Because if you don't apply pressure, you have to absorb it, and you don't want to absorb pressure, man. You want to be the one applying the pressure. And for us, our main thing was our S&D. We just really wanted to be active on that map, so yeah.
Nice. And you talk about applying pressure and absorbing pressure, and you are the guy that applies the most pressure in these respawns here. You know, being a rookie in this league, how do you, you know, take a death but always come back, find 3, find 2, and get your mind back in that?
For me, I'm very confident in my ability, and I just know that, you know, the plays I make on the map is to help my team as much as possible. So I'm always down to apply pressure.
Yeah, always cool, calm and collected. Now, speaking of the pressure of this elimination bracket, the next team coming up, you see the Subliners are OpTic. Any of those SMG duos you looking to play for the most?
I mean, both teams have great SMG duos, very good players in the league. Obviously, OpTic got Seth and Ant, very good sub players as well, and Kismet and Parker. So for me, it's like whoever we would play. But both sub duos are really good. But yeah, I'm excited.
Hey, it don't matter. He is excited and ready to go. Los Angeles, give it up for the Seattle Surge one more time. Man, what a matchup. Des, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our game break presented by Prime Gaming. Lando, Study, aLLeY, and Nameless, guys. A ceremonious way for Toronto to go out, a team that has been, I don't know, on the struggle bus a lot throughout the time in Vanguard in this very mode. That is the one that ends up knocking them out. But I tell you what, man, Pred was on a mission today, Jay.
Oh my God. Just what that guy does on the map, especially in that map #1. This time around, though, he did not waste all his energy on the celebration. He bounced back right into that search and destroy, gives him a double-digit performance. But when he's playing like that, you can just see the confidence from the young man. It doesn't matter. It got very close. It's always that P5 to the P1, but Pred is the guy. Three-piece after three-piece to secure it. The guy's just unreal, man.
Listen, man, these guys are disgusting.
Yeah.
I mean, Pred goes off, right, like highest KD in the lobby, but Sib as well, most damage in the lobby. He's popping off. Everybody here is doing their job, and what was the most impressive to me in that series was that search and destroy.
Yeah.
You saw what he said. They wanted to be more active on the map. We saw the pushes over towards A, but then even on the defense, like, they know what Toronto's going to try to do, the slow, trying to get information. They push up him and Mack B side, get that first blood, and get out with their lives.
Yeah.
That's what he's so good at, getting those kills and getting away with his lives. He picks up the glide bomb. It's over from there.
Yeah, and I have to echo that. When you get into like the nitty-gritty statistical numbers when it comes to this map set, they all kind of fell into who had the numbers, who was in favor of it. The only big question mark was that search and destroy, and I love Seattle's teamwork on that map specifically. Pred obviously had the numbers. He went 10-4, but he actually only had about 900 damage, and what it was is it was Sib and Mack. They both had over 1,000 damage, the most in the lobby, and all that tells me is that they are constantly in line of sight of each other. They are constantly communicating and allowing Pred to have that free roam, to have that bottom grandma control, and finalize those one-shot kills and get them that win on the search and destroy.
Yeah, and he was absolutely free roaming, especially on the Tuscan. What is going on with this guy and Tuscan hardpoint? It is something special. We saw it yesterday versus Atlanta, and today we saw it here versus Toronto for our scuff play of the game. I mean, Ant, there's just something special about this guy on this map. Like, what is this?
I see it's just going to be a montage, like of Pred on Tuscan. Like, he goes on just a ridiculous spree. It starts right with a 2-piece into the 3. Like, he goes out, you know, front P5, picks up another 2. He's down low picking up kills. Like, this is a 12 streak, by the way, is I think where it ends at. He was going crazy, dude. He can't keep getting away with this. I tweeted afterwards, I'm like, teams have to stop him. He's so active on the map. And, you know, when you were watching him in this play here, it's the anticipation. Like, he knows where everybody is going to be. Tuscan is Pred's playground.
And the thing that really scares me about Pred is that this is his first year.
Yeah.
This is a rookie year for him. And when he found himself on that 6th spree, he played for that streak for about a minute before he actually finds that kill to earn that glide bomb. He's just next level.
It literally looks like he's playing a different game on that map. Like, he knows where everyone is at all times. He knows where the trade's going to be coming from, and he wins the gunfight. It's unreal to see.
It is. It's just like, it's so crazy too, because we always hype up this story about like, oh, the rookies at champs, how are they going to perform? Sure, they're going to be nervous. Like, we almost assume like the controller's going to be shaking out of their hands, and it's just not the case at all with this guy. I mean, we talked about a number of different players who have kind of been in that conversation for Rookie of the Year, and it feels exactly right that it's in his hands right now. I believe we have our bracket to go ahead and take a quick look at, quick gander at after a match like that. Still many more games to come here on this lovely CDL Saturday. So with that, Surge advanced past the Ultra. We say goodbye to Toronto, and now we await for who is going to face off against Seattle. OpTic versus New York. That is going to be a banger of a game on the top side of the bracket, aLLeY. FaZe versus Thieves. That is Titan-like.
I mean, that's the one we're all really anticipating, right? Because it's either the fact that the LA Thieves still has Atlanta FaZe's number from the previous stage, or we are seeing the championship beast of Atlanta FaZe, and I feel like either way, it's going to be a quick series.
It's going to be great. It's going to be great. I cannot wait to see exactly how the rest of these matches progress. But also, if you're not in the venue, you also have the ability to walk away with some excellent, excellent prizes. Make sure to get your 2022 COD Champs pack today. Dominate the competition with, I think it's Pat Motti, Operator Skin. You can also get the SMG and AR blueprints. Make sure, if you have not done so already, to go ahead and go to CallOfDutyLeague.com to get yours. Now, I know I'm sporting that MP40 skin in just a matter of days as soon as I get back home. And also, on the same topic, make sure to tune in on Championship Sunday. Actually, after match number 2, you'll get a very special segment about Modern Warfare 2. Get an inside look at what is next for the Call of Duty franchise with a special guest interview. We teased who it could be. And I'm not going to tell you yet. Not going to tell you.
Crimsix? No, please, no, please. No.
We'll talk about Crimsix. Jay, you're obviously going to be at the desk for this next one. We're going to bring in Chance. Quick preview. OpTic versus New York is next. We'll have a lot of talk about that one here soon. Give me your brief rundown of that.
Believe it or not, man, you know I'm a New York guy. And every single time, majority of the times, I'm going to take New York. But it kind of hurt me this morning because I think the Green Wall are going to be able to make the upset.
No way.
They have to bounce back. They have to. And I think they're going to be able to do it versus NYSL.
I don't know where to go from here.
Wait, listen, I'm just gonna say he's always been a fair weather fan. Like, this guy is a Lakers fan.
What you talking
he's a
about,
Cowboys fan.
Wait, what are we
He's a
talking
New York
about?
fan. He switched
Wait, hold
over.
on.
He switched over.
Come on, man.
Oh
He's like, what are we talking about?
This is unbelievable. We talked about how champs, like, everything is different when it comes to champs, including some of our predictions as well. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for this match. As we said after the break, we are talking OpTic Texas NYSL. It is going to be a banger. We'll see you after this quick break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. and upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Amazon Prime members get free games every month and a slew of free content for your favorite games like Call of Duty. Claim yours now at gaming.amazon.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. CDL Champs Weekend 2022, day number 3. We have one match down and plenty more to go. The Galen Center, I believe, is sold out for the next 2 days. So if you want to get a ticket, best of luck to you is all I have got to say. Lando, Chance, aLLeY, and let's here on the desk. Chance, off of an interesting series. Toronto, they're out. They're done.
Yeah, and look, I'm a big fan of the Toronto guys, and I feel like that is just like properly the Vanguard, Vladiviosa. It's just tragic the way that their season is going to end. I know literally right from the start of the year, hardpoint was a problem, and in their final series, they lose both of the hardpoints, both in a fashion where they just get destroyed off the opening breaks, and they fight back, and like you see the resilience.
You felt it. You felt it.
Yeah, it's just too bad both times, so a tough one for those guys.
Yeah, almost a ceremonious way to try and go out for Toronto. They're out of the tournament. Seattle progresses, and now it's time to talk about another elimination match that we're about to have. OpTic Texas versus New York. Now, to let everybody know, there's been a lot of conversations on this desk already about the vetoes, and what do you see?
I mean, it's, you know, OpTic, they go ahead and pick Team B here, so they're not going to have the side pick on that Berlin hardpoint, and we know the statistic, Chance. When you don't have side pick on Berlin, you start bad side. Well, often not, you lose that map.
And we just had the perfect series to look at it, too. It was a bad opening break for Toronto, and all of a sudden they're down by 100 points by P3, and it's like, I guess the Gavutu hardpoint was that painful yesterday for OpTic that they banned it, because New York, I know they played it twice and have like looked pretty good, but I'm surprised they were not a little bit scared to play it.
OpTic has no safe maps. Like, they don't really have a map pool. I think that's their biggest issue right now. And the whole B side pick, they did that versus LA Thieves. And, you know, they were trying to play the long game and it didn't work out in their favor. They got 3-0 bopped. So, like, heading into this series, I'm very worried for the side of OpTic Texas, because it feels like they're continuously trying to push their luck and push the limits, and it's been biting them.
I mean, it seems like they're playing for the 3-0 here, because you get to put that search and destroy game 2. They're the clear-cut better Tuscan search and destroy team. 3-0 in stage 4, so they're confident there. And, you know, when it comes to Tuscan hardpoint, try to get your SMGs going. Like, Shotzzy's going to be mad. I think the last time we saw Shotzzy play that bad, he bounced back and had the best series that I've ever seen out of the guys. So they're looking to shut them out early and not even get to that Berlin.
Yeah, when we talk about, you know, weaknesses, that's going to be most apparent when it comes down to the biggest event of the year. We're talking about vetoes. We're talking about maybe at times a lack of composure after dropping certain series. OpTic has been that team, despite denying, you know, that discussion a lot. It seems to be a factor for this roster. I'll tell you what, it's not going to be an easy task when you face off against this New York roster. Obviously, we could talk about the Scump versus Crimsix battle as well, but they're going to need a major turnaround of confidence, considering it wasn't just a 3-0. It was like one of the worst hardpoint losses we've seen this year.
No, it was terrible, 100%, Lando. I mean, a lot of people would like to talk about map stuff, like, as we just did, but these guys, I mean, you got to be pretty good at every map. You can't, like, rely on your map vetoes. Like, these guys have to perform better. Like, we saw them yesterday versus LA Thieves. That's not going to get you a win. It didn't matter what maps were in that series. Then for the game kill keys to victory, iLLeY has to bring more slaying, 0.74 KD this event. You know, you're going to be playing these AR maps. Like yesterday, that Gavutu, he was playing terrible. He like left the game. He was 12 and 32 or something like that. And then also stay informed on Tuscan Search and Destroy. Like we said, they're playing for the 3-0 in this series. They got to win that Tuscan. They lose that map, I mean, they're going to be in a world of pain. They're 3-0. It's the clear-cut advantage they have in this series, and it's game number 2.
Yeah, we'll see exactly how they look to try to progress and move on throughout this series. As we said, an elimination game, and it's going to be a tall task ahead of them on the other side of the stage, facing off now against the New York Subliners, who are very, very lucky to be in this situation. They're off the reverse sweep versus the London Royal Ravens, where in those last 3 maps, aLLeY, Hydra turned up.
He did. I mean, the last 3 maps, he went into beast mode. And when we talk about the New York Subliners, they have been disgusting in hardpoint, 16 and 6 since the start of stage 4. And they have good side on Berlin. Should we even make it to game 4? Like, this is all right now falling into the favor of New York. Yes, that S&D falls into the favor of OpTic, but even the control, like, New York is 8th in round win percentage in this stage. We're on the side of OpTic Texas, they're 11th in round win percentage. They're last in the league when it comes to average ticks. So the New York Subliners, they just have to take the hard points. I mean, they're 6-1. Again, since the start of stage 4, OpTic is 1-2 and take advantage of OpTic control woes. Again, we just talked about it. OpTic is 11th in round win percentage, last in average ticks. There's only 8 teams at chance right now. That means teams that aren't even here, OpTic has done worse. And this is a team that was the best in control for a majority of the season. So if you're an OpTic Texas fan, if you're the Green Wall, you better be cheering your heart out, because they are going to need that momentum in this series.
And look, those game fuel keys to victory are great, but I think momentum is like the perfect thing for New York. Like, that's what I would say is strike fast and like literally right from the jump, try to bury him, because you have been given a gift of these guys. Like, you know, they're going to bounce back. We know they're a resilient team. They got a couple rings on the squad as well, but that performance from yesterday is going to be in the back of your mind, and if
100%.
you can just make sure you apply that pressure from the jump, let that fester in and cause problems.
Oh, it's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a spicy one indeed. Scump versus Crim, the GOAT versus the King. Who's headed home? Oh my goodness. Tell you what, 10 years of COD esports history is just flowing through my body right now. But let's go ahead and talk about our picks for this game. Any takers? Any takers here?
Dude, this is like the hardest match to predict, I swear.
Gosh,
like, seeing the maps makes me want to go New York, but, you know, in these type of situations, in these type of matches, Crim versus Scump, I think you throw stats out of the window. This is where big-time players make big-time plays. I think OpTic Texas takes it, man. They're going to bounce back. Shotzzy's going to perform. I think Scump's going to turn up in this series. We saw the retirement video. He doesn't want to go out like that. He's not trying to go out like that, so Scump's going to come in here and dominate.
All right, aLLeY.
I'm going to go with the New York Subliners. I just think they have the edge in the series statistically and with the run that they've been making. I'm sorry, Green Wall, but hey, like I said, y'all better be cheering your hearts out.
And I would say if not for like the series yesterday that OpTic had, I would have been confident to pick them against the Subliners. Yep. Now I'm a lot more stressed for them, but I still think they have enough to get it done. I think you had like one bad series out of iLLeY to make it stats bad. I trust that world champion to be able to bounce back, and I think OpTic have what it takes.
Okay, well. You've left me all with a very interesting prediction. Now it's time for my Zenny talent picks, and I have got two lovely little cases to choose from. Look at this. We got OpTic Texas on this side. We got New York on this side. Crowd, you want to help me out a little bit? Whenever I raise one, let me know how you guys are feeling. So let's start off with New York Subliners. Okay, all right.
Decent.
All right.
OpTic Texas.
Clear cut.
I feel like I have a decision that I have to make here, and we are sporting the OpTic shades. You know it. You know the deal. You know the deal. I mean, the name is literally in it itself. Oh.
You look good, Lando. I've never seen you wear
Really?
glasses.
You think so?
Yeah.
You look great.
I feel like I can see you guys a lot better now. Hey, you look like you were super far away. But I'll tell you what, folks. That's going to do it for us. I'm going to put these actually in my jacket pocket and keep these moving in for the rest of the day. But that's going to do it from us here at the desk. Blaze, take it away and introduce our teams, buddy.
Thank you so much, Lando. Los Angeles, y'all ready for another elimination matchup? It's a battle of legacy on the stage. And the first team coming out, decked out in yellow and black, ready to stomp out the competition. Guess what? Your Subliners are here.
When we go, Dashy coming through with the pistol. That's going to be nearly the first. Pulls off the pistol and gets it done. Afro.
Ha-ha, I got y'all. Ladies and gentlemen, make it up for OpTic Texas. Give it up for Dashy, iLLeY, Shotzzy, and Scump, OpTic Texas.
They've been to the highest highs and the lowest lows. They started the season with a win in their home state, but now it's COD champs. These guys are pissed. They got smoked yesterday 3-0, but they know that they can beat anybody left in the tournament. They got a big opponent in front of them. Let's bring them out, Blaze.
They got a big opponent indeed, and coming to the stage next from New York, here comes the Subliners.
Too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar. I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids, and for their kids, it's kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
Los Angeles, give it up for the New York Subliners. We got Paulehx, Hydra, Kismet, and Crimsix, the New York Subliners.
And there you see the New York 4. Okay, we're already firing out some shots. Cinderella has arrived at the ball, and now it is time to perform. The storylines have been on them. The spotlight has been on them, and we need this roster to be complete. At times, we've seen a few of the players not arrive to the occasion. It cannot be now. Blaze, let's get this bad boy started.
Lando shots have been fired, and first blood has probably already been struck. But now it's time to go along this journey. Merc, Maven, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Yes! This is going to be a treat, a real blast. I mean, just Crim, Scump alone and the history of these two players, that's enough. The venue, the crowd, everything that goes into it, the wild weekend that we've had, I'm ready to get nasty.
Well, Paul might be the new public enemy number 1. I don't. This guy's throwing shots out early. Yeah, I mean, for OpTic, it's can you bounce back? New York, you try to keep this going. We talked about it at the end of the show yesterday. You win this match like Seattle did, you can play up to 3 matches today to end up in the final of champs. This is where you get that momentum going. Absolutely. Both of these teams looking to find it. And yeah, man, you know, we saw the map set. I thought it was pretty interesting. You know, Berlin hardpoint popping up. New York not going to play them on Bojaj. You know, you're going to have that good side. And this is where OpTic's map pool, I think, is going to be tested a bit.
100%. I mean, if you look at the hardpoints, it's looking great for NYSL. Is it just as simple as, we talk about a lot of the teams and the holes they kind of need to fill? Is it that map 3? Are your eyes all over the control for OpTic?
I mean, it's a big point because they've lost it twice already here. But I guess with that in mind, you've lost it in 2 different ways. The first way, that round 5 ultra clutch is up. You probably learned from that. And then yesterday, I mean, it's like, what do we do differently? Is it just the slaying? The fact is, they got played by LADs.
Yeah, that went 5 rounds, but that was not.
No, it was not. There was a couple of offenses as well that LADs could have won, but it's just touching this map number 1. I think this is important for OpTic because I feel like sometimes you start on a Gavutu or, I don't know, the maps where you cannot get Shotzzy and Dashy involved. You can on this Tuscan hardpoint right away. You're looking at your superstars to get hot. But for NYSL, this has been one of their go-tos since this team has formed, since the start of Stage 4. They're looking a lot better on it than OpTic.
100% crowd, here we go, ready to get started. What a beautiful and magical day it is. Give me some long ones, some game 5s. Who is going to make that song and dance all the way to Sunday? We are locked and loaded and into map 1, Tuscan Subliners. OpTic. Away we go. The chants are going to start early for this OpTic team. You know the crowd is going to be there. So kind of like Chance said on the desk, hit him early if you're Subliners. Try to silence the crowd, get him on the back foot.
Well, put the pressure on him, but Scump already off to a great start. He's got 3, him versus Hydra. Hydra's going to win that one. But all the time, going the way of OpTic. Going through the middle of the map, Shotzzy out spawn, able to win one. Here comes the pressure though. 2 players alive for New York. The nade's starting to come in. If that nade hits Shotzzy, might be able to take him down, but it's the king. It's Scump, 4-1 start. A lot of time on the board, but you start good side. You can already see Hydra, the bottom of your screen. He's gonna have Shotzzy. This is, no, not gonna, okay. He read it. I mean, that was such a good read over at P5. But New York now, you gotta strike back at P2.
Yeah, I thought he had that with a check by getting with the camera. It was just such a slow peak. Hydra still able to take it. Crim rallying through on the kill feed. Now, we focus on our second hard point. It's all OpTic early, but it's Subliners now on the point, trying to bring this back in the overall scoreline. Nice shots there from Crim. That'll be 3 in a row for him. Just trying to get these cutoffs as the push comes in from the north side. That north side, they try to develop that. Shotzzy gets shut down as he looks for the opening on the pinch. So far, so good for NYSL.
Yeah, I mean, all of the pushes through P5 just got shut down, right? That's what the OpTic was trying to set up. but so far they have had no pressure. I think you had one nade from Scump on Paul that really slowed things down. Here we go, finally a push. It looks like iLLeY was able to leak on through him and Shotzzy. A 1-8 start. You need these two to play better. Is Paul gonna find the time? And I mean, can't ask for much better on the New York side. Over at P2, a response right away.
Well, let's see if Crim can keep this rolling. 4 in a row as it stands. Getting ready for the push. They got Scump that's gonna be the one setting it up. Just looking for the angle is Crim. Sees the tactical come through, keeps on shooting. That'll be number 5, out to 6 and 2. So lovely start from Crim, but it's OpTic at the point. Now a lead changes. They'll get ready to go out front. And as you try to burst forward, it's iLLeY making the plays around Fountain. iLLeY with the pistol. Pop, pop. That'll be 3.
Yeah, and Scump's gonna repitch this now. He's gonna go top broken. They have them in a great position. It's Scump able to find a couple of more. 8 and 5 looking for number 3. Hello, sir. But Hydra is snapping, but the team on OpTic, a nice rotation over to P3. The first couple of pushes getting shut down as Shotzzy roaming the middle of the map, and this is what you wanted to see. I talked about iLLeY and Shotzzy both go on some big sprees and get going.
Yeah, Shotzzy, maybe you're thinking he's gonna wrap back, help fight for that scrap time, but you know, just go ahead and rotate, get them into their spots, try to get set up, because that was a magnificent hold. You lose the final 15 to 20, but otherwise, just terrific stuff. And this is the guy you need to get going, and he is getting hot. There, the gunny on full display is iLLeY. Gets his 8th. Just backs Crim up for now. Just kind of throws the dead day just to keep him at bay, waiting for the peak. And iLLeY now MP40 in hand, continuing to hunt. Not going to find anything for now, but it's early rotation, early control yet again for OpTic, looking good.
Yeah, and I think as Tuscan has developed, P4 and P5 has become an area where, I mean, teams are just finding so many points. Kismet was able to sneak through on the hill, but Shotzzy with 2, and now you're spun out towards the middle of the map. Where is the push going to come from? Now a 30-point lead for OpTic. He has the read. He's starting to roam. We always talk about it on Tuscan. That's sort of roaming slayer. Shotzzy doing that. The trades, though. Paul's going to come on through, and he's going to try to find the rest of this scrap time. You can see, though, what's the decision? Are we going to go P5 or are we going to push through? Scump wants to go one more time, but the other 3, they're going to rotate on over.
I mean, for the most part, it's been the same thing. He's passed a couple hard points, right? Like first 35 to 40 or so to OpTic. Gets a little bit messy. Scrap time to NYSL, but a reason you're looking at an 18-point advantage right now if you are OpTic. But this time, they're going to have to find the opening. You've got Scump trying to find it. He's pushing forward to that left side of P5. Now the collapse is going to come in. 3 players starting to work in. Paulehx able to shut down the first. Shotzzy still here and fighting. They'll push out and drop Scump. 3 through on the feed for Texas. But Crim able to take it, but finally the trade is there. Shotzzy is back off spawn and into the action.
Yeah, you're just waiting for those nades to land. Shotzzy still with the stun in his hand if he wants to toss it out. Not going to. Well, I think some team fire comes in as iLLeY. I mean, he is just pre-firing. Of course he is. Locking down Fountain is Scump. He's got a big one-on-one. He's going to give that comm to his team. Now with 20 seconds left, Kismet, I think, is already thinking about rotation. That's going to be the call. So, I mean, this is great for OpTic. Maybe you send one more player at this with Paul, but you're relying on a big P1 hold here for the New York Subliners.
Well, so far, you've been more efficient in your rotations if you're OpTic. You've been more efficient when you've needed your breaks. They've come a bit earlier in the hard point.
Here, this is huge, by the way. A couple come in, but Hydra trying to do his thing. He has been so consistent for this team. Kismet's going to take him down, but that's going to be 3 dead for OpTic. 1 player alive, though, is iLLeY. That's going to allow the pressure to continue for OpTic, and they're right in this hill. You had a huge investment on rotation from New York, but it does not pay off.
This is a massive moment now for OpTic. They can really start to build this lead. Let's get to a listen in with OpTic Texas.
Church in their side. You guys play for that. Alright, there's Doodle. Make sure you have Paul's out. Afro. Yo, okay, what's pushing through kids? He's already out. Wrap up. I have Octane, guys. I have Octane. I can tell. Someone get you. Nice shit. I have Octane. Oh yeah, sell Octane. I top radio. I didn't need a top. I top radio. Hold your own wrap.
Right back into it. Next hard point about the pop. 18-point advantage for OpTic. They continue to hold this marginal lead. Shotzzy, nice shot, 6 HP, gets the help of the kill through for Scump. And just trying to finesse with the nade, able to hit. That's Kismet, that'll rally for 2. Hydra there with the 3rd. NYSL are going to get in, they're going to get set up, and they're going to look for a lead change of their own, and Hydra, with a nice little slide cancel and movement around the edge, just burns him.
Yeah, I mean, just a nice break behind the nades of NYSL onto this P2 hill. Last time through, it was all New York on this one. In New York, I mean, OpTic, to be honest with you, they are outplaying them on Tuscan, but it's those scrap times, the last 20, 25 seconds, that they are winning those battles. That's why this game is so close. But there you see Scump and Shotzzy, they're going to find the final 20 seconds. They're going to try to push on through. You see Hydra spawns out across the map. You have 3 OpTic members. It's a great job at Paul all the way in the back. And now iLLeY by himself trying to do what he can. He's got to wait for the reinforcements. Hydra right now in these key moments just winning some big gunfights.
Yeah, you're spawning out real deep now with your OpTic, and you're trying to rally across the map. It just feels like no matter who plays on Tuscan, we're likely going down to a final hard point. No one able to find any significant separation. But iLLeY, he is leading the way at 22 and 16 for the side of Texas, but it's Hydra, Kismet, Paul, all through on the feet and just shutting this down for now, doing such a terrific job around the point. Reminds you of the first time Texas had the hold.
Yeah, I mean, if you're an OpTic fan, you're getting, what, sleep out of your eye, and you're looking at that scoreboard like Dashy 9 and 17, it's not used to that. Their MVP candidate really struggling here. New York with the lead change. A beautiful hold here. Now the nades finally getting to net. A breakthrough Ivy against Scump, Shotzzy.
There we go.
They have been so key, and there's that final 20 seconds going their way. Now over to Church. Hydra's gonna find one, but iLLeY's taking the long round. He's a little bit late. I felt like maybe there was an idea. Someone could have took this route, but iLLeY already behind enemy lines.
Just feels like who's going to get that scrap time to the final time.
This could be big. This could be big, but because iLLeY leaks through, they have no idea that Hydra's in this position. It's on iLLeY right now. Trying to make a play. Snaps on it 2. Doesn't find the 3rd, but I think he makes it messy enough, you would hope. If the trades will come through, at least you have some good spawns.
I think that's one of those plays where like Hydra get 2. I mean, that's the difference there. He's now on 6 in a row. By the way, a chance for 7, but maybe Dashy starting to come alive. It's now all going to be on to Kismet. No multi-kill this time through. They're able to get in. They're looking to go back out in front. Just about to eclipse that 200-point mark, and that was a triple for Dashy. You love to see that. You called out the slow start. They need him down the stretch. Now Crim and crew, their turn for the opening. Crim is connecting. There's 3.
All right. We had this last time through. Scrap time getting the other way of NYSL on the rotation. iLLeY's going to lead the charge. Stepping up big time here on Saturday at Champs. Trying to play for top 4. 27 kills, 2 minutes in the hill. Amanda's doing it all. It's going to be OpTic early on. The opener from Scump and iLLeY. It's going to allow them, you know, to deal with these nades, deal with some pressure, but Hydra is there. And Hydra, at times, he's finding those multi-kills, which is allowing the Subliners to get into the hill. But Dashy, Shotzzy locking it in.
The crowd starting to roar. As Shotzzy continues to pop off. Now Scump's turn, not able to snap back, but you're getting close to a victory here in the map 1. 30 on the hard point, 20 needed for OpTic Texas. Now they look to hold. iLLeY tucked away in a corner, at least able to drop 1. Now what can the player's second story do? Scump is there, Shotzzy around the edge, shooting for an ankle, but it's a team kill. It's Dashy, it's gonna shoot him in the back. Now to Hydra we go! The pre-fire there, able to help Paulehx.
Here we
10
go.
left, nobody gonna win it here, and what do you know? Another P5 to P1 rotation, and Shotzzy, who was rotated early, he's gonna get picked right away.
Yeah, I mean,
Paulehx is going huge.
You will have time, though, for the players off spawn to help out OpTic. The flank from Crim will be able to find 1, but that's enough for New York. Now 20 seconds away. Scump's got to wait for his teammates. Watch number 7. Shotzzy's
There's one behind him.
Bad timing for Shotzzy, but the nades do connect. Everything slows down here for a bit. It's like the start of a search round.
Who's going to be the hero? Who's going to be the king? Scump with 3 in a row. Dashy trying to line him up. 240 now on the board for Texas. Scump just looking for the angle yet again. It's actually going to be the stun that's going to connect for Shotzzy. He gets a multi-kill. Scump around the edge. He actually gets 1, but the team kill comes in. But OpTic Texas are in with the win. How many times are we going to see that this weekend? Who cares? I love it. Over and over again. These key fights on P1 decides everything. It's like, delete the rest of the map. Who cares? Let's just get to that.
so back and forth early on throughout that map. New York, they kept it close, and I thought with that P5 break, the rotation, they had it early on, but it's Scump. Scump goes huge, 34 kills, almost 4,000 damage, leading the way. iLLeY, another one, and what I liked from OpTic, you saw it around P5 and P4, iLLeY was actually pulling out a third sub. He was pulling out a third MP40, helping with the pressure on the map, and I think that helped them so much in those moments.
I think I saw a little bit of the Dashy needs help type mentality. Well, he got there. I mean, he started out so slow.
I mean, look at the damage. His damage is there, but not by the kills.
It was. Like, the rest of the team absolutely stepped it up, and I think you kind of nailed it. I thought when Paul got the first pick and then got the second, I'm like, okay, this is that opening, but it's almost like it was like a little too early, right? Like, there was still that moment for OpTic to regroup and get to the point.
Yeah, this just early on was just sort of the back and forth that we saw from these teams fighting for the scrap time. And I think for OpTic, I mean, just a huge map #1 to get things going. We know deeper in the series, right, that Berlin hardpoint, they don't play it that often, but can you maybe get this done in 3? We're gonna go to a Tuscan Search and Destroy where they have been undefeated, perfect since the start of stage 4. But here, just towards that end, I mean, yeah, you see iLLeY in that position. And then on this rotation, Paul goes huge with 2 kills. But then it was Scump. Scump with a couple of kills. Him and Shotzzy just get messy. Give them the numbers.
It's so different when you think of like OpTic teams in the past. It used to be like, they have to win the map 1 because, you know, those past teams were very good in search, right? It's like that map 1 was everything for them. They need to win it so badly. Now it's like if you win the map 1 with how good you've been at search, like, it's just gravy. You're feeling great about your chances continuing forward.
I would say, yeah, but the control,
yes.
Really, really tough.
It has.
You know, 2 and 9.
But it's got to be nice though when the search has been what it's been. You get that map 1 win, it just feels great.
Yeah, 100%. You know, sticky on Tuscan. I mean, I feel like this has been their bread and butter all year long. Always setting the tempo. What Shotzzy finding the routes, the way Dashy sets up on the map on Search and Destroy. New York, though, they kept it close to map #1, right? You had a night of preparation. How do you want to set this up? And I will say, got to give Hydra props because I think there were some moments where New York, I mean, they might have get blown out on that Tuscan if it wasn't some of the plays, the key gunfights that he was winning.
No, 100%. And that's what I'm looking forward to this search because I think, kind of like we were talking about with like FaZe yesterday, like they're really taking their time. They were allowing for like Simp to find those openings. Like that's where you'll see like a Shotzzy at times, right? Like wait, patient on offense. He finds these routes, find these openings where he has picked them apart. But this is kind of an S&D breakdown of where we've been since stage 4 began. Joe, take me through it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously pretty good for both teams. I mean, 11 and 5, again, 3 and 0 on Tuscan, which we are going to be sticking with. You know, NYSL 10 and 7, a lot of first bloods, but you can see the conversion rate, right? That first blood conversion rate, that's the key. When you're winning that first blood, when you're finding the first kill in the round, are you then taking it to a round victory? And that's where NYSL is struggling. So we'll see. If they find some first bloods, can they turn that into round wins?
Yeah, and we've seen teams really struggle with that at times, but it's like, I mean, there's a difference. There's the clean first blood where, you know, you've got 10 to 15 seconds left before the next kill comes in, you allow them to get a pick, or yeah, the instant trade comes through. But the fact is, they've been very efficient at it. You get that first blood, you get that kill on the board, you get the numbers, you play behind that. Don't give that up, and that's something we will keep an eye on for sure as we get ready to go. But Scump, man, he is deep into his career. He has been part of many legacies and many magical moments, and you know he is just trying to make another run. And first thing you said, basically, when we came on camera, like, you're going to get dirty today.
You get hot.
You're either going to get knocked out of this, or you are going to get hot. You got a chance to rip off 3 straight series, make it into Sunday, and what a story it would be. But I just love, you know, seeing Crim Scump on stage. What was it, Crimson? What is a king to a god?
What's king to a god? That was after an online match.
Yeah, a little different now.
Stage 4, a little different maps. I mean, New York didn't win that through the respawns, but there you can see it. I mean, this is through the season. It's a little bit different with New York. But look at that offensive win percentage for OpTic. They are just so darn good, the best in the league.
It's just the first bloods, whether they've been good at like double nading somebody out of a spot, Dashy finding a pick, or that patient game where it's a Scump or a Shotzzy finds that route, finds the opening. It's like you're just taking your time, getting information where everybody is on the map.
And they are fast. They are so fast, where a lot of the times when we see teams sort of stuck in their decisions, OpTic is going. We'll see if New York's ready for it.
Paulehx with Sniper out, and well, there's the speed. It's Shotzzy with that first blood. We just talked about how good they are converting. Can they do it again? You're going to need to get the trade here, trying to chase it down, but that is a lovely stun. There'll be no trade, and you give up that 4v3.
Yeah, but guess who finds sort of that matching kill that they needed in the round, just like what we saw. Oh my! Paul trying out for FaZe on the main stage. He's not going to find it, but there is the info. But Hydra makes this a winnable round. You saw it. As soon as Shotzzy finds the first blood, they're like, through P5 to B, we go.
I mean, that's going to be the biggest worry, right, if you're OpTic. It's just Hydra has been putting up double digits all the time in search to destroy. He has been the lurk master
I mean,
at
we
times.
saw it. Like, dude, he's just winning some gunfights that look inhuman. Like, he is so talented. We'll see as everything kind of slows down. It's a flame through P5. Crim, hello. He's going to maybe find the timing. They're the ones that push on through, and they find round number 1. OpTic just kind of slow it down. They just stop when they get radio control, trying to catch one on rotation. They almost had it a couple of seconds earlier. I think Crim dies, but as soon as they fly, it's the flame through P5.
That's an example of one of those where you get the first blood, you got a good chance. I mean, really, they are hunting together, to be fair. Like, the trade is there. That's just a great stun. That's a great stun from Hydra. I mean, it just stops Shotzzy dead in his tracks. Not able to keep the numbers on their side. But it is Hydra with 2 to start. Same can be said for Shotzzy on the OpTic side. Let's go get the bomb.
It's an important part of search.
Yeah, it is.
But sort of the nades over towards the A side, and well, Shotzzy, he's going to find another one right in the middle of the map. He's running that auto. This is kind of the default setup that we see on Tustin for the defense. 1 player top church. Then watching this cross is going to be Scump. He's got 2 players to deal with. Can he find one at least? Uh-oh. Can he find it? He can. He regains. He's finessing around. I thought Paul was going to be there for the trade, but now Dashy's looking over him. There was a chance there for New York to even up the numbers, but Scump plays his life.
Yeah, I thought he was going to get shot in the back for sure before he got there. It seemed like an eternity to get the kill. I know it was like 2 seconds, but it felt like ages. Now old Daddy Crim. Set up top broken. Just a prayer and a dream. 30 seconds left to go. Bomb down in a very precarious position, and good luck.
Yeah, just not a lot of time to work with. Pre-fire behind
to bait it out.
Dashy, he's ready for it. That time, first blood turns into a round win for OpTic. And that's just on Shotzzy, just very active around that fountain area, similar to what we saw in round number 1.
Yeah, let's keep a tally on that too, because well, it's back-to-back, 2 first bloods for him, and I mean, he's had some where he accounts for like 6 of their 8. Like, he just
especially on this
over
map. Honestly, that's why they are just so effective. Feels like what he's able to do. It's similar to, you know, Simp on FaZe, right? They're so good in that position around the middle of the map.
Yeah, no, it's unbelievable. It's like, what did I compare it to? Like Queen's Gambit? That's, if you watch that show, like how she's just like visualizing the chessboard. It's like they just visualize the map. They know where that opening is. And they're able to find it.
Both sides with nades in their hands. Who's going to dodge them? I think they pull up past Shotzzy, and now the trades. I thought they were going to come in from Kismet, but iLLeY finds 2 in the round. It was a 3-stack by A. It's all 3. Down to Paul, and Dashy guns him.
I mean, that's back-to-back rounds that are real clean. They do it on defense. They do it on offense. And they're not losing anybody.
Honestly, I mean, it's a good hard counter. You have 3 players there. The nades just missed. And like the gunfights just.
You saw on X-ray like all the nades getting cooked. I'm like, all right, someone's getting blown to smithereens. And then next thing I know, iLLeY just laces
They just missed him. They just missed him. They didn't cook it for like a half second longer.
I mean, yeah, you throw great nades there. I know it's easier said than done, but you might get 2. Okay, well, they're able to do it this time.
That's across the map, too. Scump with the info on the cross. The stun's going to hit. He needs help now. The help's going to be from Dashy top church. Did he find a kill? He does find one. That was not an easy shot.
No.
Has to snap onto him while stunned. 2v3.
Paulehx. Keeping him with the numbers, and there we go. New York, they're able to answer back, get a big round, and I think that's just a huge one in the sense of, like, you just got smoked 2 rounds, you didn't get a single kill. You needed a round victory. Not that, like, 3-1's any insurmountable lead, but bring it back. It was getting out of hand.
And those nades were from roof side, right? All the way over towards P1. That's where iLLeY's set up. So then, like, as soon as he dies, maybe they're thinking it's an A hit or a mid-map hit. It's not. It's right through B. They're able to catch Scump out. Just very quick round from New York.
Once again, it's early pressure right towards A. They had 3 here. Stunned and just trying to get away. Dashy's repositioned towards that broken window. The one lurking on the far side will be Scump. Usually just kind of lurking B side of the map, looking for an opening.
And this is what we saw in round 11 last night, right? Just sort of, you have all the pressure is on the Church players to watch the A cross. They're basically giving up the A plant, or they're going to work something else on the other side of the map, and that's going to be the call. So now you're looking at Scump again. It feels like he's always on this side of the map, and he hears that. He's hearing that. He's going to give that info, you would assume, over to his teammates. They know there's multiple players around Fountain, bomb being planted. We're into a 4v4. First gunfight.
Yeah, it's like, how quick do they deal with Scump here? Are they just going to leave him and go? Oh, they're not going to leave him. Catches one, mantling over and able to get away.
Chased.
Oh, just by the hair on his chin. Just trying to get that health back. Ready to dance again. Scump's chasing, trying to hunt. Now Hydra's able to wrap out, but back Dilly they go. They win the fights on the other side. The Finesse King. Scump stays up. It's just such a distraction on the opposite side of the map.
Just a very slow start to that offense. What info do you get? Where is the defense set up? As it's playing out, the players over towards Ruin side, they're starting to see, all right, there's not a lot of pressure towards A. The bomb is to be planted, so what does that mean? We really have to watch the flank in the middle of the map so we can get this bomb down. That's a good job by Dashy and Scump. A little 1-2 work.
You've always said about Scump, like, I mean, he might not have the movement of Shotzzy, but there's one guy that valued his life over his career. he will play the hell out of his life. He did a great job there.
It's movement.
There we go.
I take it back. Do you see that? I take it back. I'm sorry. He's looking 18. Got the vertical.
4v3. Scump gets him rolling early.
Hit that first blood. Shotzzy's just kind of going.
He's gone 4 HP. Farewell.
I think he moves faster somehow. I don't know.
I don't get it. Yeah, 10% speed boost for just being Shotzzy, whatever it is.
Right, they're kind of locked in now, but it's on Scump.
Hello, welcome to my web. Oh, once again. This time he chows though, and he will drop. But the damage has been done. He's gotten 2 in the round. They have a 3-on-2. Now, can they close it out? Can Paul hit a shot with a snipe to bring it back?
You know, finding one though does kind of open up the map. You can see where Dashy has to reposition. Right, iLLeY and Shotzzy kind of taking care of the A bomb side now through the middle of the map. That's not denied the A plant. Shotzzy's position, but he gets spotted. He's gonna win the gunfight in that position. Where is the trade from Paul? Nowhere to be found.
Yeah, he gets to that heady. It's like, see ya. See ya.
Well, this is why we talked about the importance of that first map, winning it. But there's Scump just clean right through the map, hits the fountain jump. Hydra not ready for it.
Oh, looking like an Olympic athlete. I take it back.
Probably could have been one.
Moving, gunny on point.
Gotta start working out for 3 days.
Yeah, he is one of those guys, exactly. Yeah, he literally does sit-ups for 3 days to a 6-pack. All right, Scump pulled in. Seth Abner, you freak of nature. The crowd's starting to roar. They're up 1-0 in the series, up 2 rounds in the map too. Can they get the big 2-0 edge?
Well, you saw that start from New York. There was a triple nade, I think top broken, but they avoided it. Bomb going down very quickly. Now it's another retake. This time, not through P5. It's going to be all the way through Ruin side. A nice stun's going to slow things down, but this might hurt Shotzzy. He's got to play his life. There's the info. You see the setup from OpTic. They're ready for something middle of the map or the flank, but it's not through that. It's on Shotzzy right now. He's buying time, and that is all he has to do. Now the backup is in. Dashy with first blood, 20 seconds, New York. They have to go, but they're finding nothing.
Just getting shut down. They try to chase Shotzzy, and they run into the blender as they are slaughtered around the objective. Another incredibly clean round from OpTic. I think you said this has been their bread and butter. They're spreading the butter all over the place right now, Joe. I don't know what that means, but that's what they're doing.
Just nice adjustments from OpTic on both sides, showing aggression on defense, playing passive. Even on that offense, just going right towards A, dodging nades. You saw what New York was doing, trying to find that first blood. Doesn't happen. And these have been clean. it's multiple times now where you've just had nobody dying on the side of OpTic.
It feels like half their, like 3 of the round wins at least, I feel like. And now the big stick out for Big Brucey. That's 5 in a row. Crim doing his best to bring it back. Not going to happen there. All on Paul. Started off with flipping him the bird. Might be getting put to rest here.
Yeah,
in the map too.
They're clipping the wings, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Paul's got a 1-on-3 now to try to extend this map number 2.
Let's see you fly now. 1v3. Shotzzy lying in wait, and that'll seal the map 2.
They're not even getting up. They're like, I don't want to.
No, that was just,
let's get to map 3.
That was just clean.
Do we have to take a break?
Yeah, right.
Let's go.
We are locked in. I mean, that was, I don't want to say like the most dominant search on the year, but I mean, as far as within this weekend, I mean, that's one of the cleaner that we have seen. It's just not that often where you're winning around without losing a player. And they did like half of them. It was very, very, very dominant. We'll take a look at the stats. You can see across the first bloods. I mean, that kind of tells the story there. You've got, what, 7 on the side of OpTic, 1 on the side of Subliners. Yeah, it was the first 2 were for Shotzzy, and then, yes, I mean, everybody got involved, whether it was Dashy with the snipe, whether it was iLLeY winning with the auto at range. Everything just seems to be working.
That's what they've done on that map. They really have. It's felt like since day 1, the first event, the first major, it's felt like they just had a great idea of how they wanted to play it. They are still showing that at the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, the search has been great. It's like, can they get in a groove now in a losers group? It makes me think of, I mean, it's a little bit different, but like your champs run back with Envy, right? Like you had to go through losers for a long run. And it was really the search that was, I mean, Nameless, as much as I love to roast him, he was a monster at that event in Search and Destroy. And it probably felt like everything was just sort of working, right? Everything clicking.
Yeah, it was stressful. I mean, listen, these days are long and stressful. We've already seen, you know, the craziness of map 5 round 11s. They would probably love to start off with a 3-0. The question, the storyline, 2-9 in control since the start of stage 4. Our best control team all year, except for the last couple of months.
Do you feel, before we head to break, like this is one of those things where like if OpTic are gonna have a chance to win this event, like you need to see something in control right here?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Their control's got to be better with what we know for major winners. That's what they dominate. And I just think looking at this map set, you know what map 4 is. It's a Berlin hardpoint that has not been good for you. Shut it down here.
Or it smells, map 5 is kind of what it feels like,
yeah,
right?
It smells like that. I mean, it smells good, but also scary.
Yeah, it certainly does. But we are 2 maps in. What a terrific day we've got started here for day 3. OpTic up 2-0, dominant in that map 2. Tuscan Hardpoint, what do you know? It goes the distance to a P1, but the adventure continues on. Join us on this roller coaster of emotions all weekend long. We have Control coming up next. Do not go anywhere.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Here we go. Let's get back to work. OpTic looking to close this out in control. It has been, I mean, from great to okay to it's kind of how it's gone so far. But can you fire back? Can you close it out? Because I mean, I think we both have concerns around the map 4 when you go to Berlin. We know how many map 5s there have been. Shut it down now. They want to stay in their seats. They were ready to just keep rolling.
Yeah, Rambo's just looking for a fist bump, and he wasn't getting one. He's like, hello, guys.
Sorry, Mr. Professor, sir, we are locked.
Yeah, I mean, that's just what was going on. But yeah,
Later,
I mean,
father.
The big problem has just been, kind of map pool. Berlin hardpoint, Berlin control. They're not playing it, so, you're going to rely on these Gavutus, and that's been a thing all year long for them. It's been pretty solid, but we saw at this event, they lose 2 in a row in a couple of different fashions, where they're losing around 5 to Ultra. Yeah. And then LA Thieves just, I mean, I know it was around 5, but as we said, there was chances for them to win in 3 and 4, sure was.
Well, okay, I mean, obviously, iLLeY yesterday, I mean, he put out of the map, I think. I don't remember what the stat line was exactly, like 12 and 400 or something in that ballpark.
Right around there.
What does he need to change? What does the team change to maybe get him a little more involved in rolling?
I mean, I don't really know if there's anything, as much as, sometimes it's just not your day. It just wasn't that yesterday. You're just hoping to play a little bit better, whether it's timings or just the teamwork from LA Thieves was that much better. But you know what? Like I said, there's a couple of maps and matches you can look at now. You can fix your mistakes. You get on the same page. And sometimes at an event, that's what's important.
And with the way Thieves have been playing, it's just like, they're really doing a good job playing as a unit. I mean, it's been unbelievable. It's like when you're into a gunfight, you're usually shooting at 2 of them, and when you're not, you're shooting at some of the best players in one-on-one situations, like an Octane. You know how much he loves playing OpTic, but this is what we're talking about. And listen, I know we're beating a dead horse. You guys have seen this. We've talked about it so much, and it's not just keep pounding this topic with OpTic, but the fact is, as long as they continue on in this tournament, as long as there is a map 3 at play, which guess what, there always is going to be, got to hit it. Got to.
Yeah, I mean, if they didn't lose their last 2, we'd probably be off of
topic,
but they have. And obviously, you have different rosters, and Prelude coming in, it's been tough for them to get on the same page. But yeah, it's really been since that 3rd map was added. I mean, they were sort of the Tuscan King for a while.
Listen, enough about kind of the OpTic side about it then. Let's focus on the Subliners a little bit. We know what Crim has done historically. You've got some younger players around him, and what a crazy run it was to get to this point. I mean, they need Crim to power them through this. Just when you talk about a mentality standpoint, this is where we bring it back, boys, step by step. We know what we were able to do, right? We know we came from the depths to get here. Can we do it?
Yeah, I mean, they did it earlier this tournament. Looks like we're dealing with a little bit of an audio issue. Doesn't surprise me that's Crim. That's like the old complexity route when they were down 0-2.
My favorite?
They'd be freezing as much time as they could.
What was your favorite Crim issue? Was it the crooked stage?
Stage.
Was that the number one?
I mean, that was something.
I just remember I walked back in the back, and he's talking to aBeZy, and he's like, the stage is crooked. And they're bringing out protractors and.
Listen, dude, this is I know Ace is watching. This is like a day 1 Ace tactic.
Yeah.
To just stall. Audio issue. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Whatever you got going on, Pat, just cool him down. Maybe that's just reminded me of the old complexity.
It's like Tiger early in his career on the green and stuff. He was just always trying to slow
let me look at
stuff
this a little bit longer.
Exactly.
Put the pressure on.
Think about this putt a little bit more, buddy.
100%. But OpTic, I mean, you saw the walkout. I mean, they were just we're locked. They're just trying to get into that game. So hopefully just a couple of moments more, and we'll be into this map.
How much did that type of stuff happen? Because I think for the most part, I'm just a giant friendly man. I like to think usually when there's an issue, there actually is an issue. How much do you think that kind of mind game tactic stuff has come into over the years? Where it's just sort of a delay.
Was Pat's number one thing. He would always do that.
To die with Pat, though? It still happening a bit, you think?
I'm sure. That's his son on the stage. That's Crim, right? He knows.
Yeah.
Pat probably DM'd him. Hit him with the old school plan C.
Well, hopefully we'll get into this one quickly, and again, just resolving some kind of issue on the main stage. But this is the one, I think we all thought that New York was capable of making a run maybe to a final just based on Major 4 and you know how they battled against Thieves, and you thought it was there. OpTic, it was just this thing of like, is S&D going to stay great, and how's the response going to be? But this is a big one. I mean, this is huge. Close it out. Close it out.
And I will say, from what we saw, you know, from New York so far, like, you know, I think when they won, you know, the Pro-Am, and what we saw early on, or what we saw Major 4, they were looking ahead in the respawns. When even the qualifiers, when they beat OpTic in the qualifiers, they won 3-1 through respawns. Their respawns have not been that great, and they have not been a step ahead. It's been Thieves who have really, we've talked about. You know, you haven't been getting the same pull. It's been a lot about Hydra. It's just not like, you know, the Kismet that we saw at times. They have not gotten to that point yet.
Well, it feels like Thieves, you know, there was that big delay, obviously, before the first match with the servers went down and stuff, and I was like, kind of had a question mark over that first match. Like, I didn't know how it impacted it. But then, yes, last night, obviously, it's a rub, pain in the wound, but it's like, they look like that team again. Like, oh God, this is a team that can win the entire thing. You just haven't felt that way for New York yet?
Not yet. No, I think, you know, they've had some good clutch moments, but like, you know, when I watched Thieves, it was like, yeah, you can just tell the difference. And I think we saw that early when this team formed, but I haven't seen it again.
Well, it kind of feels like when a team makes a run at champs, it's like you need to have that ability to bury people and also have the clutch moments. It just can't all be clutch moments. I think you felt that on that. That did me run a little bit. Like, it was just like clutch after clutch after clutch after clutch, and you finally make it the whole way there, and it's like you're meeting complexity. It's like, I'm out of gas.
Well, the likely for them, right, if they could get to Sunday, have a day off, right?
That's true.
You know, we did not have that. I was dying in the final.
How many straight matches was that?
I don't know.
It was a ton.
It was a lot. It was a lot of game 5s.
Yeah, so many. But we're taking a look at iLLeY and Scump, and so far what they've done this series. And this is two that you really wanted to be big within this. I think iLLeY, especially just with how he's sort of been up and down since he's come back, you really wanted a terrific iLLeY. So far, you have gotten that.
Well, let's talk about map 1. I mean, you know, I think he's a star player. If you're Shotzzy or Dashy, feel like you're not playing the best, timings aren't going your way, and you're winning a map, like, you're like looking at those guys, like, you know, way to step up. That feels so good. Right? The pressure is off of you at times, allows you to get in your rhythm. Guess who stepped up in map number 2? It was Dashy and Shotzzy who led the way for them. So I just think that's big mentally. And again, I liked what I saw at iLLeY, just pulling out that third MP40, you know, putting the pressure on the map.
And guys, I know maybe get a little anxious inside at home. Trust me, Joe and I are just sitting here chatting forever because we want to. They're still resolving an issue. As soon as we can go, we're going to get into it. I've heard, I believe it should be good soon, but I do believe they're still working on something. I'm not sure exactly what the issue is. As soon as I have more information, we'll let you know, but we're headed to a quick break. As soon as we get back, we'll get ready to ramp up the map 3. People getting fired up, and again, we appreciate your patience here. I just got confirmation, at least from our production team, it is an audio issue with one of the players that they are still working through. As soon as we are good to go, we will. We're going to take a look at the Scump play of the game, though. Back to the map 1. It's a Tuscan. Obviously, it goes the whole way down to the wire. If you missed it, maybe at home, we're taking a look at it again.
Yeah, I mean, this was just Scump's big two-piece. I mean, they had a break. I think Nate comes in for the OpTic side, and the numbers are here. It's Shotzzy, it's Scump. They were the ones finding multiple kills to clutch out this game. New York, they were set up for it. Paul on rotation was able to find 2, get them in a position. But you see it, the boys getting fired up. It was iLLeY, it was Scump leading the way.
So now, I mean, you've obviously, I think it was very telling, the shot you saw when Rambo's going by for fist bumps and OpTic is so dialed in. You know, you're coming off a very, very dominant search and destroy. Yes, you always have a break between 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. There's a built-in break, but now it's been stretched out to the audio issue. Like, what are they talking about? Hey, there's Ray down there trying to keep them locked in.
Yeah, it's just your Vutu control, right? What did we talk about? What did we learn last night in the VODs, this morning? You know, how do we improve? The fact is this match was going to slow down anyways on your Vutu control, right? Yeah. You know, you're going to see a lot of autos playing your life in those positions, just sort of making sure communication is on point. Because I think yesterday there was just a couple of moments where some Thieves players sneak on through, get behind them, and that's when things get crazy.
I was going to ask you about New York, but I was just told of our director that New York was just playing rock, paper, scissors apparently during the break, so that's how they have stayed focused. All right. I don't know. That's how they're staying locked
Maybe they're
in.
like, who's paying for dinner or something?
I guess that's good, though. I mean, you're down 0-2, just trying to have some smiles here. Yeah, maybe who's paying for dinner? Who's going to pop off on the map? I mean, one of those two.
Who's running the fourth auto or the only MP40?
Yeah,
maybe Kismet and Hydra are playing for that. Like, do you want to run an auto? Should I?
Might be. It might be, but yeah, I've just been keeping it on the lobby. It's just been Crim who hasn't been able to join yet. And you can see he's got no headset on, talking through it with officials to get going. And whether this is old school complexity strats or, I'm guessing at this point there's actually some kind of issue that he is trying to get going. And you know, I know it might be frustrating for you guys watching. It can be for those at home, but the fact is,
yeah, you're playing us.
You're playing for millions of dollars. Like whatever the issue is, get it fixed. Get it. It just needs to be at 100. Like you don't want any kind of excuse.
Saw Crim sweating up there, dude. I know it's a little toasty in here. I can feel it start to pump up. Maybe he's just hoping things cool down.
Well, what he say in this
I don't want to repeat it.
I can't repeat any of it, but yeah, he's been a very sweaty boy. I have been too, so I can understand that from Crim. But
we've been working on that though. You know, you've walked some staircases. That's a big deal. You know,
I felt like an athlete going up those steps outside the hotel. I'm being honest with you. I can't feel my calves, but we're doing good. All right, listen, I unfortunately, in the bearer of bad news again, they're still working on the issue. We're going to another quick break. We're trying to get it locked and loaded, guys. I am sorry. We'll be right back.
It's Maven's fault.
Yeah.
As a wise man once said, nice. Yes, I'm not tripping. Oh, we won't be flipping.
Oh, Shakespeare, man. Welcome to your CDL commentary. Yo, can you hit me? Yes, sir. Can you hit me? Yes, sir. No! Yes.
This right here is this final, yo. This is where we have some fun.
Yeah.
Nah, Crim about to run down one of the aisles.
Crim about to be crowd surfing, bro.
Wait, I want a water. You say you want a water? Yeah.
I don't have water. I just realized that.
Yeah, I don't have anything.
Yeah, hand warmer. Only hand warmer. Yeah, I don't want to.
Anybody else need anything?
Can I get tape? Tape?
I'm trying to hear some crowd quiets, bro.
He's so at me.
Yeah, I also need water.
I have another request. You're gonna have to open that.
Look at this crowd, boys. Yo, take this in. Look at this crowd, bro.
Listen, some girl just said in the crowd, Trey, I love you.
Yeah?
I will find her after we win.
Who brought their mom to boo us, man? Like, I look in the front row and there's someone's mom booing me.
Tough.
Hey, you! Said that! Get him out! That guy! Get him out! Get him out!
Looks like Keen over the turn. That's where you go back a punch up there.
Trust in it, actually does.
Yeah, and then look, there's holes in the ceiling where the crawlers come down.
You don't. Imagine that, just turning into a zombies map mid-game.
Alright. Oh, that's sick. That's sick.
Who turned off the lights?
Oh, no, man.
Play like this. If we play like this, I'd actually be unkillable.
Oh, God.
I'd be unkillable with this. Is this for me?
Snake the kind of pizza here.
Oh, 100%. I'll be slithering.
Like, when you snake, just go.
Have you got your monitor on? Is it green like that?
How are we feeling?
I'm feeling good and I'm feeling cold.
Where's that blood from?
Crim7 has a Boston jersey on.
Yeah, he's my friend.
Or Crim7?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
No way your friends are Crimsix.
We
literally gave it to him.
Oh yeah.
There's no pressure, but like it's only on you.
It's all you.
Zero pressure, of course.
They call me the Super Soaker.
Last. Weak. Oh my god.
And he's pulling out all the spots. Oh no! The pressure is now on the subline as they are flying forward. You still have got Major in the back line, just in case. Sky! What a three! Vivid starting to push up the wide flank. Look at that number one on the minimap. Vivid might have the angle behind both players, and he does. There's Vivid with the opening! Now Vivid, give him all three! I'm ready. A minute 20 doesn't look like a ton, but we've only lost 12 seconds off of this as they have just started to cut them down. 6 lives left. It's a little stab. And a body shot. aBeZy making it look easy.
Dead step back, focus on the fundamentals.
Well, how much harder is it this year considering the title as well? Johnny, all right. Let's pause that point
Johnny
for a moment.
Tsunami.
Yes, Johnny.
Felix finds a second, and Kenny's left alone. Kenny, what are you doing?
Going up in the right moments here from the side of Thieves. They're 10 points away. Both teams can win it. Inside trying to flank behind. He's been taken down as well. The Thieves are running it up. All 4 members of Octane go down.
Did Kismet get anything done? He's going to go big. And he's pulling out all the spots. Oh, no! That is it. There is not a whole lot you can do.
No 1 versus 3 for Bant. He's alone. The green wall surrounds him. He finds the first. And Shotzzy not going to get it.
1v3 for Banks is on the cards. 46 HP, just about surviving. Dashy is chasing him down. Which way is it going to go as Banks just played this absolutely perfectly?
Benjamin Banks with a 1 versus 3.
To the back line. Nice bit of work from Hydra. On to the point we finally go, and it's attached. The lone man finding the kills is attached. Somehow stays alive. Gets another. Great bit of work out of Røkkr. That's the break.
And with all this pressure, all this setup, Crims.
Simp from third. Shots through the window. Pistol out, but Neptune, he'll get his first kill in this map too. 2 versus 3. Not a lot of time.
You still have aBeZy to deal with. I mean, the shots are going to come in. aBeZy does you take it down.
Yeah, look at where the other two are, though.
We've seen it happen before. It takes quite a miracle, but who knows? Still 15 seconds left. It's just if Neptune can get into a spot, you need Slasher to stay alive.
He's going.
They're going to find one. It's all on Neptune. It's all on Neptune. And he got it. I think he got it.
Oh, are you kidding?
Still players inside the point, but the flank is in, and the flank for 3. That would have been the Glide Bomb, couldn't connect. And fun enough, after all of that, you still have Paul in the hill.
Paul! He's hunting for it. He's hungry. The man seemingly doesn't miss. Oh, what the hell is going on?
Hey everybody, how's it going? I am Chance and I'm very lucky to be joined with Crimsix, 3-time world champion and obviously the GOAT of Call of Duty. Crim, how you doing, man?
Good, how are you?
So Crim, obviously you have attended every single Call of Duty champs. You are a veteran in the truest sense of the word. What is it like being a veteran in the CDL?
Right now I'm at the age of 29. My teammates, you know, I got one that is close to 10 years younger than me. And it's crazy to think about because, like, mentally speaking, I'm younger than all of them. So while they may have me beat in terms of physical age and mental age, they're not even close. I'm not a day over 13 years old mentally. That plays a part into why I've been able to play so long. I'm just here to have fun, you know? I'm here to win. If I'm not having fun, you know, I'm not gonna play as well. You know, when our team's playing well, we're, you know, doing our thing, and you know the momentum is in our favor. I would say that, you know, I'm probably one of the best teammates you can have because I'm just having a blast every single day.
Well, I think my next question, Crim, is obviously you guys have made quite a number of roster changes this year throughout the Vanguard season. How are your thoughts on the final one that you have arrived to, the one that actually got you to COD Champs?
This season, and even a little bit of last season, it's been hell. Like, I'm sitting here wondering how the hell am I in this position? Because not only did we manage to make champs, we managed to make champs with a good ass team. You know, like, from how the first half of the season went, I would have been like, if we make champs, our team probably won't even have potential to win it. It's crazy to me how quickly it turned around, and I gotta think, and I gotta, you know, just tell myself that you went through all that struggle for something at the end of it. I think that and it's not only just me that's been going through all this hardship, right? Everyone on my team has in their own different ways.
Well, Crim, if you've gone through hell, honestly, on more than one occasion, you're certainly a player that brings a very unique perspective to the scene. How do you look at this point in your career at just the difficulties of being a pro player?
You know, I was there from the beginning. So it's like, you know, I had to have above a 3.8 GPA in high school, middle school, everything, or else the power board's gone. At the end of the day, you got friends, you got sleep, you got gaming, and you got school, right? You're gonna have to get rid of 2 of them. But my dad always told me, every day for you right now is a weekend, right? That's not how I felt in the last 10 years. Every single day has been a weekday, a work day.
So with this look that you bring after the more than decade-long experience that you have of being a professional Call of Duty player, at this point, just like, what's your outlook on your future?
I'm looking forward to the sunset. As long, whatever the job is, I just want to see something that I haven't been able to see in the last 13 years. You know, be able to have at least some freedom.
Well, Crim, myself and everybody else, we always enjoy a good old Crimsix interview. Always a fun experience. And as is standard, we'll let you sign off any way you like. Are there any shout-outs you'd like to give to the fans?
All right, guys. Thank you guys so much for supporting me throughout all the years. You know, from going from vaulting parking meters, stupid YouTube intros, saying dumb on Twitter. I like to do that. I do that pretty often. But I just want to say thank you guys for being there for me. All the fans, love you guys. See you at Champs.
You just have some more time.
Any questions before we get started?
Is this really gonna sell glasses?
Hopefully, but if not, we know how to blame.
Take one, Mark.
Do you have trouble gripping your controller? Do you wilt when faced with stiff competition? Well then, what you need is a stroke of good luck, because anyone, anywhere can experience performance anxiety. And there's no shame in that. Side effects of blocks by Zenny include reduced eye strain, blue light protection, styles that fit you, accusations of smurfing, trash talking, increased awareness, and the spontaneous fainting of those around you. Zenny, making life harder for your competition.
Wow, it's not as hard as it looks.
Hi, Austin/Røkkr here with Zenny Eyewear. Here's a pair of LA Guerrillas Zenny frames. Pretty nice, huh? Well, let's see how they fix this leaking bucket.
No way!
Now, how about removing this coffee stain? Now more absorbent than ever. But wait, there's more.
No way!
Wow, I can't even see it.
You can't see it because it's blue!
If you or a loved one has stayed up for endless nights of gaming and now suffer from irreparable blue light damage, you may be owed major financial compensation. Do you see what I see? Probably not, since you have serious blue light damage. Put on a pair of Zennies and all you'll see are dollar signs. On-the-job injuries are just as serious for gamers as anyone else. Call 1-800-HOOKS-WHO. Who can connect you with Zenny? Hook. That's who.
Oh
Bro, you see those acting skills? I could really do this.
Please don't. That was trash.
Hey, come on. That one was good. You gotta give me that one.
FaZe 5 and 3 start off spawn. Here comes OpTic.
And not that aBeZy has been back to form where he is the #1 sub in the game without question when you talk about the entry capability, but he has been better in moments this weekend, right?
Yeah, 100%. And when you look at the head-to-head, 0-5 versus OpTic. I mean, last year.
Exactly tied, right? 48-48 as we get ready for this P4, and iLLeY snap-a-doodle-doo. I thought it might be 3, but runs out of ammo, hit down to 4 HP. Able to stay up and finesse, will take down another. They continue to line up his cell with the protection of the fence. Just able to get away. Bide his time for a moment. Shotzzy's winning them on the other side of it. iLLeY and Shotzzy. It takes 2 to tango, and tango they are. And Shotzzy finally finishes it. Flurry of multi-kills from Cell and Shotzzy, the superstars of these teams. Now aBeZy's turn, up to bat, not able to... Oh, yeah, he caught him with the slide 100%. Contested in the hill for now, but look at the kill feed. It's a flurry through for Atlanta FaZe. iLLeY going to be the lone man left, and he will get dropped. Now take a look at the white arrows as they spawn out. They're starting to collapse around the point, but up on the balcony, it will be Cellium. Right back to his reign of terror.
It's Arcitys and Simp trying to work the back tanks. aBeZy's going to spawn on his teammate. So it's a bit of a pinch here with Cellium through the front door. That's what's going to happen. Shotzzy, he's got to react. He does.
I'm turning, killing her.
Yo, no, back door. Back window, he's in the house. House, 3.
Not listening to small talk there from Shotzzy, just making sure we need those spawns. They have to come in. The problem, though, there was only one more player. Shotzzy, that's big scrap time, going to get them off.
Just tucked away in the corner for now, relying on the teammates to find the kills around the point. They're doing just that, but pushing through. It'll be Scump. It's able to clear them out for a moment, but somebody to reinforce that objective again. You want every second here. 10 seconds
already. They need so much time.
Massive time. It's a 5 spree for Arcitys before he drops as he's going big in the closing moments. They've got it locked down. It's a spawn out for Texas and FaZe. They'll hit first.
He might get caught as well. He might get caught off guard. He does.
Shotzzy, the Reaper, just set up, hunting for more. Shark playing with his food. There's a third. Ace. Can he find Simp now for the ace as he dominates and takes over this round? 1v3 for Simp. Maybe an ace for him if he can somehow pull this off, but 30 seconds now to go. Slipping and sliding around, looking for the opening. Shotzzy not the one in the position to find the kill as of now. Or is he? There's the ace in round 1. Scump like, howdy doody. Oh, fortunately being held. Cellium's got the angle. Dashy's got the gunfight, though, on the other side of it. See if he can pull off the 1 versus 4, but kind of the position we saw Simp in. Not a lot to work with, and oh my, a nade greets him. It's about a 13 health, but we'll get back to full, and we'll look to re-engage. That's not a fun gunfight, I think, for either player, so he'll reevaluate the situation, run into Arcitys. FaZe will get the round. Here comes the push now for Simp and Cell.
It's just a gamble, right? When are they going to hop that bomb? That's always going to be the question. No, crowd, we're going to be quiet. Shh. Thank you. Here we go. He's on it. Simp going to get that defuse. And it's just it's a tough situation. It's a
4 if you can. They're able to recoup bomb, but look at the pressure on the bottom side of it. Starting to come forward, and aBeZy just able to rip him. Gets the spot. He actually snaps onto the second. Gets some help from Simp as well. On the other end of it, can't take it. It's iLLeY that's in the one-on-one. I find it timing in behind enemy lines. He gets checked for a moment. He's holding it, but not going to matter. Dashy is there. He was worried maybe they split, but they continue to hold. In control is Shotzzy with the beams. Now on Arcitys, 1 versus 3. Texas a player away from a 1-1 scoreline.
And again, look at this. Very slow from OpTic. Very slow. Where are we going to go? Let's group up. Do not allow anything to happen. Arcitys, what can he find? Finds the first. Now on 1 versus 2. They're going to double down. 1v1.
He hits a bullet, but it's not enough. Texas.
They read that quickly. Simp was able to stay alive. Plat. And now it's just 2 players going to stay alive. And for OpTic, when we catch them on this map, it's their ability to stay alive when working towards B, playing around the slang.
Exactly, with like 4 players in this type of position. It's been so difficult to find, and It is Simp that is lining them up, and aBeZy that's following it up. We have 6 seconds left to go, and it was a great hold from FaZe. Now, Texas, you need to answer in kind.
For OpTic, as everyone for FaZe is sort of rotating over, but Dashy is there. The rest of OpTic is there, and well, that doesn't work.
I'm with you, Tyler. I'll see him.
Nothing crazy, you just gotta come, calling names. I say nothing that crazy. Oh, aBeZy gets 2, but aBeZy.
That might be enough, though. It might be enough.
iLLeY goes crazy. aBeZy now 4 in a row, just trying to pre-fire at the edge. Can the reinforcements get there in time? aBeZy and Arcitys, they're getting it done around the point. Second bit of progress going to be so close.
With another one, 10 seconds, it could be on Cell.
He just feels like he's got to wait, but the problem is he just can't wait. There's no time. The defense has held. They shut it down. It's 5 in a row for Scump. It's Dashy that's pushed through on the other side of P5, and he's able to catch one of the cross. He snaps back with a pistol as well. Oh, Lord in heaven, what is in? That man's pistol, God! Maybe the hero that they need. There's some tags in, tries to cut the reinforcements, and that is a big play from the vet. And then on to another. Time is gone to round 5. Simp is pushing. I don't know, but that smoked him.
FaZe, they get aggressive. They do not allow them to group up. It's aBeZy and Simp who take it to him. Shotzzy, though, just lurking in the shadows, as he always is. 8 versus 8. Here we go, the game. The swing game. Who's going to go up 2-1 in the series? OpTic have to win this offensive round.
And where aBeZy has struggled, he has been great. 37 and 27 in the map.
Got to get on the point. Here's the push.
Here we go. 2 dead. 2 dead for either side now. A scramble around the point. Cellium and Simp going big from the back, and FaZe. They hold on defense. It is just defense all over the place.
To hit Simp, though. Him and aBeZy are going to fly out fine, too. You know, we've seen it a couple of times from OpTic. You want to push through ruins, you want to push through the middle of the map, but aBeZy, he had such a huge game number 3. He's bringing it.
And honestly, that one nade from Arcitys to kill the person out of the hard point.
10 seconds.
About 10 seconds, right?
Yeah, I mean, OpTic doesn't want to leave like they're...
Yeah, no, I get it.
But it's just, yeah, those nades, so important, but they're going to find the scrap time.
Popping right now. The fact they hold that long, and in these sequences where they are down in numbers, somebody is going up clutch to P1 somehow. I don't care what FaZe are up. It just will. It's Shotzzy. A lovely bit of work there. Almost every single time. You can't let aBeZy come in and fry you. And unfortunately, he's been able to find multi-kills. And just like that, you're onto the point, you've got them out of the hard point.
They do have the close spawn, though. Shotzzy's able to find one. Dashy stayed alive. A bit of a retake here. You talked about aBeZy. All of OpTic gonna fight for scrap.
Listen. Listen.
They all line up for aBeZy.
It might not be traditional Call of Duty, but...
Down. Allows FaZe to get back in. The Cell just holding it down. He's on 5 in a row. A glide bomb might just secure them.
Hitting inside, second by second. The dreams of OpTic and their fans just falling apart. Simp lining them up. Nobody gonna get close. That is it. They close them out. There are no late game heroics. FaZe for the first time this year. Shut them down. Take out OpTic.
You guys actually have a really fun history of playing each other.
I definitely love playing against them. It just brings something out of me.
Well, you want to be the best. You got to be the best.
I don't know if I ordered anything.
Kyler, no, you didn't? No cake? Do you want to share this?
You know, since you offered, I mean, I do.
Exactly. Because, dude, it's a weird thing we do. It's a weird job. We don't always get to sit and talk to each other. We don't really know each other, but because of the game.
Yeah, I haven't had too many talks with him, but like, I don't know, I play against him on the map almost every day. Yeah. It's like, I don't actually know him, but it feels like I do just because I play against him every day.
You guys are trying to solve this puzzle that keeps shifting daily. Your teammates, the opponents, the game itself.
Communication.
It's key for relationships, man. You guys are in a complicated four-way relationships.
Complicated is an understatement. And take your time. On your schedule.
What is going on, everyone? Welcome to Champs Player to Watch. I am Jeremy Study Estasio, joined by none other than Afro, my man Marcus. How's it going, brother?
Not too bad, bro.
Before we even get into this interview, though, I gotta ask you right off the rip, are you a beans on toast kind of guy?
Hell no.
That's what I was thinking, because Bryce and Ton, at least when I talk to them, they really enjoy it, and they said it's a UK thing. Obviously, you're from UK, and I would expect the same thing, but you don't like it? I like that for you, brother, you know what I'm saying?
They need some taste buds, you know what I mean? They need some taste buds.
Okay, so you came in the middle of last year for the CDL. What was that whole year like for you when you jump in mid-season?
Honestly, it was just more of a experience kind of thing. I kind of already knew that couldn't really make champs. We're going to do that much, but obviously still have to give you it all. But yeah, mainly just an experience thing.
So now that you have been in the CDL for almost 2 years, what's the difference between your mid-season last year when you're joining and then now playing a full season with the Ravens?
This time it's like everybody's kind of on the same page. Everyone wants to do the same thing. Everybody wants to win. Obviously, not saying last year people don't want to win, but this year it feels like everybody is so much more motivated. This year it's more like a team, like an actual team. So. Really enjoying myself.
I can see that. I can see that. You guys have been frying in the beginning. You guys had a couple roster changes, got your original roster back, and you guys been looking in prime form. So now let's get away from that, though. Let's get away from all the competitive stuff. I want to know more about Afro. I want to know where you came from and how you got into this entire thing.
Well, I came from a little town called Worcester.
Okay.
Just right next to Birmingham, like 30 minutes away. And how I got into this whole thing, I'll probably say my dad. From a young age, bought me the original Xbox, I think.
360?
No, the original one, OG Xbox. Actually, before I had the Dreamcast, if you know what the Dreamcast is.
Yeah, I know what the Dreamcast is.
Started on the Dreamcast, I was like 2, 3 years old. And then Call of Duty, I think I got it when I was like 6, 7. So I've been playing for quite a long time. So I started Call of Duty, World at War. And then I got into competitive when I was like 13, so Call of Duty Ghosts. So seeing you on Envy, I remember that, And ever since then, I just wanted to play. It's just one of those things.
What was the reason if you get to the competitive scene? Because you know everybody gets the console and they all just want to play the game casually. But what makes you want to get to that next level? Was this somebody that you were watching out there? Like, what was that turning point to realize that, yo, I can start to play this and make some money off of it?
Honestly, this is a really weird answer, to be honest. I don't think many people would say this, but there was this S&D player who I used to just play against all the time. I think his name was Jeff Kid.
Okay.
And I saw him, I think it was AW, Advanced Warfare, and I saw him play he was just in champs. And I thought, well, if he can do it, I can do it. And then ever since then, kind of just wanted to do my thing. But then honestly, where it started for me was Black Ops 4. That's where it first started, where I started to kind of get my name out there. I went to a little local called Malta.
Okay.
Got top 3 there, played Joey Gizmo in the winners final. Choked against him, should have beat him, but it's fine. We don't talk about that. 100-point comeback me, which wasn't great. In MW, which is 2 years ago, Modern Warfare, that's where won Challenger finals. But that was mainly thanks to Steve Paulehx, who is in Challengers right now, who's putting on a show, in my opinion. And he brought me through 100%. Without him, I really wouldn't be here.
Okay.
For sure.
All right, yeah, because I was about to ask you, what was your break into the scene?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Steve, 100%.
So you started originally watching competitive Call of Duty and Ghosts, and you didn't pursue it until AW or Black Ops 4?
Here's the thing. So I saw Jeff Kidd do what he did in AW. Just you know what I mean. I took a break from Ghost till Black Ops 4 just because I had school, so I had to kind of to do that.
Yeah, it's tough.
But then when Black Ops 4 came out, I was like, kind of want to pursue this a little bit. So I took my time on it. But then MW was when I could have went to university, but I didn't go to university. So I thought I asked my mum, I begged my mum and dad, can I have a gap year to see what I can do with it?
Yeah.
And that year, it just took off for me. So yeah, I thank you to my mum and dad, 100%.
Yeah.
Without them, 100% I wouldn't be here. But also without Steve-O giving me the chance as well. It's like kind of one of them ones. But.
Yeah, so that's like my story too, man. Because without my parents, I was not going to be able
100%.
to, be a competitive player. They wanted me to go to college. I said, nah, give me 3 months, and it all worked out by then. But that's crazy. That's good to hear, man. That's good to hear. Now let's get back to your whole London situation. How did you get put on their radar for you to join the London Royal Ravens?
Well, this is the story I've been told by Dominic, the coach. I think it was just the finals of the Modern Warfare Challengers, like the actual champs of Challengers. He just said, like, we need to pick this kid up. And obviously at the time I didn't really know. But now I think actually mid-final, Trey actually tweeted me mid-final. I was like, okay, cool. But you shouldn't be doing that mid-final. I got a little bit nervous. I was looking at him, what's he tweeting me for?
Yeah.
And so I think I kind of knew a little bit that there was a chance of me getting picked up. Honestly, the chance I was joining Paris as well. No offense, but thank God I didn't. No offense.
Yeah, Paris are kind of in a tough booger right now.
Tough one right now. But.
Yeah, you're looking good on London. You're looking good. Okay, so you started off this year hot, right? London Royal Ravens, brand new team. Obviously, the last 2 years in the CDL haven't really been the best for the organization, but you guys come out swinging. You guys get third at the first major, and then it's an up and down since then. Can you tell me like that whole little story of like what's been going on with the Ravens since the beginning of the season?
Yeah, I can be honest with you. So even for Major 1, honestly, like we probably could have done better than we did. Like Joey was really ill. Obviously, people think coming top 3 is really good.
Yeah.
But like for us, we knew we could have done better. And after Major 1, Joey had to go home for 2 weeks, obviously get checked out because he wanted to see his family as well. Obviously, family problems. And then obviously came back to the US. Obviously, we played with Paul for 2 weeks. But having 2 weeks off and then having 3 days to go into a Major 1 with hardly any practice. Major 2, with no practice, it's hard. Going into Major 2, we were already underprepared. And even then, we still had problems, just like family problems, like people still being ill and stuff like that. So that just took a turn. And so Major 2, we got top 8, right? Top 8. In my opinion, still we could have done better than that, even with all the stuff that happened. Major 3 as well, Jesus Christ. Like, honestly, these Major 2 and Major 3, for us, is kind of void. At least that's how we like to look at it.
But it's all good. It's all good. You guys are looking in prime form ever since you got Gizmo back on the team. All right, so Zero, which at least in my mind, I think is the leader of your team. I got a chance to compete against that guy for a long time in my career. Every time I look at him on your roster, I look at the veteran presence. What does he bring to your team with him sitting, knowing that he's your backbone for your roster?
He brings experience. He's obviously been in these situations for a lot longer than us. He just calms us down, obviously, even in game. Like you can hear in the comms, he tells us like just to relax a little bit. Sometimes I don't like it, does it? Because if we're feeding off energy, like our team has to feed off energy a lot. Yeah. So like if he does tell us to calm down, it can. Sometimes it doesn't work for the best of us, but it can obviously help. But he just brings that, like you said, that backbone. He's the backbone to the team, So yeah, just calms us down. He makes that we're coming right. Make sure that we're playing the game right. Just everything like that. Yeah.
One player that really caught my eye has been Nastie. He's been so consistent ever since Gizmo's joined back on the team. How was that able to improve all your other guys' gameplay?
I think Byron's obviously more comfortable now, more confident as well with the team, which probably helps. So yeah, Byron's a player unreal. Like this is the player that everybody thought he can be, and is. Like he's unreal. He's my favourite sub-Joe.
Oh yeah, you guys play a tremendous pace. Like you don't stop with the ego child. I love the confidence out of your team.
I'll keep doing it.
I love the confidence out of your team.
Byron needs to stop moaning. He keeps moaning. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it.
When you were talking about the hype with your team at the London Royal Ravens, you guys love to play off energy. When Gizmo joined, you could just see it in the player cams that you guys are playing. Like, he is the energy bunny for this team. Does that, like, do wonders for your guys' squad? You get a two-piece, he's in your ear just gassing you the entire time?
Joey can get the easiest clear in the world and they will still shout at the other team for that reason, so... when you hear that, at least when he's gassed at them, he's on gassed, vice versa. And when that happens, especially when you hear Trey, if Trey getting gassed, then, bro, it's chalked.
What are your expectations now going into playoffs and champs? Now with your full roster looking in prime form, what are you guys really looking forward to at playoffs and champs?
Honestly, it's the most obvious answer, but just looking forward to play on the stage, 100%. It's like just that adrenaline you get when you play on the stage. It's so good. Like I said, we're also confident that we're going to win. If we're confident that we can win, I feel like we can do it, 100%.
You didn't get a chance to play at champs last year, right?
Nah,
right?
Unfortunately.
So this is going to be your first champs. Do you have any feeling of what this is going to be like? Because I played there. I've gotten second. It's like the best tournament you could possibly do at. But like going into your first champs, what are your expectations for it?
The way I see it is that it's just going to be a little bit more intense than a major. So as long as we do the same things we do at a major, the same things we do online, like we should be fine. It's hard to say what I'm going to feel like when I get there, but hopefully just a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun.
You got some back pocket strats, like wall bangs that you're not even giving out yet? You know, a couple things that you
We'll save that for champs. I've got a few.
Okay. Basically, all of last year, a majority of the matches that you guys played were all online. Now, going into this season, we've had a lot of majors, a lot of traveling that you have to go into. You're going into teams' home stage where you're playing against the crowd and playing against them as well. What is it going to be like for you guys at Champs with all that you have to take into consideration?
It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. One thing as well, obviously, for traveling a lot, which at least what I enjoy is just meeting all the fans.
Yeah.
I think Toronto was the first time I really actually took it all in. Obviously we have to go through the front doors of Toronto, right?
Yeah.
So you see all the fans, and bro, it's crazy. You walk around, you literally feel like a celebrity, which it's crazy. It's crazy. I don't like feeling like that, but it's so surreal. How are we gonna deal with that pressure? Honestly, we're just gonna play our game. Just gonna feed off the energy, gas each other up on stage. Like I said, we're a team. So.
Well, thank you so much, my man.
Appreciate it, man.
We had a great interview, you know what I'm saying? I'm happy I got to learn a little bit more about you. Congratulations on being our Champs player to watch. Make sure you guys tune into Champs August 4th to the 7th.
Hi everyone, this is Miles from the Call of Duty League, and I'm joined by the one and only Simp. Chris, how you doing, mate? Welcome to the show.
I'm doing good.
It's been an interesting season for sure. How has this season been going from your perspective?
And one way you can compare it to last year, to where we were kind of like winning everything, and this year we're only getting seconds, but compared to first, that's pretty bad. But if you look at it overall, we're still doing better than 10 other teams. And I feel like as long as we keep that mindset and just keep on practicing and, making sure we're getting better throughout the year, we'll get our first at some point.
When you, in game, we've seen you play time and time again, you get pretty hyped, but how do you actually remain cool, calm, and genuinely focused in hot moments?
Staying confident in those heated moments, those mixing moments in game is really just, staying confident in your practice, staying confident in your team, and, not second guessing the plays you're making, because, those split-second decisions are what really make good plays great plays. And it's kind of just those kind of things that will make it stand out.
So your teammates, you guys have been together now for many seasons. No one has ever once brought up the notion of a team change. How do you guys sort of do it? What is the secret to your success as a squad, and what do you see the future hold for the four of you?
I don't really know if there's a secret to really staying together as a team, but overall, you kind of just have to be open to each other about things. You can't really let things dwell in your mind. You can't not tell each other how you're feeling, because that's kind of how the negativity kind of, festers. And, if you're holding a grudge against someone for this thing on this day, and you keep doing that, all those things kind of build up. So it's really good to just kind of have team talks, make sure you get all that bad energy out into the air, and, just making sure you're just staying cool, because, we're all best friends and we all love each other. So,
dude, there's good life advice in there, man. Thank you very much for that. So, you brought up a few challenges there. What are some of the larger challenges that you face on a daily basis as a Call of Duty pro?
The wear on your hands is for sure something, I haven't felt it yet because I'm still pretty young, but I'm sure a lot of the older COD pros will say, their hands aren't what they used to, just because of how much you really have to play. Once you become a pro, you kind of have I don't know, you have a face to represent yourself, I guess. People follow you, people look up to you, and you kind of have to be a role model once you're a pro, because there's people out there who are trying to be you.
Simp's the man to get the job done. 32 and 19, big kills and a Sim in the point he goes.
What does the future hold for you, Sim? How long do you think you got, left in the Call of Duty tank?
I hope I have a long time. Depending on whether the situation is in my control or not, I hope I'm playing till I'm 80. But realistically, I'm hoping I don't get dropped till I'm 30. Hopefully I'm not a burger till then. Let me enjoy a couple years. Once I retire from Call of Duty, I definitely want to either be a coach or a content creator within the COD scene. Just because, I don't know. I feel like I have a really good sense of game knowledge of Call of Duty. Yeah, I definitely want to be a coach afterwards.
Any shout outs for the viewers at home?
Shout out to anyone who supports the CDL, who supports Atlanta FaZe. Shout out to anyone who supports me, and you guys are just amazing.
Chris, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, hello. Oh, guys, everybody, don't boo me too bad. We're back for a second to say hello, that we love you all, that you're all just incredible looking, talented, very sexy people. Now, here comes the bad part of this. They are close, but they are still working to fix the audio issue on stage. So any issues, I think the best thing you can do, the person with the most power in this situation, is to tweet at Tim the Tapman. I think probably the best bet to get this going.
I don't know if he doesn't even know his own audio setup. Whips does all that.
Good point. Still, I'd appreciate it if you'd let Tim know it's his fault. A few more videos. We're getting close, I swear. I just can't fix it myself, even though I'm a very, very talented man. We'll be back as quick as we can.
Bye.
Hi guys, what's going on? This is Miles from the Call of Duty League commentator, now being joined by 3 members of Seattle Surge. We've got Mack, Fred, and Simp joining us. The Iceman is not here today, but gents, welcome. How you doing? I mean, it's been an amazing run in the league so far. You've turned heads, you've won fans all over the place. Tell me one thing about each of your teammates that you love about them, whether it's in or out of the game.
Mack, I mean, he's been one of my duos for years. I think we've been playing together since about 15 or so. So ever since then, we always dreamed of like, yo, like imagine we're on the same pro team together. That'd be crazy. And then now I'm 20 years old. What, 5 years later, we're on a team together? It's just kind of, it's amazing to think about.
The relationships in the team, it's not like a forced thing. It's very genuine. It makes it very easy to show up and give your 100% because you know that the person on your left and right are both giving their 100% to not only improve as an individual, but also as a team.
Fred, a big question for you. This has been the most massive transformation, huge transition for you in your life, coming all the way from Australia and now full-time Call of Duty League Pro. What has that whole thing been like?
You know, coming from Australia to come do your dream job and be a pro, that's something you love doing. It definitely has its perks. You know, you get to do what you've always dreamt about doing as a living. Everyone's dream, if your ambitions are to be the best at Call of Duty, is to come into the league. And you know, leaving my family behind and all my friends and all my just livelihood in Australia is obviously a big thing. You know, it's a bit frightening at first, but like luckily for me, I've had good support within my team, with Seattle.
Guys, thank you very much. You sound like you've all got your heads on your shoulders and you've got a very exciting year ahead of you. I wish you the best of luck and thanks again for coming on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Miles Russell. I'm joined by the one and only Dashy of OpTic Texas. But it's been a long time since you've hoisted the trophy or managed to get a big major win. Is it possible to describe that feeling?
It felt just super humbling. I mean, I went 3.5 years without winning a single tournament, so to see all that hard work finally pay off was super rewarding. It was super motivating, and I was just super proud of my teammates just for the way we played and the way they came through.
That was one of the loudest events we've ever been at. Like, no one has ever experienced, a green wall sensation like that.
Playing in front of an environment like that, it just makes you want to win that extra gunfight or go like the extra step just to do whatever it takes to win the map, just for, I guess, to complete the moment in a sense. But we love our fans. I mean, the Green Wall are some of the most loyal fans in all esports, so a shout out to them, and this one is for sure for them.
There's one fan who's definitely louder than most and definitely more passionate than most, and that is your mum, bro. It was something special to see.
Obviously, I love my mom. She's, as a lot of people know, she's really supportive. She's really into it, but I wouldn't want to have it any other way. I mean, my mom is a big reason for who I am today. She's super supportive. I'm glad that I was able to get a win, not just for her. My brother and my dad they were there too, so shout out to the fans that did pull through.
This is about the photo of you on stage, the iconic image of you flying. How high can you jump, and have you ever measured that vertical? Because you've got the hops.
I'm gonna be honest, I think we got to measure it for the next week. We got to get like a bar, whatever they got in like the NFL combine or whatever, and just test out all the CDL player verts or whatever. But I didn't know I could jump that high. I guess it was just all the adrenaline after winning.
Dashy, you're a legend, an absolute pleasure, mate. I can see the teammates walking past you in the background. It's time to scrim.
Oh, it's time to get locked in.
Thanks very much for for your time.
Oh, yo,
Oh, we're locked. We're always locked.
all right, you heard the man.
All right, you better get out of here, Bruce. Take care, bro. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Welcome to the King's Theater in Brooklyn, New York. This is Major 4, Day 1. And we're going to kick things off with a little European rivalry. We've got the London Royal Ravens going up against the Toronto Ultra.
19 seconds. Zero's going to play time. He's got to go. He sees him. He found him. He's found him. Oh, and it's down to this man. 1, 2. Oh my God, Afro. Zero can find something, but it's no good. And Toronto Ultra go top 6.
Florida Mutineers versus the Boston Breach. Let's see how this one goes.
Vivid might have the angle behind both players, and he does. There's Vivid with the opening. Tries to bait him out, goes for the gunfight. It does connect. Now another one. Mutineers, they close out.
York Subliners versus the Minnesota Røkkr.
He's hungry.
Priest is able to pick up a 2-piece. Your only hope right now is the flank, or maybe Crim through the front.
Crim! No, Dashy's there. Havok strikes. Havok strikes. There's plenty more to be had.
You still have Paul in there.
Oh, miss. Oh, what the hell is going on? New York, your prayer has been answered.
We have Atlanta. We have Los Angeles.
But it's going to be all Thieves players. Well, LA Thieves are not making any mistakes. Kenny explodes for a few. He takes that one as well. Kylo Ken has arrived. Thieves, they win the series. Unbelievable.
Day 2, our first matchup, Atlanta versus Paris.
Johnny Tsunami. Yeah, Johnny making the plays inside. The little snap. Yeah, body shot. aBeZy making it look easy.
The London Royal Ravens and your Los Angeles Guerrillas.
Trying to do the work. And Hugh shuts down the entire push from London Royal Ravens. Gonna find the first down. They'll be looking for the second. He finds it as well. They want this down, and it's gonna be slashed. LAT dump the Ravens out of the major.
Seattle Surge facing off against Boston Breach.
He gets taken down in Fred 5 seconds. It's all over. But Nero comes through with 1, comes through with 2, and Boston will do it.
OpTic Texas and Minnesota Røkkr.
The man is running it. And that is simply iLLeY's hard point. OpTic Texas take the series.
Los Angeles Guerrillas versus Atlanta FaZe.
The snapback from the Tiny Terrors. They're cutting him down, and it does not get a lot more clinical than that.
Brooklyn, it's about that time. We've got OpTic Texas and Boston Breach ready to take the main stage.
Shotzzy, he's dancing around the map. The movement is there. The pistol is out. The way for the win for the W.
We have the Los Angeles Thieves and Toronto Ultra.
Kenny's left alone. Kenny! The Thieves are running it up. LA Thieves are here. They're in numbers. Kenny got him for the last one. Why not? LA Thieves are in.
The New York Subliners trying to get past the Florida Mutineers.
Oh, my goodness. No! Oh, it's over. Throw in the towel. Throw it in. It looks so good. New York have done it.
OpTic Texas versus the Toronto Ultra.
On the ring. Oh, there's just an unexpected spawn there. That's with the shots, and they are solid. Shotzzy playing his life around the corner as well. There's number 3 on the cards with Shotzzy here. Yes, it is.
Florida versus Atlanta FaZe, and the winner plays against OpTic.
And it's aBeZy quickly on the flank. Nobody even knew he was here. Waking down. Phenomenal performance. And that closeout control is 6-5 of offense. aBeZy, a great slide on the serial. 2 players alive. And now Atlanta got them right where they want them. And this one is done.
It's day 4. The New York Subliners are going to continue their Cinderella story against the LA Thieves.
The SMGs, they're still roaming. They're still here. Hydra with 2. Snap the theory. 240, 235. Kismet knows where they are. He knows where they are. Thieves, they've got to rush in. They've got to rush in. But it's Kismet again.
We've got OpTic Texas and the Atlanta FaZe.
Nothing crazy. Just kind of calm, calling names. Nothing that crazy. aBeZy is 2. But aBeZy might be enough. Though. It might be enough. iLLeY goes crazy. That is it. They close them out.
We have the Los Angeles Thieves and the Atlanta FaZe.
Envoy, is he the hero they need? He doesn't need the reinforcements. Envoy by 3. And one return. Simp is gone. Oh my God. Is Arcitys. But here comes the pressure. Envoy and Kenny, the
It's Los Angeles Thieves and the hometown team, the New York Subliners. Let's get into the finals. And Kenny! Oh my God! Johnny delivers. You gotta be around Kenny.
Kenny is... How bold can you be?
Right now, it is the slang. Nothing but positivity on this side of Octane. Think about Clyde. Hezo is gone.
Oh, boy.
Drazah able to pick up two. Head getting ripped off when you approach. Losing the gunfight.
All the way through the front now. Going for the contest immediately. Guns up. Kismet's there. Drazah through the side door. OpTic with the kills. Oh, my God, it's in! The LAC have defied every odds. And for the first time since Black Ops 4, 100 Thieves get to put a COD trophy in their cap.
Shout out to the fans. You guys were incredible this event. One of the best we've ever had. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you next time for more CDL action.
What is going on, everybody? Jeremy Stud here, commentator for the CDL, and we can't wait to get ready for champs.
I hope everybody is ready to have a pretty exciting end of the year and the end of Vanguard.
What's up, everyone? My name is OJ.
Hello everyone, my name is Emma, also known as Cloud9Ems.
It's your girl Sean, aka Sean J Gaming here.
You might know me under the handle Prestige is Key.
Hi, I'm Shane, or Schnard, and I am one of the first-person observers for the Call of Duty League.
My name is Xavier Latore. I'm the lead observer for the Call of Duty League.
My name is Quentin, also known as Paradox, and I'm one of the CDL observers.
My name is John Prosper. I'm an observer for the Call of Duty League, and with champs right around the corner, we've been asked to answer some questions, and here they are.
Who is my pick for MVP? It's going to have to be Dashy. He has been consistent all season long. I believe his KD is sitting at a 1.21.
I mean, come on. The guy left in Search and Destroy 1v2s, 1v3s, doesn't matter. He's taking the bag.
It's either Dashy or Cellium. Both of them have been absolutely frying.
Without a doubt, has to be Cellium. This is the most consistent player all year long.
The guy is just different. He makes the right play every single time.
1v4s, team consistency, consistent slaying. Come on, man. Gotta go with Cell here.
He's innovative in the game. He's incredibly dangerous in 1v1 fights. He makes the right plays at the right time. The boy is disgusting.
He has one of the overall highest KDs, and he is killing it at the moment along with FaZe.
Atlanta FaZe, over the course of the year, has been the strongest team. He's been the strongest player on the team. He truly has been spectacular, and the game is built for him.
The fact that these guys have remained so far up here is quite literally down to their teamwork and down to Cell, who has been so impressive all year long. For me, he's going to be my MVP.
Who is your pick for Rookie of the Year? I think I'm going to give it to Pred.
I gotta go with Pred, the #1 rookie who helped lead Seattle Surge to the Major 3 victory. It was literally insane, his run.
Pred is a huge playmaker, drops crazy numbers on the map, and he has had a consistent KD throughout all game modes this season.
Look at the way he moves around the map, splitting the defense. It's like he's painting a picture with his arrows sometimes. I'm just amazed at what he can do.
I'm loving his aggression out there, the way he's handling that sub. You know, the MP40 has been his tool in destruction of what he's been doing.
It is a heavy slang SMG. It is a man that has gone to the school of aBeZy. He has listened to accuracy. He has grown as a player, and even watching him, it is intelligent gameplay on top of the slang power he brings. He has been incredibly impressive, and as a rookie, he's already got a win.
Flies in here from Australia, turns the league upside down, a major win with MVP performance there as well. He has been instrumental in every major victory that Seattle have found in the season. Without a shadow of a doubt, he's been the guy for me to absolutely turn heads when he needs to. The guy's a machine. Incredible in game, great in the interviews. He's got a long and bright and powerful career ahead of him. I cannot wait to see how high he can fly.
Who is your dark horse for the top 3? My dark horse for the top 3 is London Royal Ravens.
I think I am taking the Ravens, the London Royal Ravens. Ever since they picked up Gizmo back on this team, they are looking so much more comfortable on the map.
Royal Ravens, I think, were a strong favorite heading into New York. Didn't perform. I think a lot of people are forgetting about them now. I'd say the London Royal Ravens, but I'd say be careful for the side like the Boston Breach as well.
I'm just going to go ahead and say the Boston Breach, because they've been surprising me throughout this entire season.
It's going to have to be the Boston Breach. I definitely think if they can carry some of that momentum over into champs, that maybe they can make something happen.
They are another team who on their day can look unstoppable. So Ravens, mostly Boston Breach is kind of my second dark horse, my darker horse pick.
For me, it's got to be the Toronto Ultra. They've been so close to beating so many of these top teams. It's been such close matches, and they've just been popping off. I really think they got a shot this next one coming up.
They have the system, they have the talent, and they've been there before. Gotta go with the boys on Toronto Ultra. I think they can really make that push to top 3. Heck, they might even win the thing.
This Toronto Ultra team has so much chemistry and so much composure that if they put it together for the weekend, they can make the run.
Let's go with the New York Subliners. This is a team that really got things going a little bit too late. Late? Yeah. Never say never.
Who is my dream matchup for the final 2? I mean, this one's easy. I'm gonna go with OpTic Texas and Atlanta FaZe.
I mean, look, man, it's got to be OpTic FaZe. It has to be OpTic against FaZe. That's the game everybody wants to see.
My dream matchup for the final 2 always has to be OpTic and FaZe.
My name's Johanna Ferris. I am the GM of Call of Duty. My dream matchup this year has got to be OpTic Texas versus Atlanta FaZe.
The crowd would probably just burn the place to the ground throughout this series, just with like the sheer energy in the room.
It would be an absolute blast to watch. The community would rally together, and there'd be so much trash talking in the background.
I think OpTic FaZe is everybody's dream finals. I think it would pretty much break all records in terms of what we would see viewership-wise.
It would be amazing to see 2 of our biggest organizations go head-to-head on the main stage for Championship Sunday.
And finally, who do I think are going to be the champions? I mean, LA Thieves. If I said anyone else, I don't have faith in my team.
I've got to go with the team with the hot hand, the LA Thieves. They look terrific in New York, bringing home Major 4. They've got all the momentum going into this weekend. And
he's pulling out all the spots. Oh, no! The pressure is now on the Subliners. They are flying forward. You still have got Major in the back line, just in case. Sky! 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 What a 3! Vivid starting to push up the wide flank. Look at that number 1 on the minimap. Vivid might have the angle behind both players, and he does. There's Vivid with the opening! Now Vivid, give him all 3! I'm ready. A minute 20 doesn't look like a ton, but we've only lost 12 seconds off of this as they have just started to cut them down. 6 lives left. It's a little stab. Body shots aBeZy, making it look easy.
That step back, focus on the fundamentals.
Well, how much harder is it this year, considering the title and love? Johnny, all right. Let's pause that point
Johnny
for a moment.
Tsunami.
Yes, Johnny. 5 seconds, and Kenny's left alone. Kenny, what are you doing? Going up in the right moments here for the side of Thieves. They're 10 points away. Both teams can win it. Inside trying to flank behind. He's been taken down as well. If Kismet get anything done, he's going to go big. And he's pulling out all the spots. Oh, no! That is it. There is not a whole lot you can do. Now 1 versus 3 for Back. He's alone. The green wall surrounds him. He finds the first. Shotzzy, not going to get it. 1v3 for Back is on the cards. 46 HP, just about surviving. Dashy is chasing him down. Which way is it going to go? As Vance just played this absolutely perfectly. Oh! Benjamin back to the 1 versus 3. To the back line. Nice bit of work from Hydra. On to the point we finally go, and it's attacked. The lone man finding the kills is attacked. Somehow stays alive. Gets another. Great bit of work out of Røkkr. That's the break. And with all this pressure, all this setup, Simp from 3rd. Shots through the window. Pistol out, but Neptune, he'll get his first kill in this map too. 2 versus 3, not a lot of time.
You still have aBeZy to deal with. I mean, the shots are going to come in. aBeZy does get taken down.
Yeah, look at where the other 2 are though.
We've seen it happen before. It takes quite a miracle, but who knows? Still 15 seconds left. It's just if Neptune can get into a spot, you need Slasher to stay alive.
He's going.
They're going to find one. It's all on Neptune. It's all on Neptune. And he got it. I think he got it.
Oh, are you kidding? Still players inside the point, but the flank is in, and the flank for 3. That would have been the Glide Bomb. Couldn't connect. And fun enough, after all of that, you still have Paul in the
He's hunting for it. He's hungry. The man seemingly doesn't miss. Oh, what the hell is going on?
But maybe it's time to get a little bit messy, a little bit rowdy.
Let's get it going. Let's go.
The crowd fired up.
Here we go.
This is going to be a spicy one indeed.
Oh my god!
It does not get more intense than this, for God's sake.
Oh my god!
What is going on? How does he do it?
Give it to him, he will take it.
This is a heavyweight matchup.
I hit the ground running on the day I arrived. Now it's time to shift this whole thing into overdrive. Check the dash, tank full of gas. Everything's in place to dominate your race. In my mind's eye, I can see the finish line. Ain't no way in the world they gon' steal my shine. Walk how I walk, they can't do that. Talk how I talk, they can't do that. Move how I move, and they can't do that.
The 1v3 clutch. It is hard not to be a believer.
Do that. Come on, talk how I talk. They
What
can't
a
do that.
shot from Simp.
Move how I move, they can't do that.
Absolutely destroying. Here comes the glide. This is a special one. He's done it. What? And for the king, Arcitys gets Chris rocked. One way or another, it was inevitable. That is unbelievable.
We got a squad, baby.
Still looking like the best player in the world. That is disgusting. Ice in the veins indeed. It's done! It's done!
To work their way outside of the water wheel. So great stray gunfights that are coming through from ironBlood is going to keep Team War honest until 2 down do come through. Middle of the map is immediately being looked at for Team War, and they can't find themselves a convincing kill feed to work past the middle of the map. This is exactly where ironBlood started to piece together a certain amount of seconds back in the first set of hills.
And you can't let that happen again if you're a Team War. This is very rare to get a lot of time at the back of the barn hard point, but look at ironBlood Gaming right now. They've got 3 stacked inside. Maple, though, comes in with 2. Wardy and Harry, they clean up shop, and it's War who have broken on through. ironBlood Gaming now going to be spawning out over towards the street, but as we said, this hill is extremely scrappy. We rarely expect War here to get a ton of time. That said, the players around the hard point at the moment doing a really good job at zoning these guys off, but finally they will fall, and now it's going to be players making their way through the front. Maple tries to clutch him from behind, but does get shut down. ironBlood still fighting here for this last 15 seconds or so. Classic now in from the side, looking for a 1. For the second again versus Harry, as Maple not far behind him, and War again, they're trying to bring this game clock down. They're trying to find their way in towards the hard point. They will cross the 200-point barrier here, surely, as we move towards the knot. 2 seconds away from that. We move towards the next hard point, though, and ironBlood about 30 seconds away.
There's still ample time left on the game clock. 2 minutes and 13 seconds is nothing to scoff at here. So Team War, as you say, I mean, trying to get for some contested time. Any contested time is going to be an absolute nuisance for ironBlood, especially the over by 4. But now you need to start heating things up here on 5. 1v1 essentially for the hard point. Has some assistance, actually, that comes through from Classic on the backside of the Willow Tree. And how about Brack pushing up forward? Has some help from Mohawk from behind. But job not done quite yet. ironBlood need to hold the space and deny Team War from entry back in here in 5.
Yeah, this is the money hill as well here on Bacage, and you expect this as ironBlood Gaming come on through. They're looking to hold on. It's going to be Denzer now looking at coming from behind as Brack pushes all the way up towards the water. He will pick up the first versus Wardy. Harry up top now. Next up on the menu for Bracken. Well, he just can't take him down, but nonetheless, the supporting gunfights are through for ironBlood. They continue to hold, and they have taken the lead away from War. I mean, Andy, they were down by like 100 points or so at the start of this game. That's huge for Bacage.
Yeah, it was about a 70-point deficit going in towards the second set of hard points, and ironBlood have absolutely come to life on the back end of Exceed, who's up to 68 engagements, 38 and 30 across the map with about a minute worth of hard point time, trying to do it all for their team, trying to be that catalyst of success for ironBlood. Now stray gunfights coming through, and again, favoring for ironBlood. They are trying to get those tin spawns back in their favor. Off-screen gunfight. Harry will take down Mohawk, but still not enough to be able to influence the spawns as Harry does get traded. You can see Team War spawning to the backside of P3. ironBlood more than aware.
This is disastrous for Team War. They're not on the right side of the map. They've been come back on here. And now for ironBlood, just 28 seconds shy of victory here on Bacage, exceeding Brack, getting more kills. Brack now on 6 in a row. He does get shut down, short of that glide bomb. Denzer with 2 inside, looking to fight for the scrap time, but it's Classic now fighting back with 2 of his own. War, they're coming off spawn. They're going in 1 by 1. They're getting shut down pretty much every single time. Even with ironBlood, well, they get this 6 seconds of scrap time. They're just 14 points away, 18 points away now from getting to that 250-point mark.
And they hold the rotation going over towards 2 as well. I mean, take a look at all the stray gunfights again. ironBlood are coming out on top. They're keeping things mixy. 240 points will be here. Team War need to get some nades coming through. It might just come on the back end of Denza with this flank.
Denzah has to make the flank work. He does get one. How much more can he do, though? Because he's going to double back inside the barn, but he will get shut down. Wardy falls as well. Maple, you can't pre-aim. You go and scram to the hard point. He's able to get the first, but not the second. And ironBlood make the comeback of the game happen as they were down by a ton. One of the biggest advantages we have seen on Bakaj hardpoint, and ironBlood somehow find their way back in.
You just rarely ever see comebacks like that occur on a map like Bakaj hardpoint, where Team War just came out of the woodworks swinging for the fences. I mean, they were just finding almost every single gunfight in their favor, getting the spawns for P2 off the rip. They were looking in dominant form ahead through that first set of rotations, but slowly yet surely you started to see the cogwheel starting to turn, the light bulb starting on up on top of the heads of ironBlood Gaming, where they were starting to find themselves a lot of those straight two pieces, isolated gunfights. There was at one point where even right here, you take a look at the beginning, Classic was 2-7. He was holding about a double negative KD for such a long time, but again, that catalyst for success is one of Exceed, where he was just frying through every single hardpoint that was active. Even when ironBlood were down right here by about 100 points, Exceed was still trying to influence as many gunfights as possible to help their team find success anywhere on the map. It was a slow roll of things through that second set of hardpoints, but they broke every single setup that Team War were trying to throw at them.
I just can't believe that happened. I mean, how often do we ever see comebacks like that happen on Bakaj? It was an incredible turn of events from ironBlood Gaming to make that happen, to fight as hard as they did, to get time off heals that rarely you ever see, 40 to 50 second holds from ironBlood Gaming. Beautifully done, and the SMG pressure was a massive reason why they were able to get that done. Look at the seed map. 41 kills at the end of the game. Hello? I mean, look. It's Bakaj, right? You expect that level of engagements to come out of it, but still, Exceed made the best of that map.
Yeah, he sure did. I mean, also take a look at the objective kills as well. 16 of the 41 eliminations that Exceed was able to find was on the hardpoint itself, and just under 50 seconds for the hardpoint time as well. The job was mostly to be able to break the hardpoints, yes, but then you have to get Classic and Brack inside the hardpoint itself, or even Mohawk, to just stay alive. Once Exceed got the okay from their teammates off the respawn that he could leave the hardpoint and just find stray 1v1s, it almost felt like he was turning that over in his favor continuously. I mean, even look at Team War stats as well. They didn't really get outslayed from top to bottom much more. It just Exceeds KD ratio that really sticks out like a sore thumb. It's just very unfortunate that they could not rally behind all of the team kills, all of the assists that they were able to find from top to bottom to fully break into these hardpoints continuously.
Efficient. That's the word I'd use to describe ironBlood Gaming and map number 1. That one's going to sting there for Team War as they're not able to take it versus the ironBlood Gaming side. And you do have to feel kind of, again, with how we've been discussing Team War so far today, with just how good their SMGs have been, how good that Wardy and Denzah have looked as kind of those SMG players. It's like, that is something where Team War, you kind of want to see them win that map. They're not able to. ironBlood, they come out so strong, and they're able to win map number 1. They will get another attempt, though, at Bakaj S&D. That is up next. Now, as you've already mentioned, Andy, this is a reprise of a map mode combination that we saw in the Mutineers Crack and Bounty tournament. That one, I believe, I want to say it was like a 6-2, 6-3
yeah.
victory, something like that, to Team War. It was the only map they won out of the 4 in that series.
Yeah, and they looked quite dominant on it as well. Look, Bakaj Search and Destroy, since these 4 players came together for Team War when they ended up picking up Harry ahead of that elite season, has been quite a boon of success. And it's by way of one player of Maple. Just the flexibility that Maple brings to the table really opens up the floodgates for the opportunities that do present itself on a map like Bakaj Search and Destroy, where the meta used to be very, very fast once this game did start out, but it has slowed down considerably with that AS&D moving its way out from Grandma's house over by the plat, just outside of the water wheel. You're looking for, again, a little bit of a rebound, because although Team War were offering certain instances where they might be able to close out a handful of rounds, even in their map number 2, Bakaj Search versus Ultra Academy North America, they still lost it. So this is more or less of a validation run coming through for Team War, not only to even up the Series 1 apiece, but also prove to themselves that they truly do know this map mode combo.
Yeah, I think when we do go back to that Crack and Bounty tournament again, when we did see War take on ironBlood Gaming again, we should probably add the asterisk to the conversation that, you know, ultimately ironBlood Gaming, again, you know, you have to remember how much limited time they've had as a foursome, right? Nonetheless, though, I just think when we talk about kind of the conference styles, right, you know, how well that Team War played that search and destroy, it constantly looked like iBeZy, you know, back then they were kind of just lost, right? Team War, they were dictating the tempo, they were dictating the pace. It was that 3R setup that was just so venomous. I think iBeZy, though, they've already shown today, you know, they can learn versus teams. They can take those adaptations into account. We are probably going to see that here today. I reckon they're probably going to try and draw out the Team War roster. Don't give them an inch, because I think that's what they were doing. They were kind of letting Team War in behind the defensive line. They're probably not going to do that again.
Yeah, I mean, in that 6-2 victory for Team War, right, Mohawk was really struggling to piece things together. It was really all on the back end of Brack, because of course it is, on Search and Destroy, running those routes, fighting those two pieces, keeping their team alive in a lot of those rounds. That cannot be anything that ironBlood will offer for themselves here. Although Mohawk did have a very shaky map, number 1, coming into Search and Destroy, this is where it all is going to be laying out on the battlefield for this ironBlood gaming roster to be able to showcase how much backbone of success that Search and Destroy truly is for this 4-player squad leading to this map number 2.
Yeah, I just want to say, by the way, allegedly, Andy, we're on the main broadcast right now. Allegedly. I don't want to freak you out, mate. But hello, everybody. Welcome to Call of Duty Challenges. If you were wondering what this is the Passion Pit. This is where the best of the rest effectively come to play. And trust me, if you guys are just joining us here for Call of Duty Challenges, this is an epic moment to do it. We're down to our final 3 teams in this $250,000 tournament. It is just so epic to see. And I'm sure everybody who has even remotely followed Call of Duty Challenges the last few months or so, you probably already know who is sitting in the winners bracket final waiting for the result of this match. That is Ultra Academy North America. And I guess the storyline of the overall matchup here is that both of these rosters are looking for retribution versus Ultra Academy NA. Both of them 3-0'd at an earlier point in the bracket, both of them looking for revenge.
Yeah, Mohawk again, former teammates over there at Ultra Academy North America. Season 4 champions, won Minnesota with them, as well as so many different tournaments leading up all the way into Boston, where they then moved to Adam Assault. But the same thing could be said about Team War as what we could say about ironBlood. It really does feel like one of these two teams do need to step up to the plate to even try to take a map off of Ultra NA.
Alrighty, well, let's see what ironBlood have learned from their prior loss on Bakar Search and Destroy against Team War, as this one is going to be Wardy drawing that First Blood versus Classic. Now, for Exceed with this bomb, it's an aggressive push, and he's going to put the bomb all the way in a tunnel. That's a huge risk, and end up getting the blood versus Maple.
I mean, we've seen this so many times from ironBlood. Look, you lose Classic, that's going to force Exceed's hand to try to make that play, at least try to find that trade. And albeit they did, at least on the Maple, did go down, Team War still hold numbers, and they know exactly where the bomb is located at, as well as Patty Cake just outside of that tunnel. Going to be a big moment for Brack and Mohawk to double up together and try to fully maybe wrap around the backside of Grandma's, find themselves a pick, collect that bomb. You have some time to do this.
Ultimately, it's what Brack and Mohawk have to traverse the map here. The bomb is in the Hornet's Nest, and no doubt, War are not the type of roster to leave you unstung. Mohawk trying to find his way through the street, though. This might be the route. As soon as he comes in, though, Harry is going to turn away at the wrong time. That's so unfortunate here for Team War. Fortunately, Denz is going to catch him. And now Brack 1 versus 3, 17 seconds left on the clock here. And, well, he's going to have to rely on some time to make this one happen. But with 3 players left up, it is so improbable to win that one.
Yeah, I mean, they had the time to be able to do that, right? But it's trying to fish out that much information towards the latter half of a Search and Destroy round on Bokaj is so much easier said than done, especially when you saw what Team War were able to offer for themselves. The moment that that trade came through onto Exceed, all of them just backed up essentially on the backside of the Willow Tree and the backside of that tower, just waiting for the unforced error to come from them, set up with an abundance of crossfires. Wonderfully done there from Team War to be able to not only work that first blood, to be able to force ironBlood's hand. We'll have to see what they look like on offense.
Aggression coming out from Team War here. They want to get a slice of the A pie. Mohawk is going to be the player over here, receiving a few stuns and nades, but nothing to unfaze him just yet. Maple and Denza, though, the aggression will work out. 4 versus 2 now, and these players are nowhere near the A site, but I mean, Team War, they do not care. They're going straight towards B. They want to get this one done by kills.
I mean, they probably had no idea that Classic was down there until Classic at least found the one consolation kill there for ironBlood, at least in the round. They found an abundance of success pushing across the barn and the A lane. Overwhelming pressure as you would like it. The aggression absolutely paying dividends. And, you know, that's what at least they were trying to do continuously versus Ultra Academy North America. They just could not get past that 50-yard line, as Ultra Academy North America were playing no games against what Team War were having to offer. ironBlood need a bounce back round here. Did not find success, at least trying to work their way over towards B. taking things at a little bit more of a slower yet default roll here. Just playing off the information from some stuns, some nades, maybe looking for some wall bangs, and then collapse on the info.
See, this is what I thought would happen from iLLeY Gaming again. These are the adaptations that we expected to see from these guys when they again faced off on Bakar Search and Destroy a week or so ago. iLLeY trying to draw a war out. Shots going in towards top Grandmas. Denzah not going to run into any of them, so yeah, he might have a little bit of information that someone is very likely up there, but there we go. That first blood coming on through, and it is going to be a Classic. He reaches out all the way into the River Alley. That's a long one against Maple.
Classic staying alive as well, just fully backs on up. All the way over by that second cut, just outside of the stables. See with this bomb, looking to potentially move their virtues over towards A, and well, they would actually have this read successfully with that one pick that came through. Team War almost assumed that rotation's coming over towards B.
40. 1v1 versus Brack, but just shots going down at the moment. It's going to be enough now that iLLeY Gaming are going to get the bomb down on towards A. Here's the reaction, though, from Team War. Denzah able to get Exceed, and Wardy almost gets that one kill he was desiring on towards Brack. Brack going to escape for the moment now. 2 versus 3. Denzah was on 5. He has been taken down. 35 seconds left on the clock for this retake to work, and Wardy is desperately hunting for any players. He has finally found Brack, but Brack wins it. 1v3 now for Harry. Not really much to lose here in this position. 25 seconds. You might as well get aggressive if you can. I think he's just trying to bait out any of these players, but just not going to happen. A flank comes through, and ironblood, their patience pays off. They end up winning around here.
I love that decision coming through from ironblood again, where they have found tremendous amount of success through Search and Destroy all weekend long at being the aggressors. They actually meet Team War's pace. They just try to play off the information, work that first blood, and then just slowly play out the rest of the round, seeing if they can catch any more stray gunfights on rotation for Team War. It didn't even matter. They were just slow rolling their way over towards the AS&D, faced no resistance whatsoever, get that bomb down, and found trades along the way. Wonderfully done for ironblood to get themselves on the board.
What's the response look like from Team War? They've given ironblood a round. I do kind of like this. Good response as well. Trying to see if they can bait ironblood Gaming out here, but that's just not going to happen. Look at the control over the A-bomb site coming in from Classic and Exceed. Doubling up inside Grandma's. Team War looking for something.
Stun's not going to connect. No information whatsoever. So this is going to slow Team War's progress considerably. Going to have to do this the old-fashioned way, just brute force their way through Grandma's maybe.
That is absolutely the call. We'll then to find something though. Exceed just laying down on the floor, watching for that door through the alley. Denzah in from behind. There is one, but is he going to predict the player on the back tank? That is going to be Moquark. Denzah should know that somebody is around here, but he might just get caught off guard. No, Denzah is still somehow alive. He's going to go straight for the bomb plant. Moquark might have seen this. Classic's not going to do anything about it. So the bomb goes down. Now numbers still in favor of War.
Take a look at Brack still holding on the backside of L, just seeing if anybody tries to come through on the backside. Classic tries to hop it, will meet a swift demise. It is all fallen to pieces for ironblood as far as a retake is concerned, but hold on a second because Brack found 2 kills. Still time to do this.
These players are pushed all the way back as well. Brack well aware of it. He has to be fast on this retake, and he's going to run right in a tractor, get taken out from behind. It was a nice prospect for ironblood Gaming there. Brack almost made it happen. It was a good effort. But no, Team War come through, and Denzah the playmaker in that one.
It's so tough, right? Because, I mean, Team War, they make that play happen. And we were talking at the Digital Green Room, especially with Visions and Shift, especially following that Winners Finals matchup, that was the play right there that they were continuously trying to force versus Ultra Academy North America. Work your way through Grandma's, but with some help this time from Denzah as a 4-player squad. Was able to find that first blood, and I almost thought that they were going to come back through the tunnel, but then double on back, had some help from up top on Barn, and they get that bomb planted today.
Now look at this from ironblood Gaming. Fast as you like towards A. They've given nothing over towards B. Denzah up top. He's going to get the first kill versus Exceed. Despite those shots coming through from Brack, they're going to do nothing but make him weak. And that bomb now down, that is a ton of information gained for War.
Yeah, this is really going to fall in the back of the Classic. Maybe try to scoop up that bomb. That information will be mutual, of course. Maybe just trying to wait for an unforced error to come on the backside of Water Wheel. But these players for ironblood effectively are trapped here on the AS&D.
War are very comfortable in this position. That bomb. ironblood got to grab it. Harry just going to sit and wait. No hook on the God tank though, and Harry takes the shot. It's going to run all the way back here. That is a retrieval mission that has been successful now for ironblood. But look at Denzah up top. He has the angle. Brack's going to bait him out though, and now 3v3 we go. Bomb still in the hands here for ironblood. They still have a chance to get that bomb down.
Or how much utility is honestly left, or if you're just holding these line of sights, because someone needs to deal with Harry on the backside of this God tank. And well, so far nobody's trying to make the aggressive play happen. That's until Mohawk might be tasked to try to push up closer towards the backside of these hedges. Wardy trying to make a play through the middle of the map will meet a swift demise. 2v3 in a post plant.
This is falling apart for Team War. They had this one in the back. Now iLLeY with the numbers. Harry gets caught off by Mohawk, who is pushed all the way up now, and he can reposition well. Maple 1v3. You've got time to make this one work. The shots go in, though, and that is information here for iLLeY. Maple, though, with the reposition through towards Barn. Gets the first one towards Brack, but not the kill. The shots are in for both Brack and Classic there, but neither result in the frag for Maple. So iLLeY back on the board, and that is frankly not a round they should win.
Yeah, no, honestly. With that first ball that came through from Drazah up top, Grandma's stopped the bomb going down immediately. Again, it really did feel like iLLeY were trapped on that AS&D, just waiting to see if anybody from Team War were going to push back through and maybe try to find a consolation second kill, but was not the case at all. iLLeY just hold the line. Brack finds 3 within that round, just waiting for Team War to come to them. And these slow roll offenses are really benefiting iLLeY.
The aggression now coming out from iLLeY. How fast they're pushed up. Exceed! This is the fast pace we saw in Bakaj hardpoint, but this is an S&D, my friend. Exceed. Wants a piece of Denza, he will get it, and that's going to unsettle Team War. The bomb is retrievable, at least, but still. Where is Exceed? That's going to be the thing on their minds.
Gotta somehow collect this bomb as well. Maybe trying to find a trade. Nice shots from Brack will not allow the trade to come through to 2v4.
iLLeY just have so much information here. Nicely done from Maple. Hop, skip, and a jump to get the kill on towards Exceed, and the bomb has now been retrieved. But again, you get the notification there that that bomb has been picked up. iLLeY, they've got the numbers. Brack on the back tank should have the information here. Mohawk, though, ready for the push around the back. There it is. Wardy gets the first, but the trade is through. Maple able to get one. Does he get away? The chase is on for Classic, who is on his heels. Hasn't got the kill just yet, and now actually Maple going to get the shots into Classic is going to have to be the one that runs away.
The Classic just fully concedes the area, just completely gives it up. Maple thinking that maybe he went all the way on the backside. Did Maple read this correctly? Here comes Classic out from the tunnel. Maple gives up the angle, looks towards the stairs, is gonna find Classic, shoot him in the back. Team War able to bounce back from the depths of the 2v4.
Wow, Maple with the play. The fact that he even gets away there, Classic gets so unlucky. It is classic Call of Duty timing, quite literally. As, well, Classic gets unfortunate there. War able to bounce back after that prior round, which again, you know, iLLeY would be feeling fortunate they were able to win. So the distance between these two teams increases once again. Maple on 3 in a row. iLLeY Gaming. Again, it's about those adaptations that we saw from the prior face-off here on Bakaj Search and Destroy. We've been seeing them put in iLLeY, trying to draw War out time and time again. But here comes that aggression from Classic, and it's Seed, and they're in towards Tools. They've made quite a bit of noise, so War should be aware somewhat that they're pushed far up.
Nobody on top Grandma's anymore either. This is really going to be on the back end of Wardy. Is he going to push up here once the bomb gets planted? And he's going to be met by Classic, who's already L-triggered on the area. But here comes Wardy with the delayed timing. We'll find Classic for first blood.
Well, that's nice to get that first kill, but again, the bomb is down now. You don't have control over Barn. Nice kill from Harry, though, on towards Exceed as well. They spot out Brack, and, well, they know that somebody's going to be back towards the back barn area. Mohawk's able to pick up one, but it's a bit unrealistic to expect him to get any more than that. As War now find themselves here on map point, just one S&D round away from tying this series up.
What a cool 4v4 retake there. Lets the bomb go down. Nobody from top Grandma's there to try to contest the A execute. And iLLeY Gaming were trying to piece together for themselves. And Wardy with the delayed timing there to be able to take down Classic. And while knowing that there could be a 1-for-1 positioning, that is what we have seen from Wardy countless times throughout the entirety of the Challengers year. Just aggressive submachine gun plays to be able to find 2 within the round. Really enables Team War to find their success, as you say, 1 round away, tying up the series.
Fans are just playing this one slow. Expect somebody to push out over towards Taxi. Brack's done it quite a lot here in this S&D thus far, but will not be doing it this time around. It's significantly more passive from iLLeY. So are War. They're not giving anything away for free at the moment. Mohawk draws that first blood on towards Maple. That's a long one as well. Classic follows up. The dominoes will fall. And for Team War now, that bomb is just stuck in a very unfortunate position.
Harry and Wardy previously were rather separated from each other. That will change now. They're effectively just holding hands, trying to traverse the lands here on Bakaj in the 2v4. Look, you did it one time, so you can't do it again. The stun won't find any information whatsoever, but Mohawk just lying awake. Will they be able to get the timing to at least see one player come across over here? Wardy's already thrown a couple of shots, so they at least know where one player's located at.
There's not really much time to make this work, especially as the teammate comes from through. Well, the nade, excuse me, comes through from Exceed. Harry now 1v4. They know exactly where he is. This is one of those good luck, have fun situations where Harry can't really do anything. And the patience will pay off. The staring contest will end. And ironBlood, another round on the board. It was 3 on the bounce for a team war. What a time to put a stop to the bleeding here for ironBlood.
Yeah, and ironBlood's defense, again, they didn't do anything too flashy. It was just a default setup when you're thinking about it, right? I mean, you had Classic over by the B stairs, just waiting for the timing and the confirmation from their teammates to come through on exactly where Team War were trying to execute from. He pops up, he finds that second kill, forces Team War's hand to try to bring themselves back from yet another 2v4. 1 round at a time, ironBlood for their offense again. They've been finding success with their slow roll offenses. Stuns will come through, which has opened up a few doors. Or how much information they're able to gain off of it.
A lot of information. I have to imagine a lot of noise has been made. Free fire coming out from War. Make sure nobody has actually got that bomb down just yet. That has not been the case. ironBlood are waiting for War to make the first move. Till he's been thrown out, and I think Wardy actually just got tagged by a few team nades. Nonetheless, though, ironBlood looking to get the bomb down now. Wardy just going to be waiting for that push. Sneaky as you like. Snake your way through, my friend. Here we go. Wardy's going to activate. Maybe the timing. There's the first one towards Brack. Does he get away? He does. Now just waiting. Classic pushes through, though, and towards Tools, and that's Denzer down.
Big play from Wardy to at least to stay alive. 3v3 you go. Look at the bomb actually moving through Grandma's right now. Exceed having to play this corner. You're starting to run out of time. Harry just playing at the backside of the window will force out a 3v2.
Exceed, you got to trade this one. You got to go straight through. And now that's bombed down in a terrible position. Mohawk in 1 versus 3. 30 seconds or so to make this one work. Gets the 1 kill on towards Harry, but again, it's the bomb retrieval mission that's tough. And as soon as you get one of these kills, well, the other one's probably just going to run away. There it is to close things out. Team War. They win because Search and Destroy before versus ironBlood. They're going to do it again here when it matters. Oh, the series now 1-1 between these two teams.
Shades of that round number 1 from ironBlood Gaming where they end up losing first blood on the backside of the B site. It really does force Exceed's hand to try to at least get themselves that trade on the backside of the God Tank. You are forced to make that trade happen. If an AR is not going to be overwatching the play over by the tank formation, then it has to be a submachine gun just to burst out of Grandma's and try to at least force their hand to make an A execute more feasible. It's just not going to be, not when you are playing against Team War on a map like Bocage Search and Destroy where they have all of their I's dotted, every single T cross. Absolutely wonderful execution coming from them, reading everything that ironBlood were throwing at them.
Yeah, Team War in Search and Destroy at the moment. Yes, it might not have come across very well versus Ultra Academy North America, but will come across pretty well here. We know they've been pretty good at Search and Destroy over the last couple of seasons of challenges, and they showed it again once here. You know, again, I think when it comes down to it, you're seeing these players draw the first bloods time and time again. They're able to kind of make the best of bad situations as well. ironBlood Gaming. Oh, that is a tough one to lose. Team War, though, played very, very well.
Yeah, it really does say something again. The way that Team War has offered themselves to play Bocage Search and Destroy, much like many other teams across all different regions, is that very slow pace, yet methodical, make sure that we're holding all these right angles, play off the timings for Wardy and Drazah with the submachine gun, either offense or defensive like, the pings from the minimap or confirmation from their teammates just to collapse on a play. And one ironBlood member trying to get the hell out of a sticky situation. It just always works out in their favor. It really does feel like it. Barring those 3 rounds that ironBlood were able to take mostly off the offense, trying to meet the pace of Team War, it was quite revealing just how comfortable Team War truly are on a map like Bocage. We were talking about Drazah there in the Ultra NA matchup and how they still popped off even in a losing form. This time around they had some help as Wardy was absolutely electric on those retakes and especially in the middle of the round through the middle of the map.
It's just how aggressive these players can get, right? Wardy and Drazah, they're just so slippery, right? You can see that kind of in the non-traded kills. When you've got more than 50, 60% of your kills being non-traded, you're just getting away time and time again. That is what's so frustrating when you're playing against Team War. And, you know, I'll be honest, when it comes down to the veto process again, we know that ironBlood played Team War on Bocage. I'll be honest, I don't know why they allowed it through here in the best of 5. Team War are an SMG-oriented roster. I would say, I think ironBlood were fortunate enough to take away the Bocage, a hard point away from Team War because their SMGs are their biggest strength. And once again, we're seeing it here in the stat lines, as you say, Wardy and Drazah being the top performers for the squad. 1k damage in the end from Drazah as well, 117 damage, excuse me, per round. Team War They continue to prove their dominance on Bacard, Search and Destroy, making a statement. They're able to tie this one up, Andy, at 1-1.
Yep. 6 out of 9 first bloods as well for Team War. Really just shows how much they were dictating the pace throughout the entirety of that. But you got to at least tip the confidence coming out from Iron Blood Gaming. I mean, they are definitely not short of confidence, I'll tell you that much, in between these 4 players. But yeah, that Tusken control is going to be quite revealing for sure. Team War, again, their hard veto. They want nothing to do with Gavutsu control. And the same could be said about how Iron Blood truly do feel on Berlin control as a whole. Really close run-ins through a lot of these different teams on Berlin control specifically. Iron Blood very much so tested on that control versus AIM Esports in that lower semifinals. Also had a 0-3 deficit in a loss versus Ultra Academy North America. Probably wanted to move over towards the map mode combination that they could play a little bit more slippery style, especially with what Exceed has been offering through that map number 1 and 2. Just comes down to the value to be able to be finding for themselves, because going over to Tusken control, again, you and I were having a little bit of a jest about it before we actually went live with lower finals. This is actually still one of Team War's best map mode combinations.
Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? Because when we talk about the veto process, we talk about Tusken control being the one that made it through. Obviously, again, you already mentioned the fact that Team War didn't want to play Gavutsu. I do not blame them for that, given how strong the ARs have been. For Iron Blood Gaming, you do not want to face down Brack and Mohawk at the moment on Gavutsu control. That being said, again, you know, for Team War here, I'm kind of surprised again that we're playing Tusken control, because we've already seen how strong they are at it. I mean, they beat Ultra EU, their fellow EU compadres, 3-2 on this very map yesterday. It was a strong 3-2, I will say, at that. Of course, that final nade coming through from Harry to finish it all up. It was a brilliant one. I'm going to be honest, I kind of want to see answers from Iron Blood, from like the coaching staff and the team, as to why the veto process has kind of landed this way, because I still would have preferred to see a Berlin control if I'm facing up against Team War here.
Yeah, I don't know. Especially with knowing that they could outpace them as well. I think that needed to be the answer, is that you almost wanted to meet the pace differential, especially in the SMG department. You know, Exceed, Classic really do need to be those 2 players. I mean, hell, you can even throw Brack into that mix. Mr. can do it all, as it may end up being through the rest of this year. AR Flex, main AR during that Shady Kings run over in Toronto. And then what they're also showcasing here, sometimes picking up the 3rd SMG. I'm right there with you, friend. I definitely would have loved to see Iron Blood Gaming on a Berlin control comparatively to the Tusken. I really just feel like that Iron Blood Gaming don't know what they're in store for. But again, like I was saying, talking to Exceed ahead of the entirety of the weekend, they had no hard vetoes. They just wanted to try to force their hand on map mode combinations that they felt like that they were going to be more comfortable on. I just don't know if this one's it.
We'll see. Well, both teams at the moment look pretty locked in. Classic Exceed with his backwards cap on there. It's had a hell of a day so far, of course, with this team taking their victory over AIM Esports not that long ago. I'd have loved to have seen the reactions off the back of that matchup, but nonetheless, these guys will be feeling the momentum after that. Team War as well. Constantly got the support of the Team War guys who have been supporting Call of Duty Challenges for the longest time. Shout out to those people, and shout out to everybody in the venue right now watching Call of Duty Challenges. It's a wonderful thing.
You always wonder where those rookies come from. You always wanted to know how they ended up climbing the ladder. Who is this scrappy guy? How did he pop off for Toronto Ultra when he ended up filling for that 1 CDL matchup? It's here in Challengers. There is so much talent across all 4 regions, and it's all accumulated to this Challengers Finals. 3 teams remaining, tied up 1 apiece in this series. Lots of nationalities being showcased here in this Tusken control, but I love this call off the rip. Iron Blood, as aggressive as you like it, they find those 2 opening kills, Brody. They're already on B.
Yeah, on a map where 1-ticket progression can make the difference when it comes to who gets defense for round number 5. This is a huge call coming out from Iron Blood Gaming, and it's a successful one. At that here, Exceed still alive. He will finally fall now down to Classic and Brack on the point. And, well, the latter of those 2 players, the last one left alive. 2-ticket progression, by the way, off the back of that opening push. That was a hell of a call from Iron Blood.
Yeah, I mean, look, the job is mostly set. Just try to at least get 1 segment off that aggressive push over towards B. Now you're really setting it in stone about the pace that Iron Blood are trying to set up for themselves, getting those 2 segments of progression over by B early. They're only leaving Brack to solely cap that A zone, gets past that 1 segment, while the rest of their teammates are trying to lurk through the map and try to find some kills.
Now Iron Blood going back to the old faithful, straight towards A they go. Unfortunate team nade coming through from Classic, but it doesn't matter because it's flanked in the kill feed by Brack and Classic. Also getting kills onto Team War members. Exceed should be able to close this one out. And you can see at the moment, Look how jittery Team War are playing. They are holding very strong on their B defense, but they do not know just yet. They've let one player through in the form of Classic. As Brack wins one as well. This could well be a quick swing across towards B.
Yeah, and again, they only need one segment of progression, right? So now you're mostly looking at Harry, who's coming up through headquarters, so at least try to influence and try to slow the roll of Ironblood, and just still finding that one kill will at least keep Ironblood honest. Now, you still have players in towards the backline. That's going to be Exceed, trying to zone away in the top side of Church, but the collapse is coming in. Team War, they have the angles covered, knowing that they got Ironblood players here in top green.
It's going to be Brack and Exceed inside radio. Had already pounced, waiting for the help from Mohawk. Classic as well. What are you ready for this one? The first few shots going down now. There's the first kill versus Brack. Elsewhere, Classic has fallen as well. It is all war on the kill feed. Mohawk only able to get one. And if I'm Mohawk here, even with 90 seconds, maybe you could kind of disrupt this, but I would wait for your teammates. And to be fair, I think Mohawk actually kind of wants to get right in the mixer. Wants to cause some problems if he can towards this Team War lineup. And they still don't know where Mohawk is located. You can see it is going to be Methodz on the minimap trying to find him. But there we go. Mohawk actually going to get the better of his players. And now you've got players coming on the flank as well. This is an opportunity here for Ironblood.
Yeah, it is. They have players in towards the back. Look, Exceed is all the way on the backside. You have Classic stalling up the clock. Someone's got to contest Classic down here on the zone. Finally, one player will drop. 3 players while we're looking at Classic. We'll get them off the zone. But you still have to deal with Exceed in towards the back.
Exceed still here. Still looking to cause some problems. He's being chased down by Wardy. And there you go. Wardy finally going to take him down. Harry for 2 as well. 60 seconds left on the clock here. Ironblood Gaming down by 5 lives. And the overextension starting to come through from Team War. And for Maple, he is ready for that push through ruins from Ironblood as well. Going to double back, but Classic is there to catch him. And to be fair, this flipping the map might not actually work out for Team War. They're pushed so far through, Ironblood, they actually have a route in behind.
Yeah, I wonder when Harry is actually going to realize this, that they have to give up this rooftop positioning and try to come help out their teammates on the backside of this zone push that is starting to manifest itself, because Exceed is able to find 2. Now they should be more than aware, okay, now the map has completely flipped, but look at Ironblood Gaming. They're trying to play with the time. 23 seconds remaining. Exceed kept weak, trying to climb up the ladder, will unfortunately not be able to make that climb happen. 17 seconds remaining. Last chance saloon for Ironblood to get on B.
There's still a chance if Classic and Brack are able to build something special, and well, Classic will fall now just down to Brack. The AR that has been just monstrous for Ironblood Gaming. There's the first, but not likely to get any more than that. It is just down to Exceed now. He can waste some time maybe for Mohawk to come off and pull this one off. But if C goes through on the flank, he will get shut down. And, well, there's the last as well. Team War, they weather the storm, they survive. But that 2 ticks of progression on the B zone, that is going to hurt.
Yeah, we'll talk about that if it ends up coming into conversation, especially for a round 5 defense of segments of progression. Just might be the decision maker whether or not Ironblood do get defense. But I got to go back to the point you were talking about with Team War chalking that A zone as early as they did. They lost a lot of lives in that scramble when Ironblood were trying to move their way over towards B off the rip, and then transitioned over towards A. Did not want to lose more lives, did not want to lose more map positioning. Definitely a nice reserved moment coming through from Team War. But now on their offense, looking through the middle of the map, they're able to walk away with 2 kills, so presence is here, and Denz is already pushing through Church.
I love this from Denzer. Now, how much more damage can you do if you got through the enemy lines? But unfortunately, we'll get shut down there by Brack. But still, I think War want a piece of this B. Pie and Wardy having a massive part of that. Picks up 2 against Mohawk and Classic. And now for Team War, an opportunity here to start to get some progression. Not 1, but both of these 2 points. Wardy is pushing through. That is 5 in a row for the man. He will get shut down short of any streaks. But the damage you have to feel is done. Team War have so much map control at the moment.
They're on both zones as well. And of course, Ironblood Gaming are going to immediately take their focus over towards B, because that is the more difficult of the 2 zones to try to get in your favor for an offense. So it was a lot of bait that is going in the favor for Team War. They still hold that 5 life advantage. Wonderfully done from Team War off the rip there. They'll get the 60 seconds added on towards the board. And they know that they have that life advantage in their favor. So how do you work these 2 minutes? Which routes are you going to try to take? You know you want to at least try to get a player in the backside of the defensive spawn.
They're trying to do that. Exceed being uber cautious of the fact that Team War might be trying to push players through the back line, but they do want to get control of maps as well. Harry trying to do exactly that here, but loses the first one versus Mohawk, so that isn't exactly going to help. And I think now for Team War, the better option would be go straight through radio. Denzer slides on out. There is no immediate trade coming on through here from Wardy, who is also successfully shut down by Ironblood Gaming. So Ironblood now, a moment to stabilize here. They've got 100 seconds or so left on the clock to defend. Not a lot of difference in terms of the lives, but map control most certainly here in favor of this Ironblood roster.
Yeah, Maple's going to get caught out from Mohawk, who was just holding down there by well on the ramp itself. This needs to be a trade that might just have to be insinuated for Team War. Mohawk actually still gets the hell out of dodge all the way inside of Church. The stun comes through, but Wardy's hipfire is just too true. As you were saying, Team War continuously assaulting that P5 area, just trying to get themselves top green positioning, and Denza finds a 2-piece. So as long as you're able to find Exceed here, this is the last known defender before you have to take a look at the spawn.
Yeah, you've got past the first checkpoint, right? You've got control of maps, and now you've even got further than that as well. These players starting to push forward, but it is one by one, and, well, ironBlood Gaming more than happy to take those gunfights. They have the numbers. Classical clean house, and now it is just one player in close proximity. That is going to be Harry, who Exceed has actually just sniffed out. So ironBlood doing an excellent job at the moment with a staunch defense line that War have only broken once. 40 seconds now left on the clock, and for Team War, they continue to lose map control here, Andy.
Got to be able to find yourself a significant amount of kills. 3-for-1 trade is what you're looking for here for Team War to maybe try to get themselves closer towards that B zone. Some kills come through. 2-for-1 trade. Denza trying to at least swing to Exceed, who answers back with a 2-piece of their own. Now, a stray gunfight did come through from Harry trying to get themselves on that B zone, but Brack will find that trade. 10v9, 15 seconds remaining.
Last chance saloon for Team War. You've got to find your way through, and it is through maps where they have come time and time again. This time around, it is Denza who falls first. Nice nade from Harry to take down both Mohawk and make a second weak. Just a couple of players now on the point in the form of Harry and Wardy, but what can they do? Wardy, the last man left alive. He already made some heroics, some magic at the beginning of the first round, but not going to be able to pull anything off. And I think the thing is, despite those heroics that we saw from Wardy, it didn't actually result in any tick progression whatsoever on towards B. Key differentiating factor between the two teams at the moment.
Yeah, transitional gunfights are great all the way until you end up getting traded out by a 3-piece on the backside of Church, and then you cannot influence the transitional gunfights into pressure over towards that B zone. So very...
All right! Yeah! We are back! I managed to watch the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy. Joe missed the birth of his child, but we are here and ready to get rocking. Thank you for your patience. I know it was insanity, but as we stand, if you just joined us, OpTic up 2-0.
Did you just break your mic? I think you might have.
I totally unplugged the cable, so yeah. Audio issues continue as I get stomped on. I'm back though, Joe.
Yeah, I think you grew some hair back too.
Yeah, no, honestly, I had to reshape my head, Joe. All right, buddy, let's go. Let's get back into it. Subliners, Texas, after the big break, these players have been tested. Now you got to flip the switch. Get right back into it. OpTic look to close it out. Subliners look to battle back, and it's OpTic starting off strong.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just recap really quick, right? It was a tight hard point. OpTic was able to clutch on up in the final moments and dominated. Tuscan, search and destroy. I got to re-warm up my voice as well, I guess. But already a great start. They find 4 kills. They're getting worked over towards A. And you can see New York, they're playing passive towards B. It's almost like they're going to give this up already. Again, this is a map where OpTic has struggled on the weekend. They have struggled in this game mode, trying to turn it around right here.
Well, second bit of progress done today. While they finish that, just looking for picks. They're trying to hunt and get iLLeY out of his spot ringside. They're able to do that. Kismet soars forward. There's the kill with the pistol, and that'll be the 8 point. All right, first part done. Lives, you got a slight advantage. 28 on the board for OpTic. Tons of time to work with. Now you try to get set up. It's Dashy and iLLeY. They're finding picks with the autos. Trying to free up some of that map control. That's a big win from Dashy mid-map. That's going to be everybody wiped off for a second, but the spawns are coming in quick. They're wrapping back towards B, but you got a foothold here ringside already.
I mean, we saw this from LA Thieves yesterday, right? All you're trying to do at this point, with 2 minutes on the clock, is just play TDM.
7 lives, Joe, 7.
You're trying to get 1 on the point and stop the clock. That's the goal right now if you're OpTic. You have ring control. Force them to have to come to you, to have to move. This is what happens. The kill feed lighting up all the way. OpTic in control. 5 spree for Dashy. He hasn't died.
Stacking it.
Now you have 3 on the point in what has been a dominant round for OpTic.
It's cruising right now. They're starting to pick them off, but you get 2 points of progress. All right, you regain control of your subliners, but that is a massive sequence. And lives-wise, you are still in a huge position. Also, look at Dashy. The guy is yet to drop. He is a king amongst men. 7-0 with a glide to use.
Do you use this now? I mean, maybe you take ring
just
control.
Go for the jugular.
Right, just an offensive round in round 1. I mean, you already have the life advantage. You only need 1 more take. That might be the call to use it this early. A bounce pass to Grim. He's going to run away. But, you know, obviously you have control, then you lose it. New York, they have ring control. Hydra 0-5 from him. Well, we're going to slow down here for a bit. The key here, maybe the best friend of New York will be that clock.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. If you have like a 10-minute break, and you know, I hear the eyes slowing the momentum from Texas, whatever, but that was just so long that everyone's just got to get in the groove again. And it's Texas that are coming out strong. Wiping them off the board. Here we go. Starting to push in. Scump looking for the angle. Not able to win it. It's Crim that'll drop him. But once again, they're able to stop the clock, Joe. And the clock with the lives in their favor if they continue to stop it as Kismet and Hydra. They're able to retake, get a semblance of balance here for a moment. Some big kills for NYSL.
I'm still surprised. I'll be honest, I am surprised he has not called that in yet. Just with the clock, I thought that was the moment to do it. Give yourself another kill. 20 seconds. They got to get to this point. I mean, 2 takes, great. You could have had the round 1, though. We'll see if they clutch it on up. But Paul and Crim are locking it down. Here comes Shotzzy and Scump. Sometimes they do it with the subs. This time with the autos. 3 dead. Only 4 lives remaining. It has to get to the point, though. And Kismet finds both of them.
I thought he was going to be able to slide across, but Kismet just laces them. Drops 3. And I think that's one where I guess if you're both teams, you feel good in a way. It's like, oh God, we survived one there. Like we were getting bodied early for NYSL. At least we're able to hold on, not lose the round. If you're OpTic, you get 5 points of progress. Like it's big, but yeah, I think you kind of were like, go for the jugular, use the streak, close out this round here. You probably win the map.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you have it as insurance over towards B on defense with a dominant round like that. But I'm very surprised that they didn't call that in. Even just then at the end with Shotzzy and Simp finding 3 just to make sure that last player doesn't do what Kismet did. Fact is, though, we're going to move forward. New York able to clutch up in that round number 1. Still, though, a very good offensive round for Texas. And now we'll see. Hydra 1-8 starts slow. Start for him. iLLeY able to find 2, but I'll tell you what, feels like the guns for OpTic still hit.
And iLLeY, I mean, he really struggled here yesterday. Obviously, just got smoked. So him coming out and making some plays, you got to love to see. But how can NYSL answer? Well, not answering on Dashy. That man is still turned. Keeping the guns warm. I mean, for the most part, you probably didn't see it if you're watching at home, but OpTic in their seats, dude, they were just staying locked and loaded throughout it. I don't think I saw him move much.
What else can you do, right?
Yeah,
just keep playing the game. I mean, it is what it is. Props to him, but Shotzzy, he was working the flank. He ends up getting taken down. Scump with a big win with that MP40 over towards ringside. Hydra trying to do what he can. Maybe you can already see the white arrows going back towards B. They don't want anything funky happening. Just making sure ring control is so important on this map. You can transition between both points. Scump does get taken down at A, but you can see Shotzzy, iLLeY trying to do what they can towards ring.
Here, just about to get the second part done. Some help comes here for Hydra. It's Paulehx trying to get through in the kill feed, but it's iLLeY. Still playing strong. At 10 kills in the game. There's 0.8 done. You got 90 seconds to work with. Lives basically square, so not quite as good a position as we saw for Texas. But it just takes a moment of brilliance to maybe crack open this defense. But it's Scump still roaming. Just looking for that opening. But it's Shotzzy that's cutting him down. He's able to take 2 down before he falls. This will kind of send NYSL back to step 1 as they look to fight through, but I mean, look where iLLeY is on the map, like how far he is pushed up towards their spawn.
And I like that from Scump. He's got the MP40. He's thinking I gotta get to boat and find a kill or 2, but he just gets caught over towards green side. Dashy and Shotzzy will slow things down. You still have Paul, though, working the flame. It feels like they're looking for him. Shotzzy able to find him. Inside a ring, though, Kismet will allow his teammates to get to this position. Shotzzy, this is all you have to do. Take your time. You still have to take advantage. Now maybe New York starting to move forward.
Yeah, this is where you need to see the answer. And the remaining players that are up, that's going to call the streak in right away. They're worried about the pressure. You go 2 for 2. That's able to connect on the Crim. All right, so you hold behind the streak. You get good use out of it. You stabilize and maybe a scary moment.
Well, I think that is just to preserve the take advantage, honestly. It's not like even like they had a player on it.
Yeah.
Or one done. I mean, you still have time here if you're New York to win this round. They're getting pushed up. Scump, though. Him and iLLeY trying to do what they can. iLLeY finds 3. The same way we saw Kismet do it last round. This time it's iLLeY. He's got 13 kills through 2 rounds. Last night, 11 through 5. Much better performance here.
100%. That's something you just got to highlight. So they're going to be able to hold. Texas will get it done. They get it done far more efficiently. So just keep in the back of your minds, they have that 2-tick advantage.
Maybe you need the streak, maybe you didn't, but I think you're right. They just want to make sure they held on to that advantage.
Yeah, just the insurance policy over, you know, towards that zone. In case something goes wrong, you go for it dead. Yeah, you would have had it. I mean, just the way that round played out just felt like OpTic were going to run away with it. And yeah, New York clutched it up, but it's all about defense. We'll see. You know, it's what we saw last night as well. You know, with OpTic and LA Thieves, I mean, OpTic or LA Thieves, they had their chances on offense. Same with OpTic. Maybe they're just feeling good.
Well, iLLeY after that triple, he's going to carry a force free into this round. Maybe he can get a hot start early here on offense, but the first pick will go to Dashy. And onto the point eight will go. The autos keep hitting like trucks for Texas. That's iLLeY in the gunfight, looking for number 5 if he can, but as he gets the tags in, it's Scump that's able to push forward. Now 3 straight for him.
Their offensive brace have been flawless. Last time through, 4 dead, no deaths on their side. This time through, already progress at A. 3 kills in New York. They're going to give this up again. We saw this last time. Well, they're going to wrap through a ring and make sure nothing crazy happens, but it did. It's such a life advantage, and they are not winning gunfights.
And I think that's the big thing. It's like when they were losing lives, like 2 would go down, they answered with 2 immediately. But that's 5 straight now for Scump, and trying to slide away, get back to full. Still no deaths. Finally, the first one going to go down. iLLeY able to get his 5th on the spree. What a life advantage it is. He can do the damage now. Can they get another line to work with? He's got, what, 8 bullets. So not a ton to use. See if he can find something to add to this, but it's Shotzzy. That's coming up clutch in the kill feed for now. They just continue to get kills without a response. It has not been traded. There's enough bullets there. He's able to find some ammo. 6 now.
They have one death this round. 1 death they have lost.
It is just dominance. No streak, but still such an advantage. Now 5 in a row. What, you had a 5 streak for Scump, 6 in a row for iLLeY, 5 then for Shotzzy, 5 now for Dashy. They are blowing them off. Gavutu just dominating here.
And this is even great for Scump, right? Just slowing down the clock, because when you have this life advantage, that is your biggest opponent.
Hello.
But now, they are just turning them into the mixer as they find kill after kill. The second tick about to get done. 5! Almost 5 for Scump.
They can do it right there. Close it out. A massive round. They were dangerous in the first offensive round. This time, a wee bit more dangerous. Up 2-1. Round away from closing this out. Screw the break. They come in hot.
Trying to get us back on schedule, I guess. I mean, OpTic, dude. Props to them. Props to them and just their mentality. But for New York, it is, you have to win an offense or you are done. Your year is done. OpTic will move on to play Seattle later today. But you can see in the top left, just Crim and Hydra struggling. And I know it's difficult when you have, what? I mean, they had 2 defenses. It's just the way that OpTic have started on defense. Kismet, though, going to go right to be with Crim. They know they need to make something happen early.
Well, Scump, nearly double positive. That's 5 in a row for him again. I feel like they're calling out that out for an OpTic player every other second. Can he find more? Peekaboo. Here I am. Another one. That'll be 6. Potential streak. Some damage in, but down to 19. Hydra right around the edge. Here's the chow. Hydra faster on the snap.
Yeah, that glide comes through. I mean, honestly, that's probably it. Just having that over towards B. Nice kills coming in now from New York. These things kind of slow down. You can see iLLeY already pushing up, controlling ring. And well, that's just going to make sure that they have to worry about the flank. Is Scump catches Kismet, shooting in circles.
A little bit windy on Gavutu, near the beach, Joe.
Yeah, I think it's what, a little rainy, 30 mile per hour winds in the west.
Yeah, it's like hurricane season. Hydra has needed to come alive. He's been able to get 3 in a row, but he was struggling. I think like 7 and 18 coming into this round. We'll see if he can turn up because they are going to need him to. They're going to need those entry kills. The MP40 going to be crucial to make the plays. There's a one-on-one win against Shotzzy. That gets the streak up to 4, maybe 5, but Dashy doesn't miss. As Bruce wins the gunfight, minute 40 on the clock, 20-20 in the lives department. It all comes down to this for NYSL. You have got to find an opening. You've got to get it to round 5. Can they go huge?
Not yet. Ring still dominant from Texas.
And that's a problem, right? If you look at OpTic's offense, they had such a lead advantage in the lives where, I mean, they could take their time. They were playing with so much map advantage. They're just not winning enough gunfights. You still have Kismet in the spawn. Scump looking for him. But the problem is Kismet, he's by himself, right? I mean, he needs his teammates to get to him. And then the OpTic's like, all right, you can just sit back there. That's fine by me. We'll let Scump try to hunt you down, play a little hide and go seek, and he gets taken out.
Once again, they're finding the kills, building up that advantage again. It was even not that long ago. Now up to 5 for OpTic. 1 minute of defense. And they've come back from the extended break. He said that looks so frustrating once you get meleeed. But now to Scump's POV, we go quickly. Not able to hit the shots. 40 to go.
Yeah, it's like great. You're
second by second
over there, but you need ring control. That's where Dashy and iLLeY have been all round.
Okay,
finally, with some control. Shotzzy just got to play his life. Hit nades. This is beautiful from him. Watch Crim, though. He's sneaking on through. Maybe the opening for New York that they need. That's going to be 3 dead. iLLeY, though.
That nade,
and the nade from, I think from a teammate probably hits him.
That nade, just you saw how much it threw off his aim, but the clock is going to stop with 20 seconds to go. Can't hit by the kills.
Paul has to stay alive. He's
going massive. Needs to stay up. His life's so valuable. The nades are hitting, but the life is coming back. Now, the reinforcements getting in position. All 8 players ready to go at it. iLLeY had to go big. iLLeY is going huge at 24 and 15. Kismet and Hydra finding it, but Shotzzy there with the answer. 10 seconds to go. 3 versus 5. It is chaos around the point. It is Shotzzy continuing to go big. 1, 2, 3, we're out. I was really wondering, honestly, after that long of a break, and just that audio issue, they could not get through, like, what were we going to get from either team? I wasn't sure. But you kind of felt like instantly in the round 1, you're like, okay, I'll figure something out. Like, they're good.
And that's the Gabutu I think we saw earlier in the year. Much better out of them. I think that's where the reps come into play. I know they lost 2 of them, but listen, allows you to fish your mistakes and you get on point on the map, and that's exactly what we saw. Finally, they get a controlled victory. They're going to move on. Another tough matchup, though, later on for Seattle Surge, who looked fantastic.
They've got a war to go through today.
Yeah,
100%.
For New York, I mean, heck of a year, right? Just an up and down roster changes. They make the run at Major 4. Just couldn't get it going, especially in the respawns here. And OpTic just a better team today.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, we don't know exactly what we were chatting about, but it seems like OpTic kind of chatted through maybe some of their issues they had on Gabutu, because that's the best we've seen them look in so long. I mean, just statistically across the board, I mean, everybody was frying. It legit just felt like somebody was close to getting a glide constantly, just popping off with individual plays. Ringside control was dominant for the most part.
It was a break-off, though, right? I mean, just on offense.
Up 4, up 5 right away.
4 or 5. They were up 14 at one point on the second offense through. It's like you see the stats for New York and like, oh, it could be tough. They had multiple offenses, but they didn't. They were just getting fried, outslayed on the defensive side. In the way they played that, like they would lose the break. It was an instant rotation over to B, just not finding the map control we usually see on defense. Gabutu.
And that's just, it's got to be one of those, I know we always think like that, but the moment that's going to propel a team, the moment that's going to help them make that run, and it's really crucial on a day like this because it can be a long one. And I don't know, I guess I am so impressed to be delayed that long. I'm sure they were frustrated, but they were locked in their seats. They were talking through stuff, it looked like. They were still playing. And you come out and just lay down the hammer.
Yeah, now what? We have LA Thieves, the Atlanta FaZe up next, and then they'll play again, maybe twice in a row. Yeah. But yeah, can they get this run going? And we talk about matchups in maps a lot. I will say Seattle Surge is similar to New York, where they will play a lot of Tuscan. The problem is we talked about maybe the King of Tuscan being Dashy early in the year. What Fred has done just at this event alone, that man, he might have a statue of himself on that map.
No, he has been a monster, but a big piece of this. When you just think about that map 3 control, you needed a big rebound and answer from iLLeY. You got exactly that. The man was a monster. We've got him on stage with Blaze.
Thank you so much, Merc and Maven. Los Angeles, give it up for OpTic Texas as they progress on through to top 4. iLLeY, you guys look totally
vastly different today than you guys were yesterday versus LA Thieves. What did you guys have to do to get this victory done here against the Subliners in a 3-0 fashion?
Honestly, we just played our game, and honestly, I put all of yesterday on me. So now I'm going to turn up for the rest of the tournament, and we're going to take what's ours.
Hey, what a big man. Put it on his shoulder for the team there. And now I know you guys got a lot of pressure on you, looking to get your second ring for a few of you guys. You, Shotzzy, Scump, y'all already got one, but looking to get Bruce's first and your second. How you feeling progressing on there towards those finals? Y'all think y'all can get it done?
Oh, yeah, I'm feeling good. Oh, yeah, I know we'll get it done.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Now, talk to me about Bruce and how he's been playing. He's about to turn up in his next series.
Oh, yeah, nah, Bruce is absolute fucking beast. Like, oh, my bad, but he's absolute beast.
Hey!
You know? Like, we're going to show up. We're going to do our thing.
Y'all going to show up and y'all going to do y'all thing. I'm going to let you get up out of here. But anything you want to say to these fans who are lined up here in the front, standing up for you guys?
I appreciate all you guys for showing us love. You already know.
All right. You already know. Give it up one more time for iLLeY. Desk, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our game break presented by Prime Gaming. Lando, Chance, aLLeY, Nameless, just in case you forgot what our names were because of the unfortunate but long break. Tell you what, man, OpTic versus New York. I mean, we were in that little, you know, we were wondering maybe New York could have the opportunity to make the comeback, but Texas came through with some fire on that Gav.
And man, listen, Texas, they were popping off throughout this one. You know, we were worried about them because the Berlin sneaks through in the series. Well, we don't even get there. They would have had bad side there. It doesn't matter. Placing the Tuscan in the game, too, they look ridiculous in Search and Destroy once again. And then some of the offensive pushes right off the bat on that Gavutu, it was beautiful. Dashy picks up the glide. I mean, they were just firing on all cylinders. After that break, to be able to come in and everybody keep their guns hot like that is very impressive. OpTic looked dangerous.
Yeah, they did indeed. Let's go and take a look at our scuff play of the game. By the way, just in case you forgot, the Tuscan hardpoint was absolutely nuts. aLLeY, I mean, just insane work from everybody on the team, but Scump had himself a series and started it off with this play.
I just have one thing to say about this series, say about this play, is that this is the OpTic Texas we have been promised all year in this series. And now it's all about finding that consistency and continuing to do it in the elimination bracket. Scump was not getting knocked out, especially against Crim. And that map 1, he was something else, but in that map 3 as well, like when they were in an unfavorable situation, it was Scump on a 4, it was Scump on a 5, Scump on a 6. Now that is who we want to see, the king at the championship of Vanguard.
And there were so many of those gunfights too that are like just ridiculous as well, like having to get the headshot, guys sliding on like the tree heading and whatnot, but the king delivers, and that is just like set the tone. On top of the fact that like I was a little bit concerned about iLLeY. I know he's got that world champ mentality, but still not an easy series yesterday to bounce back from. Literally fries right from the jump and puts on for the team 1.34 KD. Like he was absolutely the main threat.
Yeah, iLLeY definitely bounced back in this series. He was playing so good, and you know that yesterday's Gavutu was not great for him, so he definitely needed it. But you know, to your point for Scump, like at the end of that Tuscan, he literally fired off 3 headshots of people on headies with an MP40 to get them control and win at the very end. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, just wild numbers across the board, and as we said, just a very electric Gavutu control to close this one out. Let's go and take a look at the bracket to see how everything is shaping up for the moment. We still have a ton of games to go here on the CDL Saturday, and take a look at the bottom side of the bracket. We knew Seattle Surge was waiting in that elimination round 3. OpTic Texas is there to greet them off of the W there versus New York. We've got FaZe and Thieves still to face off in that winners final. Last thing that I want to touch on really quick, we got to talk about New York for at least a moment. Give these guys a little bit of flowers because, aLLeY, they made a historic run to get here.
Absolutely historic. The excitement at Major 4 coming into champs and still even making it this far. Obviously, weren't able to pull it out in the end, but we got so many amazing moments from Hydra, from Kismet being plugged into the squad, the absolute turnaround that New York has had. I don't think they should walk out with their heads down. Definitely a tough series to lose as your last game of Vanguard, but they did something incredible, Lando.
Yeah, they did indeed. Very impressive run from the Subliners. However, their run will end here. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure if you have not done so already, link your accounts. What are you doing? Make sure to link your Activision and YouTube accounts to earn exclusive in-game rewards all weekend long during playoffs. You can earn an operator, weapon blueprint, emblems, and more. And on Sunday, tune in to have a chance to win a Modern Warfare 2 open beta early access code. Also, on top of that, speaking of Modern Warfare 2, make sure and tune in on Championship Sunday for a very special segment. Get an inside look for what is next in the Call of Duty franchise with a special guest
interview. As we said, ladies and gentlemen, the day is by no means over. We're getting ready to have Atlanta FaZe, by the way, face off against LA Thieves for a grand final position chance. Quick thoughts on that one?
I mean, look, I think I picked LA Thieves to actually win it, but then I saw you see the stats of Simp. Literally never losing a single series at Champs on LAN. It's, I don't know, man. Like, he's over there making plays. Thieves are looking straight up dominant. I just know it's going to be a banger.
It's going to be a banger indeed. It's going to be a blast. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, make sure to pull up a few of those extra tabs. Pull up the Bluebird. Let us know what your thoughts are so far on the event. Make sure to utilize that hashtag CDL 2022, along with hashtag CDL Champs. Let us know your predictions, your thoughts coming into what is going to be a very, very interesting battle. Two Titans will collide to find out who will have our first spot in the grand finals. Atlanta FaZe, LA Thieves when we come back.
coming back with a new rap. Lighting up the dark on a new path. Never can be stopped, I'ma prove that. Tough as a rock, I'm a shot, I'm a champion. Brighten up the night like a full moon. Ready for the challenge, overcome the two. Never can be stopped, yeah, the chains loose. Ready for the fight, do it right. I'm a brick by brick, never stick by stick. We gon' build it so strong, baby, grit by grit. You thought I wouldn't make it was inch by inch. Moving step by step, quicksand so thick. Pain right like a bit, but I got a fire in me. It just lit like a bomb tick tick. I move like the champs do, microphone spit. Lyrics in the mix, make you smile and take a pic. Finna hit another level, turning up the bass and the treble. Fighting opposition like a rebel. Gotta make a feel it never settle. It's getting real, boy, like Geppetto. Hard like some metal. I can feel the weight every single day. When we gain the power, victory awaits. We about to break through the gate. Stepping on the scene like a grape. Coming back with a new rap. Lighting up the dark on a new path. Never can be stopped, I'ma prove that. Tough as a rock, I'm a shot, I'm a champ. Brighten up the night like a full moon. Ready for the challenge, overcoming too. Never can be stopped, yeah, the chains loose. Ready for the fight, do it right, I'm a champ. Building up muscle mass week to week. The heart of a champion, beat to beat. Swing with the best of them, cheek to cheek. And focus on the mission, man, until it's complete. Battle through the heat, no defeat. Moving through the valley, no retreat. The team stay elite, they can't compete. We earn what we get and don't cheat. You burn through your squad, no cease. We're entering a new phase. About to see some brand new days. Coming out the blaze. Pushing through with no delays. Geared up, this is the way. On like some metal. I can feel the weight. Every single day. What we gain power. Victory awaits. We about to break through the gate. Stepping on the scene like a grape. Coming back with a new rap. Lighting up the dark on a new path. Never could be stopped, I'ma prove that. Tough as a rock, I'm a shot, I'm a champ. Brighten up the night like a full moon. Ready for the challenge, overcoming too. Never could be stopped, yeah, the chains loose. Ready for the fight, do it right, I'm a champion.
Hello and welcome back. We get ready for our winners bracket final. We've got FaZe on one side of it, Thieves on the other. Before we get into the breakdown for that match, though, we've got some special conversations around the World Series of Warzone, which is around the corner. We brought on special guests with the best hair in the business. Repulse, how you doing, sir?
Good, man. Enjoying the vibes, enjoying the energy. I'm not gonna lie, this is a lot crazier than I expected.
It gets nuts, right? Like,
I love it.
Just seeing fans, players, you having a good time?
I want to get up there and I want to go in the front. I want to go cheer with them, man. They're getting me excited.
I can imagine, but like you've been a part, obviously, of like the Warzone side of things. We've got World Series of Warzone that's starting to ramp up. And last year, you guys were nasty. You were making a run, and I feel like Joe and I were casting. It was like top 3 finish like every time.
Yeah. So last year we went in there and we were first place leading up until the last game, and then we ended up choking sadly, and we ended up getting second place. But yeah, I'm super excited to come in there again and fry out.
So what's the squad looking like this year?
So we kind of.
Oh, are you sharing secrets?
Yeah.
Are you allowed to?
No, we're allowed.
Okay,
so
okay.
Myself, it's still myself and Evan, but we decided to get the little demon, you know, the best in the world, Diaz Biffle, on our squad as well. So yeah, I'm hoping we can take home the dub, because with Diaz, it's gonna be my fault if we don't win.
Yeah, no, that guy's an absolute monster, and like it's crazy because we had the solo YOLO part of this as well, which a lot of the CDL players, a lot of them would be demons on the map in Warzone, obviously, but they don't have a lot of time when they're in the middle of the league. But that was kind of crazy, like Scump winning that whole thing. Like I was just like, what?
That's him versus Aiden, right?
I wasn't.
Yeah, I think it was like him, Aiden, and Huskers that were like the last three, something like that, which was just nuts.
That was insane. I remember watching this, and I was literally on my chair jumping up and down.
Oh,
Oh yeah, we were going crazy. And just like to see how happy he is. Like, I mean, this guy's won it all. He's seen it all. He has absolutely lost his mind, Joe.
I love it. I love it.
He did. When you were playing it now, what were you running?
I literally went in there and I took it completely different than like what it was way different. I was like rocking a riot shield and just messing around with it.
100%. That's what we saw like the day before, I think, with like the EU guys. But we saw some riot shields, some CDL sticks, dude. That stuff always is crazy.
I mean, both of them. Like, I think of the one, I think it was like,
oh, speed of the man.
Oh, look.
Here he is. Here he is. Hey. Just hitting the beams.
I remember I got a little too hyped. I don't know if anybody knows. I kind of, you know, I get a little crazy.
I think I'm nuts. You've got to be one of the wildest people I've ever seen. But before we get ready to focus on, obviously, the big upcoming match, I mean, the big thing here is you're able to sign up for the open qualifiers that are going down for the World Series of Warzone. So you think you have what it takes, a beast on the map. You've been playing wagers, customs, whatever it is. You've got your opportunity to sign up and make a run for it. And who knows? I mean, that's what was so fun at the beginning of it. Like, there were a lot of players, like, heck, like Evan, when I think back to the beginning of Warzone, I wasn't familiar with Evan. And he just, what were we casting? It was like the Infam thing at the beginning?
Gauntlet.
That's right. And a lot of these guys just came out of nowhere. I'm like, hell.
I mean, that's how me and the boys came up. It was literally because of the Infam Gauntlet. We started streaming because we had to be in that competition.
Yeah, no, 100%. But all right, now we're going to take out of your depth and we're going to go into aLLeY's.
Yep.
Now we're going to start. No, she just looks at me before this. She goes, I don't play a lot of Warzone, so like, let's just leave me out of this.
I will say though, I am the only person that knew Scump was going to win the song.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. I mean, I was always a proponent of like, hey, you put them in there long enough, because I remember like it was I think like aBeZy, Simp, and I forget the fourth.
They dominated.
They had one of the
Priestahh.
Priestahh. They had the quad record like early, and then they had to stop playing for the season. But yeah, there's some of them that would obviously go nuts. But let's focus on our winners final now. aLLeY, just talk to me like opening thoughts. Like this, I think Joe, both of our brackets, this was our winners final, right?
Yep.
How do you feel, aLLeY?
I feel great. I mean, it's a rematch of Major 4.
Yeah.
Well, technically, it's
Twice.
like double the it's like double the rematch, since technically aLLeY Thieves kind of worked them twice. But I will say, you know, it's been a long time since then. Atlanta FaZe was looking great, but we are loading into the same two maps that the last time aLLeY Thieves beat them on in a pretty convincing fashion. It was like 6-2 in the search and destroy, so it really can go either way. But I feel like whoever takes that map 1, it's going to be a very quick series. I think one team is just going to get momentum off the bat and just straight roll with it.
Wait, Repulse, I forgot to put you on the spot.
Yeah.
I don't need you to go match by match, but who do you have winning the whole thing?
The whole thing, I'm going to be honest, growing up, I am a ride or die OpTic fan.
I'm just going to be honest. You want to get the fans going? I saw it coming.
No, I promise you, I was up there screaming, going crazy when they won this last one. Like, I'm ride or die OpTic, so I got to go with them. If not, I got to go FaZe.
Okay.
Swag's gonna get mad if I don't say that.
Okay, that's fair. Because you're with Complexity now. So like Tim's your boss. You can say whatever you want.
Yeah, but he's my boss, but he's not really my boss. You know.
I can't imagine him being the boss of much of anything. Honestly, Joe, for you, this winner's final, it is. For me, it's like, I don't know. Is Thieves, have they clicked to a point that has just surpassed everybody, or is FaZe going to be a battle here?
I mean, if you look at the last major, it's kind of felt that way, right? Just for in this matchup, I mean, even yesterday, Atlanta FaZe, they were able to clutch up, but in those respawns, they're still making some of those simple mistakes. I just feel like aLLeY Thieves are a step ahead. They've won some search and destroys versus Atlanta FaZe. I think aLLeY Thieves are going to make it to the final. Okay, well, aLLeY, you sort of touched on a little bit with maps and modes. We're going to take a look at them now. We'll bring it up on screen, and you really felt a lot about the map 1, right? Like they've got a really good chance to run away with this. Talk me through it. I mean, so it's double T onto triple B, so it's a little bit different. The last time they matched up, it was triple T into double B. The Tuscan, the two first Tuscans, aLLeY Thieves won by almost 100+ in the hard point, and then they won the search and destroy in 6-2 fashion, and it was a Tuscan control. Now that was close. Atlanta made it back up to make it a 3-2 win, but then another almost 100-point club into the Berlin hard point, which is still our game 4. So a little bit of a throwback here for the likes of both these teams, but again, we've seen a completely different Atlanta FaZe heading into this. The biggest issue is that when they matched up, it was everybody in aLLeY Thieves doing well. Like Octane right now in this tournament has a 1.37 overall, so Atlanta FaZe have their work cut out for them for sure. Okay, no, absolutely. Now let's talk a little bit about FaZe. So you kind of mentioned Swag. I'm curious because, like, you know, FaZe, when I first
first got into was a lot about the snipers and the montages and, you know, this big, all the pros hanging out and partying. Like, that's what it felt like. Now this team comes into the picture, and they've been nuts, man.
They've been dominant. I mean, I've been literally, what, 2 second places this year? And then, like,
well, 3 and a third, right?
3 and a third. They've been so consistent this entire year. I'm telling you, these guys, if not OpTic, I feel like FaZe might take it.
Yeah, it almost feels like, Joe, I don't want to say it's like due, but it just feels like it kind of is. Take me through the keys, though, Joe, as we're going to bring up the keys to victory for FaZe.
Yeah, game field keys to victory for FaZe. I mean, you know, you're feeling good. 7-2 since the start of stage 4 on Berlin Hardpoint. They're going to need that. I think one of those losses is to LA Thieves, and aBeZy keep up this momentum. We saw it yesterday. He's playing well in every single game mode. Yeah, I mean, FaZe, you're going to have to beat them on a Berlin, which has not been easy for any team to do. Even if you win both Tuskens, you still have to stay on that map for a long time. That has been LA Thieves' home.
It's going to be a battle, for sure, across the board. And when it comes to the side of Atlanta FaZe, like, they got their revenge against OpTic, right? OpTic had their number all season. I think that's kind of how Vanguard has gone, is some teams just have certain teams' numbers, and LA Thieves, they only have 2 wins over Atlanta, so they still got 3 more that they can cash in before Atlanta gets that revenge tour. So I'm leaning definitely towards the sides of the LA Thieves.
It just seems like it's a map pool thing for a lot of this. You talk about matchups. I mean, you're used to with, like, the, I don't know, the NBA as an example, like just the matchups of how different teams can beat other teams, even though this team's better, would smoke this team. It's just a matchup thing a lot of times, and sometimes it comes down to your map pool. But now we're going to start to talk about the other side of this. Joe, Thieves, they have been fun to watch. I mean, statistically, when they're all popping off, it is a scary sight.
No, they just seem a step ahead. But yeah, all 4 players are contributing at a very high level. Their teamwork is unreal. That man right there taking over in search and destroy. It just feels like they have a trust, a confidence in one another, and they're taking turns, kind of taking over games. When teams are like that, usually we say that about Atlanta FaZe, right? That is when they are at their scariest. But aLLeY, take me through the keys of victory for LA Thieves.
Well, for the Mondu game full keys to victory, Octane, like I said, a 1.37 KD this weekend against OpTic alone had a 1.77. And again, OpTic is a team that's had Atlanta FaZe's number all season long. And take the map to Tusken Search and Destroy. These have been 4-0 in it since the start of stage 4. FaZe is 2-3. Like I said, this map set is really hurtful for the likes of Atlanta FaZe just because Los Angeles Thieves map pool has become so deep in the past 2 events. You can't chow them on Kavutu. You have to box up with them on Berlin. And that's where Kenny and Envoy, if they get comfortable, there is a lot of work to be done.
Okay, guys, it's time to get into picks. Joe, where are you going?
Well, I mean, I have LA Thieves winning this one. Just think they're a step ahead. I think Atlanta FaZe can do it, absolutely. But right now, I have LA Thieves getting to the final. So, yeah, I expect them to take this.
aLLeY.
My hair's red. I want both teams to win, obviously. The LA Thieves.
That sounds like something like Golden Boy used to say back in the day. It'd be like this wishy-washy in the middle thing. I'm like, all right, Alex, you can't say both teams. Not how this works. Who do you got?
I gotta, FaZe up on this one. Okay. I'm not gonna lie.
Listen, I'm just going to go with my bracket that I made like a week ago. My brain tells me Thieves, but my heart tells me FaZe. I'm going FaZe. I think it just feels like it's due. I don't know, like just with how the year has gone and that crazy stat of, what is it? 4
Simp
straight finals, maybe. Simp's never lost on LAN. It is truly remarkable. What a year it has been. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do it, but we are getting ready for this winners final to kick off. I know we had a big break, but we are ready for these insane matches to continue out the course of the day. Quick break, then we get into the winners final. Don't go anywhere.
Are you ready to cook these, Sky? You gotta chill, dude. Yo, get a couple deep breaths in, boys.
Let's get it. Let's go. Dude, I think I can definitely cast F1.
Invites are out.
Oh my gosh.
We're in the game. Yeah, we're already in.
Well in.
You're delayed.
Right. Simp, sell, Arcitys, aBeZy. Simp, sell, Arcitys, aBeZy. Simp, sell, Arcitys, aBeZy. Simp, sell, Arcitys, aBeZy.
Arcitys, sell, aBeZy, Simp. aBeZy, Arcitys, Simp.
Zero, Nastie, gets no Afro. Zero, Nastie, gets no Afro.
Blue Thunder Tracer Pack. Did they have them back in World War II? Yeah, I've seen that in World War II documentaries. They also had Snoop Dogg.
It's freezing. My are about to cut something, man.
You just have like a esky in the back where we just dip our whole head in there. Huh? What's an esky? A cooler. Oh. Just put it full of ice and water, and just like after each map, everyone just dip their head and just sit on the setup dripping.
I'm defrosting my hand right now. Only my right hand though.
I should have brought like an ice pack or something. Would have been hella clutch.
Reply if you're a cool person. If not, that's fair enough. You're no cool.
I was playing on university internet. That was the best. You were in my dorm room. You were in my
five before fiber
I was in my dorm room frying.
Last week, it was my dad's birthday when we played London, and all he wanted for his birthday was us to win. We lost. We lost.
That's tough.
But no, it's okay. Because today is my mom's birthday.
Oh.
And she wants us to win, so we can redeem ourselves. So we can redeem ourselves.
I took pre-workout last night, and the gym was closed. Yep, so I sat there.
I'm asleep right now.
No, you're not.
I'm woke right now.
You twisted.
I can go to bed.
I'll stream something like that. What? Probably.
Just keep moving forward.
No, don't run backwards, you. Not you, eLLeY. I'm talking everyone. As a team.
Game is starting.
We'll see about that, ref.
Why don't we just move the day to tomorrow, Smut? Who's down? Why don't we just move it to next year? We'll come back next call.
What are you most insecure about when you're on stage?
I'm not insecure about anything when I'm on the stage. That's like my home.
I mean, I don't really have anything I'm insecure about. I just play my game and just try to perform, you know, to the highest level.
Honestly, there isn't much to be insecure about, but you know, if the gunny is lacking going into the match, I'm definitely gonna be a little insecure about that.
I'd probably say going on the stage and getting free O'd, you know, like a 30-minute series, and then that's it, and then you're off again.
The vibe we're getting, I feel like right now it's like a weird vibe that I get when I'm on stage from the crowd. Like, most people don't like me, so that's probably what I'm insecure about right now.
Whenever, like, I have to do interviews, and I just know, like, I get really anxious and nervous towards interviews, and I try so hard not to, like, mess it up.
Which actor would portray you in a CDL movie? I think if one actor was to portray me in a CDL movie, it'd probably have to be Bruce Lee.
Actually, James Murray from Practical Jokers. For a while now, I've been told that I look like him.
Would probably be like Mark Wahlberg, just because he's like a troll.
I wouldn't want an actor to do that. I would want MacArthur Jovel, Cellium, to portray me.
Honestly, if there was one person portraying me in the movie, it'd probably be Peter Dinklage, just because I feel like we're looking pretty similar nowadays.
I'm going to have to go with Robert Downey Jr.
I'd probably say Zac Efron.
Americans won't get this, but it's Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. He's not an actor. He's a football player. He came off the bench all the time, always scored, so he would be, because that's me. I'm the best bench player.
If you could pick a theme song to play when you walk on stage, what would it be and why?
The theme song I'd pick when I'd walk on stage would probably be some like old school Mac Miller, maybe like senior skip day. I feel like it would just be dope to walk out to something like that.
As soon as I saw that, I thought of my teammate Cellium, because I know he did this, and I know that he probably picked a song from Creed.
I feel like Baby Sharks would be a funny walkout entrance, so Baby Sharks probably.
I'd probably pick the Triple H theme song, you know, when he walks out on stage, just because, you know, when Triple H comes out, you know he's coming to just kill somebody, and, you know, that's the vibe you get from us, so.
I don't know, like a WWE song. Let's go like The Undertaker, like what aLLeY did that one time.
I think we have like a team anthem at this point. It's called Black Magic. We'd have a lot of fun on stage if that song was playing while we're walking in.
Who on your team is most likely to react to a mild inconvenience? Oh man, probably the whole team.
Who on your team is most likely to react to a mild inconvenience? aBeZy.
Probably be aBeZy. I feel like aBeZy is really like strict about things.
I'd probably have to be Cellium. I feel like if any little sort of thing happens to him, he's gonna freak out. He's gonna call aBeZy. He's gonna call him Alec.
Usually me, it'd probably be me or Alec.
That's Bance. Honestly, he's an old grumpy guy. If you've never met him,
it'd be Cam. Definitely. Any little thing will throw him off.
Most likely be eLLeY. He just gives the most reactions, I feel like, or Standy, if you guys don't know. I feel like he just gives the most reactions for anything, really.
This one's easy. It's gonna have to be eLLeY Standy, because every time the Uber Eats driver forgets a spoon or straw or drops it off a little at the wrong place, you know, he always freaks out and, you know, is having a war with the Uber drivers.
Who's earned your respect in the CDL, and how have they done it? Well, for one, I'm gonna have all my respect for all the world champs, and just for anyone that has won chips recently or before.
I'm gonna go with my boy Asim. He's been thrown around a lot of teams, underappreciated in a lot of circumstances, and finally got on a really good team and showed his worth.
It'd have to be one of the LAG boys, either Asim, Slasher, or Kyler. One of them three for sure.
got Nastie and we've got Gizmo and Afro that came in last year. I know how hard it is as a European to break through in the scene, and the way they've done it this year, I'll definitely give them my respect.
I'll go with my mate Gizmo, my little friend Gizmo.
I'd probably have to say Shotzzy.
Honestly, I'd probably say Shotzzy.
I'd probably have to go with Shotzzy. I'm pretty sure a lot of people's answers are probably going to be Shotzzy because he literally transferred from Halo and he learned the game so fast, and he's like so impactful on the map and is always doing the right plays and making heads up plays.
Scumpy, Seth, and Hector, obviously.
A lot of OpTic, to be honest, because they're really good, obviously, at the game, but also they do a lot for the scene, like publicity-wise and growing it.
I would probably have to say Scump because he's really made a name for himself in a way that no one else has really done.
I now see, being in the league, like how hard it is to manage, you know, streaming and growing a fan base as well as being on top of the game.
The audience and the fan base and everything he's built around himself is just honestly incredible.
They helped build Pod to what it is today, and gotta support them all the way.
Welcome to CDL Vocabulary. You ready to learn?
Sit down and get ready to learn, man. The term mixy is honestly just a term to say how chaotic like a map is getting.
I'm quite the mixy player myself. It means when you are in a lot of action, there's a lot going on around you, and for, you know, a sub player, it means moving at a fast pace.
I feel like the best representation right now is to use bow cage hardpoint. Everyone says how chaotic it is, how fast paced it is. So I just say that's a mixy map because no matter what you're doing, you're in the mix.
The last P2 rotation was very mixy.
But the origins of the term mixy, I'm not honestly sure of.
I would assume it came from the sub player because, you know, the subs are the most mixy. You don't really hear ARs getting too mixy, and when they do, it could go either very good or very bad.
All right, Los Angeles, it's time to get this winners final started. Y'all ready? Coming to the stage, it don't matter if you love them or hate them, they're on a revenge tour. Make some noise, because here comes Atlanta. Here comes Arcitys. Cellium gets the entire team. aBeZy going huge off the rotation single-handedly. It's the guts. It's the glory. It's the championship for FaZe. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the bad boys. It's Atlanta FaZe. We got Cellium, Arcitys, aBeZy, and Simp. Atlanta FaZe.
A rematch from Major 4. Atlanta FaZe lost to the LA Thieves twice. 3-1 both times. These guys want their revenge. They have the MVP Cellium. He's been popping off, but Simp, he has never lost a match on LAN at Champs. He doesn't want to start now. It has to start with those S&Ds. They lost both of them last time to the LA Thieves. But let's bring out the champions.
Let's bring out the champions. Don't complete the heist at Major 4, but can they do it again? Sound the alarm, because here come the Thieves.
The question for years, who's going to stop Simp and aBeZy? Who is going to stop this FaZe roster at Champs? It is Thieves' chance now. Their chance to make a statement. Their chance to be titans on this stage. Can Thieves run away with one? We find out now. Blaze, get us rolling.
The rematch is on, and it's a battle of bad blood. Let's see who comes out on top. Give it up for your casters. It's Bryson time.
Thank you very much, FaZe. We are live, and I know we've been delayed. I know we've been waiting, but the winners' final is here. This is not an elimination match. This is a golden ticket. Getting to the grand final of the championships is the goal of both these two teams. For LA Thieves to go back-to-back to rectify the season where they've been hated on more than almost any other team. For Atlanta FaZe, a chance to save the season.
It is a chance to save that season, but Champs is very much where they apply their trade the best. Simp is yet to lose a series in his career on LAN at Champs, which is quite something. But going up against the LA Thieves in the way that they have been playing over the past 4 weeks, it is going to be such a task. Look how good they looked against OpTic yesterday. It was insane. We all sitting in the green room, couldn't believe what we were seeing. But if it is anyone who's going to stop them, it is the Tiny Terrors and the gang on the stage. But is it Tuscan where that stop starts? I'm not too sure. It should be an interesting one, Brycey, but this winner's final here at Champs. It's taken a while to get here, as you said, but the goosebumps are starting to tingle just a little bit now. Atlanta FaZe, LA Thieves here in the Garland Center. What an occasion.
Yeah, these two teams haven't been defeated so far, but that streak must end for one of them. We go straight into Tuscan hardpoint. It's not always been great for FaZe, but hey, winning is winning if they can pull it off. We're going straight into P1 on the point of view of Cellium.
We've already seen some bangers here this weekend on Tuscan. I'd imagine we'll see a few more. Is it going to be one here, though, as Kenny Drazah starting things off hot. And if you're a FaZe fan, this is not what you want to see immediately. Players like Kenny on the gunny. There's three, surely not the fourth. Oh, we're starting like that, are we? King Kylo, 4 in a row for him.
Oh my goodness. Kenny has already started this one off. He is looking for blood. That is 5. And the tempo has been set. 24 for LA, 5 for Kenny. And Atlanta FaZe are wondering what on earth has just happened.
I mean, we get a good example there of these two teams, especially from the side of LA Thieves. Very, very good breaking team. One of the best in the game when it does come down to Tuscan. Second in total, FaZe are third. They're going to find a break back here with 10 seconds left to go. They've got some time, but it is going to be Thieves, of course, in charge. Rotation is there for them. FaZe going to try and find a break back.
They go for the first kill as well. Kenny's going to be found. Cellium's going to take it down, and Octane almost gets the trade, but not quite. And FaZe will continue to try and apply the pressure here. You can see them slowly but surely moving up. Simp's already going to be at the point, but Envoy shuts him down. Octane gets another one. Arcitys trying to get that trade, but they are outnumbered at the moment.
Arcitys on his own here. If anything, Cellium is going to be the next to fall, surely. Yes, he is. Thieves with a fantastic start to this game. And it's always a wonder when things sort of take this long to get to this stage. Are you wondering about the ice? I mean, we were saying ourselves, right, kid, we need to get ourselves hyped up for this once again. FaZe and Thieves have been there for a long, long time, but it feels like Thieves have just come out a little bit faster. A lot of time over towards P2 going their way. FaZe have really not had an answer so far.
Well, they're going for one little last push here. Scrap time is still available, but that rotation is coming in. At the moment, you can see on that mini-map, they are looking for this one, Atlanta FaZe. They want to right this ship just a little bit, as it has been a fast start from the Thieves.
Spawns are going to be there for the side of FaZe, though, with this rotation over towards P3. So the spawns did flip, of course, halfway through the season. It was one that you would see a lot of points brought up on, but for the side of FaZe now, they need to find some points. aBeZy with 2 kills in the mid-map, but tiles control here for Thieves.
Relying on Kenny, the stack coming in from the Thieves. They're looking for this now. They're going to try and apply the pressure. aBeZy finds Kenny, though. It's not going to work out for them, and they've stalled. Atlanta FaZe are holding strong at the moment, just soaking every little bit of time they can.
Let's see if they can stay alive. aBeZy on a 5-3 would like to make that 6 or 7. Not going to happen. Kenny will find the first there for the side of Thieves. It's damage limitation, push around the back. They haven't been able to get much going. Octane will find 2. Cellium will be able to answer, but he's all on his own momentarily. The rest of the team coming through mid-map. It's a decent break by Thieves, but nobody on the point.
They're just trying to keep them as far back as possible. They don't have the opportunity unless they win some very big trades. aBeZy just staying alive, playing with Envoy, not allowing him to get anything going, and just taking every little bit of time they can. You can see at the moment the Thieves cannot get into this, eventually breaking it down.
Really good job by the side of Thieves, but honestly, FaZe get a decent amount of time out of that one. They'll be happy enough as we head over towards P4. One of the best teams on the game when it does come down to this church hard point. Breaking is really their forte, but they're going to have to be the ones to hold here.
Thieves towards the back. Octane maybe the first one to try and put some pressure on.
Well, they're looking for the players they know are here. Trying to figure them out, but Cellium's going to be more than equal to it. Envoy's going to try and help them out here as well, but it's going to be a land of FaZe with basically every trade. Even Kenny is going to go down. FaZe have the hold in the church.
Really good job by the side of FaZe. Sometimes it's just as simple as winning your gunny. Cellium does it around the outside. Good job from them. He's got a big job to do here though. Envoy, Drazah, both pushing him. Grenades over towards him. Already put it up for the rest of the LA Thieves to find a push through. But the rest of FaZe doing their job as well inside the point. That's a good amount of time. It's still a 25-point lead for the side of FaZe, for the side of Thieves. And Cellium locking it down here on the outside. 20 seconds over towards P5.
Huge hold from FaZe has brought them screaming back into this game, and Kenny's going to get two, but it is still being traded out as Simp goes to work as well as Cellium. Spits on Octane a little bit there, but the rotation is in. At the moment, you can see Drazah has this a little bit locked, but he needs that reinforcement.
Kenny gonna have a look here, just to try and rotate around. Love that little bit of patience, so they don't know exactly where he is. No contestant, no info. Easy and simple, find a couple though. This break gonna start coming in here for the side of FaZe. And honestly, ever since we have had P3, it's felt like FaZe have just started to bring it up a gate or two. Arcitys will find one. Kenny and Core there though to try and slow this one down. And Kenny had a hot start, slowed down a little bit, still 15 and 10.
Looking for Kenny again, going for work, but not going to work this time. Arcitys has him as well as P5 turns into a blender. As both teams throw everything at it, and it will be Thieves in the end who get the advantage. aBeZy cannot get through as Octane shuts it down.
Best team on the game at breaking P5 is the LA Thieves. They show a good example of that there. Plenty of kills coming on through, and I mean, for the story of the side of FaZe, yes, okay, there's 15 seconds left to go. They're trying their best to get inside yet, but one of their biggest issues has been the rotation from 5 to 1. It's a bigger issue when you're trying to get that scrap time when Drazah's doing stuff like this. But we're thinking of P1, the rotation's coming in, and we're thinking of Thieves. 91% hold rate, they're the first ones there as well.
Well, they've got fire in their blood at the moment. Let's jump on board with the LA Thieves for a listen in.
He's on charge. He's on charge. He has all mid. He has all mid. I'm mid. Nice, two. Should be the side. Another mid. I need that side. I need that side. That's you dead. Match you dead. Go. I need that side. Help me mid, guys. Help me mid. I can't. I'm turning left. I'm close block. Look my top. Absolute match. I got nade. I got double nade. I'll get play kills. You're good. Mid, Chris, two mid. Chris, hit RU. RU fast. Okay, I'm gonna go right, guys. 25 seconds. I'm gonna hit this. We hit this. Get nades. Our mid lane. On our tree. Match the church. Bottom church is aBeZy, bro. And bottom church. All good. Bottom church. All good. Let's go. Same map's cutting. Quick. All right, I'm P5. You should use our nades. Okay, I'm gonna play for the guy. That's fine. He's outside P5.
Wow, you can hear the LA Thieves. This is the game. The teams are turning the tempo up to full, but it is still tight in the scoreline. Speaking of which, though, let's find out how Atlanta FaZe are dealing with this speed. For the listening for them.
He's going back. He's going to the right side. I'm trying to make he's trying to one to the back. Come to the back. I tried Dylan. One point. I didn't hit Mark side. I just point down. Mark drop. That's it. And then you went back alley. He's going to go flat. He's to the flat. What about seconds? Arch then. One point. Arch again. Arch then. Go absolutely. Watch out the back. Front side. 10 seconds. Pitching. One more.
Well, we knew it would be fast communication, and it did live up to the hype, but it's going to be a wipe from the LA Thieves. But the spawns are going to go out for them. Look at this FaZe. Might have a pinch for it, but they don't have as many numbers here as they want. But they have got an aBeZy. Can they hold? They are. That pinch has proved deadly.
Yeah, fantastic stuff by the side of Octane. Finds two in the middle, but in the end, FaZe, they hold strong. Slowly but surely working their way back into this game, but Envoy will find round the back. Kenny will find one at the front as well. Where the spawn's going to be here for the side of FaZe. Over towards the tile side, and they are going to have to try and make this push. Drazah will then find his way through, but Cellium has been so big for the side of FaZe. He's 25 and 13, finds 3 to break it back. The lead change a minute.
Well, the reason an MVP, but you can see at the moment they are going to try and take the lead for the first time in this game. Atlanta FaZe have found it. And now they're going to try and see if they can get anything on Octane. Just trying to cut down the reinforcements as they head towards church. You can already see the LA Thieves are set up. They want this lead back. They want the opportunity when they send this to P5 to end the game.
As I talked about on that last rotation, the best team in the game at breaking church. Saying your prayers, Simp and aBeZy are coming as now we find the break on through. Is it going to be there for the side of FaZe? LA Thieves have really started to leak some points, but look at this 4-man stack. 1 up top, 3 down low. Let's see how it works out. Cellium first one through the door. He will fall. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Cellium will then go. It's only Arcitys who can do anything for the side of FaZe. Still alive and kick it. And there it's 3 for Arcitys. Can he find 4? Not quite. But the damage has already maybe done as FaZe have found a way through.
Let's do it here at the moment, but Envoy gets a little bit of time on aBeZy. Simp is now coming in. The blender is starting. Envoy coming through. Kenny getting him in there at the same time. LA Thieves wrest control of Church back into their hand. 24 seconds left to go. Maybe one last roll here by FaZe, and Envoy pushes it out. Keep an eye. Somebody's going to go P5.
They're going to start thinking about it in a second. Thieves is the best team at breaking that one. Will not worry necessarily too much, but they need to start worrying if FaZe pick up this scrap time. Look at the spawn that's coming in from Thieves. Look at the map in the bottom left corner. It's Atlanta FaZe. First one's there, and not in the lead for much longer, as Thieves will take that now, if only momentarily, didn't get in the final second. FaZe are there though, this could be it. But think back to so many games we thought of. FaZe have looked fantastic, but when we get to P1, things have collapsed. They'd like to close it here.
Well, here we go. At the moment, Atlanta FaZe are holding. The stack of LA Thieves is coming through, but maybe not the kills. Can he eventually find aBeZy? Simp, though, is going to be there as well. They have to challenge him. He's found the first. Octane's going to go down, and Simp said thank you. All right, good night. Get out of here. Envoy finds 1 kill, but the seconds are draining from this game.
Thieves have got to find a way through. The push is now going to start coming on through, but it's all going to be shut down. It's only Envoy and Drazah who can really do anything. Envoy, Drazah, they're doing everything. Are they going to be able to find the last one in a Simp? The break is there for 20 seconds, but keep an eye on the minimap in the bottom left corner. This P1 rotation is make or break for so many teams. When it comes down to Vanguard, it comes down to Tuscan. The first ones there are Atlanta FaZe. They are going to have a solid lead. They are going to have the scrap time. Which way does this go? It's all thinking FaZe.
Does this happen now for FaZe? They've not had all the luck on this half point before, but aBeZy is going to work. Drazah finds the first. There's only a few seconds left.
Gotta go.
They're going to try. They are going to try. Simp gets one. Arcitys gets another. Cellium gets another, and they've locked it down. Atlanta FaZe, the P5 to P1. It doesn't matter. And they take first blood in this series. Thieves start off fast, but it's not how you start. It's how you finish.
Some demons put to bed there for the side of FaZe. That will give them so much confidence throughout the rest of this series. How many times have we talked about that rotation and it not working out for them? So many times, but not as much as we talk about Cellium. 31-16 to kick off the winners bracket final here at Champs. It is an MVP-like performance from that young man, and it is no surprise whatsoever.
Yeah, and you got to kind of look deeper into the stats here, as we will do, because Kenny had a really good start and ended up slowing down. The slaying was there for FaZe. They put that throttle on, they hit the afterburners and never looked back.
I just want everyone to pay attention to the average damage per hill, how far ahead he is of absolutely everybody. That is obscene. What a game from Cellium. Oh, dude, you are, that is, it's chalk. It's chalk, brother. Sorry to tell you, but FaZe, my goodness. It was very much a really hot start from Thieves, but where we see a lot of their luck over towards P5 and P1, we didn't get to see it there, and we thought that would be really the catalyst for a win for them because of FaZe's struggles, specifically on those hills. But very much, as said, the wrongs have been written by the side of the Atlanta FaZe this time around. And what was good from them as well, I want to say this, that Thieves seemed to be running away with it, but FaZe were never letting them get too far away, and I think that was important.
Yeah, obviously there's been a lot of VOD review here for FaZe. It's been one of those maps that hasn't always gone their way at the last few moments.
There was a lot of a heavier rotation, I want to say as well. There was a lot more members there a lot earlier, and I'm not too surprised considering.
Yeah, obviously one of the things you can fix coming through this as well, but there was always a little bit of fear. A little bit of fear to go P5 to P1 with Atlanta FaZe, but they were there, they got the kills, they locked it down. They did not allow LA Thieves, the Cinderella story, to come back into it. First blood here in this game, of course, and so much about these two teams has been spoken about coming forward. Obviously, LA Thieves won a major just 3 weeks ago. They were looking to come into this one on fine form. No more qualifiers, no more messing about. You come into the form you've already been in and lock it down. They have looked great so far. But Atlanta FaZe, this is more on the line for them than just getting into that final. This is a legacy. A lot of people have been talking about Atlanta FaZe. Are they the best team? They are the most consistent, but they haven't won a chip. I tell you something right now. If they win this chip at Champs, it changes how we look at the entire year.
It changes the perception, absolutely, because I think a lot of people right now will be looking at it as a failure, and I think if they don't get a chip, it will be seen as a failure. But if you're going to get one, well, I suppose it's probably champs that you would pick, it has to be said. But it has been the consistency, it has been there all year long, but they haven't been consistently the best. They've consistently been there, and on average, yes, okay, they have been the best, but there's always been someone hitting form at the right time. Their form has kind of been second best all the way through. I wonder if it is this weekend that things will possibly change. To me, I feel like some of the performances have looked maybe just a step above of what we have seen. There has been close games, but there's been that ice. aBeZy's playing well. Simp has never lost a game at Champs on LAN. They have Cellium. I mean, like, what else could you possibly need? We have the conversation about FaZe so much. The desk, the casters, we all predict them to win because we look at their roster and there is no matchup that you say they should not win. There is no statistical matchup that you look at and say they shouldn't be able to do it.
You're sounding a lot like Nameless at the moment, dude. But
he's my inspiration and my hero.
The thing is, obviously, we're talking about these two. There's a winners final. They haven't lost yet. I'm also thinking there are still some very big teams in this. Surge and OpTic are still here. They could still make that run all of the way. It is going to be tight every single step as we get towards that finish line. But yeah, a good performance there from FaZe. I will say a wonderful start from LA Thieves. That's what we were expecting coming into it. As soon as I saw Kenny go berserk, I thought that might have been the end. Like, oh my goodness, are Thieves just really going to run another team off the map?
I mean, it looked like how the game started against OpTic yesterday, didn't it? It was pretty much lights out from the word go from the side of the LA Thieves, but they could not keep up that pace. And FaZe just started twisting the screw that little bit quicker, finding the win, of course, on, as I said, the points that really do come on through for the side of Thieves for the most part over towards P5 and P1. That is where their bread is mostly buttered. But FaZe, as I said, righting the wrongs of that one. We'll be getting into map number 2 very, very shortly. But as I said, the map layout is very interesting as well. When we talk about these two teams matching up, the 2 times that we've seen them go up against each other in New York, if you were to look at this map set, aLLeY and the gang on the desk said it right. It's not a one that is favorable to FaZe, but that map number 1 going their way will definitely be one to be looking forward to if you're a FaZe fan. It's that map number 4 that I do worry about just a little bit.
Yeah, and I think we really got to talk about the 2022 MVP, Cellium. There was even a part, I remember earlier, and people were like, oh, maybe not the MVP, but truth being told, when you watch him this entire year, the statistics, they don't lie, the players, they don't lie. Obviously, that first map does not lie either, dropping a 1.94 to kick it off.
I mean,
that's pretty special.
Yeah, that's adding to his already 1.27 on average over the season on Tuscan hardpoint. That's ridiculous, ridiculous stat line, considering who he's going up against as well. Considering how good Thieves have been looking. To put up those kind of numbers was something quite special, but that's the reason a lot of people voted. I voted him MVP as well. I just want to put that out there. I did as well. An absolute ludicrous performance, but he's going to have to keep that level. They cannot slow down here. This Thieves team are not just brilliant, they are resilient as well. Yes, okay, most of their games it looks like, I think we were kind of putting it back to what we've seen in the OpTic teams at major number 1. It kind of gave you that feeling, didn't it? They are not indestructible, but they very much are resilient, that's it.
Yeah, I think the pressure as well coming to this stage here. LA Thieves have already tasted victory. They are one of the hot favourites coming into this tournament. Atlanta FaZe, again, the pressure is completely on them. They're probably in their own head a little bit. A lot of people were talking about on social media and stuff about, has this team got the mental capacity to now actually go and get a win? They have come so close over and over again. Second, third. No first for them. LA Thieves have it. But both stories on both sides are fantastic. Obviously, Atlanta FaZe trying to find that chip. LA Thieves, everybody was saying blow it up. Everybody criticized the role change. Everybody criticized these players over and over again until they won a major. And coming into this, they are now one of the favorite teams. They are in the winners final. They are top 3.
I suppose, you know, at New York, did they have that pressure necessarily, I want to say? Was it nice to be going in there and thinking, oh, look here, we're in the grand final. Let's see if we can get the job done. Still got a small hill to climb, though, to get back into this series. We stay on Tuscan. We stay in this game. Into a search and destroy we go, though. Looking towards it, Thieves. They like this map. In stage number 4, Thieves 4-0. Those stats on your screen might be very similar, but as said, phase 2 and 3, Thieves 4-0 as of recent. Let's see if that is going to come into fruition here as we head into Tuscan once more. I'm looking to see what FaZe are going to do in terms of their game plan. They really do like to plant this bomb, and I wonder if the side of the LA Thieves are ready to deal with that.
Well, only one way to find out, and only time will tell. We jump on board with the attacking team to begin with. CDL Thieves and Drazah.
Yeah, looking for a bit of info there. They may well get some. Sends it out, and that's exactly why Envoy's backed on down. Look at the side of FaZe. They've got aggressive. And Envoy's been there ready and dealing with it. aBeZy will fall for V3.
And now a little bit more difficult here for Atlanta FaZe. Losing a little bit of match control, trying to figure this one out. Cellium really wants to get a kill back and bring it back to a 3 versus 3, but Thieves are playing this patient.
Taking their time here. They know they have the numbers advantage, and there's Octane. Just making that a little bit easier for them. Cellium will answer back. Hellish shots coming in from him. 3v2 now. Plenty of control here for the side of the LA Thieves. Good start to this map would be crucial to their potential comeback. Of course, still only one down, but as I said, a lot of map control in their favor.
They've just got to play this patient. For a little bit of a pain, but it's not going to work out. There's only McKenny left on. He finds one, but he's been cowed and taken down. First blood for the Thieves. And it comes off of a first blood by Envoy. He opened up the map for them, and they managed to convert.
There we go from Octane down the outside. See you later, Simp, and that thing makes things so much easier in a 4 versus 2. I actually thought for 1 second there that it was Drazah who jumped off the bomb site. Oh, sorry, it was Octane who jumped off the bomb site to help his teammate out. In the end, that bomb goes down, the trade comes through. Thieves doing an attacking round. As I said, when it comes down to FaZe, one of the teams who really do like to get this bomb down. When you talk about Tuscan, it's not one that we see that happen too much in, but they are the number 1 team in terms of getting the bomb down. The number 1 team in 4v3 is the Manelian 3v4 there. Sniper doesn't hit, but once again, passiveness.
Envoy trying to make a move as he's going to find a little bit of a gap. He takes a shot, but almost takes his life. Simp's going to get Drazah as well, and now he's trying to get out of it. Envoy is running for his life. And this time, Atlanta FaZe had the first blood.
That could have went 1 or 2 ways on, but Envoy just runs into the grenade. He's dead to rights. Atlanta FaZe now with a 4 versus 2 of their own. The best team in terms of those 4 versus 3s and converting them. It's looking like they will do so here. Octane may well just slow things down. aBeZy weak, very weak and dead. 3v2.
It's a good nade, slows them down as well. They're going to know where that bomb is going to be. And Cellium is going to take down Octane before he can do anything. Can Kenny find this 1 versus 3 ton?
They've seen him. You can see he's already checking the middle. Cellium set up. Shots were good from Kenny, but Cellium ready and waiting. Good job from FaZe. And again, both the 2 teams playing a very similar game in the first attacking rounds that we've seen from both of them. Sitting back, waiting for the picks to fall their way. Really good job, and I think, you know, it comes down to if Envoy finds that first kill, it's a very much a bit different, as Drazah is in there to back him up. Shots don't land, has to get out, and both of them pay with their lives. Ultimately a FaZe round due to the failed aggression on the defense from the side of Thieves. 1 apiece.
This time, it's going to be LA Thieves looking for it, and Octane again with this sniper. One of the things you'll bear in mind, Atlanta FaZe is going to know this is happening. They're going to have to play around it pretty much the entire game, unless they go for a counter sniper. There is going to be a little bit of a fight going maybe towards mid. But Atlanta FaZe look to get in a better position.
Let's see if aBeZy slips the net here. An interesting position if you're a FaZe fan. Chooses to go the other way and catches them with their pants down. Envoy will have to fall back down and spectate for the rest of this round, but it's a 4v3 for FaZe, as mentioned. They are so efficient when it comes down to these. Advantage towards them usually ends up being around.
And now, if you're LA Thieves, you're going to try and figure this one out. How do we wrest control back of this map? You can see Atlanta FaZe are playing it very passive. They are waiting for the mistake.
Yeah, they're waiting for the mistake or the urgency to move. They're happy to do a 4v3 retake, but they're going to run into Kenny. He finds one, simple answer back, 3v2, 2v2, good shots from Octane.
And this is one of the things they have to be careful of now. How do they deal with it? How do they get back into it? They don't have top fire control, and Drazah's there. Drazah has held that one down, and Cellium is worried. He's going to see Octane, though. Down to a 1 versus 1. He's worried. He's worried. Where on earth is he? Trying to figure this out, and Cellium has gone high, but he's picked wrong. Drazah goes all the way through Church. And that is an outplay. LA Thieves lock it down.
Yeah, really good round from the side of Thieves. At a disadvantageous situation from the get-go, and they get the job done nonetheless. Really nice play from Drazah. Of course, Broken was such a popular spot at the beginning of the game. Once that bomb is down, he wraps around, gets the angle back. Knows he has the time as his teammate has found that information by, well, just dying, but nonetheless, the information was gained, and he used it to his best advantage. Thieves 2-1 to the good now. He's back onto the attack here, that grenade in the middle, Arcitys. You have to back on down, info is there. Envoy also tagged up, so they know he's here, but do they know where FaZe are right now? Kenny has to be ready and waiting, and they haven't found him at all. It's an easy kill for him. Isn't going to be able to find a second 3v3.
See Nate's going away from LA Thieves as well. They know this is going to be going down soon, and they're trying to figure out whether they can. And Simp checks the corner, but it doesn't matter. Big snap on OpTic, runs to the back, and Cellium gives them a little bit of a poke. Nothing going down for them yet here. Will be full control for Atlanta FaZe.
And look at the patience once again from FaZe. You think that kill comes through, just get the bomb down immediately there. Dotting their I's, crossing their T's. That bomb is now down 3 versus 2.
They're trying to take one side of this. Make sure they got their defense locked. LA Thieves need to find a pick, need to find a bit of a break to try and get some control back. And Simp throws a shoulder. It's going to be a trade coming through. Envoy gets the first. Looking for the second. He knows where Arcitys is going to be. It's now 1 versus 1. Cellium at the back of the shells. It's not going to work. Atlanta FaZe have it locked. Maybe a little bit eager after Cellium was already lasered in.
Yeah, that's the one that you've got to back down from if you're Envoy. But hindsight's obviously a wonderful thing. Cellium ain't backing down from that one himself. The bullets land first. And FaZe starting to stretch away a bit of a lead here now. Oh, it's actually 2-2.
I was going to say,
I'm like just thinking they should have won last round, but nonetheless, here we are, 2-2. Lock in, lock in.
And this is it. This could help dictate how this is going to go. We have said excellence has been both of these teams' very recent form. Envoy's going straight out of the top, though. He's kicking himself out of broken. And it will be traded back to 3 versus 3. Octane finds another. Advantage now for the Thieves. It's a bold play, but it plays out.
Attacked someone as well, hand grenade. Now for the side of Thieves. Making their way over towards the safe side. FaZe still not too bad of a position here. I wonder if the utility is there for them to help themselves out. Don't believe they'll have too much. But now for Thieves is about, again, just making sure everything's cleared out, making sure you have that control. Maybe waiting for FaZe to misstep themselves. Well, knowing this team, that doesn't happen very often. Kenny now going to move over towards the site. Arcitys gets some shots in, has to back on down, needs help.
Doesn't have anywhere to go. He needs his teammate to back him up. That bomb has gone down. Thieves still in control here completely. They have the numbers, they have the position. They just need to win a gunfight or hold firm.
And I like that from Thieves. They could have chased the kill on Arcitys, but now that bomb is down. It forces the two-man to have to spring into life. Octane ready and wait and sees him and just backs on down. Chooses not to go for the gunfight, doesn't need to. Time is the ultimate here for the side of FaZe. Can't get it done, still a 2v3.
They can't, and Kenny's going to try and look this one down. He gets the first on the second, though. Cellium's alone, and down he goes. LA Thieves, patient, cool, calm, collected. They made FaZe work for that, and time was killing them. They couldn't get the trades either. Somebody's had a very, very strict word with them about ego challenge. Absolutely do not put yourself in a position to lose that.
Yeah, I don't think if you're going to do it against anyone, it's FaZe. You do not do it against them. Absolutely not. Thieves very much a lot more drilled there, weren't they? It's not like the previous round where we've seen the challenge from Envoy, although that sort of situation, you're always kind of going to go for it. Nonetheless, Thieves, 2 rounds in a row. Good job from them now.
Can LA Thieves bring this to a 4-2? Hold this defense. At the moment, Atlanta FaZe, the nades have gone out. Some tactical. Cellium's going to find the first blood, though. Octane has gone down top church. Could Envoy be the issue? Not a great position in terms of Thieves trades. They don't need to trade that effectively if Envoy can get out. And it's all gone a bit quiet.
I remember one of the best aces we've seen this year come from this position from Envoy. Are they going to check it here? Yes, they are. Kenny will find the kill on the other side, but Arcitys very aware of that position that Envoy likes to play. Now a 2 versus 3. Need to try and find a pick here for your Thieves, but look at this ballsy play coming in from Drazah. He expected very much the case to be him. Arcitys will trade it out to V1.
Here comes Kenny, looking for that front though. He's going to be there. Cellium's not going to give him an inch. Bomb's now going to be down. 4 health for Kenny. He knows where one player is going to be. He wants that kill. He wants the opportunity to push forward. And Cellium is not going to give it to him. Cellium is going to take him straight back down. We go tied again.
It's such a tight game. Both teams sharing the first bloods at 3 apiece, sharing the rounds at 3 apiece. The difference maker here on the map when you're talking statistics is that man on your screen. An 8-3 from Cellium so far.
He ain't having it. He ain't having it in this series. He refuses to even succeed a little bit for them. And again, we go into it neck and neck, these two teams, trying desperately to find the advantage. Cellium already found him up broken, and Octane's going to get away with it. Nate's coming in from Arcitys as well. And again, Atlanta FaZe go passive.
for the push here on the outside. Arcitys trying to answer back to what Octane's been able to do, but a little army crawl from Envoy is not going to work out. aBeZy ready and waiting, first blood, and they can smell that blood in the water now as Simp and Co. Start to push forward. The shots are not there from aBeZy, and no backup from his team. It's a misstep from FaZe, a rare one at that.
I was going to say, Kenny looks like he might be in a good position. He's alone, they don't know where he is, and there's just gunfights going down everywhere around this A bomb site. Still a 3 versus 3. Arcitys looking, trying to find out. Octane gonna get caught as well. Cellium's got him. But now the man of the moment.
Oh, the time and the time. Oh, on a second. 2 versus 2. Oh, Kenny's taking a lot of people on Tuscan. That might be one of the worst ones I've ever seen.
Surely not. Surely Atlanta FaZe haven't just lost this round because of it. Kenny's now looking, trying to figure this one out as well. There's Cellium. Cellium goes down. And Simp is left alive in a 1 versus 2.
They've got to do something. There's 14 seconds left on the clock. What does Simp do? He goes for the challenge. There's Drazah. Oh my goodness me! How on earth have Thieves won that?
A 2 versus 3 clutch. And it comes on the back of Kenny. He's shot on the side. 6 health. Arcitys gets nothing but disgraced. Yeah, that may be one of the worst of the year, and it happens at the end.
I honestly think that Arcitys thinks he's dead. It's not necessarily that he's missed a lot. He's shot, thinks, I killed him. We've all done it. But on this kind of stage, that's one that you may well go on to rue. Kenny with 2, Drazah with 2, aLLeY Thieves with the lead.
They're going to need a bit of a regain coming through, but it will be the first blood. Simp has found it. Puts aLLeY Thieves back on the back foot. Octane gets one back though, those nades paying out.
We're going to try and right the wrongs of the previous round. Arcitys will have a chance as he's still alive and kicking. He's all the way at the back of the map. He's like, I don't want that smoke no more. Rest of the team now, trying to find a break on through. Look at this setup from Thieves. We're not playing our point anymore, boys. They're ready and waiting for it though. They're all lining up here for Kenny. He's going to fall. Envoy's there for the trade. Arcitys in a 1v2.
I'm trying to stay alive here as well, and Arcitys is running for his life. It's not going to pay out. aLLeY Thieves get 1 more on the board. It's 5-3. And I cannot believe it's coming to this. aLLeY Thieves are the technically, statistically favored team on this map, but there is no kind of accounting for what we've seen so far. Can they find 1 more round, or can FaZe find the composure?
Feels like all composure has momentarily been lost from FaZe there. Things not working out in their favor. That turn-on may well be the turning point in this game. Look at this aggression now coming in from the side of Thieves. We said that FaZe had smelled blood in the water, and Envoy wants to capitalize. Arcitys ready and waiting. Knowing that the tails are maybe up from Thieves, FaZe very patient, very ready.
Oh, this is where they need to not give away a return kill. It has happened a few times, and Octane almost catches that.
Oh, we've seen every second of that grenade, and Octane survives.
Cellium. This is the man. The information already put a few bullets in the Drazah, backs out, refusing to give them any opportunity to trade here. Kenny challenges. Simp takes him down. A 2 versus 4. This is all going to be Wolfpack. The bomb is a million miles away. How do aLLeY Thieves recover this round?
Yeah, this is a really tough one. We've seen a couple of crazy situations go the way of Thieves. So far, search and destroy them. Well, that's a good start. Drazah will find aBeZy. Simp now patrolling. I don't think they knew that the bomb was down that way either, and Thieves have trekked across the map, but they're going to run into Simp in mid-map as well. Ready and waiting for the second. Is he going to find it on Octane? Yes, he is. That man hasn't lost the series at champs, and he doesn't want that to be spoiled at all. 5-4 now.
1 more round for FaZe, but still the mountain remains. Can they make this recovery? Can they take control of this S&D away from aLLeY Thieves? We'll have to find out for them. First blood's being very, very crucial so far. Here it goes. FaZe on the attack.
Aggression coming through once more. Thieves going to be ready here to wait for it. Yes, they are. Envoy takes down aBeZy, who's having a rotten time here on Search and Destroy Tuscan. Not working out for him. 4 versus 3 for Thieves now.
They have control of the map. They have the numbers. Every opportunity to put this one to bed. Wait, little squirt. I think Envoy's going to know. Simp is looking for him as well, and here's just ever so close, but Simp can't go for it. Almost says thank you very much. That's what's known as a bait and switch. A 2 versus 4 now. for Atlanta FaZe to stay in this S&D.
This would be something they're going to find. Oh, no, they're not! Arcitys! No, I think he left his part and his thumbs in map
1. Well. If it isn't the consequences of the actions, we are now tied up in a winners bracket final. LA Thieves and Atlanta FaZe have 1 round apiece.
It has to be said, there's a couple of moments in that game, if you're the side of FaZe, cannot happen. The biggest of stages, these are these moments that can make the difference. The LA Thieves take those moments and run with them. 1-1. aBeZy had a horrible game, but as mentioned, Arcitys had his moments where he could have closed out a couple of kills. That one at the end, look, okay, I don't think it would have amounted to much, but it's still, you have to go back to that moment. Kenny turns on back church, and Kenny, 1,400 damage. A big reason as to why Thieves will tie this series up.
Yeah, and we did say going into this one, technically, obviously, LA Thieves were the favorite team. There was no accounting for what actually happened during the rounds, though, and we'll have to find out as it continues into the next one. But in control, but all tied up here in the winners bracket final. No losses yet for these teams.
No, not quite there yet. Control, though, is super important. When we're going to be heading into a map number 4, we are going to see a Berlin hardpoint. The record speaks for itself in terms of Thieves. They've looked so much better over this final stage at that map in particular, and I think if you're a FaZe fan, you're worried about that.
They certainly are. Well, we'll have to wait for map number 4, because map number 3 is going to be first. Obviously, the stakes for this game are sky high. The ticket to the grand final remains open. The chance to move closer to glory, to the rings, to the legacy. Everything remains on the line, and neither of these two teams are going to give an inch. Who wins? Who knows? I'm here for the journey, and I'm ready for it. We'll see you right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League Championship Weekend. We are currently in our winners final. Two undefeated teams, LA Thieves and Atlanta FaZe, are throwing down on our main stage in the Garden Center. One of these teams goes forward and one of them goes down, but that remains to be written. 3 more maps are ready to go. But of course, before we go forward, we have to go back. Here is our scuff play of the game. Ton, this is the clutch round.
I've never seen anything like this quite in my life. Yes, okay, we've seen Kenny on the flank, but Arcitys, oh, you gotta finish your dinner, son. Doesn't get the job done. Kenny finds another kill. Gets down to 4 HP both times, and Drazah finishes it up for him.
I had to give a little bit of credit to Arcitys there, obviously not finishing the kill, but it was made and compounded by the fact that Kenny went on to get one of his teammates. It was just, we've all had it done. We've turned away from shooting somebody thinking they're dead, and Kenny doesn't miss in those scenarios, and I'm sure Arcitys feels bad, but wasn't the only kind of, like, a little bit of a bad player. I think aBeZy had a really bad map from the S&D as well. He'll be looking to redeem himself in the control. Who takes the lead in this series? That is the question. As control moves forward, Ton, Atlanta FaZe have kind of got stats everywhere.
Yeah, stats everywhere. A lot of them belonging to Cellium. On 1.82, this man is a walking highlight reel. It's going to need to be good here, though. Heading into control phase. 2-0 on this map in particular in stage 4. Thieves 4-1. A very, very solid record for both two teams. And I believe this one is a lot more crucial for the side of FaZe. With the map number 4 coming up, where we stay on Berlin, we go to the hard point. That is a map that everybody in this room here will be favoring for Thieves. This is crucial for the side of Atlanta FaZe.
Here comes the first push. You can see at the moment, it's a big push by FaZe to defend what they expect is coming from LA Thieves.
See if they can get something going here. Simp is going to get taken down. If your Thieves is very patient once more, we're going to find the kills, clearing out the backside as best as they possibly can. No flank quite coming in at this moment in time. The front door is what's being broken open right now, though. Drazah, Kenny find the kills. aBeZy behind. He's already dead, and they're in.
Well, that's a lot at the moment. That first tick is going up already, and Atlanta FaZe probably see no way back into this one. Can they make a kill? Can they get the grenades through? The problem is that second tick is coming already, and there are just so many bodies to get past. Last chance here for FaZe. They have to go in. They have to try and make something. Get the fire. The FaZe is going to get one as well. The tick is so close. Drazah's left alone. They actually hold it.
They managed to hold it, but is the damage already done? 2 ticks go over, and that's a really good example of one of the stats that we've got here. FaZe are one of the worst teams in the game with early captures. In terms of average hold time and not letting any ticks come through on some of these points, they are the worst team in the game at it. These early breaks are costing FaZe, and it may well cost them later on in the game.
He's not going to get able to finish that one, but it doesn't matter. At the moment, FaZe have stabilized. And we game planning this one out, making sure nobody gets into ticket. The danger here for FaZe is if they make a misstep with only 1 tick remaining on A, it is a very daunting prospect.
Yeah, 1-4 down and the round may well be over, but if you are the side of FaZe pushing forward, keeping Thieves away from it as long as you possibly can is going to be the job. Pushing in through towards B, though. FaZe want to try and disrupt this as best as they can. It is going to go over towards the side of the LA Thieves, though. They locked that one in.
Well, here come the Thieves. They're going to try and do this. Arcitys already takes down Envoy. The flank's coming in. You can see through fire as well. Kenny's found one. Players spread all over the map here, looking for the right trades.
You can see them taking their time here. They know they need one decent push. And they have plenty of time to set them up, but they might not have much time now. Kenny is going to survive, and I feel like that's crucial. If you FaZe, you find everybody, you push forward. The fact that Kenny is here, you've got to deal with them, they do. But for all that, they could have pushed up further. Good job from Kenny.
He's going to find this. He knows exactly where this is coming through as well. It's called out to aBeZy. Envoy's going to be super weak, and eventually Drazah's going to find him. At the moment, FaZe are doing a good job of just keeping on the back foot. But a single set of trades could go wrong for them at any moment. Arcitys will be one of the key players here in the ticket. There'll be a push actually going forward. I think it needs help. Arcitys going to turn. Kenny's actually made his way through. I think it's going up surely, and FaZe have to go!
You have to answer. You have to answer. Kenny's ticking it up all on his own. The rest of the Thieves are on the way. If you're aBeZy, you're cutting off, but you need to get inside the point. Somebody needs to contest it. It's a team kill coming on through. Kenny walks through the front door, says, "This house is mine." And FaZe, they lose the first round.
And this is what we said. The damage was devastating. A single slip, a single mistake, and they were going to lose that round, and Kenny said, all right, I'll wander in myself, make one kill and hide.
It stems from the beginning, straight away. If you don't have those 2 ticks coming through initially, then FaZe are in a much better position to be able to defend that. They kind of defaulted to what you do in that situation in terms of getting off the flank there as well, stopping reinforcements, helping that player out who's inside the point. But you need to stop them a lot quicker though. You need to get in there. You've lost 2 points already. FaZe going for the same tactic though. It's straight through the front door, straight away. Trying to find something over towards that A site. They've got 4 members still alive. Only Drazah there on his own.
Can he stay alive and hold this for long enough? He's going to not find it. Cellium takes down Arcitys. aBeZy gets Drazah eventually. 2 players from FaZe are now going to be in. But the bodies are not there. They have to take a step back and regain. And Cellium is going to get caught as well. Oh, somehow still alive. I thought he was going to die there at the same time. But OpTic takes down Simp. And there's still the pressure coming from Atlanta FaZe. They want this, but they have found nothing.
And a lot of ARs manages to push down Ticket's side here. Wouldn't surprise me if they look to try and get some trains control. But aBeZy may well slow that down himself. There's a big gunfight going on in the middle of the map there, actually. If aBeZy can keep this one running, it makes things a little bit more difficult. But over towards B, Kenny is reaping once more. 9 and 5 from him.
Continuing to be a problem. He knows he can stick and move and force Atlanta FaZe to deal with him. aBeZy gets one here, and Kenny could be a key player. Shutting down the reinforcements, fine. Cellium as well. Looking for them. You know Atlanta FaZe are trying to get through. aBeZy gets a kill. Kenny gets another. No reinforcements for FaZe as they have to go through Kenny.
Yeah, he's doing the job that FaZe tried to do when they had 2 ticks already lost on A. But now Thieves pushing through the front door. Can they find the kills? Kenny is on a 5 spree. They're being traded. Cellium will find him. Still the pressure is there from FaZe, but they only have 25 seconds remaining.
Well, normally you'd think they'd go B, but they're not. FaZe are committing to this. The first tick is going in. They want this, and they want it done now.
It's a lot of utility that's not done very much here, Brycey. Thieves are going to have to find the kills the good old-fashioned way.
There's a lot of nades actually raining through. Kenny managed to get one through the window as well. Kenny's going to try and get through. Octane gets another.
Gotta go B here if you're FaZe, because you're starting to lose the gunfights inside of A.
Well, aBeZy's trying to stay alive. Turns 2. Envoy gets it back there in the end, though. Sim's going to be here. Is he going to try and kill? He is! Not going to work out. Octane locks him down. And it will be a B for FaZe. They now need to jump in. 24 seconds remaining. And you can breathe.
Yeah, Thieves are going to challenge this though because they know that time. There's not much to talk about. They know they're down in lives, so it may well not be worth the risk. You can see they're sending one player towards it, Drazah. What magic can he work? The rest of the team are here, actually. Drazah's going to find one. aBeZy needs to go big here for the team. They need to lock in B as quick as they can. They've got nobody inside of it. 15 seconds or so to go.
FaZe have to move. They've got 4 ticks, but they don't want it. They want even more than that. They're going to try and put pressure everywhere on the map. There are FaZe members spread out. This is going to be the first push for them. Are they going to find anyone? Drazah's going to go into the ring, and he's going to get it down. Envoy, Arcitys, aBeZy, Kenny! They've locked them out!
Yeah, they're inside of B, though. Kenny's going to go. Can he stop this from happening here? Cellium will be the first on the chopping block. It's the second Simp, not quite. Octane is there, though. He does it for them, and that is the round. Great stout defense from the side of Thieves. And for me, I think FaZe, they spent so much time at A because it was teasing them. It almost felt like they had some sort of just one foot in the door at all stages. Couldn't quite get that second one through. They spent so much time on it, and they don't have enough time to secure B. aBeZy's having a hell of a map number 2, but it is not quite enough. Arcitys 7 and 12, Simp 7 and 14. We never see those kind of numbers from him.
And I think we're going to put a lot of emphasis on Kenny in that round. Like I said, slowing it down, never giving FaZe the numbers they really wanted to get into A. And now Thieves want to put this one down right here. Envoy going to try and make a move. They know they're going to be placing this already. aBeZy, Simp, and Arcitys, they're going to completely wipe this one out, and Drazah goes down as well. FaZe says, you are not putting us out that fast onto it.
Yeah, now it's the Thieves are in a bit of a difficult spot here. The overcommitment over towards B side. FaZe are fine with that. You can see them set up towards trains. It just makes things more difficult over towards A. And here come the reinforcements. Cellium accurate as ever. Able to deter Thieves for maybe just a moment. Push going to start coming on through, but FaZe ready here and waiting.
Push. Thieves will straight back into it as well, but aBeZy is not going to allow them. And look at this spread going through. It looks like Atlanta FaZe are trying to do exactly what LA Thieves did to them just a second ago, but give them nothing.
See where Kenny is. Ready to cut off the head of the snake as they come back in and the reinforcements flow through from FaZe. But aBeZy really has been the man here for the side of FaZe, albeit them being 2-0 down is not helping. But at 22 and 13, if he can keep this up, they've got a chance still.
Octane reads aBeZy there very, very easy, holds it down, and it looks like FaZe probably won't commit an awful lot more to this as they end up getting wiped here, but keep an eye, Kenny could be an issue. They're looking for him as well. Arcitys just found him, and that is a very quick shoulder. Decides he doesn't want any of it.
Shoulder and a bullet as well.
Atlanta FaZe have to find him.
be dead right here, but gets away, goes for the turn. Oh my goodness. Oh, you've got to remember who they're playing against yet.
There are no easy gunfights.
Never, never, ever. But here we go, Thieves now. The objective has to be A. The life deficit is in the favor of the side of FaZe, and it's going to go further in their favor as well. 3 kills now. Momentarily, it's only Kenny left alive, and not for much longer. What is this from aBeZy? So much better, and now the pressure is on. Oh my god!
Envoy eventually going to find 2 of himself here, but they are still going to be spawning quite a way away. They don't have the numbers either. Cellium gets another one onto the board here. 50 seconds for the LA Thieves. It looks like FaZe are just trying to slay them as heavily as possible. Bear in mind, there's still a mountain for them to go. They have to hold this defense and then win an attack just to tie the game.
Here come the Thieves though. One gunfight opens the door ever so slightly. You can see aBeZy watching the flank, but nobody's watching the front door. They managed to find a way through. Nobody on the flank here for the side of FaZe. Thieves are in, FaZe have to retake.
This might be it already. That first tick is rocking its way through. Kenny and Octane gets him as well. Cellium has no health, no reinforcements. He needs friends, and he needs gunfights. That second tick's going, the third tick's coming. Cellium has to jump through the door as well. They're waiting too long. LA Thieves, 3-0 on the control. It was hesitant. FaZe knew they needed the numbers, they knew they needed the opportunity, but none presented itself. LA Thieves flipped the switch, 3-0 on the control, both attacks into the defense, and they go into the lead in this series.
Sensational work from the side of Thieves. They give themselves a lead in the series, Pricey, heading into their best map. And that has got to be a dagger for FaZe. They were nowhere to be seen. aBeZy feels like he was the only one who actually spawned in. FaZe, though, through that final round, was solid all the way, but it was just control on Berlin in a nutshell. You lose 1-4 down, you can very easily lose the round.
So, it's very easy in Call of Duty to say bad things about the losing team, but I want to be positive because I think LA Thieves played it very, very well. They knew where their execution was going to be. There was an opportunity there for FaZe. They were slaying heavily. LA Thieves did not have the lives, but what they did have is the break. And once you let a team like LA Thieves get into that point, they were going to lock it down. And also, they put a lot of bodies in there. And the issue with that is it removes options from FaZe. It doesn't give them the time to stack. It doesn't give them the time to get the nades where they want to be. And LA Thieves just played it great.
Kills just flew through at the right time, didn't they? It's one of those moments, though, when you see a couple of your teammates go down, if you're FaZe, you can't afford to die in those defensive situations. Really just heads-up play from Thieves at every single moment. I mean, look, this was the round, wasn't it? Look at the highlights that were going through our FaZe, just smoking Thieves. All of a sudden, there's 4 dead. Your man on the flank dies as he's trying to push around. I think it was aBeZy trying to get the pinch. Cellium does a great job here, but you've got to get inside the point. You've got to stop that time. No opportunity was presented, as he said. And a 3-0 sweep to the side of LA Thieves will give them so much confidence. A 2-1 lead, heading into a Berlin hardpoint. It is dream scenario for the side of Thieves. They are 1 map away from a champs final.
Well, who knows? I mean, we haven't had that many Game 5s recently, but maybe we go back. I don't really know, to be fair, but I do know that these two teams are putting everything into this. Guaranteed top 2 for whoever makes it further forward. And I don't know who to pick. I feel like a lot of people are now thinking Thieves.
I think a lot of people are thinking Thieves before this as well. I think, you know, that the great equalizer in all the stats and the maps that we see and the games these two teams have played up against each other is the fact that it does not matter when you're against FaZe. You can have beaten them 3 times in the last 3 times you played them, and they could still come out and smoke you. It has not been the case so far. Thieves right now will be looking at this next map, and the records over this season in general speak volumes. FaZe are 0-4 in stage 4 on Berlin hardpoint. Thieves at 5-2. That is a bad tale, but at the same time, you would never ever count out FaZe still. You cannot do that against a team like FaZe.
Hey, I'll be honest with you, after watching this weekend, I don't count anyone out.
Never.
We've gone all the way to Game 5s multiple times. We've seen upsets, we've seen thrills, spills, and everything in between. The tail of the tape will be this. LA Thieves need 1 more map to send themselves to a grand final. Atlanta FaZe need 2. Berlin favors Thieves. Massive. FaZe, maybe a little bit of pressure now mounting. A little bit of sweat down the spine. a little bit of worry that this is going to happen again. You can take a look at the statistics here for Hardpoint Ton.
Let's have a look at it. Overall, the record lies with the side of Thieves. Still losses there, the KD tied actually. I mean, that's a bit of a surprising one, but the whole percentage, the break percentage, the average point difference, all point towards the Thieves win. It has been a struggle for FaZe, which is a surprise to say, because you look at this team, you would think they would be able to get the job done. How good FaZe have been years gone by. Vanguard has been a peculiar puzzle for a couple of these teams, and no more than a team like FaZe. Loading in just a second. My goodness me, it is really all to do for our current champions.
It certainly is. The fist bumps have been bumped. The pep talks have been done. And the map is now loading. We go into Berlin again. Different game mode, maybe different result. We'll have to find out for it. Here are the stats for it, and you can see at the moment, LA Thieves aren't really winning the slaying game, but hey, scoreboard, baby, scoreboard.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter. I mean, look, if we're at the point out at a time where we say that KD, yes, okay, it does make a difference, but is it the be-all and end-all? Not quite. But the stats this time around for this map do not lie. The crowd say run it up. They know they are in the ascendancy of the LA Thieves. Can they get the job done here on Berlin?
Well, let's get right into this one. We're in a P1. It will be Atlanta FaZe with the favoured side here. And here comes the pressure from LA Thieves. Looking to break already. aBeZy gets that first nade going down. He's going to push it out as well. Looking to try and catch anybody he goes for. Octane gets away from him at the same time, but still, the score goes towards him. But I say that, and it's 3 down.
Arcitys trying his best to do something about it. How many times have we talked about it when it does come down to stats? The team that starts on the better side most of the time are winning Berlin. This time around, the FaZe are broken far too easily. That is usually a banker, at least 20 and 30 points for the side of the team that do spawn there. But Thieves find a breakthrough. They find a rotation there in 15 seconds as well.
Atlanta FaZe going for the scrap time now. They're going to try and get every single bit of it they can. 10 seconds left. They have the numbers and they have the gunny. They've managed to get back into it. Kenny is going to try and get a few kills as they go for this rotation. And speaking of which, he actually does find Simp in the end. Cellium a step too far, but the rotation will be LA Thieves.
It is there for the side of Thieves. Kenny just being annoying, being a nuisance as best as he can. But FaZe, can you find the breakthrough here? Over towards P2. Thieves ready and waiting here. Bryce, FaZe needs a good break.
They're looking for it, they're going to apply the pressure. Still into that first one. You can see them already trying to swarm into this point. They have found their way through. Envoy can still be alive here. Find Simp. And it's already going to be a big wipe. LA Thieves playing this spectacularly against them. Envoy 5-1. And they have locked that one down. The spawns have flipped.
Yeah, and Thieves will want to stay exactly where they are. Kenny says thank you very much. Let's start that main course. The dessert not quite lining itself up yet. We'll have a little rest before that one. Cellium, there you go. Not quite. Going to start finding the kills. Dockside control is there for the side of FaZe. It's not necessarily where they want to be. They want to try and find a break as soon as they can.
Drazah pushing out. He knows players have been looking for him at the same time. He jumps around. Eventually, it's all going to be scoreboard at the moment. The kill feed is all Thieves. Drazah just going to leave that one for a second as the scrap time pops down. You can see they have the rotation here, the LA Thieves. Trying to convert what is a good lead at the moment into an incredible one. Can they hold against FaZe?
Big moment here for Octane down on the outside. The man with the leading KD when it does come down towards the LA Thieves on this map specifically. He needs to get things going. His team in the lead though, he will care very much little. 2 kills going to come in down that outside though. Shots being traded, Emma just staying alive. The rest of the team now coming in for backup as well. The kills all going Thieves' way. And it's a brilliant hold so far.
It is, and they've actually managed to flip the spawns back again. LA Thieves are going to be away with this one. You can see Atlanta FaZe probably a little bit unsure what to do. Do we try and go through this bottleneck? No, it's going to be the answer. They have to go for the rotation. Thieves are breaking 100 points. Atlanta FaZe still at 32.
Envoy doesn't give them a choice, just pushes forward. Says, oh, you want to try and push through tickets? I'm already here, ready and waiting. 8 kills to his name. Looking to add a 9th. As now Thieves make their way through Dockside. This needs to be a good hold from the sides of FaZe. Look at that scoreline. It is nearly 100 points the difference. FaZe need to find a good hold and they need to find it quick.
Envoy will be the man for them. Can he find anything through? Finds Simp on the hill already. Goes out towards the back. He knows someone's going to be here. Arcitys eventually shuts him down, but Kenny gets a trade as well. Octane finds another. And Cellium, the only player from FaZe, trying to fight back into this one, but no points for FaZe.
Nothing working out in their favor right now. Thieves are just running through them like a hot knife through butter. Kenny is 12-7, continuing his MVP-like form, but here we go. FaZe find a break on through. There's one player left towards the back. That's going to be Octane. He will be a pain, but he is now dead. Spawn's now out for Thieves. That works out for FaZe. They need these final few seconds here over towards P4 if they can, but they have the spawns where they want them for P5 and P1.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a big hold here coming in from FaZe. They haven't found what they wanted on the train. They will play around P5. The issue is going to be FaZe will need to get some points onto this one. They do not want to go even further behind, but they also have to hold the spawns. It is a monumental task here for FaZe.
Can they manage to lock this one down? Envoy, you sneaky little beaver. There's two more, he will fall. Doesn't really get too much from it, maybe relieves a little bit of pressure for Thieves to now push out.
I've got to go straight onto this one as well. Like I said, they don't want to soak, they're going to continue to put the pressure on here as well. Go through ticket, but I will say this, Atlanta FaZe doing a good enough job at the moment. Still have the spawns, still have the opportunity.
Spawned over towards that side last time around. Cellium now pressing that issue. Big gunfight going on over towards P1. Now Kenny's going to win. The spawn comes in there for Thieves. They flip it themselves. The gunfight does not go the way for FaZe. And now time's being run out, but Cellium will find 2 very easily kills. 5 kills in a row for him. Look for the spawns. They're there for Thieves. 20 seconds to go on P5. It's perfect from them.
They just continue to do a little bit of damage here. Octane finds that last one as well, but Cellium has to be the man. At the moment, it's eventually going to go down to Kenny. It's all going to the Thieves at the moment. And now the push has to come from Atlanta FaZe. They did not find the time on P5. They did not find the rotation on the P1. They have not found the points. They have not found the kills. They need magic and they need a miracle.
They need something here, Bryce. It's nearly a 100-point deficit. Yes, it is Atlanta FaZe we're talking about, who are behind. They just can't seem to stop anybody at the side of Thieves.
Oh my goodness, we did not expect this kind of a scoreline. Cellium looking for the player he knows he's going to be here. Sees the gun barrel, says all right, stars. Oh, okay. Locks it down eventually. They're trying to get into the scrap time. It's now 170 to 56. The LA Thieves are still in P1.
They're still in P1. Envoy wins another gunfight. Now speaking to Shane, yesterday the coach that really was the guy that seems to have just brought this other side out from Thieves. I was saying, what's the game plan? He says, we run our own game. We work on things that stats are not influenced by. The elite teams do that. They are showing they're an elite team here. It is a 130-point lead for the side of Thieves.
They have the rotation. Can they find anything? Kenny continuing to work his magic, 21 and 11. And here comes the break. They're trying to put the pressure on him. Cellium already finds one. Kenny's going to be here as well as the rest of his team. Look at the kill feed. Who gets these trades through as well? Kenny just making sure nobody can breathe. And he finds a second. Kenny continuing to be a problem. 200 points now for the LA Thieves. Looking to end this in style.
It's Champs MVP. Light performance from Kenny right now. They've broke 200 points. FaZe are in danger of being a 100-point club tier on the main stage in the winners bracket final at Champs. Simp has never lost this series. I don't think I've seen him win a gunfight here. He's 5 and 18. Kenny admits it. He's 25 and 11. Thieves are truly running it up right now. Well, see you later, son.
That's a glide bomb. And that's a gunny 26 and 11 for Kenny. They continue to go through. Eventually, FaZe will break this scrap time. But it's scrap time. And it's behind. Here comes the rotation. Thieves are locked in.
Can they win it here? Heading over towards P3. It was a wonderful hold last time around, but is the dream going to be sold for Atlanta FaZe? Can they find a way through? It may well be here over towards P3, but Thieves are 20 seconds away from a Champs Grand Final.
Well, aBeZy's managed to find his way in here. Kenny's going to try and get it straight as well, and he does! And FaZe have to move. Kenny gets another one. Cellium will eventually get that one. Trade, but bodies are flying into this point. Octane gets 2. It's 15 seconds. FaZe, one last roll of the dice. The glide bomb is descending from the sky, and the time is going 5, 4, 3, 2, 1! LAV have stamped their tickets to the grand final. Atlanta FaZe have suffered defeat for the first time. And the stage is set here in the Garden Center. What a beating!
Stats don't account for not winning gunfights. That was sublime in the City of Angels for the LA Thieves. They will find themselves in a Champs Grand Final. And what a performance that was. They have orchestrated a turnaround like no other. A team that was told to blow it up so many times. And yet they have just dealt with Atlanta FaZe. They might as well be in Paris on that stage, to be frank. It was that one-sided in map number 4.
Running, gunning, no room to breathe for FaZe. LA Thieves are proving Major 4 was no fluke. They are proving everybody wrong. They have stayed the course. They have held their ground. And it has paid out like nothing before. Guaranteed top 2. One more game for the championship.
I mean, you just do not see numbers like that. You never see numbers like that from Simp. Kenny at 30 and 14. I don't want to concentrate too much on FaZe. That was all Thieves. Every time we were watching a POV, they were doing the right thing on the map. They were locking everything down, and they had the gunny. Sometimes you just can't account for the gun running hot, and it was running red hot for the side of Thieves.
I don't really think any team wants to play them on half point at the moment. Obviously, FaZe took the first one, but since then, when they beat was skipped. The S&D could have been close, could have been the other way. Berlin control, all Thieves. Berlin half point, all Thieves.
All Thieves. That was just a sublime performance. Look, they turned it round in Major 4. They came in and did what we didn't really expect them to do and win that one. They have now, as you said, stamped their ticket to a Champs Grand Final in the advantageous position. They're the first ones there. And whoever is going to be there, the LA Thieves are going to be ready and waiting. My goodness me, what a performance.
Certainly is. Well, that's enough of us. It's time to send it down to the stage to be blazed with Envoy.
Thank you so much. LA, give it up one more time for the Thieves. Making it to the grand finals here in their hometown. Envoy, this series, it looked easy here on the stage, but coming into it, you knew it wasn't going to be easy. Just going up against a team who hasn't lost up on land, but you guys take it in a 3-1 fashion. How did y'all get that done?
I mean, we feel great, man. What's really been our savior has been these Game 2 S&Ds. We've been able to bounce back in a lot of these series through, this tournament and Major 4. So that's been helping us. And the fact that, they let Berlin control, Berlin hardpoint through, not the smartest decision.
Yeah, and that's what we can kind of see looking at the scores. Now, here towards the back end of the season, you guys have just been getting better. Last event, you win it through the loser side, but this time you make it into the grand finals for the winner side and get that map up. How do you guys feel about that, and how have you guys been progressing here towards the back end of the season? What's working?
I mean, we're just feeling super confident right now, and it's showing in the gameplay. We just really have been valuing our lives and having way better teamwork than everyone else, so that's like the key to victory for us is have good teamwork, and when the maps that we lose, we look back and like, hey, we just kind of broke down like first map, but like I said, those Game 2's been saving us.
Hey, them S&Ds there for the Thieves. And lastly, what would it mean to go back-to-back for the Thieves here in LA for this organization, for your squad?
Man, it means the world to all of us, so I appreciate everyone's support. You guys are the best, and we'll see you for grand finals.
Hey, that's going to do it for me and Envoy on the stage. He said he'll see you guys in the grand finals. Desk, break it down.
Well, welcome back to your game break presented by Prime Gaming. And Joe, listen, we had a long chat kind of leading into this about teams figuring out champs time. If you go back to like NV and BO3, how many times it happened? Empire, I guess, years ago. Like, you just start to click, you figure the game out. We wanted to know if that was the case for Thieves. Kind of a resounding yes now?
Oh, I knew it. I'm going to be honest. I knew it. I saw it at Major 4. They were just so good in respawns especially. But I love what Envoy said. I mean, map 2 is huge. If you look at Atlanta FaZe, they win that first map. The Atlanta FaZe we know, the last couple of years, usually they're winning that map 2, Search and Destroy. They're up 0-2 or 2-0 in the series. Things look different. Even if they go Berlin, then you have a map 5 Search and Destroy. I mean, who knows at that point? But yeah, I mean, it's just the strength of the map pool at the end of the year right now for LA Thieves. It's like, what do you veto? What do you play them on?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? We were talking about it before. They saw that beating on Gavutu that LA Thieves handed to OpTic in the last match. They're like, okay, we are not going to play that Gavutu in this series. Put them in a tough spot, so they have to play the double Berlin. They get absolutely cooked. I mean, you see the way they played that Berlin hardpoint. Every single time they're pushed all the way up, they're getting those kills from the annoying corners. FaZe are not checking them, and they're getting smoked on every single rotation. LA Thieves is simply better. They are ahead. This team looks disgusting.
Ali, what do you think when Envoy is like, They let 2 Berlins in. That was dumb. What do you do?
I mean, it was, there's nothing you can do. It's Gavutu or Berlin. It's literally pick your poison at that point. And I think that's the absolute edge that LADs have over everybody in Champs right now, is just how deep their map pools go. They don't have to play Bow Cage. They are happy to square up on Tuscan with Envoy, and then Berlin and Gavutu. I mean, Kenny, game 4 Berlin will always go rogue. Once again, they 3-1 victory over Atlanta FaZe, and it's usually in that game 4, and it's in that Berlin that Kenny just goes absolutely insane.
Well, Joe, we're going to watch some Kenny highlights. I know you've been a fan forever. Like, you just think he's an absolute monster, and it was a frustrating year at times, but here he is.
Frustrating couple of years. I mean, you know, I get it, like, stats-wise, and what LA Thieves did the last couple of years. I know it's been tough, but I just think you see his mentality. He needs, like, the system, and you know, the system has been built towards the end of the year. Like, he's always been a big part of that. Even Black Ops 4, 100 Thieves, right? They were just so good in certain modes because of that, and they have figured it out.
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna give props to Envoy too, because we kind of thought, like, can he fit into a system? It felt like he was such an individual player, but he has. And one thing I gotta say is, like, now they made the grand finals 2 winners. They have the veto advantage, right? They're going to get rid of Bokash Hardpoint.
Yeah, their map pool is so deep. It just feels like when you watch them play Hardpoint, it's so much different than every other team. Like, the layers are there. Every single time somebody spawns, they're filling in that gap. They're keeping teams pushed all the way back. You saw that P5 into P1, what they were able to do, the Atlanta FaZe. They had them back trains. They couldn't even get past glass. Well, that's impressive.
I kind of want to touch on that because I know there's been a lot of what ifs, and some people want it differently when you talk about the advantage you have in a grand final, and I get it. We've had a lot of different formats over the years. But you said the veto advantage. Like, I feel like this year, and especially with where Thieves is, I mean, it is big.
No, 100%. It'll depend on their matchup, right, what they want to go with. But the last 3 other teams left are very good Bokash Hardpoint teams, so that's probably it. And then Search and Destroy, they'll have to figure that one out. But, yeah, I mean, for a best-of-9, they're going to have a lot of comfortable matches.
Give it to Bokash.
I mean, aLLeY, you feel like this is Thieves' tournament to lose now, right? They're in the driver's seat.
100%. For me right now, I'm sitting in the pocket of Seattle Surge, riding off of the momentum of Pred Rookie of the Year, and I'm looking at LA Thieves. They've continued off from where they left off at Major 4, and the balls continue to roll.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket and kind of how we got here. It's been insane. I mean, this weekend has been absolutely nuts. It's a 2022 CDL Championship, and this is kind of a look through how everything is broken down. And Joe, I don't think you're really shocked to see where any of the teams are. aLLeY, you got a note that?
I just wanted to say that, like, this is probably, like, the most predictable, like, top 4, top 3.
Kinda, right?
Like, all the years that we've had, like, these insane majors where there's these teams making these incredible runs that we didn't really expect, where I feel like our championship has kind of gone the way most people have expected for a second. Yeah,
I believe these are our top 4 seeds, so it totally makes sense. So,
yeah,
it's coming down to the wire. The better teams are clutching up.
You play all year for these seeds, right? Like, it's your typical kind of North American playoff. You're in these spots, now you come out and show what's up, and you're able to do it. But we're getting ready to wrap it up for the final matches of the day.
Still got 2 left?
Yeah. Don't forget to link your account, watch and earn. You can see it there, some of the different skins and calling cards that you are able to earn. So do not forget to do that. And then just a reminder, tomorrow we're going to have a teaser for MW2. What's next? Some information to come, and I think you and I are going to be on the desk.
Yeah,
we're going to have some special company. Hey, The Rock's coming?
Yeah, I think so. I think I was told that. Shout out Ethan.
Oh, okay.
I'm pumped for that.
Is that me? Am I The Rock?
You're the Pebble.
Oh, dude.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
There's some truth in that, Joe.
Oh, you're a big boy, though. You're a very big boy.
Well, after I just got destroyed, we are ready for the break. Guys, 2 more matches to go. We're ramping it up, getting ready for a final championship Sunday. Do not go anywhere. 2 matches remain. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. And upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Amazon Prime members get free games every month and a slew of free content for your favorite games like Call of Duty. Claim yours now at gaming.amazon.com.
Gentlemen, welcome back. It is time to roll deeper and darker into this wild and crazy weekend of games here. The Call of Duty League Championship Weekend 2022 continues, and we're almost done with our first day, guys. And oh my, good golly, Miss Molly, it's been something. Holy, it's been crazy. Got time on the desk here. We have aLLeY, and of course we have Nameless. My name's Miles. How you doing, man? Alive. I simply cannot believe what has gone down today alone. Tun, you were there. How are you feeling?
I'm a bit shook up, to be honest with you. Just the level of performance that we've seen from Thieves and the level of performance that we've seen from FaZe. Yes, okay, these two kind of went up against each other plenty of times. We know that this game hasn't necessarily went FaZe's way, but the manner of the defeat is kind of what caught me off guard there, to be honest with you. The way that it ended, especially in that hard point. I mean, FaZe just got 100-point clipped.
Oh, yeah.
FaZe.
Yeah, that actually happened. aLLeY, how many kills in the end for Simp?
Do I really have to say that?
You got
Do
it.
we really have to do that? Too? I feel like that's so wrong. It's 6? 7?
6.
22? 6?
7? No,
My bad.
6.
They made me do it, Tim.
Honestly,
Don't
that is an uncharacteristic performance for one of the greatest players we have ever seen touch the game. So, and it comes down to the tough question for me, man. Obviously, we got this coming up in a minute. Diving on that real fast, what the hell happens now for FaZe?
I mean, for FaZe, they just got to bounce back, bro. Like, in that hard point, they were making so many mistakes. But, you know, we'll see FaZe again later today. It'll be interesting. But first, we got OpTic Seattle, and this is going to be a banger. I cannot wait for
We're
this.
sending one of them home. That is a very, very scary precedent. On one side, we've got, you know, one of the more famous teams in the entire world. On the other side, we've got a squad who has been rolling through some of the finest of all the land, have taken names, kicking ass. And here are the maps and modes. What do we think?
You know, a bit interesting here. They're squaring up on that Tuscan control. Obviously, they have to play that. When you look at Seattle, they get rid of GVU2. OpTic's going to be getting rid of Berlin. OpTic going to be starting on the bad side when we get to that Berlin hardpoint as well. Bokaj Search and Destroy, that's a big one. I really think games 2 and 3 are huge in this series. When you look at the Bokaj Search and Destroy, that's a map OpTic's been good at. Some round 11 clutches they had at the last major. They love that map. And, you know, for Seattle, they've only played it once, but they did win it in their last series.
And we have to talk about it again. This is the third time OpTic Texas has picked Team B purposely. In their first series, they lost, obviously. In their second, they 3-0'd. So I'm wondering if that's kind of the angle they're taking here again, is once again trying to get the momentum early in the series and just do it in a quick 3-0 fashion. Because once you get to that game 4, like, I'm very worried for likes of OpTic Texas. We all know the percentage of if you start on good side, if you start on bad side on that map, and it's against a team like Seattle Surge. Pred is going to get comfortable in this series. You're giving him good side as well. Like, OpTic has to finish this early.
You've seen what they can do, and they'll do it again. Time as far as Seattle Surge go, though, mate, it's been a great tournament thus far. I mean, obviously, they found themselves in the lowest bracket, but Pred playing out of his mind.
Playing out of his mind, absolutely. But I think one slight worry I have from the side of Seattle, it's a worry, but also a good trait to have. All of these hard points are really going to the wire. How often can they keep doing that? You'd like to see maybe a much more of a comfortable one here at some stage to maybe just calm the nerves a little bit. But how often can you count on Pred to just go godlike in the final 20 seconds?
And to echo that worrying, like, Accuracy had a really struggle series yesterday, and then he came out frying today, but the hard point was still close. It was still like a 10-point game with Pred dropping 40, with Accuracy doing well, so that's a little worrisome for me. But when it comes to the game dual keys of victory, I mean, it's all about the rookie. It's all about pretty boy Pred continuing the momentum, continuing to be the high engagement slayer that he is, and the map 3 Tuscan control is critical. Seattle is 3-2, while OpTic is 2-4 since the start of stage 4. Now, this is an interesting matchup because, once again, OpTic used to be the best control team in the game. They've been struggling as of recently, but they're coming off a very hot 3-0, so the momentum is certainly in their court.
Oh, we'll see, though, because for Seattle Surge, control has not been that good either. They lost that, what, 3-1 to Toronto early today. Yeah, another one today. So tough in the control mode to see who goes there. Guys, as far as OpTic Texas is concerned, though, surely you've got like all the winning sales. The crowd is behind you. This should be a series they're going into pretty comfortable, right, Ant?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they have to shut down Pred, and that's a tall task. Like, he's just been making plays. You really need Scump and Shotzzy to show up in this series. I mean, the first few matches we have, Tuscan, Bokaj, Tuscan. Like, those two players are going to have to go big in this one. We saw iLLeY step it up in the last series, helped them out a lot. So I'm looking at those guys to really go off in this one. That Tuscan hardpoint is huge. If you win that map, like, they're on a 6-game win streak in hardpoint when you look at this Seattle team. You come in and you take that Tuscan hardpoint, that momentum is all going to be on OpTic's side. We know Seattle's had those struggles in control. control. So that's where you can get up big.
And on your screen is going to be the game fuel keys to victory. I'm actually going to speak about one of my own here, an interesting take to this series. I think a lot of teams, when it comes to Seattle Surge, they focus so much on shutting down Pred. But I think OpTic Texas, what they could really do to shine in this series is actually to focus on his support in Sib and Mack. Because when we see these series that Seattle Surge is winning, it's usually Sib and Mack with a majority of the damage, being that backbone for Pred to do what he does on the map. So I think if maybe they focus their sense over to the support behind him, that there might be a little bit more of a gap there to exploit when it comes to the Seattle Surge.
We will see. There are your keys. We've seen the maps and modes. All that's left now, guys, predictions. Tun, we'll start with you, mate. Which way are you leaning?
Honestly, I just don't know if Surge can continue riding their luck in these hard points. Not that it's luck, but it's so many times that they need to have that moment of clutch up. They have to have that every single time. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it here. I'm going to go OpTic.
Oh, Welly, what have you got?
I'm going to keep it fairly simple. I think I'm going to go Seattle Surge.
Seattle Surge, riding that momentum. It's all working out. It just seems like it's fated. And
OpTic looked disgusting versus New York. I want to be honest. Like, these guys came out swinging. Everybody looked better. The Search and Destroy was there. I think they come in here and they take this versus Seattle.
I actually agree, man. I think the momentum is there. They had their way with New York, made them look easy. We'll see what happens, but talk is cheap. Time to get the game underway. Guy Blaze, take it away, brother.
Thank you so much, Miles. LA, it's time for another elimination matchup. Only one squad can go forward. Y'all ready to get this started? Let's bring the first team out to the stage. They've been playing like madman, but can they progress forward? Let's find out. Here comes Seattle.
Yeah. The wood is yours. It's never over.
Found the knot, picks up the kills, another for Pred. Accuracy for the team, trying to come on. Long run, that's what you want to do. Oh my God, Mack, come around the corner in time, and you bet. You can get him off, that's one thing. If they kill him, it is done. Oh my God, no. Here we go, it's a couple more kills and they get it. Seattle, hold on, they line up for it.
Los Angeles, make some noise for your Major 3 champions, the Seattle Surge. Give it up for Simp, Accuracy, Mack, and Pred, the Seattle Surge.
Two rookies on the stage here looking to get it done. They already have a first chip under their belt, but what an end to the season it would be if they got that championship ring. Looking at Pred, looking at Sib, a lot to get done, and it's all in the back of the veteran. Accuracy looking over them, Blaze, but they got to get through the green wall first. Go ahead and bring the boys out.
Let's get it. Looking for another championship, and they're trying to build it brick by brick. Los Angeles, help me introduce OpTic Texas.
One we go. Dashy coming through with the pistol. That's going to be nearly the first. Pulls off the pistol and gets it done. Afro.
COD fans all around the world, get loud. Here comes OpTic Texas. We got Dashy, iLLeY, Shotzzy, and Scump. The green wall, OpTic Texas.
The dream is still alive. OpTic Texas smoked New York 3-0 on their run to get to this match. They have to go up against the Major 3 champions and shut down the Rookie of the Year. These guys, if they win here, they're top 3, and they get a date with FaZe in the losers finals. They've had FaZe's number all year. You know they want to get through Seattle first. Let's get this match started.
Let's get it match started. On the prize, a date with FaZe and moving forward through the bracket. Los Angeles, give it up for the first time today. Make some noise for your casters. It's Lando and Study.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Yes, indeed. What a game that we have in front of us. Jeremy Stud, Seattle Surge, OpTic Texas, $160,000 difference between 3rd place and 4th place. Unreal stuff right now, man.
This is going to be a battle. Obviously, if you're Seattle, you have a tough loss versus Atlanta FaZe all the way in around 11, but they bounced back today versus Toronto Ultra by doing it in the hardpoint. 6-0 so far this weekend in hardpoint are Seattle, but on the opposite side, OpTic Texas. They get absolutely destroyed yesterday by the Thieves, but then do the destroying today versus NYSL. Everyone was on point. This is going to be an absolute battle from start to finish.
It's going to be incredible. You see DST getting the crowd behind him. The energy is alive and well here at the Galen Center in Los Angeles, California. And it really is impressive when we talk about this OpTic Texas crew, Jay. I mean, the way that they lost yesterday versus Thieves, there's been a lot of talk around this team and composure. You know, however often that we discuss it, sometimes it's a thing, but obviously in the recent matchup that they have, they go from getting 3-0 smacked to just dominating New York. An impressive turnaround from OpTic. But now, we look at our very first map of this series, and it's Tuscan Hardpoint, Jay. This has been one that Seattle have loved, right? It's been Seattle's safe haven. It's been Brett's playground. They have been making a killing in this very tournament because of this map.
And you said it right. It's been Brett's playground. If you are OpTic Texas, you had to shut that young man down. And if you are Scump and Shotzzy, Scump puts up the most damage with like a 1.28 in his last series. He was really just taking off, but Tuscan Hardpoint. The biggest thing that I'm looking at is this P1 because OpTic Texas, they are last in holds, but Seattle, they are first in breaks. But here we go, Galen Center, to make it to the top 3. Here we go.
We start off P1. Both teams avoiding the time and instead electing to go for the kills. Surge will dip their toes in first. It's the captain to walk away with the early time.
And Surge don't even have the better side. OpTic now have to break in from the better side with Seattle already starting off with this initial time. Accuracy finds himself on a force free already. That's going to be 3 down. Last player is going to be towards top fire. Spawns right now not in favor of OpTic. So this final 20 seconds, you either have to fight for this or send someone on a route, and that's exactly what Dashy is going to do.
Yeah, this is one of the more stranger starts to a Tuscan Hardpoint that we have seen. Seattle, on the non-preferred side, at least for P1, have done a great job. OpTic Texas break in for the final 5 seconds, but how about the nades over the top, too? Favored for OpTic, iLLeY, and more specifically, Dashy ends up hitting the deck. We rotate now for Column, and Surge are there. iLLeY looking for a route.
And that's the guy you got to shut down. You cannot allow Fred to just roam free, pick up a 2-piece whenever he wants. In Seattle, they're perfectly set up for this P2. Fred finds another one in towards P5, and now this is going to slow down the push from OpTic Texas. Last player up is going to be Dashy. Just have to hold your life in this position. He hits some great shots to take down too, but now this allows his teammates to get into play.
Yeah, they need to jump in. They need to jump in soon, but take a look. All of Dashy's teammates have fallen, and now he is the sole man alive, trying to keep this push afloat and at least try to limit the amount of time that Seattle are getting for free. Here comes Scump sliding down to the ramp, but he gets dealt with as well. OpTic Texas will allow for the final 15 to go toward the other side and prepare for Fountain.
And that is 2 flawless hardpoints so far to start off this game. If you're OpTic Texas, this is where you need to stop the bleeding. You're going to be able to win this rotation towards P3, perfectly set up for the overextension coming through P5. So Shotzzy has to go big in his position, try to find a couple of these kills, or at least play for the trade. But Mack with the slide, the return of the Mack steps up. That big kill is going to open up that pitch.
Great work from the SMGs of Surge, trying to make some noise happen to the backside. Accuracy with the great gunfight. Victory's got the SMG in his hands, for God's sake. A 10-1 start for the Iceman. Has got the 40 in hand, and Surge, they flip the spawns.
Oh, and this is scary if you're OpTic Texas, especially if Accuracy is playing like this. 10-2 does not pick up that glide bomb. But Seattle Surge are in control of spawn. That's going to be 3 down in the feed. Last player up is going to be iLLeY towards Vines. He gets taken care of, and so far, Seattle are not giving them anything to work with. Final 20, you're going to force, once again, OpTic Texas off that rotation.
And how about the runs being made out of the ARs? Accuracy 11-2. Mack is starting to fry. And the same thing can be said for Sib. 7-3 will roam throughout the map on the 5 spree as OpTic pray. They hope that Church could be their destination for a few seconds. They win a 1v1 off the rip. That's the way to start it.
Now, if you're OpTic Texas,
Currently down by almost 80 points. This is where you need to get a great hold. Simp finds himself on a 7th spree, picks up that glide bomb, so that can cause some havoc towards the later half of this game if you're OpTic Texas, but the push is going to be here from the back. Multiple angles need to be watched. They cannot find any kills. 4 dead in the feed. Seattle once again break in.
This is terrifying. To start off this game, Seattle Surge J, they are breaking hills effortlessly. Civ is still on the spree from the last hard point, and they're about to be up by over 100 seconds. OpTic thankfully break in for a moment, but it's a team kill.
Team kill, unfortunately, comes in favor of OpTic, so the final 15 should be theirs. If you are Seattle Surge, you have to early rotate over towards this P5. They're already going to have 2 bodies there. The only player there from OpTic Texas is going to be Scump. You have to just play this slow, allow for your teammates to assist you in these gunfights.
It's not going to be an easy road for OpTic, but it does start with this current hill. The P5 to P1 rotation has become really a meme, honestly, given how much time can be granted between both of these hard points. Well, now it starts here. Seattle with the early time, and Scump not going to win that fight. How about the clever work from Civ? Meanwhile, it's Dashy and iLLeY putting those SMGs to use. It is the Rookie of the Year on the other side, though, that's trying to cause some issues. Back and forth we go, trades aplenty. Seattle at least contesting, and now they will reclaim control.
Seattle are dominating so far in the first rotation of hard points as Mack is going to push out towards top roof. He finds a 2-piece. Now it's all about the assistance. Try to take down iLLeY. The contest is going to be here, but the final 20 seconds, if you're OpTic Texas, you need to get this time. You cannot allow Seattle to walk away with this. Accuracy sitting at 15-4. You also have a glide bomb to work with if you're Civ.
This has got to be like one of the best games Lamar's had this year.
Show,
like, he is using the SMG at P5, known as one of the more slower players in the league. Accuracy given what is on the line, is trying to do whatever he can for the roster. By the way, Civ also did earn the glide bomb. Here we come, and here they fall. They at least clear the board for the moment and give Accuracy the chance to try to find a pick now.
See that stat right there, 60% break rate on this P1 hard point. And you see why, because that's going to be 3 down in the feed. Now, if you are iLLeY, you have to just slow this one down because you do not have any mid-map control. But Pred, the Predator, has been dominating so far on this map, 1.58 overall. But final 30 seconds here, OpTic Texas just need to get some time.
They have to. I mean, they legitimately have to. It's a matter of just not allowing for Seattle to get the second and then going your way. Down by 100 seconds, it just feels like this continued to go the way of Seattle. Pred pushes. A little scary when we talk about spawns, but Surge still in the more advantageous position as we head in toward our second side of P2. This is where the game started to get away from OpTic to see if they can right the wrongs, as Surge doing everything they need to in the middle side of the map.
And that's another 3 down. Last player farthest pushed up is going to be Dashy. Once again, working his way through P5, but you see the stat lines from the SUG duo on the side of OpTic Texas. Shotzzy 11-21, Scump 8-18. There's no one there on that side to shut down Pred right now. Shotzzy does find that kill, but Seattle still in control of the spawns. The break does come in as Scump finds 2.
See what they can do with it. Seattle still with the time. Kurt 1v2 on the point. Thankfully, OpTic able to secure that. There you go. A little bit of momentum. As 3 fall for Surge, OpTic finally able to get on the point, and with little to no room, Surge instantly knocking on the door again. Shotzzy trying to get going. Eventually falls as well. Meanwhile, the SMG duo tries to get something done as well. The King will fall, and Surge keep that 100-point advantage intact.
And right there, Surge, they just kept up the aggression on this P2, because you see why. They're fully set up off that rotation, knowing that OpTic Texas are continuously spawning in the back, almost an 100-point game. So you have Seattle have the potential to close this out on this P3. If you're OpTic Texas, the break has to come in right now.
It's a necessity. Scump trying to lead the way. Great gunfight victory there on the Civ. That's going to set the rest of the team. Trying to cut down Pred, who's looking to make the flank. They do that. The rookie's wiped away. However, the spawns are going to be right there. You know Vanguard. Accuracy up close. Eventually drops. Current 2 versus 2. OpTic Texas still fighting. Giving it everything that they've got from the front. Scump doing a great job to clear the first few players, and that will be a 3-for-1 trade. Accuracy, the last player in the back.
Now, if you're OpTic Texas, you have to attempt to at least try to trap them in towards his back roofs so you can win that rotation over towards that P4, but they were able to get some good time here as iLLeY putting on some shots, cannot find the kill on Simp, so this final 10 could be massive. Fortunately, he does not win that gunfight, and look at the mini-map. You see 3 players already from Seattle were able to flip those spawns. OpTic Texas, not the best case scenario for them.
Jay, I mean, it's literally OpTic rotate, Seattle break. Yep. OpTic don't rotate, well, Seattle have. It's like they are constantly a step ahead, and even when they're not, they are making these breaks look effortless. OpTic Texas now with the spawns toward the back. We'll see if they can do anything with it as Mack begins to awaken once more. One of the biggest X factors that we have in the league, and he is lining them up and watching them fall 10 away from the dub as OpTic break in once more.
Scump finds that too, so they secure the spawns for the time being, but Simp finds 2 of his own. 8 seconds until Seattle Surge are able to get in, and that's going to be 3 down. They can win it right here.
Looks like they can. OpTic, they've got to jump in. They've got to jump in for a moment. It looks like they could have done it. They could have done it, but Mack, oh! Mack! Unbelievable, and that will solidify it. It is all business for Seattle. A dominant Game 1 victory.
And that, I'm pretty sure that is the first dominant Game 1 victory, or the dominant hardpoint victory for Seattle Surge. Every single time they have played Tuscan, it's been a 15 to 20 point difference at the end of these games. They are #1 in overall break percentage on this map, and it showed why. Every single time OpTic were rotating early towards the P3, towards the P4, instantly they get that 4 dead. They have the setups to break hills properly, and they just dominated that map. #1, Seattle coming out with a statement.
Yeah, and that's terrifying, right? Because it's obviously, like you said, Seattle, they've been working so often from the back foot. Like when they faced off against Atlanta FaZe, it was 2 narrow comebacks where Pred had to go massive for the roster. And this time it was accuracy. Like accuracy was going off with the SMG. Mack had his moments. I mean, Pred goes +2. If you were to tell me coming into a Tuscan hardpoint, Pred was barely going to go positive, I like OpTic Texas chances, but that did not happen.
That's just great teamwork right there from Seattle, especially when accuracy starts the game off 10-2. When your main AR, your leader, is leading in this lane to start off the game, it's going to do a lot for your rookies on your squad, and it showed, man. Like I said, they were just dominant from start to finish of this game. The SMG duo on the side of OpTic Texas just really couldn't get going.
Yeah, man. The coach, the captain, leads the way for Seattle, and by the way, that is now 7-0 in hardpoint for Seattle Surge here at Champs. Something to think about if we can even get to that Game 4 if you are OpTic Texas, but a very good point, my man. Like, we saw the stats there toward the stretch. Like, Scump and Shotzzy majorly struggled, and that was one of the biggest things that we were talking about coming into Champs, was really how off that they have been. And granted, they looked a lot better when it comes down to this tournament, but it looks like we're back in the Major 4 qualifiers.
Yeah, that's the scary thing, is that we saw, at least in that last series, when Shotzzy and Scump are on point, they make the game look easy. But when they struggle, especially on a map like Tuscan, it's not going to be a friendly scoreline at the end of that game. But they always have to bounce back in this search and destroy, especially going into this boat cage. Throughout stage 4, I'm pretty sure OpTic played this 7 times. They've only lost it once. Okay. On the opposite side for Seattle, they have played it only 1 time, and that was in their last series versus Toronto. So if you are OpTic Texas, you have a couple of bots, at least that one bot session, you can see how they can play. And it's all about Seattle Surges, the way that they set up on defense. They do not give up anything. There are no first bloods. They make you plant the bomb and then play for the retake. So if you're OpTic Texas, it's all about slowing that game down, getting your first bloods.
You heard it there from the man himself. Breaking things down for us, Bocage S&D. As Coach Rambo Ray looks to usher out a little bit more words of confidence to the team. Get the boys in tune, get them ready. And like you said, man, I mean, S&D has been OpTic Texas's backbone ever since that iLLeY has been back with the roster. I think that they're like 11, something like 11-2, 11-3 since iLLeY has come back to this team. So they are no, I guess, it's not unorthodox. It's not out of the ordinary for them to be losing a few of these hard points, but being in reliance upon those S&Ds. Not something that historically for OpTic we can say very often.
For sure. If you think about what they did at Major 4, I'm pretty sure a majority of their Game 1 hard points they lost. But they always bounce back in this map #2. And by doing that, they were able to get top 4 at that Major, even with iLLeY only coming back on the team with a couple weeks of practice. So if you're OpTic Texas, nothing really to worry about. Seattle Surge have been struggling in SD, 2-9 in their last 11. So this is where you can get yourself right back into this one.
And what a big moment this is as well for the Seattle Surge. When you go up 1-0 to have a commanding W like that over this OpTic Texas team. I mean, Jay, like Seattle Surge for the past 2 seasons have been laughed at. Like they have been one of the more overhyped teams, I guess you could say, coming into seasons. They've had world champions, they've had Karma, they've had aBeZy, they've had Octane for the past 2 years, yet they have not been able to deliver in the regular season. Top 12 back in MW. They didn't even make it to champs last year. I mean, to be sitting 1-0 up right now versus OpTic Texas, thinking and putting in mind, we could go 2-0 up, potentially having a top 3 guaranteed matchup. It is wild the turnaround that they've had. And a lot of that has to do with that guy.
Oh yeah, Pred is a man on a mission. Obviously, Rookie of the Year, but you see the matchup between him and Shotzzy going into this Volkaj search and destroy. 1.32 compared to a 1.23. The playmakers for both of these squads. It all just comes down to who's going to be able to make more plays.
That's right, man. 2 of some of the more fiery SMGs that we have in the league. You could even say maybe they're at the very top of the list. They're going to do their best when it comes out of the roster. We see the ranks. Definitely looking better for the OpTic Texas side, Jay.
Yeah, this is a strong match for OpTic Texas. Like I said, overall record sitting at 10-5 compared to Seattle, who are 4-2. But if you are Seattle, the way that you got it done, which is strictly on defense. Wait for your first blood, hit your teammates. Open up with that initial kill so you put yourself in the man advantage. But if you're OpTic Texas, this is where your playmakers need to make plays. Definitely looking at Shotzzy to set the tone.
To Volkaj we go, and there you see the record for OpTic Texas. Volkaj, a very interesting and a chaotic map at times, even when we're in search and destroy, but it's been a great one recently for Texas. And in round number 1, OpTic starting things off great with the first blood in the team, Jay, that very well could be making a play at that B site. They do it often.
Yeah, that was great early shots to at least force the repositioning out of Sit to get the first blood in favor of Dashy. So now in the 4v3, look what Mack is trying to do. Mack, he gets taken down. Dashy finds another kill.
There he goes.
That's going to be 3 down. Last player up is going to be Abazy, the Iceman, in a 1v4 on Volkaj. This is not going to happen.
Not going to happen, not going to be easy. Okay, at least finds the first. Has some information that somebody's toward his right. Draws the crosshair wide as iLLeY, but he may just go for the standard plant at that A site, trying to respect the captain. Shut down, eliminated, a clean round 1 for OpTic Texas.
Yeah, OpTic Texas just have the information right there. They force Sid to that reposition towards that lower B side. They get the first blood, and then at that point, if you're Seattle in a 3v4, someone has to try to make a play. Someone has to try to even up the numbers. Mack tries to do that through that tank side. He gets taken down, and eventually the trades just go in favor of OpTic. They take round 1.
Solid round 1 at that. He's already Seattle trying to get aggressive. Right, they lose that first blood. They want to try to get in the face of OpTic. Not going to happen. And now we headed to round number 2. Seattle, their first look at attack. As we said, Matt, they don't play all that often. So with that in mind, you will see that showing in the first blood. Early nades tossed out for OpTic. Simp will have to sit in that death cam for a while and try to root on his team in a 3v4.
So now if you're OpTic Texas, just hold your positioning. Shotzzy finds a kill onto Mack. iLLeY hunts aBeZy. Once again, another 1v4. This time it's going to be Pred. Works his way through bottom kitchen, and that's 4 up, 4 down. Clean round, OpTic Texas, 2-0.
Seattle have 1 kill through 2 rounds.
Yeah, it's tough.
That is tough.
It's not really good.
Especially when you're getting first blood, and especially when those nades are perfectly coordinated. Take a look at iLLeY, man. He is literally in the monitor. He's in the game.
I don't even know how he sits that close, man. Like,
No
how do you
idea.
look at your mini
Who's like Future used to do that, but that might be the closest we've ever seen a player get into the game.
100%.
You talk about iLLeY, man. Just a guy that lives and breathes Call of Duty. Knows his search destroys. The IGL for this roster at that 2-year gap, or rather, excuse me, that 2-month gap. He's finally brought back to the team and trying to orchestrate the troops, bringing out the advocates, making sure everybody is right where they need to be, but a slower and more methodical look here to start off this 3rd round game.
Right there, Mack does put down a couple shots. Unfortunately, not able to pick up a kill, so he has to play for the repositioning. But OpTic just taking their time, spreading map. You have Shotzzy, the right side towards lower shack. Just trying to play for any players on the Seattle side, trying to overextend through street. A lot of time is starting to tick down. They're just trying to find that right play. When's the right time to play for this objective?
OpTic, how many times do we see a player just decide to slide on through? That's exactly what Scump is thinking about, but Pred and Mack will start things off well. Pred for another. The wallbang on to iLLeY. His streak will come to a close, and now it is on to Bruce. A 1v3 for Dashy and a well-replied round, and a much-needed one at that there for Surge.
Yeah, right there, it was all on Pred. Once he finds that open to kill at the Shotzzy, you see what OpTic were trying to do. They were trying to rotate that bomb over towards B. Shotzzy, he was peeking from Little Shack, did not see anyone on the street, did not see anyone on elbow. So they have to be playing deep, but Pred finds that first kill. Defensively, the trades do not come in. Pred finds 2 towards that B side. Very clean round right there for Seattle to get on the board.
Much needed one at that, as we said. Seattle, they have been struggling mightily in their S&Ds. 2-9 in their last 11. And as we talked about, a round here versus OpTic, who looks like one of the best S&D teams in the game, would be huge. Getting that first round on the board could be exactly what they need, but another great first kill coming through from OpTic Texas. Pred looks to get aggressive, and he will be dealt with. Surge again, down in numbers.
That's just a pace change right there. They sent all 4 players towards that A-bomb to find that first kill. Now, if you're Seattle in the 3v4, you do have a lot of time to work with. What can Mack do? Is he slowly trying to work his way towards top plat? Trying to sneak this way up towards B. Should be able to get this bomb down for free.
And this is great positioning for Mack. I mean, given the fact that they have 1 less player, that's 1 less lane looked at. Oh my goodness. The tactical basically great toward the corner, but it's Shotzzy again, who was able to answer and take a look at Shotzzy. He's actually on the bomb. He is on the bomb right now. Scump watching over. It is all on to Sib, and he is not going to have time to get to this bomb site. 3 out of 4 of these rounds have gone the way of OpTic, and Jay, they have not been close.
And OpTic Texas, every single time their opponents plant towards B, if it's a neutral retake, it's an 80% win rate on the side of OpTic Texas. Even though it was a 3v4, they just made that round look so easy. Once you take down Mack off bomb, you know that neither one of these players have any line of sight towards that bomb. Instantly hop to defuse, watch over your team at defusing that site. Very, very easy round right there for OpTic to go up 3-1.
We'll see if they can build upon it. Shotzzy will look to grab the bomb. We'll see if this is more of a slower round, or maybe the pace will start to pick on up. And indeed it will. Mack hanging out on Lamar tank. Known for his teammates' play. Doesn't peek it. He's going to have the information, but Sib takes down Shotzzy, also shuts down his teammate. So ultimately, that is an advantage and a positive for OpTic, considering that they did get the bomb down.
You see aBeZy, he's trying to work his way up through water. He's going to have a huge one-on-one, but Dashy's able to get out with his life. As iLLeY finds that kill onto Mack, you know that accuracy is on the pitch. He wins that gunfight versus Dashy, 2v2.
Sib tries to hop on it. Scump is there, all too clever. And now it's all on to accuracy. A 1v2, given his position. It looks great, but he spots out Scump. He spots out Scump. Oh! Texas are there, and they continue to utilize their numbers. 4 rounds to 1 now.
And there had to be some miscommunication on the side of Seattle, because right there, Pred, he was in a great position to immediately get that guy off bomb. But Sib with that nade, fortunately gets the team kill, as he does find 1. So once it turns into a 3v3, iLLeY finds 1 player towards the middle of the map. Even with Dashy losing his gunfight, he finds another and is there for the immediate trade towards the very end of the round, 4-1.
And a great search for destroy so far for iLLeY. He sits at 7-1.
This is why they missed him.
Leading the way for the team is Surge. Oh, okay. Takes Dashy down through the wall. Thank F and J for that one. Oh my God, Scump really just got out. Scump just got out, but it's by 1! Oh my word, it could have been 2. Pred thankfully there to silence him as the bomb will get planted. 2v2.
And the positioning of Shotzzy, unfortunately, he gets red right there from accuracy. So now all left up to iLLeY, the Pope. Can he clutch up this round for OpTic? So just gonna lay down. Almost goes for the defuse, but accuracy, he's at least in a great position towards tank. He knows that he's on bomb. The double challenge is gonna come in Seattle.
For a moment, Jay. For a moment, it looked like it was possible.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna stick that defuse, but once accuracy was able to spot him, he was sitting on top of that tank. The collapse comes in, double challenge. Seattle get another round on the board.
Thankfully they do, man. Mack's still sitting at 1-6, so look to try to get back in this game. The swing round now sits upon us. A 4-2 advantage for OpTic Texas. iLLeY did fall off of that spree, so by no means are we on glide bomb alert, at least as of yet. But for Seattle, feels like these nades have been glide bombs as of late, taking them down somewhat effortlessly. Shotzzy brought low, hanging out in the barn. Thankfully, he's got a few of his teammates to join alongside of him. OpTic 3 strong through the Riverside.
Right there, Shotzzy was able to get out with his life for Seattle to back on up. They don't pick up a kill, but now if you're OpTic Texas, you can rotate this bomb over towards A. They stack it on that side of the map. You're gonna know that that A-bomb should be free as Mack tries to get the wall bang onto Shotzzy. Gets him down to 24 health, but cannot pick up the kill. But you see what OpTic Texas' plan is. Slowly work their way up through Trench's side. Try to get this bomb down towards A.
Oh, when iLLeY gets picked! iLLeY gets picked! Oh, Sib!
for 2. Dashy at least is there for the trade. OpTic Texas still down in numbers, but a lot of time still left on the clock.
It just came down to timing right there. Because iLLeY was preeminent the entire time. Unfortunately, he can't find the kill, but early shots from Dashy onto aCBeZy gets him down to 19. Everyone is one shot. Bomb is going to get planted 2v3 now.
It's up to the retake from Seattle. You can hear those nades being cooked, those tacticals being tossed. Ensuring the flank is secured. A great gunfight victory comes through from Shotzzy. aCBeZy still yet to go for the defuse. Still hangs out toward the top. Shotzzy needs to win this gunfight. He'll do it! The snapper and a half as aCBeZy now left all by his lonesome. Brings it to a 1v1. Tries to bait out the defuse. Dashy eager to check the site. Eager to know where the Iceman could be hiding, but he will not fall for the trap. Round 5 goes the way of OpTic.
That was all on Shotzzy right there. The 2v3, he makes the play to plant that bomb towards A. And then works his way into top Grandma's, finds that initial kill onto Pred, forces it to the 2v2. And once he holds down that top Grandma's position, you see Mack, he was just trying to play for that trade. You know Shotzzy is going to be looking at the bomb from top window. He can't find the kill, leave it up to aCBeZy, even though he does turn it into a 1v1. Once Dashy checks that bomb with about 12 seconds left, you know you can sit your corners. The round is going to be yours.
Who knows, man? I mean, maybe a few years ago, that's a position that Dashy looks to challenge. Maybe it's aCBeZy who ends up clutching out that 1v2. Oh, and a great nade over the top again from OpTic. Scump there to answer early, 3-point range. We call that one a Scumper jumper. Pred found out from the back. A great headshot comes through from Bruce. Mack, in need of this gunfight, is able to take it. Brings the numbers ever closer, 2v3.
2v3, but he does get stunned. Simp in a position to at least try to assist him. He is going to be able to regenerate his health. Now into 3v2. If you're OpTic, just don't give up any freebies.
Exactly.
Not challenge 1v1s, play for the trades.
Oh, Mack. He'll spot him out. No, it's 2v2. Seattle have been working the numbers back, but he's caught at the door.
Simp in the 1v2, 40 seconds. Bomb is going to be down towards bottom Grandma's. OpTic not going to give him anything to work with.
All eyes on the rookie, and he just got the information that he needed. He's got the MP40 out. Meanwhile, iLLeY sits to the top side. Great challenge from Simp. Now levels it to a 1v1. Spots iLLeY toward the top. Oh, but it's iLLeY! Clutching up again. Goes for double digits. Silencing the rookie. And bringing the momentum back toward the green wall.
That is what you missed out of that player. His S&D performance, his leadership for this team. Gets multiple first bloods in the game. Takes over when he needs to. Clutch after clutch coming from iLLeY. Pretty dominant search and destroy from OpTic Texas, and I expect nothing less. They're the better search and destroy team. Seattle usually do not play this map. OpTic just made that one look easy, and now we have a series. Seattle just simply could not slow down, even after getting first blood. It was like 4-4 in first bloods, but still, OpTic Texas, what they've been doing all year long, they're always going to put themselves in the situation to clutch those rounds, even in 3v4s. Great performance in NSD to tie it up at 1.
Yeah, just overall, excellent, excellent work from this OpTic Texas team. I mean, iLLeY absolutely leads the way for the roster. At one point set on that 4 spree, ends the game at 10-3, and gets the kill, gets the round that matters the most. The final one, the 10th one, and the 6th one. We talk about kills versus rounds. OpTic right back in this series, Jay. And now it makes me think, like, okay, I guess for OpTic Texas, I mean, winning the opening hardpoint, I guess wasn't as much of a big deal as we thought it was.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't, because you always bounce back in your search and destroy.
Yeah.
Seattle have been struggling in that mode, so you make that one look easy. But at least in my mind, when I looked at the maps and modes for this team, for both of these squads, it came down to that map number 3. The control is, whoever wins that is going to be able to take this series.
And how many times have we talked about throughout COD champs so far, the team that ends up winning the control? Oftentimes it can spiral, it can give you some momentum throughout the rest of our series. It's Seattle, it is OpTic. We currently find ourselves tied at a 1-1 scoreline, and when we come back after the break, it's time for the swing mode. Tuscan control right after this.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Galen Center 2 Call of Duty Championship Weekend 2022. It is a lovely CDL Saturday, and right now we have a gauntlet of the game, an elimination match going down between OpTic Texas and Seattle Surge, tied up at 1-1 with a Tuscan control on our plates now, Jay.
And this map is so big for both of these squads because they have been struggling in this mode. Seattle so far at Champs Weekend have not been able to win a control, but on the opposite side for OpTic Texas, ever since getting iLLeY back, this used to be their best mode. They started off the year at 24-4, but ever since then, 2-8 in control. But this is going to be a battle. I think, in my opinion, whoever wins this map right here is going to be able to take the series.
Think so?
Definitely.
An intense one, an important one at that. As we battle now on to Tuscan. OpTic Texas will start things off on the attacking side. Seattle Surge on the defense. We've got 2 points, 2 objectives, 3 ticks at both. Your goal is to eliminate the enemy team if you're on the offense, or at least try to get as many of those ticks as possible. Pred, known as a threat on Tuscan. It's honestly majority of the time on the hard point, but can definitely do it here in the controls. Back-to-back respawns. Tries to get nice and dirty over toward the top side of fire. He gets dealt with, and OpTic finally able to break through.
And OpTic Texas now have to just get out of their spawn. A lot of map control right now for Seattle, as Mack is trying to maintain this map positioning towards top roofs. Gonna challenge onto iLLeY, cannot win the gunfight, but across the map, Pred does find 2. So if you're OpTic Texas, you just have to win a couple of trades. Shotzzy and Dashy open it up for the push towards B.
They're gonna need to at least stall a little bit of time. Shotzzy, an untimely death, will now leave Scump all by his lonesome. He gets dunked on by the nade, and with that, 25 seconds on the clock, and OpTic will look to actually invest all of their forces at this B zone. A quick pivot, though, through the middle side of the map will now stop the time. 20 and some change still left, and no tick to their name as of yet.
Yeah, and if I'm Seattle right here with only 20 seconds left, you've been dominant so far in this defense. Do not allow them to get this full A capture as trades are going back and forth. You still have one player here from OpTic. It's gonna be iLLeY. Trying to wait for his teammates to get here, but the pinch does come in. They take him off of that A point, but all 3 are rotating over towards B.
You think of the close squad spawns. They've got 3 members here at this B zone. First player in year's distance very well could be Simp. Looking through the ramp, but take a look at Shotzzy. He's found himself on the route. So far a slow series, but these kills are instrumental. They could mean everything. The nade cooked, but it's Scump who is lighting them up on the other side. 1 tick through over at that B zone, but they want to keep it going. The King now sits on 3, and the A zone is what they will resort to now.
And that's a great set of kills to force all of Seattle to focus solely on that B point. Opens up A easily for OpTic, but look at the pinch coming in from aBeZy. Works his way all the way behind his opponents. Only 1 player on this point. It's gonna be iLLeY, but Shotzzy's also gonna be here for the assistance. Shotzzy with great shots, able to take him down. So A should be captured by OpTic. Time is gonna be extended.
Time's gonna be extended, but still, man, you have 8 lives left, only 1 minute and 12 seconds on the clock. Like, you just really didn't get yourself as much as you would have liked. But take a look. Some of these early engagements, they're gonna go down instead of broken. Quick trades. Still ultimately favoring Seattle, but iLLeY, a great nade toss out, brings Simp 1 shot. And with that, that could be the potential for an opening. Mack and Pred, they'll reply with 2 of their own.
25 lives remaining for OpTic, so this is going to be their last push coming in. Scump does find that initial kill onto Pred. Not going to slow down, tries to go for the second, but accuracy takes him down. So now if you're Seattle, you just have to hold strong for 1 more life.
OpTic, no lives left. Gotta keep everything that they've got, gotta maximize their lives to the fullest of their potential, at least try to get 1 more tick on the board. That's gonna be the focus, but 2 players fall, all onto Shotzzy and Scump. However, they come away with the few, and it's an unfortunate team nade that will decide this round. Seattle Surge will hold, but OpTic at least got that 1 tick at B.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, is that OpTic Texas, the way they started on that round, it's like 20 seconds left. They had to fight for at least 1 segment to be complete. They do it over towards B and then transition over towards A, so that gives them 4. So now if you're Seattle Surge, you have to match that energy. The #1 attacking team on Tuscan control, and let's see why.
Let's find out, well, we'd rather find out why. The crowd's actually got me thinking about it.
their boys as they come into this defense. As you said, Jay, at one point, Seattle Surge were the best team on this very map and mode, and for this very reason, they just managed to master the attacking side of Tuscan. Trying to reclaim some of that previous success as Dashy continues to line him up and knock him down. Shotzzy now on the flank, sitting on 4 in a row.
Shotzzy on the flank, finds that opening 2-piece. Scump with the trade onto press, so no more pressure on towards that 8 point, but with Dashy losing that gunfight, the double stack is gonna come in towards B. If you're Seattle, all you really wanna do is just get that 1 segment complete, but they're gonna try to go for more. That's another 2-piece in the feed. Now 3 players in this position. Dashy does take down 1, but now if you're OpTic, you gotta line up some team nades.
Ooh, and Pred, aggressive as ever, eventually falls inside of the back, but Mack and Accuracy still doing a great job. Civ, last player alive, but they've done the work that they had to. They get that second tick, I believe, on to be just in time. So great work already. Surge, I mean, ultimately sit in the driver's seat. They should come out of this round with the advantage regardless, as long as they get that final bit of progress over at that A zone. Solid work for Surge off the rip, and now they've got themselves 2 minutes on the clock, Jay.
2 minutes on the clock, down by 3 lives. And if you're OpTic Texas, second overall on defense on this map, just have to hold strong. The way that Seattle like to attack is a 2-2 split. Mack opens up that initial kill onto Shotzzy, and there goes Accuracy with the trade onto Dashy. So now they have pressure from the front and the back. You have to read this pinch.
This is what they previously did so well. They'd always have 1 player in the back, and somehow they were able to do it to where they could get the perfect pinch established each and every single time. We'll see if they can do that as Civ is able to at least find 1. Accuracy pistol out, eventually drops. OpTic Texas clear the board. First wave done.
First wave done. 1:30 now to work with. If you are Seattle, the Shotzy's just roaming around, dancing around the map right now. Getting a little bit more map control as iLLeY's gonna get aggressive through field side. Just trying to cut off this overextension. It's gonna be a huge gunfight versus Accuracy. Cannot win it, but Scump is there for the immediate trade. 1:10 on the clock. Seattle, 9 lives.
See if those nades can be coordinated well. We've got 3 players strong through the field. The only player to the back is going to be Pred. And you know with how fast he is, he'll catch up to the team in no time. Early pick's going to mean everything. And iLLeY, it's granted 1. iLLeY, it's granted 2. Can he find all 3? As Mack lies in wait, knowing that as much as he'd love to be aggressive, he cannot contest iLLeY right now, especially single-handed. Pred at least is able to find 1. Opening up a window of opportunity now for the Surge. Shotzzy sniffs him out. Mack, next line of attack is still here. Seattle Surge still have players floating around this objective, Jay.
Only 30 seconds, so this is going to be the last push coming in from Surge. You got to line up your teammates, but Shotzzy takes down Mack. So no more respawns to work with. Play is going to come in from top plat with the 2 players from OpTic Texas ready for this push. No nades come in. Simp does find that an issue, but as long as you trade efficiently, if you're OpTic Texas, you will be able to hold on.
Pred could find the timing. We'll see what he can do with it. Keep in mind, take a look at that progress bar. It looks to fly. Simp drops, and Pred will follow suit. The rookies hit the deck. And OpTic Texas are able to escape with a defensive round. And I believe what? Seattle, they get 2 ticks, so they're up 1.
They're up 1. That could be crucial, just in case we end up in a round number 5.
Baby. Let's go! Number 1!
So now we go into another attacking round for OpTic Texas. Just have to have a better break-off. When you're going towards A, especially when you're 4 stacking towards that A site, you have to make sure that you're winning your gunfights because it's a lot more difficult for Seattle to hold it from their side.
We'll see what they can do with it. Scump and Shotzzy, the SMG duo, trying to get all kinds of aggressive to the bottom side of the church. As iLLeY does get taken down toward the field. Civ thinks this lane is open, but that's exactly when the vet looks to strike. Great work done so far from OpTic in terms of the map positioning. iLLeY, a great up-close victory. Cuts down Accuracy and now opens up a little bit of life over at this A zone. A few players sent forward as scouts for OpTic.
Scump just trying to roam, trying to find a couple kills. Finds that small kill onto Mack. So now he's just going to back up, go for the challenge onto Simp. Cannot win it, but first tick is going to be in towards that 8 point. Once he was staying aggressive on that side, Seattle are not going to contest this. Team kill comes in, that's going to be 2 down. So now if you're Seattle Surge, you can potentially push towards A.
You know, Pred wants to do exactly that. Oh my. Great gunfight win on the Shotzzy. However, in the meantime, OpTic still doing a great job at making sure the time is stopped. As long as you're in the objective, the clock will pause. Doing great work so far at that. Mack A gunfight that's never going to be easy, but Pred also will fall. Scump there for the turn on. And Simp, basically from afar, will watch as OpTic looks to make their journey throughout Tuscan from their base now into Seattle's.
There was 2 players that were able to make their way right on by, right past Pred, so they find that kill onto Mack, but this is where Pred can strike. With the repeat, he finds the first, finds the second. So Seattle surge, they shut down the push from the back end. OpTic Texas all coming off spawn, have to try to hit this through mid.
And it just feels like, sit at a 1-to-1, minute 30 still on the clock for OpTic. This game mode could be the missing piece for both of these teams, especially if they can make it through this series. It could be their lifeline, it could be the chance, and speaking of a lifeline, here comes OpTic. 3 strong, a few players still sitting in the radio.
They take control of top plat. iLLeY finds another kill. Pred, he's gonna try to cause them some problems from top green. They basically flip sides. All of Seattle trying to attack this from Perch, but iLLeY, he finds that kill. The trades do go in favor of Seattle. That's gonna be 2 down. Scump trying to do everything he can, be the only player alive on OpTic Texas on this side of the map. But with a minute left, he gets taken care of in Seattle, doing what they do best on that defensive end, just holding strong.
And considering the ticks, Jake, considering the time left, what do you want to see OpTic Texas do in a situation like this?
They're currently up by 2, but if you're Seattle Surge, you just have to hold strong. OpTic Texas have to try to fight for any segments they can get. It all comes down to just fighting for this top plat control. They're not winning the trades right now, only 30 seconds left. They have 1 more good push.
It's Simp able to rip away iLLeY, quite literally ripping away the chances. As we said, OpTic in need of some progress. They need to get at least a few ticks over at this B zone. But so far, it has been dry up to this point. 15 seconds left. They're gonna need a heroic-like play. As here comes the setup, the nades, the utility tossed on out, but it is chaos. Shotzzy with the team nade on the Scump will surely close this one out, but 2 players still in the objective. Now make it 1. Shotzzy, the sole man inside of B, will hit the deck and surge. Hold off OpTic. No progress made at that B zone and a major advantage coming into this next round.
OpTic they just couldn't get the trades in their favor. Every single time they got 1 kill, Seattle always responded with 2 of their own. He's always playing with the man down on their pushes. No team nades come in besides the team kill, and that's truly unfortunate. But now if you're OpTic Texas, dominant on the defensive end, you have to hold strong on the attacking round. You cannot allow Seattle to get 2-6. Once they capture A, they're gonna lock up defense.
Yeah, if you're OpTic too, like you gotta, I guess, play for it, and so far they're not doing that. They've seen the nades, they've seen the setup for Surge. Gonna allow for that first tick to go on through. Dashy a great pick, but it's instantly replied back with an equal, if not better, one from accuracy. Shotzzy trying to get aggressive instead of the objective. Got a few teammates around him. 1 to soar, 1 to fly. And a great pick comes in from iLLeY.
Right there, OpTic put a lot of focus on towards that A point. They sent 3 players there. That's going to open up B as 2 players.
Oh no!
Seattle Surge are going to be here. Pred does find 2. The first tick is going to be complete. They're ready for the gunfights. It's going really quick. Second tick is going to be done. They guarantee themselves that defense, but that team nade from Dashy as he finds 2. That's going to be 3 dead. Now all of Seattle coming off spawn. Half 3 segments complete. Now your main focus is just capturing this A point.
And Jay, that is Seattle in this game and game mode in general, right? When it comes down to the attacking side of Tuscan, that is exactly why they've been able to be so dominant in control. Accuracy again. Looks like he's like an SMG on these back-to-back Tuscans, dropping bombs, pulling out the 40, dropping players down with the pistol coming in from the skies.
And look at the pinch coming in from accuracy.
He's got the SMG
Picks up
again.
the 40. He's ready to set up for this pinch. Onto iLLeY, but iLLeY reads it. What a great read from him. There's a lot of pressure over towards this B point. The only player here is going to be Mack. He gets taken care of. And right now, OpTic, they're just holding the line. That 50-yard line, Seattle cannot cross.
They cannot break it until there. Another team kill, and Scump trying to make the flank. Accuracy, great reads again. Shotzzy, not enough to get it done. A few more ticks is all Seattle need at this A zone, and they've got another minute onto the clock, but OpTic continue to lock this one down. A big 1v1, and the King will deliver again.
That's 4 dead, so now all of Seattle all spawn. Have 1 last push. Do find that opening kill on towards A. So if I'm Seattle. I'm just trying to get that one done. But I think they're holding. iLLeY is cutting off. Another two-piece in the feed. Dashy finds the third. Last player up is going to be aBeZy. He gets taken care of. And OpTic Texas should be able to walk away with this defensive round.
They are feeling themselves right now, Jay.
Jesus, iLLeY just turned up that round right there, man.
And that's what you want to see, right? You're going to go into the offense coming into this round 5, but you want to get some momentum. You knew what the stakes were, what you had to accomplish. Seattle able to get it done regardless, but you can tell, man, they were starting to fry, starting to feel themselves, trying to get some momentum flowing coming into this round 5 as they will be on the non-preferred side, attacking in round number 5 here onto the Tuscan. Jay, you said coming into this map, this is going to define it all. And can OpTic do it? A strong start from iLLeY.
And already a change right there initially to start this round. They find that kill onto aCuRacy. They're able to stop that clock by getting on that A point, but they're not going to slow down. They're trying to force it over towards that B point. iLLeY finds that kill onto aCuRacy, but the trade is going to be there from Simp. But now that relieves that pressure over towards A. It's all about extending this time.
Yeah, it's great aggression nonetheless. While it doesn't equal out into anything in particular, it at least keeps Seattle guessing. Mack and Pred able to apply with 2. Simp quickly on the flank, tries to get some work done. Texas able to read them from there, still stopping the time for the moment. As Pred looks to get aggressive, challenging and winning the fights. Surge come roaring back into this defense. It was a strong beginning, a strong game plan from OpTic, as they're able to rebound and now get that second ticket A.
Second ticket's in, and that's going to be 3 down. Simp does find a trade onto Scump, though. Huge one-on-one. He's able to take down iLLeY as well. So all the progression they were trying to do towards that A point just gets shut down. 55 seconds left on the clock. Simp does get taken care of, so that's going to be 2 down in favor of OpTic Texas. You still have Shotzzy trying to cause mayhem in the opponent's spawn. He gets taken care of, but you see what OpTic are trying to do. Just extend this time. Going to be able to complete this A capture. They just have to figure out how they want to take B.
You saw for a moment iLLeY dancing on and off of the objective. Minute and 50 on the clock. You're going to need every single bit of that objective at B. If not, wipe away the lives. We currently sit dead even at 17 apiece. And here comes the first look from OpTic. A few players established over to the P5 side. Simp ends up losing that fight. OpTic with numbers.
That's a big kill coming in from Scump, because now they take control of top plat, but now it's all onto Pred. The pinch man, the playmaker, he gets taken care of. So now if you're OpTic Texas, only 2 players farthest pushed up, you just have to hold your position, allow your teammates to get into the play, and try to assist you as the pinch is going to come in from top church. Simp and aCuRacy do find 2, so now this is going to slow down the progression that OpTic just had on map control. You have to once again fight for that P5.
It's been great offense, but it's just been even better defense every time that Texas have found a lane. Every single time they've found an opportunity. Surge have clutched up each and every single time. Few players make their way into the objective. Dashy would be a crucial kill if he can find it, but needs to solidify it. Pred, like a snake, is able to survive onto the point, and from there, you see what it does. Seattle come up clutch again. iLLeY, the only member past that 50-yard line. 45 seconds on the clock. 1, maybe 2 more good pushes at this, Jay.
9 lives remaining for both of these squads. So if you're OpTic Texas, you just have to get a 2 or 3 down, and then basically play TDM at that point. As Dashy finds that kill towards the middle of the map, you do not allow Pred to set up that pinch. But Mack with the trade onto Shotzzy. Great beat down to take him down, but 7-7 remaining, 25 seconds. This is going to be their last push.
Their last hurrah. They got to give it all that they got. Surge have been holding well on the defense, but can they make it one last good stop? As Pred does his work. Oh, Scump is able to come away with 2. No more respawns left for Seattle. And as long as somebody stays on the objective, that can be exactly what you need. A few players still roaming around. Shotzzy, the only player in the point, he gets taken down as well.
2v2, 5 seconds. You have to get on a point if you're OpTic.
You got to slide on in. Dashy with the stun. Scump, the perfect timing. The perfect timing. One last player. It's all going to be under Pred. A 1v2. Oh, they light up. They light up for Pred. You have got to be kidding me. They had the perfect teamwork established. But they line up for the Rookie of the Year.
just like that, Seattle somehow steal away this game number 3.
Those final moments were insane. We gotta see it. The end of the map, the Scump played the game immediately. How Seattle were able to do this. Only 15 seconds remaining on this clock. It's currently a 6v6. Simp and Pred take down 2, but Scump finds 2 of his own, so no more respawns remaining for Seattle. Mack, he finds a huge kill to take down Scump off the pinch, but then you look how much time Shotzzy stalls for his teammates to get in the play. He wins that gunfight. Now it's a 2v2. Pred's just taking his time towards top plat. Eventually they find this kill onto Simp. But Simp does put down a couple shots onto Scump, gets him 1 shot, so now,
oh my.
Turns into a 1v1.
Tosses out the
Lines it up, and they're both 1 shot. That is insane right there from the rookie. Didn't really know how that one planned out, but the nade hits Dashy, he's 1 shot.
Yeah.
You get an early couple of shots onto Scump, he's also 1 shot. Takes 3 bullets to take them both down, and the rookie of the year does it in prime form.
I tell you what, man, to quote Nameless, I am mind blown. I am absolutely mind blown. The plays.
Wow.
And the biggest moments you see Brady starting to explain to the teammates, they're probably dumbfounded on how he was able to come away with that clutch. Jay, you said that map meant everything for both of these teams, especially for OpTic Texas. Seattle had held so well throughout the entirety of that round 5, and at the very end, it looked like they had it, but Pred seals the deal. And the reason why you said it was so important for OpTic is because of the next map we have.
The Berlin hardpoint. This has not been OpTic's best hardpoint all year long. This is usually their auto veto. They have played it 3 times throughout stage 4, and they've only won it once. And believe it or not, that was against Paris Legion. They usually get rid of this map. They are last in rotation win percentage. They are 11th in break percentage. But this is where you have to pull something together. Backs against the wall, on the brink of elimination for this top 3. Just have to try to push your way through this map, try to force that game 5.
And you can just tell, man, I mean, the entire atmosphere has absolutely left this room after a clutch like that. And for many hardcore fans out there, like you said, Jay, pointing out that Berlin hardpoint, knowing it's been this roster's auto veto, and considering how great Seattle looked on this yesterday versus Toronto. I mean, Mack had an excellent performance. I know it got a little close toward the end, but it looked like a 80, 90-point advantage. So Seattle have been hot on this game number 4 as of late. You cannot say the same about OpTic Texas, but in this moment, man, players are looking out for it when it comes down to this OpTic roster to try to bring it back and send us to a Berlin game 5.
I'm definitely just looking at the ARs on the side of OpTic, because Seattle Surge, at least what they were able to do yesterday when they were playing this map, Mack pulls out that 3rd AR. He was able to take over the game. That's right. So you need to make sure your ARs are on point, your rotations need to be on point, you struggle with breaking on hills. Everything just has to go correct if you're OpTic Texas. The biggest way that they can do this, though, is one thing that Seattle usually look forward to on this map specifically, is the change to P5 and P1. When they lose that, they do not find success on this map. So if you're them, just control the spawns as much as you can.
Oh, you see the reactions there. You see the reactions. It looked like they had it. And how about the change up? How about the change up? The OpTic fans in the back thinking, cool, we got it. And just like that, a fraction of a second and the emotions turn for height from one side to agony on the other. Insane work. And I know we're talking a lot about this game 4, Jay, but we got to halt ourselves for a moment and just talk about how great that Pred has been for this team. I mean, the reason why that hardpoint record sits where it does, the reason why Seattle have been undefeated in hardpoint so far has been because of crucial plays from Pred, whether it's been in the respawns and the controls, but also in this very game mode we have coming up.
And the crazy thing about that stat is overall 10-7 for Seattle, but they're 7-0 at this event. Yep. That means they were getting destroyed in hardpoint all throughout stage 4. Obviously, they get dead last at the major, but if you're Seattle, this is where you need to close it out. You cannot force a game 5 versus a team like OpTic Texas, who are way better than you in search and destroy.
We talked a lot about the ARs. You could also say the same thing about the SMGs for Texas. A 0.9 right now for Scump. Shotzzy yet to fully awaken at a 0.75. For Seattle, a much more consistent approach. Accuracy picking up on the slack. As we
head in toward Berlin HP. What could be the final map of this series and the final map of this year for OpTic Texas. They're gonna have to bring it back, a team that we so often have said at Champs, they've rewritten the script. They have fixed their mistakes in so many different situations, and the composure has been excellent. Seattle starting on the more preferred side as we fly in for Berlin. OpTic Texas invest in the flank, and it works out at least for a moment, Jay.
And that's a beautiful push right there from OpTic. They sent 2 players up that back alley. The 3 kills are going to go in favor. They take down accuracy as well. So if you're Seattle, that is devastating. They're usually dominant at this P1, especially when they're starting on the better side. But OpTic Texas, early break shot, Dashy and Shotzzy combined for 2. Final 20. This is going to force Seattle early off that rotation towards P2.
Oh, we saw like a staring contest go down to the middle side of the map. This player 8 Scump versus Pred. aBeZy is able to win that one for the moment. Shotzzy going for a little bit of a roam, a very important lane when we talk about our next hard point now over at Library. Early information found is Dashy off to a hot start 4-0.
OpTic Texas, at least for now, are controlling the spawns for that P3. It's all about not allowing Seattle to get a good chunk of time off of this P2. Dashy sitting at 4-0. Gonna challenge with the pistol, but backs down. He knows how crucial a glide bomb can be. Fortunately, he gets taken care of in Seattle. Right now, they're winning the trade. They're getting the top.
Getting the time for the moment. Scump looking for information. Trying to work from all the bits of info his teammate is giving him, but Seattle collapsed. Perfect work out of the surge to hold on to this objective. Looking to reclaim the lead, and now one of the scarier sights if you're an OpTic fan is if this guy begins to get going. 6-2 on the 4 spree, and Pred, living up to his name, is hungry for more kills.
He's just roaming. Finds himself on a 5 spree, can potentially pick up that glide bomb. And now if you're OpTic Texas, this is where you need to hold. You have to hold down this P3. Scump and Shotzzy already find that initial 2-piece. Really to give themselves the trade advantage off this rotation, but accuracy is at least able to sneak his way up that water side. That's such a crucial kill, but as long as OpTic Texas are winning every other gunfight, accuracy does not even matter.
It almost becomes void.
Yeah.
We'll see if he can try and do something now. Position has been revealed. So player number 7 is going to know somewhat that he's back here. iLLeY, a great gunfight victory towards top fire. We still saw accuracy in the back. He's trying to flip the spawns and surge. They will do exactly that.
That's 3 down. Last player up is going to be Scump. They all get taken care of. So the final 30 is going to be in the hands of Seattle. If you're OpTic Texas, you can't give up all this time to allow Seattle to grow a comfortable lead. It's now with only 20 seconds left. It's going to be the last rush from OpTic Texas, but someone has to be off the rotation. It's going to be a huge one-on-one gunfight going down between Simp and Dashy, but accuracy does everything he can to hold that down, but Scump finds 2 of his own to get this remaining 15.
And that's great, right? They go for the final 10 seconds, but again, it just leaves one player
big kill
in a position to clutch. Dashy's able to do that, and because of that gunfight, it allows for the lane of OpTic to be made that much easier. A crucial kill for Dashy helps net the team the final 10 at P3 and the early time now here at P4. Great work early. Seattle look to try and attack. Current 1-for-1 trade, but OpTic doing exactly what they need to, Jay. They reclaim the lead.
Reclaim the lead, and now Seattle are all swanning out towards Train's side. The setup is beautiful right now. They have 1 player pushed out towards the middle of the map, 2 players focused on Train. iLLeY finds another kill. Now your focus has to be on the player on flank. Accuracy does take down iLLeY. The trade has to come in. It does not. So now this opens up a lane for Seattle Surge to hit the pitch from front.
You know, if you're in a position like this for Seattle, right? 15 seconds left at P4. You want to position yourself for next, but really just try to get the opposition off of the time. Do not allow for OpTic to have a foothold in this hill. While it wasn't a perfect lockdown for Surge, they at least eliminate the ability to earn those final few seconds. And now we'll try to reaffirm themselves, establish themselves over at P5. The more favorable spawns toward their back now. As we'll step aside, go to elicit with the Seattle Surge.
A1 in time, A1 in time. Team A1. He's our side time. That's dead. Last time. A1 corner, 1 bullet. Nice. Alright. Come in open. Come on, 1 more going post. Post. I got naded A1. Alright, let's go. We're gonna get a good make sure we can. If I take iLLeY, 1 shot. If I take 1 forward, okay? 1 time, 1 bullet. Back alley. Top 3 as well. Okay, nade time with me. He's holding back alley. Top 3. Anytime, watch out, AG.
Play your alley. Watch my lobby. Three. I have your lobby. One shot lobby, Seth. He's going back alley. One shot again. Behind the pillar. Nice, Mack. Hallway dead. Seth gonna rin pit.
A great check-in there with Seattle Surge, but you can just feel they are really holding on to every single gunfight victory that they can get because they're not winning a ton of them right now. At one point coming into P4, we're in the lead, but now OpTic Texas have begun to fight back. A rotation held for Seattle and a major one. If OpTic can break this, let's go to Liston now with Texas.
I'm still sitting down right now. He's on low fire. I don't see him. Yo, boys, outer dogs. Then. Yo, Lamar, don't watch him. Absolute. He's court. Nice stuff.
That's on Lamar.
Lamar dead. I'm streaks as well. Nice.
And the communication is clean, but the entire time, iLLeY is taking over this map. Number 4 picks up that glide bomb. They get great time off of that P1, and we're able to chain that as well alongside to that P5. They have been able to grow this lead by 80 points. They're winning the gunfights off the rotation. This P2, Seattle need time.
Yeah, and that last hill very well could define how the rest of this game goes, especially if OpTic can keep the momentum flowing. Simp at least able to trade for now. Surge, desperate for time, hungry for seconds as well. As eliminations foiled once more, but now they call upon the aBeZy to try and do the impossible. Left in a position to clutch, thankfully has a few teammates off of spawn, so Surge do exactly what they need to. They're able to rush on in and keep this game in somewhat of a stable distance as long as they can win these fights.
You gotta win these fights. If you are Seattle, you are in control of the spawns for that P3, but you cannot allow OpTic to continuously grow this lead with any amount of seconds that they can gain. That's going to be 3 down in the feed. Final 10 is going to be towards OpTic, but now off the rotation, you see the aggression coming in towards fire. What can Scump and Shotzzy do in that position?
The SMG duo had a very slow performance in the opening hard point now, trying to pick up the pace in one of the more crucial positions. iLLeY invests the glide bomb, but it doesn't do anything. It does not do anything. On top of that, Seattle found very timely kills. And you could argue for Texas, it doesn't look good, but just like that, they come away with 3 kills. Seattle still with the close spawns, but OpTic fiery coming into this objective. Oh, Simp comes away with 2, erasing that push from existence as Seattle now left with the time at their side.
Final 25. Your OpTic Texas just rotate, just set up properly for that P4. It's gonna be Mack. He needs to win this gunfight versus Dashy. This is such a turning point in this game. If he can pick up this kill, he's just going to stay alive in towards warehouses. OpTic is still trying to fight for that time. But Pred takes down 2. Simp finds 3. Spawn is still coming in for OpTic Texas. Mack also finds another kill. Last player is going to be Dashy. He wins that gunfight. Scump finds another. So Seattle Surge are not able to secure those spawns.
Oh my word. I mean, there are literally just very, very crucial gunfights going down that are just so hard to call out because of how instrumental, how important that they are. Dashy ultimately comes out on top of his gun engagement and now leaves Shotzzy inside of the objective. AR out, but can't deliver upon it. Seattle rush on through, down by 50, but fighting for every single bit of time that they can get. Pred now sits on 5 as the captain looks to get involved in the fight and cut down Texas from the spawns.
Right now, even though OpTic are spawning out, just cannot allow Pred to get that glide bomb, and they take care of him. That's going to be 3 down. Seattle still in control of the spawns, but a big kill coming in from Scump. Final 15, they're gonna fight for it. They know they're going to a P5, but Seattle, they are able to take down 3. So now if you are OpTic Texas, what you did so great on the first end of those rotations, great time off of that P5, change to that P1. You cannot allow Seattle to get any seconds off of this P5 to get back in this one.
It's a tricky situation for Seattle, you know, when you're down by 30.
Too.
They're able to flip the spawns. That's exactly what we're talking about. Like, they're going to try to play for P5 or at least go for the spawn flip. They very well could have both to work with. Right, at least able to find one for the moment. Texas restabilize. And now try to focus for the remaining seconds. Any time is good time for OpTic, and that will instantly make accuracy have to push on up, recognizing that the score continues to get away from them. Some great gunfight victories there for the boys in green.
Got to get him off of this time, and Mack finds 2, Simp finds a 3rd. So now they secure the spawns, final 20. If you are Seattle, you have to get as much time as you possibly can here because OpTic can no longer win it. But you have to dominate that P1. Do not allow OpTic Texas to break you. Not once, not twice, but almost 3 times on this game. Mack also finds himself on a 5-3. He's also been turning up to a whole different level.
He is indeed a very slow start to this hard point, but he has turned his
Another
game
4 dead.
around. OpTic Texas in the backside of the spawns. They're just within 30. First wave is now going to come. Zip, the first line of defense. He gets dropped, but Mack continues on the spree. The glide bomb earned, and that could be chaos. Now for the OpTic boys, trying to find out where Mack has hidden himself, and he will continue on the run. Now at 8 in a row, a lead change is just a few moments away.
And Seattle can close it out here. They know that OpTic Texas are all spawning out. They're going to invest a glide bomb. You get the information. Fred does find that initial kill, nothing connects to the glide, but they still have 2 kills in their favor, make it 3, as Fred is going to start roaming 20 seconds away from Seattle, calling series.
They can win it here as well. OpTic Texas are going to have to try and contest. Mack again will deliver! Unbelievable stuff out of McKenzie, as now Seattle are within 5 seconds. OpTic Texas, they at least have to jump in for a second, but they will not! Redemption recovered from Seattle Surge. 2 years of being out of the spotlight, and now a W over OpTic has netted them top 3 guaranteed, and a chance at a COD Champs Grand Final.
Seattle, what is the way that they were able to get themselves all throughout this entire weekend? It has been hardpoint. That makes that now 8-0 at Champs in the mode. And it showed, man. They made the plays when they needed to. The first 2 rotations, they could not hold down that P1. They gave up a lot of time to OpTic on P5. When you get to the second rotation, another break comes in from OpTic towards P1. That's why they were able to grow the lead the way that they did. But then when Seattle Surge turned up to a whole different level, it was at that P3. They secured the spawns. They were able to get a good chunk of time there. Then over towards that P4, you simply did not allow OpTic to get any time. You don't allow them to get time on P5, and this time around, they hold down that P1 the best they can as they close out the series in 4 and send OpTic Texas packing home.
A loss there for OpTic Texas as they will be sent home top 4. In all things considered, man, I mean, when they had the giant break throughout the season, we were talking about, you know, are they going to ever be able to pick up on that same form that they once had? Back-to-back top 4 finishes, 4th place finishes is still solid, but when it came down to it, to me, Jay, it just feels like that control, that 1v2 from Fred, which you said was going to be the defining moment of this series, and that Tuscan control, he goes big, he saves the day, and then it forces OpTic to have to try to win on Berlin Hardpoint, a conversation we had, which was their map pool not being as big, specifically because of this very map.
It just comes down to the control, man. This used to be the best team in the mode, and unfortunately, ever since iLLeY came back, they could just not get back on the same footing. It's a very close control, though. A nail-biter. Just comes down to a final 2 kills. Definitely a devastating loss right there from OpTic. They came out strong in this map number 4. But when you don't have that many reps on it, you know in those final moments, Seattle Surge know what they need to get done. Just control the spawns towards top plat so they can hold down that P1. But now the question is, OpTic Texas faced a lot of adversity this year.
Yeah.
They started off Major 1, they win their own Major, and unfortunately, iLLeY gets that hand injury. They come in with subs left and right. At least in my mind, what if iLLeY never got that hand injury? Yeah. What kind of OpTic we would have seen? Would they have slowed down in control? Unfortunately, we would not get a chance to find out.
Yeah. Not this time. Not this time around, and you see what it means to the OpTic fans. And to be honest with you, man, I thought we were headed to a Game 5. I mean, the way that they started off, we talked about that P1, the second set of rotations at P1, they went up like 160 to 90. They were in the driver's seat. But when we talk about the Seattle team, a roster that has made, I mean, I guess, history off of being able to come away with these impressive clutches games. And honestly, Jay, they shouldn't win, and they do it again, man. They do it again on a map that they started off incredibly slow on. It's wild stuff.
That's the biggest thing that at least was missing from the Seattle Surge roster at Major 4. That clutch factor. They showed it right there in the very end. They're never out until it's eventually done.
Yeah.
They get great holds. They get good time. They win all their gunfights. And they make top 3.
They do indeed, my friend. Well, that's going to do it from us, man. Our final cast of the season. Tell you what, man, Vanguard has been a ride. Any final thoughts, man? Any final thoughts for this season?
Oh, Vanguard is lit, man. I promise you. I promise the next series is probably going to be Game 5.
It is indeed. It probably will be, but a very interesting one set up at that. That's going to do it for myself and Study as we now toss it over to the desk. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, guys. This is, of course, the Game Break presented by Prime Gaming. And wow, what a series. Commiserations to OpTic Texas. We will say goodbye as their run here at Champs ends. But once again, Seattle Surge clutching up. And this time it wasn't Pred, it was Mack.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we said that. Is it going to be the case that they can continue to clutch up in these hard points? Well, the answer is yes. Yes, they can't keep doing it, apparently. So I have no idea how they have the composure to continue to do this. Clutch moments are just their absolute everything at the moment.
I mean, is that going to run out eventually, aLLeY? It just doesn't feel like that, does it?
No, not at all. Especially, I mean, they've made it this far now to go into losers finals, and I mean, it was a beautiful P4-5 and into that one. Like the fact that Seattle were able, it was actually accuracy, deep ducks during P5, making the route to try and flip out spawns. They get the spawns and they hold it, and nobody from OpTic tries to go for the flip. Not a single person. They're all playing for old, so they put themselves already in an unfavorable position to try to break through Train Room, and it just doesn't go their way. It's just Mackenzie Melt. He was struggling at the beginning of the map, and who knew that he was going to be one to pull it out in the end?
Yeah, Mack had a wonderful turnaround there, and Nameless, again, we were giving a lot of love to Mack and the rest of the squad, but Pred, we got some footage of Pred absolutely ripping up.
I mean, just ridiculous plays across the board. I mean, the 1v2 out of Pred in that control, unbelievable. Like, how does he rip off both of these kills? Just a tough moment for OpTic. Nerves get to him, and they just line up, and Pred wins both of them. You know, everybody had their moments, though. You heard aLLeY talking about the accuracy play. You know, simultaneously accuracy's rotating, get those spawns. We know how strong those spawns are going into P5 into P1. Shotzzy had an opportunity to kill him. He walks right past, flanks through P2 to try to get into P5 time. They get flipped out, and it's like, Seattle, if you give them that room, they will take it. They will pounce on your mistakes. It's how they continuously clutch on these teams. These guys are ready, man. They wanted it more in this series. You saw, I mean, mistake-free in the clutch moments every single time. Everybody came to play, and, you know, I don't even care about Max KD. I don't care about accuracy's KD. The big plays happen.
KDs don't matter, man. We've said it time and time again. It's the moments, and those moments were certainly there, guys. Wow, when Lando nailed it, I mean, what a turnaround for Seattle Surge, dude. Oh, baby. We have said goodbye to many teams here in this tournament. 8 came in, and there's only a handful left. What a run it's been for these guys. OpTic Texas will be joining those. Again, the squads on the bottom side of the screen there, they have all been eliminated thus far. We're pouring a couple out for the homies here. But honest to God, man, I mean, this tournament, and unreal.
Unreal, man. And, you know, just to talk about OpTic a little bit, what a start to the season these guys had. They come in, they win that championship, and they face so much adversity. And honestly, I think it's extremely commendable, respectable what they were able to do since iLLeY came back in. I mean, you think stage 4, he came in for the final 2 games. They get top 4 in that run from round 1 of the losers bracket. It has just been tough for these guys. So commiserations to them, and hopefully they keep this roster going forward.
Yeah, very much commendable. Yeah, I think, you know, after the last couple of years we've seen from OpTic, this, I know it won't feel that way right now, but I think this has been overall a good year. After all the situations they've been put through, some of the results they have obviously haven't went their way, some of the situations, but winning a major in Texas has got to be a special moment.
Oh, what an incredible moment for all the OpTic fans out and for the organization. Study nailed it, though, on the head, I do believe, though. What would have happened if iLLeY hadn't been injured? But hey, we will find out another time, ladies and gentlemen. For now, there are still 3 places to set in stone here at the 2022 championship. As you can see across the board, plenty of cash being given out. OpTic will be dipping out there in 4th place. That first place prize, though, $1.2 million, still being given away. All of that tomorrow. By the end of the day, though, the next series, 3rd place will be populated. Someone's getting it. Let's take a look at the bracket now, as it has been an unbelievable tournament. We still have FaZe versus Surge coming up next. Cannot wait for that one. Let's be real, though. I mean, it's not the first time they've met in this tournament. It's the 2nd date. I think it's still going to be a little uncomfortable. They're still trying to feel each other out. I'm not sure if there's any long-term stuff going on here, Ton.
Yeah, I know it's going to be interesting. It was a very close game when they first played up against each other. But for me, you know, Surge have looked different since that loss up against FaZe. Though I don't know. It feels like they're the ones that's going to be coming in with that momentum. FaZe will be very disappointed after their performance in the winners bracket final.
Oh, interesting stuff. Well, we're going to take a little diversion now. We've got Blaze, who spent a little bit of time with Chiglet before these matches went underway.
What's up, COD fans? I'm here at COD Champs with my man, Chiclet. My guy, we saw each other in New York and we had a great time. What made you come all the way from New York to the West Coast to come to COD Champs?
So that was actually my first time ever going to a real-life event, because I'm a house guy. I stay in the house a lot. And it was the energy, seeing people. Like, this is a real amazing, huge thing. The fans are crazy. It's so much energy here, so I had to come check it out and do this again.
Yeah, esports have been popping off as of late, and the Call of Duty League is no joke. Now, I did get a chance to see you and Hex on IG kicking it. What was that like for you?
That was amazing. I've never met him before, but I've been following him for a long time. So when I seen him, I was a little starstruck. I told him, like, oh, I'm shaking a little bit. But great guy. I love to see what he built here. So I get to see it in real life, too. So it's amazing.
Yeah, he has definitely built a dynasty. Now, you've been to Major 4. You've been to COD Champs, your first 2 events. What's been your favorite moment so far?
The love that's been here. You know, this is, like I said, I'm a home guy. So coming out and getting support for so many people around here, seeing the support they have for their teams, the fans are going crazy. It's beautiful. I love it. I love it. I love the energy. It's very a little tense too. Yeah, a little tense too. I didn't know it gets that serious in these buildings. So yeah, so it's pretty dope to see that, like see it in real life. So that's my favorite part, yeah.
Yeah, it's been so tense up in this venue, but also a lot of love. COD fans, they are like no other. But as you talked about the tense environment, tell me, who do you think is going to take it all?
I'm going for OpTic, man. I'm going for OpTic. I'm sticking with my boy Hex. I'm going for OpTic. Let's get it, man. Let's get it.
All right, are you guys aligned with Chick? Are you guys going with the green wall? Let us know. That's going to do it from us here in the crowd. Back to y'all. Let's go.
Oh, man, that's heartbreak. Pre-recorded way before the match started. We're so sorry, Jack. We're sorry. It was a tough one, man. It was a nail-biter. But, hey, at the end of the day, there can be only one. And, Sally, this was not OpTic's year. They've got rings, but they do one more. We're going to find out who gets 3rd place after the break. We're our elimination matchup final. It is just around the corner. 3rd place here at the championship weekend on the line.
That was easy. Let's go, Mack.
Tune back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess. This not a test. It's not a race. No black or white. Everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow. Only the present. That is your gift. It benefits you only if open. Everyone's chosen. Beauty of choice. You can stay silent. Forget your voice. You can malign them. Hold a grudge. Or stand before judge. Just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment. Fear is a Trojan horse. Will you open or close your doors? Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you better, take a step back from the edge, take a deep breath, dance like you'll never, dance like Sometimes you grow out of your friends, sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror, 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow. Or you can just live in the now, we all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore, endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away, Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you better enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath and dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, ever gonna live again.
Coming back with a new rap, lighting up the dark on a new path. Never can be stopped, I'ma prove that. Tough as a rock, I'm a shock, I'm a champion. Brighten up the night like a full moon. Ready for the challenge, overcoming too. Never can be stopped, yeah the chains loose. Ready for the fight, do it right. I'm a brick by brick, never stick by stick. We gon' build it so strong, baby, grit by grit. Let's go. You thought I wouldn't make it, it was inch by inch. Moving step by step, quicksand so thick. Pain bite like a bit, but I got a fire in me. It just lit like a bomb tick tick. I move like the champs do, microphone spit. Lyrics in the mix, make you smile and take a pic. Finna hit another level, turning up the bass and the treble. Fighting opposition like a rebel. Gotta make them feel it, never settle. It's getting real, boy, like your pedal. Hard like some metal. I can feel the weight every single day. But we gaining power, victory awaits. We about to break through the gate, stepping on the scene like a great. Coming back with a new rap, lighting up the dark on a new path. Never can be stopped, I'ma prove that. Tough as a rock, I'm a shot, I'm a champ. Brighten up the night like a full moon. Ready for the challenge, overcoming too. Never can be stopped, yeah the chains loose. Ready for the fight, do it right, I'm a champ. Building up muscle mass week to week. The heart of a champion, beat to beat. Swing with the best of them, cheek to cheek. And focus on the mission, man, until it's complete. Ride through the heat, no defeat. Moving through the valley, no retreat. The team stay elite, they can't compete. We earn what we get and don't cheat. You burn through your squad, no cease. We're entering a new phase, about to see some brand new days. Coming out the blaze, pushing through with no delays. Geared up, this is the wave. Hard like some metal, I can feel the weight every single day. But we gaining power, victory awaits. We about to break through the gate, stepping on the scene like a great. Coming back with a new rap, lighting up the dark on a new path. Never can be stopped, I'ma prove that. Tough as a rock, I'm a shot, I'm a champ. Brighten up the night like a full moon. Ready for the challenge, overcoming too. Never can be stopped, yeah the chains loose. Ready for the fight, do it right, I'm a champion.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. And upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Amazon Prime members get free games every month, and a slew of free content for your favorite games like Call of Duty. Claim yours now at gaming.amazon.com.
welcome back. It is now finally time to get our Mountain Dew Elimination Finals underway. The last match of the day before we get to the Grand Finals tomorrow. And my, do we have one hell of a matchup for you, ladies and gentlemen. Seattle Surge have battled their way back through the lower bracket, and now they go up against their old pals, Atlanta FaZe. This is bound to be a brilliant matchup. My name is Miles. This is Standy, dripping with passion, baby, after that last one. We've got aLLeY, we have Nameless. Mate, how are you doing after that crazy series?
Brother, my entire bag is wet. Like, I'm sweating from head to toe. Like, I'm not lying, Chad. I'm not lying. But that last series was insane. I said it before the series even started. It all just came down to control. And it was literally a 2v1 to close that one out. Like, if OpTic take that, they potentially force Game 5. That's just unfortunate. Seattle Surge continuing the loser bracket run.
What a run it is, aLLeY. I mean, they are going the distance. Yeah. Rookie of the Year for Pred, All-Star for both he and Sib. What can they not do right now?
I mean, there's nothing they can't do, right? They're making this losers bracket run, and now they have to go against Atlanta, who they have a pretty good track record against. These teams have gone head-to-head all year right now, and I think no better way to do it than to have Simp and aBeZy go up against the likes of Pred and Mack. For me, again, when we were going into that series earlier, I talked about Sib and Mack being kind of the supports behind Pred. If you take those two out, you know, you take the supports out from under the throne, the king will fall. And Simp and aBeZy being the villains of the league, what better duo to take them down?
Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun. And of course, this is a rematch. We've already met in this tournament so far. I mean, Seattle, they took a bit of an early exit to make that lower bracket run. FaZe sitting pretty until they met the Thieves. What do you think, mate?
Well, you asked aLLeY what Seattle can't do, and so far in this tournament, it's win, search, and destroy against Atlanta FaZe. They lost both of them last time these guys matched up, and the hardpoint wins came at the very end in some ridiculous clutches. Do those clutches keep up for Seattle? We'll find out in this match, but it's different when it comes to the map and modes here in this series. FaZe are getting a little bit tricky. They're squaring up on the cage.
We do have maps and modes that they're ready to be able to take a look at. And again, the series now upon us. Bocage to start things off. Triple Tuscan and a Berlin to close it all out. All right, Jay, anything out there that sticks out to you?
It's that Bocage hardpoint. That map number one is going to be everything, especially for Seattle, because you haven't been able to beat this Atlanta FaZe team in search and destroy. They did go all the way to around 11 on that map number 2, but they still ended up losing. So if you are Seattle, just the momentum that they have so far, 2 matches underneath their belt today, just got to continue that forward, because Atlanta FaZe, they're coming off of a very, very difficult loss versus LA Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting for sure. I mean, we saw some good moments in that Tuscan search and destroy from Seattle, though. Like, realistically, they could have won it. They can go back and review that VOD, but also the control. Like, even the control in that series versus OpTic, it wasn't exactly clean. Yeah. And last time versus Atlanta FaZe did not go their way, so going to have to clean some things up, man. It looks like Atlanta FaZe just has Seattle's number now.
I worry, though, man. I mean, Seattle have had to play some tough series to get here. Of course, Toronto earlier today. That was a big one. The momentum's or something. But, hey, man, at what point do they run out of gas in the tank? Jay, both you and Ant have been in champs before. When do you start to get tired, and when do things get a little bit ropey?
Oh, we made the losers bracket run all the way from winners bracket round 1. We lost that first match and then made it all the way to the grand final. So once you're winning, you're just feeling yourself. You're looking at your teammates left and right like, we can do this. One map at a time, one mode at a time. It does not matter. You just got to stay as confident as you are. And when Pred is playing the way that he is, he's not a guy that's easily to stop.
It's a bit different nowadays, though. These games are
we're kind of old. We're kind of old.
They take more out of you in these games, though. But the way these guys are playing, like Pred's first champs, rookie of the year, like, I don't see him slowing down. This is going to be a battle. And like for FaZe, how do you bounce back after that loss? They got embarrassed in their last series. They weren't rotating. They were getting cooked every single time they were trying to break hills. Simp had one of the worst performances all year long. Like, that was his first loss he's had at LAN on champs. That has to affect you mentally in some capacity. So it's going to be a big turnaround if they're able to come out swinging.
Atlanta FaZe, sorry, Atlanta FaZe, again, you got to think about how important this series is for them. Don't want to be walking away with an L here. If they want to get that grand finals, they want to right the wrongs of what has been a tough season already. This is the time to do it. Last chance.
I'm right there with you. And to that point, I think Simp is the key to this series. I think when the game fuel keys of victory pop up, I'm surprised it doesn't say anything about Simp. It does talk about Cellium being a 1.48 KD this weekend, but at the end of the day, Cellium is always going to put up those numbers, and he needs somebody there next to him. And I can't think of anybody else other than Simp. He had, you know, an unfortunate series before this, and he's a player that's usually taking over maps. He's a player that's taking over games. So it's uncharacteristic what we've seen from him so far throughout the season as well. So I think we need to see a different beast out of him personally when it comes to this series.
I'm going to call this into question a little bit in this series. these guys' teamwork was not on point in that last match. Bro, Cellium was plus 30 in that series, plus 10 on the last map that they lost, but they got a 100-point club, right? So something's going wrong there. I'm not saying he's playing for stats, but like get a little bit more involved in this series right now because Seattle has some of the best teamwork that we've seen throughout this tournament.
Teamwork, chem, gunny, it's all right there. Jay, one of the last keys to victory there was, of course, the fundamentals and a hard point. How would you describe that to an average viewer?
Well, if fundamentals is all about rotation. If you're the rotation, it's all about that. When you start off to this initial hard point, you start off on the better side, you're probably going to be there. But when you're losing that initial hard point, you have to rotate, set up properly. It's all about spreading the map, making sure you have every single angle covered, and just giving yourself layers to where even if they're attacking you aggressively, even if the trades are happening, you're still building those layers to where you're always going to secure those spawns and always soak that time. You have to make sure that you're rotating early towards every single hill and just basically winning your gunfights.
You're going to hear those casters coming up next talking about rotations and spawns. A whole lot, friends. Now let's talk about Seattle Surge, guys. Okay, so the other side of the board, they've been looking great. They've had a nice run so far. They just took down OpTic. They had a brief moment to relax, aLLeY. What comes next? Well,
what comes next is we were just talking about Atlanta FaZe's fundamentals, right? And that is something the Seattle Surge team has down on lock. The GP on GD. We saw what Accuracy was doing in that Berlin. The reason they even pulled out that hard point against OpTic Texas with such a large point deficit was because Accuracy went on the rotation. He flipped the spawns. It's because he was thinking 2 steps ahead, and Atlanta FaZe, they need to be ready for that. And when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory for Seattle Surge, Ant, what do they got to do?
They learned from the previous series versus FaZe. They lost to FaZe 3-2 yesterday, and I mean, learning from that means win a search and destroy, right? Clutch up in those icy moments in that round 11. Like, honestly, they had it. A player tried to go up through mid, and Simp caught him. Simple as that. You got to have more ice there. And then Rookie of the Year, Pred. You guys have been seeing Pred pop off in every single series when they've needed him most. In the clutch moments, he's pulling off those clutches. So you need more of that magic, man. Honestly, in Elimination Finals, your Mountain Dew Game Fuel feature player, Pred, you need more.
I mean, it's the name we've been screaming literally throughout the Galen Center for days and days and days now. When we all think back at how the 2022 championship went, we'll be thinking about Pred. Stats have been great so far. The guy's been putting in the work. Clutch plays across the board. No one has had highlight plays, Jay, quite like Pred.
Oh, Pred is just a showtime. He's Mr. Highlight, like you said. Every time his team needs him to get a 2-piece, he does it. Even towards the end of these hard points, he's the last player up. He has to get a 3-piece to at least get that remaining time or give his teammates enough time to get back to that point. He does it. There's nothing that this young man can do wrong. He just has to keep up the same pace as he's doing.
Confidence is going to be key for him going into this one, and how fitting, guys, how poetic that our regular season MVP Cellium goes up against our Rookie of the Year Pred. How my good God. And I think they were also all-star teammates as well. Crazy stuff! Now, though, it's time for the picks. Jay, who have you got taking it?
I think this is going to be a gruel-over series, but if Seattle are able to come out and take map number 1, I'm going to take Seattle. That's 2 back-to-back wins. Atlanta FaZe are coming off of a difficult loss, a very disrespectful loss. I think Seattle should be able to take this one out.
I love it. Spicy. aLLeY.
I'm going to have to go with the Seattle Surge. I just think the momentum's all in their court. They've been looking fantastic. And Atlanta FaZe, it's actually been fairly inconsistent for the most consistent team that we've had all year. So I'm going to go with the Seattle Surge.
And which way are we going?
Listen, Atlanta FaZe have completely chalked my pick'ems, but they're squaring up in the cage. I think they bounce back. I think they take the series. I can't switch up now. FaZe is going to take this one 3-2 fashion.
FaZe name was going to stick it out towards the end. I admire him deeply for it. I have no idea where this goes. I just want a damn good game of Call of Duty. This fence is getting real uncomfortable, guys. Let's just go down a blaze.
All right. Los Angeles, y'all ready to get this Mountain Dew Elimination Final started? It's gonna be a banger. Trust me when I say that. Coming to the stage first, it doesn't matter who stands in their way. They're ready for whatever. Los Angeles, get ready to phase up because here comes Atlanta.
Arcitys! Cellium gets the entire team!
aBeZy going huge off the rotation single-handedly.
It's the guts! It's the glory!
team is trying to etch themselves in Call of Duty history as the best roster of all time. A win in this tournament and a ring would cement that legacy. If they lose here, they still have to grind to get to it. It's going to be so tough versus the Seattle Surge. Let's bring them out, guys.
It is absolutely gonna be tough, but will the tides turn again? Let's find out. Here comes Seattle.
Yeah. The wood is yours. It's never over.
The Battlenet picks up the kills. Another for Brent. Accuracy for the team. Trying to. Oh, come on. Long run. That's what you want to do. Oh my God, Mack. Come around the corner in time, and you bet we can get him off. That's one thing. If they kill him, it is done. Oh my God, no. Here we go. It's a couple more kills, and they get it. Seattle, hold on. They line up for him.
Galen Center makes some noise for the Seattle Surge. Simp, accuracy, Mack, Pred, your Seattle Surge.
Two rookies making a hell of a resume this season, looking for their second chip of the year, but now having to go through the Tiny Terrors with it all set on the main stage, head-to-head, all season. It all comes down to this. Blaze, I think I speak for everyone when we are ready to get this series started.
We are absolutely ready to get this started, so without further ado, I'll toss to your casters, is Maven and Mert.
All right, thank you, Blaze. Well, we casted this last time, and Joe, it might have been the match of the tournament.
Match of the year?
You think about those hard points, they were absolutely ludicrous. I mean, two of the best we've had all year in one series. Give me that again.
Yeah, I mean, we're hoping for it, right? But there's a little bit of a change. We're going to have 4 of the maps be the same, but we're going to have a Paulehx to start. And I actually like this from Atlanta FaZe, right? Switch it up a little bit. We saw what was going on with their Berlin hardpoint, Gavutu. I mean, that's just been Surge's veto all year long. Now, you are going to have to deal with, they just got off a very hot match, right? Deal with that first push.
I guess I was expecting maybe the same hard points because how close they were. Is this because like they're just coming off of Berlin maybe? That play into it?
I mean, well, no. I mean, FaZe lost Berlin, right? It's not where they've looked great. I guess
well, I mean, it was really close game. I mean, like Seattle just playing it in the last series.
Maybe I just think it's the better call for Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah.
Like, I'd rather see them on Bokash.
You and I have said multiple times, like when they are playing well there, they look like the best Bokash team. Like they're the one team that has like just blown people out at times on that map. Like getting 100-point wins, which is insane, but yeah, who is gonna make it to a championship Sunday? Thieves just waiting in the wind. FaZe, Surge, ready to go to war. Give me something a little like what we saw last time, because my God, that was a blast.
It's been a long day. Last match, let's get freaky.
I like that. I'm ready to get freaky, yeah. So much pressure on these two teams. On one side, all the experience in the world. The other, the rookies looking to establish themselves into a championship Sunday, and away we go. The cage to start us off, and Simp, he's looking to rebound in a big way.
I mean, let's talk about it, right? Vetoes are always changing tournament to tournament. We have not seen a lot of Bokash hardpoint. I think maybe this is the second or third one all weekend long. It's been so much Berlin, Gavutu, Tuscan, but we're here. Now, the key for me, I mean, yeah, if you're FaZe, right? They just got off a match, and I mean, right, we talk about that third guy, Mack for Seattle was just on fire. And sometimes he has the ability to take over the entire map.
Well, his head got taken clean off as Cellium with some quality beams, but Simp threw the double on the kill feed right there to go with it. Nobody earning a ton of time. We're just dancing around this central hard point. Once again, 2 for 2. Let's see if RC's and aBeZy can chain this into anything. Trying to get into the point. I thought they were to get him on the cross. They do. And then you see the player's POV just get clotheslined. But now we look to get set up for second. Spawns sometimes don't mean a lot on Bokash, but let's see what FaZe can do with this.
Yeah, I mean, they got the flip, but Simp was able to find a couple of kills on, inside a barn. So you had one player just have to give up that flank, but they're able to deal with it, but that's why you have Seattle. with the pressure on the hill. But FaZe are going to find a couple of kills, now start to work with those good spawns. But Simp has just been lurking inside a barn. aBeZy going to take him down.
Yeah, I mean, those key kills you're mentioning allow them to get that foothold close to the point. You think that's going to be more of a contest battle early on, but just an immediate 2 out of FaZe. Give them this time, but now Seattle, they fire back with 3 of their own. They get accuracy and Pred that light up the kill feed. They'll get right back into his RCs, kind of looking for the angle. One bottom to deal with. There's the trade, but Pred does the damage down low, and now Sib has the angle on the cross. The autos start to heat up for Surge. And this is a great job. I mean, spawns are at times just whatever here, obviously, but they do a good job considering.
I mean, fantastic work. It's Simp popping off. He was the reason they had so much match control at the start of P2. And now towards P3, this man not slowing down, has such a clean shot. When you talk about centering with the auto, this man could do it all. Accuracy as well. Struggled big time versus Atlanta FaZe just a day ago, but much better versus OpTic. And I mean, the entire day, this Surge team firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, he's 6-4 right now. It was 4 in a row before he dropped, but now Pred, not a guy you want to get going if you're on the FaZe side, but you see RCs pops through with the multi-kill. They slow down Pred at least for the moment, but just FaZe not earning a ton of points. Not a ton to separate these two teams. So where's it get a little bit scary on a map like Bokash? I mean, leads, it's like a 60-point lead could be frightening.
Yeah, I think the next one, right, is probably going to be key. The rest of the scrap time, you know, Surge's way. You also have the trap in on this rotation over to P4 barn side. If Surge can hold that, then you can maybe blow the game wide open. And, you know, this is what FaZe, if you're talking, this is what you had to deal with. But aBeZy, he's going to be behind enemy lines, but Pred, our Mountain Dew featured player, going to pick that up.
Yeah, I mean, he spawns there. I don't think they're expecting it, but then he gets spawned behind immediately from the Surge side, so you kind of get bailed out. Where aBeZy might have had a chance to make some noise with the unexpected spawn. Accuracy was a 4-streak, then drop. Now right back to the streak he goes. On 3 in a row. Pred 4 in a row. They are doing damage. Whether it's the veteran or the rookies, they are making noise. Now, I was talking about that 60-point advantage. They've blown open to that already, so you're going to need a rally, a big one at some point if you are FaZe.
Oh, and then Simp with the melee very fast. We'll see if this scrap time to the other way of FaZe, but they've just been so good inside a barn. That's really where Seattle Surge have been controlling this map. Simp gets 3 on a 5 spree, looking for number 6 as well. This man on fire on the main stage.
He gets that one through the stun at the tail end of it as well. 17-7 from Sib. The rookie superstars just annihilating FaZe right now. And Cellium, who's been a lock for like a 1-3 throughout the course of the tournament, at 5-11 right now, can't get it going. And now Mack on the attack, down to 4 HP, but able to stay up as we hop right over to our Mountain Dew feature player. It's Pred. Looking to make some noise, but look at it. I mean, Pred and Simp combined are just monsters on the map right now. Lead now to 100.
And the reason I like Bokash, right, for FaZe, obviously they're great at it, but also, like, typically, if you're going to get outslayed early, usually the game can still be very close. Knowing Surge just came off a series, the way they clutch that up, they're going to have momentum. They're going to be firing on all cylinders. You're just hoping maybe you can heat on up, and maybe this is the time now. You start to see the kill feed. Things start to slow down, but 90 points on Bokash, that is quite a bit.
That's what's so tough with this. It's like you expect sometimes this team that's been waiting to come out a little bit slow. This is just a map. It's tough if you come out slow. Like, I know you're talking about the kills, but if you go down with a deficit like this, it's how do you bring it back? Where do you find those openings as the new hardpoint pops, as we get into our second set of rotations?
These guys are
It's just Surge, and they are turned. And accuracy, it's what? The couple of 4 streaks, now 5. When he's finding his kills, he's finding them in a flurry. There's another one, number 6.
In the I mean, yeah, it's like all 4 players. I feel like I'm watching LA Thieves. Just the way that they are moving around the map with their team. Or
number 7.
There's going to be 7, and the glide bomb earned for accuracy so much better today. FaZe fighting back, trying to find what time they can.
Well, FaZe have to get something going. The cops have got to be on point. They've got to rally if they're going to rally ever. Let's go to a listen in with Atlanta FaZe.
Yo, front seat. I need them all. No, one's back room. Watch out, tank. 1Z somewhere. I got both. What about that 3 death? That one's 4. Nice, good shit, Chris. Let's go. Havok, guys. Yeah. Okay, I'm taking that stand up. I'm taking up for a second. You're mid to it's gonna get time. Oh, he's on barn, MC. He's on the front end. I'm trying. Yo, he's front on me. And then hut. Lamar front on me. Nice. Oh, they're gonna flip. We flip. I spawned in. He jumped up.
Nothing pitching.
I'm one shot.
All right, last one in the streak. No, Lamar's in the streak. Somebody's going to
It's Dante.
It might be in the back, guys.
All right, they're able to avoid the streak, and you know you're making this rally now. But my God, Joe, Surge have been lights out in hardpoint this weekend.
Yeah, I mean they are undefeated 8-0. FaZe have to know this. I think that's where that map veto comes in, right? Put them on Bokaj. But they do a really good job in Atlanta FaZe. They're starting to fight on back. I don't know if everyone had cold-blooded, but we saw that yesterday from FaZe. They're counting the streaks. They know who has it, right? You call that glide bomb in, you don't see anything. You just have to guess, but they dodge it. Now down around 70. Maybe it'll be 60 points, but accuracy and Simp continue.
I mean, that's what you love to see, is accuracy. If he's winning gunfights against Cellium, that's going to bode well for your squad. But over the 100-point mark, go FaZe. Bringing it back slowly but surely. Still so much work to do. Now inside we go. Pinch starting to develop. Winning one for the steps will be Simp. Now to Simp's POV. Chance to line him up. We'll take down one through the crossfire. Is accuracy. And then on the backside, it is Pred. Back into the point goes Surge. Every second just feels lethal against FaZe right now.
Yeah, they got to start winning gunfights on the hill. Able to do so now, but Mack on the pinch. You read it if you're Arcitys, but that's what I'm talking about. Woo! Those moments from Mack, he continues, and that means we're on the hill. We're getting time, and now we are flipped. Woo! Going to P4. Mack is just frying.
One more bullet, and what a sequence it is, but the damage is done. Now up over 200 is Surge. They chipped away at the lead of your FaZe, but you push that lead out again. FaZe are in trouble. You still have 2 minutes on the play clock, so a lot of time to work with. Not a lot of contested time, not a lot of time, and nobody in the hard point. So time-wise, you might be able to do it, but I don't know if Surge are giving it up. They've just been so strong in hardpoint.
Yeah, I think if you're FaZe, I just extend this game, right? Just try to make this as long as possible. Keep the weapons up. That's usually what we talk about in these sort of situations where the game just seems insurmountable, but they are not slowing down. They are just going, pushing out the middle of the map, finding multi-kills. You can see, look at the top left. The only player positive on the side of FaZe is Arcitys, right? And I mean, he's having a great game, but that's not usually what we're talking about. It's one of the other three. That is just a testament to what Surge is doing.
I mean, we know FaZe are capable of bringing it back. They won it through 2-3-5 last time these guys played, but the hard points were just bloodbaths. I mean, they are going down to the final second. That has not been the case whatsoever here. Just 9 more points needed for Surge as Pred continues to fly and hunt around the map. Where will the next gunfight come? It's on to Arcitys, a couple shots in his back, but not quite able to finish it there. It's FaZe in the point, but it's one big break for Surge, and that'll likely seal it.
It just feels like they're in such a flow right now, that sort of flow state. Everybody kind of knows it if you're watching, right? When it just feels like everything's coming your way one day, you're starting to play some of your best COD. I think that's what Surge is doing.
Well, that's what we were talking about. Like with you're gonna have to win 3 in a row. Can you just get hot, have a great day of Call of Duty, and suddenly you're in a final? FaZe right now at least doing kind of what you were wanting, at least extending this a bit, maybe a chance to get the gun warm. Really start to feel yourself within this. Simp says, I want no part of that as he bounces around the edge and takes down 2. But this has probably been the best stretch from FaZe. And Surge are just like, one more break, guys, we got this.
Yeah, it just feels like they've finally gotten some map control with these hills that are up, starting to win some of these gunfights as the trades are going down, but accuracy trying to lock down in the middle of the map. Just 3 more seconds for Surge to be up 1-0. I mean, Arcitys, he is snapping. Another 2 out of him as he's 32 and 28, but it is just the side of Seattle Surge with all 4 players playing such a good Call of Duty. There's going to be, I thought that was going to be it.
Yet. There it is. All right, so little anticlimactic, and Surge just needed a few points for what seemed forever, but they get in, they seal it, the hardpoint streak continues, Joe.
Starting to see some more Surge fans in the crowd, that is for sure. I mean,
well, I think it was Clay like tweeted out, he's like, who's gonna stop aBeZy and Simp? Like, somebody's gotta do it. First it was Thieves, now maybe it's Surge to bounce them out of it, get to a championship Sunday against Thieves. But I
mean, if you're FaZe, it's just like, all right, I mean, we had that happen before. We came back and we won the Search and Destroy. Search and Destroy was the question mark for them for the most part coming into this, at least for me, 100%. How's the Search going to be? They won both of them that last series. You need to come and get this map too.
Yeah, but I think the next one is Tuscan, I believe, and that was the round 11, right?
Yeah.
Where you can see Surge 4,000 damage from Simp just right from the get-go. Mack is, I mean, all four of them just really stepped it up. On the other side, it's aBeZy and Simp. Maybe they're going to stop themselves. And for Simp, I mean, this has not been his best weekend. He's obviously had some clutch moments. They're still, top 3.
Well,
but if there's a player you want to step up for Atlanta FaZe, it's Simp.
And I think in that Tuscan Search is where we really saw him reading the map well. I mean, he had a couple misplays, don't get me wrong, but for the most part, especially when they were on offense on Tuscan, when they were slowing it down, when they were getting information, waiting for your lethals and tacticals to go out, the guy that found some kind of route to get a kill, it was Simp. I think he ended with, 10 or 11, I believe, in that one. Like, he was huge. You need to do it here.
Without a doubt. But I mean, it's just about those micro adjustments now. You've seen this map so many times. You've played versus one another so many times. You've gone the distance, round 11s. What have you learned? What can you change up? There should be some hard counters, some different looks from both of them.
Yeah, it's just interesting from a mental standpoint, because I guess you're thinking of your FaZe, it's almost like, whew, we got away with one there when they won it. And I think if you're Seattle with the run you're in right now, it's like, we should have beat these guys. Let's just put them away this time around. Like, we could have won that. I guess on the other side, FaZe could have won that 3-0 too. They closed out that first hard point.
But that was that Tuscan hard point. And, I mean, the way Tuscan hard point has looked, it's just like, I know it was a Pred clutch, but Pred and Mack, that's just what they've been doing. Just on this Tuscan.
It's just, I don't even know, when do you stop calling it a clutch? It's just like the norm. with how insane they've been at the tail end.
It's been a clutch. Let's not get it wrong. I mean, just ridiculous stuff from the Surge team.
It's just like they're very talented players. But for whatever reason, man, that last minute, some of these hard points, it's like they evolved to a new form, some sort of rare Pokemon, and they're just out there going nuts.
Well, and the props to them. I don't know who it is. Like, even in the last match versus OpTic, those sort of final 2 minutes, they just seem so calm. Maybe that's accuracy. I mean, you have 2 rookies on this team on the biggest stage, and they are just so clutch.
I guess I kind of feel like in those moments, and you can speak to it more as a former professional player, but it's not usually comms in those crazy moments. It's sort of just everyone just, I don't know, if you're just so locked in, it's so crazy, you just make a play. Like,
well, I guess what I'm saying is the comms to sort of be in the right positions. Yeah, that's what they are. I think it's, if they're not in those spots, rotating, setting up, they lose. And who's making those calls? Because a lot of times what we see, people get frantic, right? You spawn up, what am I supposed to do? Where am I supposed to go?
Well, I always think of, when I think of like crazy clutches and comebacks, you think about like that uplink back in the day where like aBeZy and John go nuts, they bring it back into United. It's like,
nobody says a word.
I always think about it, it's like 2 people say a couple things, 2 people don't say a word, and they're just frying. And I gotta imagine that's sort of where Pred's at those times. Like, all right, you guys say whatever you want, I'm going off, I'm going rogue, I'm dropping bombs. It's been truly, truly special. But now, you take a deep breath, and this is a little bit different too, because I think Pred learned a valuable lesson last time they played. And I think you saw it in the following match. Like, he was just on his feet, so amped after the map 1, and the map 2 was, he just got bodied. Like,
well, that was the Berlin, so maybe you're happy that it's Tuscan, right?
Yeah, that's true, that's true. Maybe that's the case as well, but sort of just a woosah, like, let's focus for the Surge now. But they dominate the cage from start to finish. I mean, they're up 60 quickly, and then they're maintaining a 100-point lead really throughout. That was one of the more dominant bocages you're going to see on the year. But now to Search. Again, FaZe won the 2-5 last time.
I mean, just props to these players, these teams, just taking it to a whole nother level this weekend. Yeah, it's been close, but we've also seen some insane blowouts, right? Where just teams hitting another gear.
We've had it all. That's usually how it goes. Champs weekend, one map, done. The next, underway. Here we go as the crowd gets ramped and ready. FaZe Surge into the Search and Destroy. Offense first.
I talked about maybe
different
looks, and it is just a blender at P5. Hello, is this hard point? No, it is Search and Destroy. Round 1. What a call from FaZe, and that was a fast round.
And it's a little thing, maybe not that big overall, but you get smoked map 1. It's got to feel good to come out and throw a haymaker around one of the Surge.
And that's what I mean with sort of hard counters, right? We've seen strategies. What do they like to do early on offenses? That is something that coaching staff is going over with their players. They're up on stage. Hey, maybe 75% of the time, first couple of offenses, they like the 3 hit towards B. And let's just hit it.
I talked to aBeZy a little bit. He was just like, I think we just got flustered. It was warm up there. Like, I felt like our comms were off. We were going one by one. Somehow they got to keep it together through whatever's going on. They've got to keep it dialed in. That's a great round 1. Fred pushing his way up. Gives a lovely greeting. Gets away for not long. As aBeZy is there. Now he started 3-0. And aBeZy on this map, I don't know. He either takes over or he is first blood in half the rounds. It's one or the other.
Well, he's there for the trade, and well, he's trying to get pushed up, but he has no help here. Maybe they're just thinking they can get the bomb down, right? Simp is over towards middle, then 8 comes in, there is the trade. Sometimes we see Simp with an MP40, sometimes an auto thing slowed down. What is the timing? Gonna be on that flank. Oh, I don't know how he hits that, but it's down to Cellium.
A little flick of the stick, and just dropped. Now Cell hitting everything but accuracy as he hits the cross. 1v2, 30 to go. This man's had some nutty clutches this year.
Just not a lot of time. They're playing together. Sib and accuracy just trying to find information. He's got no nades, no stuns to work with. Here comes the push. He's not going to see accuracy. Nope. And maybe he's thinking right there, they're just set up top broken, right? We've seen that so many times where defenses will just give up the plant, not allow that player to kind of find that position, and they're playing from there. And here's a replay of that snipe. That was fast.
I mean, that stands out, obviously, and then, yeah, well, there was a lack of information or communication, like aBeZy is getting caught sprinting there with bombs, a little weird, right?
Well, I just think Simp's bottom middle, right? And usually when he's there, they plan towards A. I think aBeZy's just going. They have no info on Mack in that position. That reminded me of like a Simp with the snipe, right?
Yeah.
Just how fast that was. Well, speaking of the first blood machine you talked about, aBeZy's gonna find one with the auto.
And then the nade from Cell. They take a very early advantage, able to spot one, cut him down.
These defenses
tearing him to ribbons, sending it forward. Sim hits another snipe. Up close and personal. He was just so weak, 6 health. He's got the bomb. He's got an auto. He's got a prayer. Can Simp make something magic happen? No, they are just soaring at him. And so far, the defenses on FaZe have been, those have not been close. They have dominated.
Yeah, and you know, the first defense maybe a little different with the play call, but that one was just sort of classic FaZe. aBeZy finding that first blood, able to find another one in that round, and just this snap.
That's what he hits, okay.
The reposition there.
I mean, he recenters like 3 times in that clip, basically. From the cross to top church to the person flying at him.
Yeah, some of your friends might have to analyze that one.
Yeah. Some may know what you're saying, but I love to argue with idiots. All right. aBeZy, 5-2. His impact has been felt early in the rounds, that's for sure. Seattle start to clean up some of the early round. But this is FaZe. They like to play it slow.
It's just them slowing it down, right? It's just sort of, okay, when we slow it down, we know where they're going to set up in this position. You have 2 players over towards A. Now, the key here for FaZe is always bottom middle. What can they work? That's going to be Simp and aBeZy trying to find something. I think if aBeZy has an auto there, that's probably a kill, but we saw him with the MP40. So Mack's going to get his life back, and now we're going to slow down once again, just dodging grenades.
And we've seen them execute with like sub 30 seconds sometimes. That nade drills Mack, so.
There's no follow-up, though.
You got the info he's still holding here, and you're starting to leak your way up.
The problem is, I don't know how many nades you have left, right? It's sort of like, all right, we gotta just trade this out. We have to go. We have to go. There's the trade, 20 seconds. And well, Cell's able to find Simp top church. Now it's on the Mack. What can he do? Can he buy enough time? No, now it's accuracy all by himself.
I mean, probably that first one, that first trade from Arcitys, the fact you don't allow him to get two might be the big one, but there's a team kill and nearly a wild clutch. Yeah, you're right, hold on. That got a lot more interesting than I thought it was going to be, but that heady mid is disgusting, but Simp, he's able to finish it. He's out to a 5-1 start.
Well, I mean, how many times have we seen this the last couple of years? Obviously, you're going for the trade, but just lineups doesn't turn out to be
that's tough because it
probably
pulls your aBeZy too as your teammate jumps in front, so you get a team kill, plus then you're getting booed on. Like, just a frustrating sequence, but Simp, he's able to close it out, and he's on 3 in a row. 3-1 now to FaZe. They look to tie up this best of 5. Just a reminder, you're into the top 2 in a final tomorrow. if you win the series.
I think someone said they love you.
I love you too. I do. And that's another, dude. I think it was the last round that Cellium had an early opener with the nade, or maybe 2 rounds ago. He's had a lot of early nades.
Did they see Pred the way they're set? It looks like Cell. He knows the
Sure
fight
did.
could be open.
Sure
That is
did.
just an MVP read. And while Simp's going to take another one, the way they're, I mean, they have given them nothing on defense. Or sorry, on Seattle's offense. This is going to be 3 dominant rounds now.
And not that their search has been flawless by any means, but
This is the best they've looked.
Yes, yes, I would agree with that 100%.
Especially on Tuscan, right? They lost this earlier today against LA Thieves.
The man with the ice. He's had some heroics, some of the most notable S&D plays in the history of the esport. Not happening here. They're holding, he is shut down, another one to FaZe.
Yeah, a little too hot in this building for Ice to get going.
Yeah, right.
They find that first blood, but yeah, I mean, you know, they sort of give up Ruin side. They take Fountain. What's the call? All right, Seattle's probably just gonna, you know, shoulder for info. They're not gonna see anything. Boom. That means they're probably gonna push up towards tree. The nades then come in from the Atlanta FaZe side. That's just great coordination. But again, just those micro adjustments that they are finding.
Yeah, you can see the sweat on his face. Yeah, the ice is struggling. Trying to line him up. That'll get Simp backing up, just trying to dodge. The utility headed his way, and he almost, I think he avoids 2, gets drilled by 1, just barely stays up. And Simp, a much needed first blood.
And it's sort of the same thing, right? The nades don't connect. The one round it was Mack who sneaks up. This time it was Sib, just goes back into this position. Yeah, that pot, get out of his way.
These are the ones, it's like when FaZe like to play like this, obviously. Slow, find that opener. But when they get first blood, then it's just sort of a, well, what do we do now? It's hard to play at that pace once you're down a man.
Yeah, but they were clutching a lot of the times after losing first blood yesterday.
True.
Well, Sib, oh, has the pistol out. Cell able to find one, now just trying to buy time. MVP, first rookie of the year. Over towards P5, and look at this, now we're in a 2-on-2, and this is what I mean. Finding openings, and the MVP shuts the door.
Cell makes the play, might be the 1v1 we are, accuracy. One of the most clutch players of all time versus the MVP on the year, 15 seconds to go, bomb. Reacquired.
And I like this from Cell. He knows how much time he has. He is out over to B. Bomb Nero down, and we have seen so many 1v1s at this site. It's just, what do you want to do as the offensive player? Because you can pretty much run in a circle.
This could be 5 in a row, I believe, for Cell as well. We take a breath and we go. Accuracy, chows it. Cellium is holding it.
I mean, that's just a read and a half.
And I believe that gets him to 5 in a row. It does.
Just from Cellium. Not only that, I mean, he literally wins that round. I mean, Simp has one, but he wins the 1-on-2 inside P5 versus Mack and Pred. That trade has to be cleaner from those two. I just feel like if you have a man advantage, take the 1v2. Take it to them. Instead, they back down and Cell. Able to clutch the round.
Maybe a situation you just overthink it. You don't want to line up and give him 2 freebies. And Cell just right back to it. Oh, it's Arcitys that actually gets the kill, so damage in from Cell. Cell will not be number 6 on the street. I thought he got it for sure for a sec there, but...
That's just a, you know, yeah, both of them.
Go out, spray it, yeah. Arcitys, he's spraying all over. Mack, the next one to feel it. They're looking to close this out here with 6-1 dominance. 4 versus 2, Sib to half HP, he's running away.
But look at that, right? He gets a couple of bullets in him, you hear a stun go off, then a nade go off, the coordination is there. Pride trying to bring it back, he's able to find one in aBeZy, lurking up the mid alley.
The other thing aBeZy said to me was just the game 2 in that last series, like that's the one we had to win. He knows how important this is, especially now that you're down 0-1. They need to get this search win. So far, so good. But you got the 2 rookies. What noise can they make? 25 to go. Bomb, not the best spot as we start to inch our way forward through you. The 2, get ready to dance. Here we go. Simp has the angle on one side, drops 1. Pred, good luck in this one. They're everywhere, and he will fall. FaZe. That's the search and destroy you've been waiting for.
Well, it was 6-2 on Berlin in map number 2 yesterday, 6-1 on Tuscan this time around, but dominant. Their defense, so good. Seattle had nothing. I don't even know if they planted a bomb. I honestly don't think so. It felt like within the first 15 seconds they were getting first blood. I honestly, if I'm on the stage, I'm thinking, let's not leave spawn for the first 10.
Yeah, I mean,
try something.
The early going, I mean, you take a look at the first bloods, they were able to get 3, which is honestly more than I kind of thought.
I think a couple of those were quick trades, but
yeah, that's true. I mean, there's obviously a difference now. First bloods can go down, but
besides the round where it's a 2v4 and Cell and Simp make those plays, that was really the only round I circled that Seattle had the advantage and they threw away.
No, just, I mean, the map 1, maybe not what we expected based on the hard points went last time around. It is all Surge. They remain undefeated there, but Surge still looking for that Surge win against this FaZe team. Yeah, the game 2, the last series to this one, you're getting fried. Now to the control, which, I mean, it's so important when you think of just like hardpoint dominating on one side, Surge dominating on the other side. This game 3 could be everything.
Yeah, and we're going to Tuscan control. FaZe, they have had, as we said, a lot of success here. They were able to win it just the other day against Seattle Surge, and this has been their go-to for the last couple of months. They have just looked so good on defense the way they did in that Surge.
They certainly have, but thank you to those watching here and at home. We continue on fighting to get the championship Sunday tied up 1-1, and I don't know what it's gonna be. One team dominant in hardpoint, the other rolling in search and destroy. The map 3 could be everything between these two teams. Who's gonna line it up? Will it be FaZe? Will it be Surge? We'll see you on the other side of this quick break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Welcome back. We got fans just getting wild. Little army crawl challenge. You put a taco at the end of that thing, I'm frying this whole squad.
My man's got speed.
Okay,
I don't know. That was speed right there.
That was quick.
That was different. He wanted that.
Yeah, but if there was a taco at the end,
passion.
I'm telling you, I would have won that.
I don't think so.
I might have tore my ACL.
That guy was eating 3 tacos before you got there.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. That was impressive stuff. I don't want to take it away from him, but back to our losers final. Winner trying to get a date with Thieves, and yeah, I mean, that's not going to be any easy matchup, but you got to get through this first. You can't be looking forward to tomorrow. You have to lock it in here. These two teams have been, if somehow you were watching this, and I know people come in and out all weekend, but if you didn't watch their first series, please do. It was truly unbelievable. Now, the maps have been really lopsided to start, but we got a ways to go.
Yeah, we still got a couple of touchdowns. Now, this yesterday, though, was a 3-1 for Atlanta FaZe. They were able to win an offense. And sometimes that's all it takes. You can see the series stats.
I mean, Surge just didn't find anything going offensively. They couldn't find a gap.
Obviously, the Search and Destroy was dominant, but map 1 was a bocage. You know, it's a lot of engagement, so stats are going to look a little lopsided right now.
Map 3. How important this is, considering the current form of these two teams. Could decide this best of 5. Arcitys continues to be hot. Oh, like a spicy salsa. He's snapping though. I mean, you gotta love to see that if you were the FaZe side, but
well, he's played really well this week. Yeah, he certainly has. But I don't think anyone's really played well versus LADs besides the Boston Breach, but yeah. Nothing you can really do. But I mean, Seattle Surge do slow it down. But we know FaZe, and look at this 6 and 8 accuracy and Pride kind of sneak on through. They sure know this because RC's spot. He can wrap on back though. Kind of flank him, and that'll be it. But he is going to put a lot of attention on him. What can accuracy do? Maybe get a take, maybe not. But he at least relieves pressure over at A. And usually what we see is a lot of sort of just roaming around for Atlanta FaZe, making sure that takes a long time.
I think of his teammates, once the gunfight's been mapped, maybe this sequence goes differently and you get some kind of nutty transition, but his two teammates that were closest end up dropping. They isolate him. And now this is where FaZe have been so good in not giving up many opportunities whatsoever. Can you get more success or where your legs get blown off? Mack feels the nade coming in from himself.
And I just like that sort of a rotation from Atlanta FaZe. They know, they figure it out with the information they have middle of the map that, well, it's probably coming through the flank. They set up cell top radio, have multiple players over towards P5. They're basically like, yeah, you can kind of come through our spawn all you want. We don't really care. We're going to play it from power positions.
Still a ways to go for aBeZy. He's on 4 in a row, but a glide can be massive here, especially when talking about defensive D. So, well, okay, there goes that. Pistol takes him down as aBeZy's streak will quickly come to an end. Now the push coming, 2 are going to drop. Simp trying to answer back, but the trade is there instantly. You have numbers here for a moment, kind of a 2-on-2 once aBeZy gets back into the action, but he is going to drop. Lurking is Cellium, waiting for the help to come. He's looking to take the fight, and Cell is able to do that. Arcitys gets there just in time, and Simp off spawn into the grinder, just puts him down.
That is a perfect example of what FaZe do on defense. They rarely, if not ever, allow a sort of 3-4 down where you can stack that point. There's always a trade or someone just playing their life.
It's like Fiddler on the roof, but his Fiddle's an MP40.
Okay, but a lot of kills coming in now for Seattle Surge, so map position. Going over to them. What can they find? Only 11 lives left, but they're doing it.
All right. They want another one, church side.
There it is, though.
You've got numbers. For a second, though, you're here. You still have him in the point. I mean, you're stopping the clock at least. Lives, you've got a 2-life advantage if you are FaZe. Nades coming in, 1 able to hit. Accuracy able to win the gunfight.
What can aBeZy find, though? Square. What can aBeZy find? He's that one guy that is an auto. There's a take over at B. Another kill from Arcitys. Still, though, a player on the point, and a pinch coming in from Pred. Pred's going to find a 5 spree. Doesn't find the last, but 2 ticks in now.
Second, I mean, this is more success than you had offensively the entire last time you played. Can you close it out here? Can you get a map 1 offense? Mack just dancing with death.
They gotta go now.
Accuracy able to go through. aBeZy is going to fly in. Simp then through the flank. Peekaboo, here I come. He's just about to be done. They're on it. They close it out. Surge. That's an opener.
You know, I put a little caster first in there, just talking about it, but I mean, it's just their ability, I think the accuracy in Mack to stay alive, to dodge nades. While that's happening, you have Pred on the flank, times it perfectly.
I think that's what's big, because the spawn comes out so deep for those two players. You can't do what FaZe does so well, but you get those nades right onto the point, right? And you're right back into the mix. I mean, it's a trek on over. I mean, it's a bunch of little things, but yeah, Pred with those 2 kills in his position, really just massive for the team. aBeZy won, and one's a team kill as well. They want to send it towards B first and don't find any success. Cell, always tough to chow. Up for that one, not a fun fight for Simp against the auto.
And again, look at this, right? He's still finding kills as Cellium. That just puts so much focus and attention on him. Pred, though, is behind enemy lines. Once again, he keeps finding openings. Cell just playing his life, and there we go. Pred, he's gonna push on through. That means you have Sib over at A trying to do what he can, but he's getting hunted. But so clean from Sib. Sib and Arcitys trying to do what they can, but Pred again on that flank.
Yeah, he's just doing that roaming role. He's doing it so well so far. Cell, despite the struggles of this team early in this one, he's still floating around double positive. Now they start to get the progress on A, and Arcitys continues to beam. I thought after the opener and shots like that, he'd be a double positive, but 7 and 10 currently. Trying to find form again. Simp ready and waiting, making sure Simp can't find an opening on the other side of the map.
Just kind of slowing down. This is honestly what Atlanta FaZe like to do. Just taking away P5 position. If you want to go through the spawn, we'll allow that to happen. aBeZy gonna start to push over towards radio side. What does FaZe want to do? You see the nades, they're just trying to find a pick.
And they've done so well on offense, but I feel like for the most part, FaZe is usually when they get B first. Like, they've been really good at doing that.
We're transitioning over to B.
Yeah, true. Like having that instant transition. In that cross we're talking about, though, they lose 2 players, then the remaining 2 are just going to get isolated and shut down. So now up 5 goes Surge. You got a great life advantage, and Pred once again wants to get on the aggression here. On the hunt. You heard him in an interview, like he just wants to be the person pushing the pace at all times. Make them react.
Well, he's doing that.
You determine the tempo.
And accuracy shutting that down. I think President, it's a bad timing there, Cell. I think he would have pushed up if his teammates don't die, but he was just holding that spot. P5 over to Atlanta FaZe right now. Only have a minute left in this round.
Simp continues to just chop them down. Whatever they're looking for, and he's going to chow with the MP40 as well. Delaying it even more. Back to Pred we go. 35 seconds left in this. They've had kind of a 4 to 6 life advantage throughout. Leaving no opening. Pred says hello through the window. And right back to the hunt he goes. It's Cell again, just always holding somewhere.
They're just kind of lurking, knowing the chow was going to come through, but he's going to get taken down. So you have to stop here. Maybe if you're aBeZy and Simp, right? Cell's got to spawn up. Okay, last push here with 8 lives for Atlanta FaZe. Simp, you're going to be the first player up watching that cross. He does get taken down, but it's a crossfire from the rest of Seattle Surge. Cellium trying to do what he can. Pauses the clock for now. Him and Arcitys. I like that from Cell, but there's the crossfire from TJHaly, and accuracy with a pistol. Gonna shut it down.
And I think the stun hit too. He's still able to win it. Unbelievable. And now they are up 2-0. And they were able to do it defensively at times yesterday. It's really just that round 1, that offense that dictates everything so far.
Yeah, pressure is on FaZe now. Even if you win this defensive round, right, you're going to have to win an offense, maybe 2, to close this map out.
And that's Berlin. You're like, all right, but
it's not.
It is not, yeah.
So I guess if you're FaZe, you want to dominate around here. Maybe not even giving up A. We'll see what happens. Just the way, though, similar to map 1, the way they are shooting, Surge. Just finding multi-kills, whether it's Civ or accuracy on these pinches with those autos. It's so good. And props to Surge not allowing any sort of roaming slaying coming out of aBeZy and Simp.
Yeah, accuracy has been absolutely terrific in this map 3. And Simp, just one-on-one win over and over again. aBeZy will come back to get revenge on Mack. There's accuracy on to Cell again. He's been in the right spots. He's been taking his fights. Slowly getting A, second part done.
There's Simp, and now they're going to work over towards A.
Can he get Roman a bit?
They had some pressure towards A with Cell, but he's going to get taken down. It's aBeZy and Simp. The Tiny Terrors trying to get to their 4th straight championship final on the pinch is Simp. He knows where they're spawning up, but Simp, he's just kind of hanging out. Just waiting for his team.
Cell tries to get the pre-fire, not gonna happen there. 4 in a row now for Simp. He's tracking back. He's just been on the hunt. He's been chasing Pred this whole way. 5 in a row. Nearly the slide cancel into the engagement and the kill, but Mack shuts down that streak for now, and that should be the 8-point done. So just under 2. You have, what, 18 lives to work with offensively if you are Surge. Can they do this efficiently again? I mean, everything came together last time around. Can you find the heroics again?
Yeah, it was just their ability, though, right, to stay alive over towards B. A couple of players started it off for them. They got to work over there. As aBeZy winning that gunfight, finding the auto. He knows where the next push is probably coming from. It feels a little bit better to have the AR in his hands with this gunfight.
Looks like they're just going to kind of stun him and work the backside of this. So Arcitys likely next up for the engagement. He's going to go ahead and reposition.
It might hit, it will.
So that might slow it down for at least a moment. That might hit a player or two. That might have connected with both Simp and Mack. But they soar on forward. The double challenge is there. Despite the information behind the nade, they're able to take it. Now Simp's going to wrap around. Wants to get them off the point. Skirmishes all over the place.
But
it's
again,
really just going to be aBeZy, and Simp's able to find a big kill. You still have people here. Now Pred getting ready to pop out. All over the map is FaZe. Accuracy, then in from behind with the pistol. You're back onto the point. Close to getting the point of progress. aBeZy up, down, back into the fight. Takes it. aBeZy gets 2. Cellium in. They clear for now, but again, Surge making a mess. And when you have 1 person left here doing this, just keeping that pressure alive, Joe.
Yeah, just staying alive. Mack still has his stun to work with. You're gonna get another tick. There's the nades, though, from Atlanta FaZe with 12-9. I mean, you can slow this down a little bit if you're Seattle Surge. Try to play a little TDM, and they're doing it. Finding a couple of kills. This round not done yet.
38 seconds to go. Pred and maybe prone ball for a second, plus a stunner and nade hits him when he's trying to chow that. aBeZy, victim of the bunny hop there from accuracy, and he gets torched. 2 from the back. RC's at least able to take 1 down. Action back to the point. Mack, I thought dead. There's 9 health. Staying up as long as he can, but Simp finally shuts it down. FaZe close to getting around. Just 3 lives remaining for Surge, but yeah, it's likely going to have to be back-to-back offenses if they're going to get it done. And Simp, I mean, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to win this round and close it out, but his shot clean is
hold on,
all right, okay. I take it back. 1 scurrying go way back to the point with .1 on it. He's the only one there. He will drop, but makes it a little bit spicy at the tail end of it.
And honestly, props to Mack and Pred. It just feels like they're a step ahead. And I think, you know, with their ability to stay alive and go on these pinches over towards B on offense and defense, you're kind of making the comms of FaZe probably a little hectic. Like, because they don't expect someone to be on these quick flanks that we're seeing.
Yeah, you just, last time we played, you didn't get them into these frantic moments. You weren't able to find that change of pace or that finesse game to have them scattering. Here you have been, but it's all on FaZe now to take an offense. aBeZy takes a stun from basically every single member of Surge, and they love to go for that B hit first. Once again, it is going to get thwarted.
And I like that from Seattle. Just play safe around it. Have 3 over there. Don't allow anything crazy to go on.
Well, remember there was that round where they kind of over-adjusted towards A and gave it up, and I think I was like, dude, just whatever you do, don't let them get me first. At all costs, kind of.
All right,
so,
Cell.
I'm sure you like seeing that.
On 6 in a row now. Can he find a glide? That'll help them out. Maybe find a little something, an opening over towards B. A nice shot from accuracy with the nade. The wombo combo. He's just trying to find 1 more. Is Cellium. That's some bad timing. He gets hit with a nade. Now he's like, where is the push coming in from?
He's just trying to take this engagement as best he can. That streak could be so crucial if they're going to bring this back. Just now getting that first bit of progress today. Just trying to keep Mack guessing, and he's just going to wrap it out of there for now. There's, oh, I thought it was going to set up for the freebie onto Simp, but Arcitys able to finish the kill. And we're just sticking with him for now because he's just trying to find it so close to this glide. Just where can he get an easy gunfight?
The teammates are finding one. And now, here we go. There's a B7 with the glide. and this is a good job by FaZe. They only have 19 lives, the Seattle Surge. Really bleeding them out. We'll see as they transition. They can be so strong in these spots. There is one player behind. That's going to be Mack. Mack almost gets through, but Simp with the timing. Here's a chance for Pred. Able to find a double.
Oh, God. Him in accuracy. Oh, God. He snaps because I think he actually ends up ripping aBeZy down to like 10 health there. So he reset for a moment. Still the advantage to FaZe, at least within this round. And you have that streak. But Pred is not slowing down. He is just soaring around the map.
Yeah, I mean, if you're FaZe here, you just want to get P5 control, and then maybe you could call that glide, right? Use it as an opening to get to the point, or at least, I mean, you would love to have it for round 5. But a minute left, 13 lives remaining for Surge, 17 for Atlanta FaZe.
At some point here, you need to get on this point, right? Just stop the clock. Perhaps a chance here. You can't let Simp get 2, and they're able to do it. Just let him get 1. Now you surge out to the point. You've got 3 people here, but the pinch is coming in. It's going to be accuracy. Working around the flank. Nades popping off all around the point. aBeZy, he's popping off as well. Arcitys now throwing the feed. Accuracy in on the flank, but you're still there and you stop the clock. That is the big thing. You're getting kills. You're frying, and look how quickly they dropped the 4 lives with no time off the clock. FaZe staying alive.
I thought accuracy with that flank maybe was going to stop things, but now they got to go 3 players remaining. FaZe, they should be able to send it to a round 5, and they still have the glide bomb.
Okay, so talk
that was clinical.
It was.
Nobody getting naded, picking up pinches, that kill by Simp.
So I think the glide, pretty easy defensively to think of how you're going to use that on the B point. How would you like to see them get that into play? Like where's going to be your prime time to do it?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be about hitting B in the final moments. If you cannot get pushed through, you use it as an opener. You use it as an opener to find a pick, give you the man advantage to push to B.
You got 2.
Oh, you got 2
You've
now.
got 2. I didn't realize that aBeZy went that ham at the end of it. I knew he had 3 or 4, but he actually gets another glide. So shout out to the observers.
That's 4 dead.
And you just come in and lay them out.
No
way. How quickly they go. Surely it doesn't fall apart like this if you are Seattle, but they rebound and win some of the key gunfights.
You get a take, maybe?
Trying to get across the map. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. You still have Arcitys.
Oh, they're going at this still.
But they're going to get back onto it. You've got 3 people here now. Things falling apart. You've got to be clutch of your surge. 1 streak going to come in. Where's it going to hit? Tries to get it over. It's not going to connect. 2 points of progress done. B is almost done. Here comes Mack. He's going to drop. Snap onto accuracy, but B is done. You get it secured. What sort of comeback is this? Now just A remains.
Are you kidding me? Atlanta FaZe, everybody popping off the end of that round 4, taking it in round 5.
You have got to be joking. I don't know what your odds to win percentage was for Surge, but it was damn good. Now, another streak in. Spotting for info. Accuracy blown to smithereens. Body parts layered all around Church. But there's a contest around the point, but you have so much time to work with. You're up 6 lives. It's going to require some sort of miracle if you are Surge, how the tides have turned. And not in Surge's favor as Simp with the movement takes down 3. The 4th will drop. They're stacking the point. This is truly and utterly incredible.
Atlanta FaZe, I mean, Surge has to go now. Trying to push to the middle of the map.
No way.
RC staying alive.
No
Sound
way.
right back to the point.
No way.
They had to do it through offense. Not once, but twice.
No way.
Down 2-1. Back-to-back offenses. The streaks from Sal, the streaks from aBeZy. That gets scary. You would have gone to a map 4 against a Seattle team that has not lost a hard point all weekend long.
Okay, I mean, I gotta go back and watch.
Get our words out.
I gotta watch every control, but like that is one of the more ridiculous come from behind controls. When you have to win back-to-back offenses on a map like that, you just shouldn't be able to do that. Yeah, I mentioned, like, you know, how like your win percentage type thing, you see like the NFL and stuff, and we will show that sometimes in this, but like, you just have no business doing it, but guess what? It's champs time. It's this FaZe roster, and they make the magic happen.
And you saw all 4 players over 30 on Atlanta FaZe. On this touchscreen control, they have just been, all 4 of them, just contributing. We'll go through the highlights here, and I don't know where Mack was at some point. I want to see where Mack is after like round 2, because he finishes like 20 and 33. So we'll see. He's probably around even.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was mostly like the accuracy and Simp show early, because I think accuracy was like 17 and 8 or something at one point. Simp was around even, but he was putting up a ton of engagements. He was taking fight after fight. So I don't know if Mack ever really got rolling. Yeah, and it was those 2.
Yeah, we'll see the sort of stats. I just saw he struggled big time. Down 2-0. They win another defense. The pressure was on them. But just take a look and watch the scoreboard. I mean, it just gets crazy. FaZe.
I mean, I was basically saying, you know, they get that 4 down, they have the nice transition over, they leave it, they completely go for it. I thought, yes, exactly. I thought Surge dealt with it pretty well. But then, bang, they're just there again. Like, it's just so fast.
And I think Arcitys was able to stay alive. I think he finds a kill, and that's probably the calm. Yeah. That's the call that just, all right, let's hit it again. And you know what they do? They stay alive on the point, and what that does, you get plat control, and they were basically forcing Surge through TJHaly, and that is just easy pickings.
Well, I mean, that's the spot that, you know, Pred came up with the big kills, right? When you're there, I mean, the spawn, it's just a long route to get back to it, or a difficult route to get back to it. But that is just, I mean, that is partly incredible play from FaZe, an incredible clutch, and that is partly a collapse on Seattle. Like,
well, you know what I said the first couple rounds? I think that they're staying alive and making the comms messy for FaZe. I think the same thing happens.
Oh, yeah.
You can see the panic in the spawn. Zeros were just kind of everywhere.
I don't think you ever want to say, like, you've won, but I think internally, when you're up like that, like you start up 2-0 here, you win a round 1 offense, like in your head, you're probably thinking, all right, we got this. And then as it slowly unravels, I mean, I'm yelling no way over and over again because I'm panicking about what's happening to them. I can't imagine what's going through their minds. They're like, oh my God, it's slipping away. Oh Lord, it's slipping away. It has to happen.
And with what we talk about with Vanguard, right? A lot of the times when you're on the defensive side, they're on V. You're spawning up and your first initial thought is grenade, right? Stun nade, weaken them up. In FaZe, they were just hitting out the cuts, dodging the grenades. It's a lot easier when you're looking at opponents who are just like grenade in hand.
Well, we're going to look at the Surge hardpoint stats before we get into the map 4, because this is where they have been undefeated on the weekend. What a stretch it has been. I mean, it reminds you maybe of LAG and their search run when they were able to win an event. You just go lights out in the mode. You see the average point differential, the overall KD as a team, like they have been so good there. So at least you've got that to lean back on, but it's starting to take shape a lot like the last time they played, where FaZe do it through 2-3-5.
Yeah, not done yet.
No.
But a lot of the times you were asking the other teams to sort of regain after a Surge clutch. This time through, you're asking Surge.
I think that's a good point, because you know, on one side you do have a ton of experience, even though like Simp and aBeZy, Cell, they're young players. They have won everything. They've seen
they're not that young anymore.
They've gotten MVP. I know they still like seem young, maybe because I'm so old, but you know what I mean. Like they're young, but they're very, very experienced. When they get knocked down, you know they should be able to bounce back. They should have that capability. Now you test the other side of it, right? The rookies, like you just got laid out. You just let one slip away that you had no business losing. How do you respond? And this is it Lamar that has to, or is it just on the rookies internally to bring it back?
I think it's just between everyone. Like, let's play our game. I mean, we've been undefeated in hardpoint. We know they're impact players. If you want to get to Game 5, I'm looking at the likes of Pred and Mack. When we talk about Atlanta FaZe, I mean, we've watched it all year with the ways sometimes they've won this map and sometimes that they have lost it. But they are so good at P4 Church. But it's that rotation from P5 to P1. But earlier today, they had a clean one.
They did. It worked out exactly how they wanted to, right? For the few times.
Versus Thieves. Yeah, versus Thieves.
That made sense. That worked out. Okay, Surge to rebound. The rookies to try and make this championship Sunday. Put it all out there. Everything on the line in this elimination final. And Arcitys, who has been brilliant throughout this, keeps it going. That's 3 right off the rip for aLLeY.
Yeah, and I don't know, obviously, we know how talented he is. But in terms of a tournament, I think this is the most comfortable he has looked, especially in respawns with these guys around him this year.
And they're finding flurry of kill.
And he's a flip as well.
Flurry of kills again. Yeah, the flip is there. And one thing, if you haven't been watching a lot, I mean, the respawns have been so good for Surge. The hardpoint's been so good, but when we get to Church, that's one thing to keep an eye on for FaZe. The best team in the game, obviously, at that hardpoint. Can Surge do a better job dealing with that?
Can FaZe hit a good P2 hold. It feels like they're always sort of allowing teams back into the game.
As good as they are at Church, they're not great here.
See if Surge has right gone through. Don't want to be down 60 or 70. Been able to clutch all week long though. Fred, our Mountain Dew featured player, able to find one, but immediately traded out. But numbers going the way of Surge, and they're on the point.
Well, Mack just hung.
Well, they were on the point.
I mean, at least aBeZy was able to get a kill right before he gets shot in the back. He's just on the prowl. But so far, so good. You found time here, and we've been critical of FaZe on this point. But as they're finding the time, Surge are starting to burst back on through. Simp just trying to wait and lurk. Sees kind of the gun around the corner. Mack's going to hit it. And they just all line up. Simp just soaking up time in the hard point. It's Cellium and aBeZy. They've got gun up.
They're going to try to get out early. They're going to try to get out early. See, I think Pred might spawn out here. Oh, never mind. Squad spawns.
Yep, he is good to go. But he's trying to flank this and split this push immediately. How fast he hits that, Pred does just that. And look at him. You got two players just worried about him before they can set up the push. You got 10 seconds off of this. The Surge, you needed time desperately, but the MVP is hitting his bullets.
Well, this is the
just
concern.
Smoke them off the point. Dear God, 5 in a row for Cell.
It's what we saw at the end of Tuscany Control. It just felt like the teamwork from FaZe on point. They are making Surge look frantic.
6, 7. It's a glide and down fountain. Keep me alive. It's an aBeZy grenade. He's at 1 HP. Could have been tickled and he would have dropped, but it's a nade that's able to do it, but they are up 70. This is a lead. I mean, this was Surge enjoyed in the map long, but they haven't looked at a lot of holes like this.
No, now FaZe into their best hard point. Going to try to lock this Churchill down. You have Sib just trying to get some pressure. Maybe finds an opening. Never mind. That guy has eyes in the back of his head.
No, there's like 17 doors here. They just got a Hodo at every one usually. It's just locking it down. But all right, Surge, they burst on through. Can you at least make a mess of this hard point? Don't allow them to consistently go for 35 to 40 points inside of it, and they get the break on through. You're spawning them out bottom right. You do a great job there on what has just been a money hard point for this FaZe team. Great job.
Yeah, but Cell has stayed alive the entire time, so spawns are still here for FaZe, and now the slaying is in. That's going to be 3 down. Pred, the last player, towards the front door, but he's all by his lonesome. Now the reinforcements are in. RC's locking it down with the auto, finds an MP40, he's picking that up, he's rolling, able to find 2, it's Simp. I don't know what it is, but they're lining up and they're getting taken down.
I still think you did a pretty good job there for your Surge, right? Like you got in, you got some time, you broke it up a bit. It's a great job holding the spots for FaZe, but it wasn't like their cleanest hold. They've had better ones. The problem is the lead they had going into it.
Yeah, I think the issue here for Surge, right, is going to be if you were, thinking, how do we get back into this? It's this in P1. Even if you dominate at P5, you still have a glide on the side of Cell. But FaZe is in and they're trading. We talked about maybe pressure.
How long can he hold on to that glide?
4 and 14 for Simp. Has to regain big time.
Yeah, and he was an absolute unit at the start of that. Map 3, Pred just continues to hold, and that'll be 3 in a row for him. And maybe it's a question of, like, do you have enough gas in the tank? Like, you've been battling all day. FaZe certainly have gone to war as well, but Surge just been series after series, and now it's death after death in the kill feed. Surge have got to dig deep. You need your vet in accuracy to lead the way. You need your super rookies to go hard in the paint. Let's get to a listen in with Seattle Surge.
They go to these rolls. Nice. Come in. It's fire tree. Middle deck. Come in. They go to the. I'm coming. Stop church on me. I'm on shot. Stop church. Let's get top church.
I have time.
Top church.
On their side. I'm
challenging.
I only have deep left.
I'm trying with them. D1 Detroit. They're calling a street. Top church.
Yeah. Deep left, only one shot, two left.
You got me, two there.
They're all both one shot, bro.
Calling in an air. Oh my god, let me see. They're fucking choking right now.
Push right, easy, push right, easy.
I'm getting mid.
Alright, we're back in the fucking game. Come on.
This is top right. One shot. Back left. Absolute. He went ladder. Back left. He's gonna go windows on you.
Dig on me.
That is a hell of a sequence, and you gotta love the call from the vet. As Mack goes wild, accuracy. We are back in this, boys.
I mean, it's Mack at the start of that with a 2-piece to eat him out, and then 3 right there to find the scrap time. They're going to be a down around 40, but he is not wrong. They're right back into it. You heard Pred, they're choking. We can do this. They're just trying to say it, trying to put that energy out there, believe in one another.
Honestly, it's Pred that kind of gives that energy first, and accuracy follows it up, but you got to love it. From either side of it, it's slowly. They are doing it. I have said multiple times, I still feel with FaZe, no lead is safe on Tuscan. I felt that way for months. I still feel that way, despite it being one of their better hard points, but they're still okay. But Surge, well, they're surging.
Still a lot of work to do, though. It's a nice set of kills for Atlanta FaZe. They have the spawns and aids were connecting. Surge trying to control flat, but while that's happening, they're just soaking up time. Whoa. And of course, when they needed to play, guess who it is? It's 3 in a row for Cell. Trying to find number 4, there it is. This guy's just ready for it all, almost finds the 5th. They're gonna fight for the scrap time, kind of the way Atlanta FaZe likes to do it. They're relying on a break here at P3.
PDC just sliding and dancing to try and make this transition a little more difficult.
Yeah, slows down the mid-map presence for Surge.
You've got Simp ready to pounce from mid, just get the angles, and there it is, through you. He finds the kill on the cross. Cell right back to it, you lose 2. Okay, now you clear. aBeZy out of the front line of this, you have a chance to get on the attack.
And I like that from Arcitys. Yeah, I like that, just trying to stay alive and buy time, and he buys enough time. Simp through middle alley, able to find one, but Simp, I feel like he's pulled out another auto, and now he's really starting to step it up.
Yeah, he started out really, really rough, but it's not about how you start, it's how you finish. And slowly they're chipping away. 25 seconds up to the point, 5 in a row now for Simp. He is heating up, absolutely. Did he find another? Oh, the hop gets him to 6, but
gets him off time. Gets them off the time, though. Even if it's just for 5 seconds, you can see what Pred's thinking. I'm gonna hit this. Does not want to give up 10, and he's gonna find it.
Oh, the nade too.
Yeah, takes down Cellium.
Yeah, Cell was playing deep. Now, where are they gonna end up spawning? So both are gonna spawn bottom left towards old. They're gonna add the track over to church. So they're not gonna be in there. They're good at breaking, they're good at holding, but FaZe not going to be into the setup this time around. They're going to need to find the opener. Now, what's the plan of attack? You have one lurking through deep. RC's trying to win a one-on-one fight if he can take it. Some shots in. It's aBeZy bursting through the front door. Him and Simp, the tiny tears, trying to get on in. Up top we go. Down low. Through on the sides. Through on the pre-fire. Keeps on shooting. aBeZy with 2. And just like that, you bust back in the church. They're in control. And aBeZy, he's the priest.
Gives them the spawns as well behind that first break. And now you're just slowing it down. You know, Surge, they got to go, right? They have to play a little fast. You have the ARs, just got to slow it down, locking down the lanes. That means easy time. As you have one player in Simp rotating to P5, just trying to find a nice position. He's going to get spotted Fountain. Mack try to deal with him, and he does. Still within, you know, striking distance.
You're within Surge hero play distance is what you're within.
But 218, the way FaZe likes to play it, they got to hold on.
You can't allow, the scrap time just gets scary at this point, right? Just don't allow any easy entries. So far, so good. Simp getting a kill, staying up behind the nades, coming in. The crossfire through for Pred as well. But you lose the 3 other players. Everybody else falls. Now Pred having to scurry away as they look to regain. Every second feels like a dagger. But can Pred on the reposition, maybe find the opener. Mack, he's able to get 2 with the nade. Civ has a team kill, but they clear them out of the point for now, and right back in goes Surge.
Not to say, Pred's had a couple of nades as well, right? He had tossed those out, finally throws out the stun. At least put a dead nade at the door. But he's gonna do it with the gunny. You're down 40 now, but we talked about the scrap time. It's the FaZe way. Can they do it? Trying to find the final 10 seconds. On rotation will be Simp.
Self accuracy there.
Oh, it's Mack. Well, yeah, I mean, it's deja vu on rotation, and accuracy's gonna win it.
So now that sets him a pinch for accuracy. When is he gonna hit? Is his teammates trying to win it on the other side of it? You're down to 40. You can do this now. Accuracy gets back into it. He does get one of the pinch, but FaZe finding the other kills on the outside. Hitting in through one side of you, then flooding the right side of the map and one lurking church side to try and cut off the reinforcements. Cell 31 and 16, just a bomb in this map 4. And he keeps on going out the double positive and 3 in a row. 10 points away from another finals dance. Could it be 4 in a row for Simp and aBeZy? Simp says goddamn right it is as he picks up a triple. FaZe make the run, they close it out. It's another final showdown for the Tiny Tears.
They do it again. 4 in a row. And again. And for the other two, 3 in the last 4 years. Arcitys and Black Ops 4, Cell and MW. Trying to find another ring as all of these guys. Seattle Surge, a hell of a fight.
Listen, I didn't have him get top 3. I'm sure some did. It's not that they weren't capable of it, obviously, but I didn't have him here. They made a run, man, and maybe you're run out of gas a little bit. It is hard to play at this level with the level of competition that we've got. Oh, that long today, just match after match.
I don't know if they ran out of gas as much as like a clutch moment doesn't go their way.
Yeah, true.
Right? I mean, finally in a control. I mean, unbelievable stuff from Atlanta FaZe. But Surge were, it just felt like every match there was another one and another one, and they kept staying alive and staying alive. Undefeated in hardpoint, but can't always rely on that. It is tough to do, especially when you're in top 3 contention.
And I mean, the Tuskens, you start to close some of these out. If you are FaZe, I still get worried all the time because it feels like they're maybe on the brink of throwing it away, but they get it done there. And look at your MVP, 32 and 16. But damage-wise, I mean, Arcitys, he's leading the way across the 8 players. 4K damage up for him. One hell of a series from Arcitys.
Yeah, I'm going to give aLLeY a ton of love. I really am. I just think, obviously, there were moments where you could just tell him and aBeZy were struggling, especially in finals, and those two have stepped it up this week.
Well, I think what's made this team so deadly since their inception is just you have so much talent. To the point where like Arcitys has been one of the best ARs in the game at points of his career that you sometimes like forget about him because there's so much talent around him. But what's made them so deadly is like when somebody has an off match, there's another superstar to pick it up. But at times this year, it's multiple players just getting fried. It's hard to overcome like 2 players getting dominated. But when someone is struggling a bit and Arcitys is there just to put up the numbers, yeah, it's got to help so much.
No, it does. And now we get a best of 9 with LA Thieves and Atlanta FaZe.
I think we both had that final just both different ways, right?
Yeah,
you did have OpTic, that's right.
I did.
I had FaZe getting there through winners, I think, but this is the final I had. I thought, for me, I'm not shocked to see this because it was 2 things. Thieves, they are clicking, they're playing the game the right way at the right time. FaZe, they have been the consistent force all year. Well, okay, since they've formed, they have been the consistent force. This is the final I expected. Here we go.
Should be a blast tomorrow. Well, that's it for you and I.
Yeah.
Another year down. We're getting old.
No, I was just thinking about it. Yeah, you and I have casted together. It's like our 5th year now. It's like longer than I've casted with anybody else combined, which is just nuts. I love you.
I love you.
God, you're beautiful. Okay, that's enough for Joe and I as we speak of our love. It does it for us, but we've got Blaze on stage and Simp, he does it again.
Gosh, I got a tear in my eye. I love you too as well, Maven and Merc, but it is FaZe coming out on top. Give it up for them. Man, I got the tiny tear on stage. Simp, this series was wild, and you know, when it comes down to the history of champs, you lost your first series just an hour or so ago, but you came back and you snapped here on Surge. How did you guys come out and get this dub?
I mean, honestly, after the LAT series, we kind of just had to wipe it from the mind. You know, I feel like we didn't play the game that we normally play in respawns. You know, our searches have been fire this weekend, but I feel like against them, we kind of been lacklustering in the teamwork side of things. So we kind of just went backstage, wiped it, and you know, treat this like a new match because there's a loser's bracket and we can still make this run. So.
Yep, and you guys can still do it, okay? You've made it to the grand finals to defend that championship. Now, in this series, man, actually, I want to talk about the map 3 because you guys won 2 awesome rounds in control, especially that round 5. What was your mindset going in there? Just all offense, punch them in the mouth? What was going on?
Yeah, I think we kind of just had the mindset of we got to run at these guys. We got to show some aggression because I feel like most of the time we were kind of letting them do whatever they wanted, especially on the boat cage. So we just kind of had aggression. We had game plans in mind, and we executed, and it definitely showed.
Hey, you definitely did. Now, in your career, you got 2 rings to your names, okay? You already won champs twice. You're going up to get a possible 3rd. What do you want to say to these fans out there? What do you want to say to your team and everyone who's been supporting you?
You know, everyone who supports us and FaZe and everyone involved, they know how important this is. We all appreciate you guys so much who support us. You know, I don't even know what to say, but you guys are the GOATs. You know we love you guys, and without you guys, you know, we don't have nothing to play for, so thank you.
Hey, it don't matter if it's love or hate. These guys are here to accept it all. That's going to do it for me and Simp on the stage. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you, Blaze. Wow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Seattle surged 3rd place here at the 2022 CDL champs, and man alive, what a hard-fought battle, what a hard-fought year it's really been for them. I think that organization and the whole team, all the players on that squad really should be holding their heads high.
Oh, yeah.
No one expected that from them this season. They have proved us all wrong. What a run it was. GG's. GG's, Jay.
It's definitely a GG's. Obviously, if you're Seattle, you wanted to make it to that championship game, but you fall short to Atlanta FaZe. They beat you early on in the tournament, all the way in round number 11, and then they clutch up here and get it done in 4. It's just like, the biggest turning point has to be that control. Like, Seattle had back-to-back defenses and simply could not close it out. Wow. The way that Atlanta FaZe were able to play that, you heard Simp in his interview, non-stop aggression. They did not slow down once. That eventually allows aBeZy and Cellium to both get a glide bomb. And it's chalk from that.
It's those instant pushes towards B, man. They're just so aggressive. I mean, we were in the green room talking about it's the coffin dance. Yeah. It's the classic FaZe, man. And then something felt different with the fundamentals in this series, though, man. When you look at FaZe, typically on that Tuscan, when they've been losing it, it's the P5 into P1, but also the P2. We've seen multiple times them trying to hit the front. This time they had the back spawns. They played it correctly. They were rotating. You could tell they didn't want to let these games get away from them. Like, we heard it in the listening on the side of Seattle. Like, these guys are choking. No, they're not. They're just rotating. They're just playing their lives. Big plays out of Atlanta, man. They look totally different in this series.
They really did. Well, we're going to go take a look at them now, and I'm glad you brought up the control because that is going to be our scuff play of the game. We're giving it to the end of that control. 2 offensive rounds, Jay. Crazy stuff.
This is crazy stuff, man, because obviously if you're Seattle, you've been holding strong on the defensive end the entire time. But when Atlanta FaZe come out swinging, get it clean for dead, you see the aggression that they put on through the middle of the map. You're winning all your gunfights at this B point. As long as you're winning the trade, you're setting yourself up for success. And keep in mind, they still have 2 glide bombs to work with at this point. When you capture that B point, we all know how difficult it is to hold down A, especially when you have some kill streaks to work with. Seattle just simply could not do anything those final 2 rounds. Everything that Atlanta FaZe were doing was all working. Non-stop aggression. Obviously, Cellium, he does what he does as fan. Like, what did he have? Like a 1.5? The guy is unbelievable.
I think one of the scariest things about Atlanta FaZe, and they've done it all season, is that at some point in a series, they can just turn it on. Like, they can just flip that switch and suddenly, like, literally everything is in their favor. 1.44 out of Cellium. I mean, come on. Anybody surprised? I'm not surprised. I know the rest of you aren't. RC, so with 1.13, I'm very happy to see such a bounce back from him. I feel like it's been a little bit of some inconsistency there, so very big series out of him specifically. And Simp in that last map, you know, I was talking about going into this, I think that was going to be the player to watch, and he was the player that turned up during that Tuscan hardpoint. And we talk about Atlanta FaZe, we talk about the fundamentals, we talk about how they were struggling to rotate in the beginning of the season, but their break percentage was really high heading into stage 4. They had 11% break percentage. That's why they kept losing. I was so happy to see them slow down, like Simp said, retake the pace of the game, stop letting Seattle do what they want, and we saw the Atlanta FaZe that is going to be making it into champs tomorrow in the grand finals versus the LA Thieves.
aLLeY, ladies and gentlemen, she's on fire. Let's recap, though, real quick, exactly what went down with Seattle, because what a run it was, all the way back to their matchup with Toronto. Seattle had one hell of a day, one that they will be definitely reliving in their minds and for the longest of time. I mean, the highs, the lows, you name it.
I mean, they start off with a win against Ultra. Just a tough loss seeing Ultra, you know, go home, but Pred, I mean, just incredible. Once again, the guy is just going off in every single series. Like, this guy's the Rookie of the Year for good reason.
Yep.
He put on a show throughout every single day, every single series that they had. And hey, that's a hell of a run, dude. These guys in stage 4, they had a big drop-off. To turn it around in the 2 weeks coming into champs, it's commendable.
Better late than never, right? For a couple of teams, that has been the story, though, here is certainly Jay. I mean, Toronto, another team that had a bit of a rough run. We could go through everyone. But, I mean, what is it with you, Jay? With Seattle Surge, we were worried about them getting tired. We were worried about them having a long day like this and having to have such tough matches. Do you think that was the case? Was it necessarily just running out of steam?
It definitely didn't run out of steam. It's just like when you lose a map the way that they did on that control, that does devastating things to your mental. You're just sitting there like, we had that map. We should be up 2-1 in this series. And even if they beat it on this Tussin hardpoint, we should be able to force that game number 5. But it's not take away from it. 2 rookies on the squad getting top 3. Very typical performance.
Crazy matchup again. We had, of course, OpTic Texas going up against the New York Subliners. Again, another elimination matchup. And smoked indeed. aLLeY, what happened here?
I mean, it was right after the first Tuscan, right? OpTic clutch up in that Tuscan hardpoint 250, 237. And from then on, I mean, it was an absolute smoke show. Scump and Shotzzy, the SMG duo, they just started absolutely popping off. You know, it was Scumpy showing why he's the king, right? At one point, he was 24 and 17. They 3-1 in the Gavutu, which they got rolled versus LAD yesterday. So it was a complete regain from the likes of OpTic Texas. We said goodbye to the New York Subliners and the Cinderella story. Unfortunately, that was the end of their run, but still, such an impressive turnaround for the New York Subliners, and.
Yeah, I mean, on this map, too, on the Gavutu control, it was like running into an iron fist. New York could not do anything, dude. Like, every time they tried to get pushed up boat, there was nothing they could do. Shotzzy or Scump was just in their face, killing them repeatedly. OpTic was just on fire in this series. One of those classic OpTic series that you remember from stage 1. Nothing New York was able to do there.
Crazy stuff. Well, now, time for our Game Fuel tactical play. This comes from the LA Thieves going up against Atlanta FaZe, and it is another crazy control round. Jay, do you remember this one, mate? It feels like a lifetime ago, but it was literally the perfect setup.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what it is. I don't know why teams are still playing the Thieves on this map. Obviously, you don't want to play them on Gavutu, but we watched them a lot on this Berlin. The way that they are able to set up their execution towards this A push, you have multiple players just taking their time towards range, but then it's all about the flank. This is where you allow your SMGs to bleed playmakers, and when they get those kills, you have top plat control, you have train control, you watch your flank, all you have to do is watch in front of you, and we know that everybody on the Thieves have definitely been shooting straight recently.
The guns are up. There was a firing squad there on the zone. They're going to be feeling fantastic going into tomorrow. A grand finals now, and of course they're going to be playing Atlanta FaZe. Now, that wasn't the last match of the night, of course. We had to say goodbye to one other team, and that was OpTic Texas in their matchup against Seattle Surge. Man alive. And this was another nail-biting screamer of a match.
I mean, dude, every single match that we have had here, it's just been a nail-biter. We can say it for every single one. For OpTic Texas, once again, they ran into a tough team in Seattle Surge. Like, they had so much to work on in such a short span, and, you know, they get back-to-back top 4s. I honestly wasn't really expecting OpTic to turn it around so quick, but they did. The Surge looked decent at times here. They had some big clutches and some round 11s, but ultimately, it's just not enough, man. These guys weren't able to figure it out in time.
Yeah, not enough. A tough year for them as well, of course, dealing with iLLeY's injury, set them back quite a bit. They can hold their heads high, of course. That Major 1 victory was impressive. The top 4, that is it, though. Seattle Surge, this was the end of their run. Also, again, having to go up against a very mean Atlanta FaZe, and that was that. All she wrote here on the Saturday of Champs 2022. Man alive, what a tournament it has been. I'll never go over it. Quick look at how everything has gone down so far. A single match is all that remains, and man, it feels like a lifetime, guys, since we started this tournament. So much has happened, so much has gone down. Crazy moments, great memes, a couple of dreams getting crushed. Still, dreams to be made. That grand final tomorrow. Thieves, FaZe, all on the line. $1.2 million, championship rings, and legacies in the making. Ooh. Second place, not too bad either. Like 650K. That ain't bad, is it?
That's
Let's
more
be
than
real.
first used to be at champion. For 1.2 M's, but that's a hell of a jump from second to first. Also, legacy on the line. Like, Atlanta's trying to cement themselves best of all time. Think about all the things people have said about the LA Thieves players. Octane as well. So much history on the line in this match.
Tremendous stuff, guys. Don't worry, you're going to be seeing all of it right here on the same place. That is where it all goes down. 12 p.m. Pacific, Sunday, August 7th. Be there or be, I mean, anywhere else in the world, you'll be regretting it. You can watch the VOD though, but you don't want to miss it live. You want to see the whole thing right here on youtube.com/COD League. Also, though, not only do we have some kick-ass Call of Duty Vanguard action, we've got some news about Modern Warfare 2. What is next for the franchise? We will get an inside look at all that with a special guest interview also taking place tomorrow. So it's a big day, COD fans. I mean it. Turn off your phone, lock up your family and friends, your pets. If you're having a watch
party, that's one thing. 6 feet if you're outdoors, whatever, man. And you know what? Just be there, friends. Just be there. It's going to be a great day. We're going to have a wonderful time with you, like it or not. I'll be there. The desk will be there. Final thoughts, friends, before we turn this place inside out.
Vanguard has been insane all year long. And the best two teams, at least the way that they ended, the most consistent team all year long, Atlanta FaZe make it to the grand finals. LA Thieves trying to go for the back-to-back in their hometown. Tomorrow's going to be insane.
No one's been able to do it yet, Ali. Is tomorrow the day for the Thieves?
Do you want to hear all my breakdowns right now? I got to keep it to myself. You guys will hear from me tomorrow. But, wow, we got through it. 5 games in one day. It was an incredible run, and I can't wait tomorrow.
And final words to the crowd before we throw it away.
It has been a long day. Tomorrow is going to be amazing. I cannot wait for the finals. I'm going to save my thoughts for top tomorrow because it's going to be interesting.
It's going to be interesting. We really will. Well, guys, thank you so much for sticking out this incredible day of Call of Duty action through the spills, chills, thrills, and a little bit of a technical delay. But hey, it wouldn't be a crazy day without something happening here in the COD League. We will do this all again tomorrow. One final match to decide the victor of the 2022 season. Champs, ladies and gentlemen, has been unforgettable. On behalf of myself, the desk, everyone here in the Gameland Center, and everyone here at the CDL, we'll see you tomorrow.
Challenge overcoming too. Never can be stopped, yeah, the chains loose. Ready for the fight, do it right. I'm a champ by brick, never stick by stick. You gon' build it so strong, basic grit by grit. You thought I wouldn't make it, it was inch by inch. Moving step by step, quicksand so thick. Pain bite like a pit, but I got a fire in me. It just lit like a bomb tick tick. I move like the chance do, microphone spit. Lyrics in the mix, make you smile and take a pic. Then they hit another level, turning up the bass and the treble. Fighting opposition like a rebel. Gotta make it feel it, never settle. Getting real boy like Japan. Arm like some metal. I can feel the weight every single day. Where we gaining power, victory awaits. We about to break through the gate. Stepping on the scene like a great. I'm coming back with a new rap. Lighting up the dark on a new path. Never can be stopped, I'ma prove that. Tough as a rock, I'm a shock. I'm a champ. Brighten up the night like a full moon. Ready for the challenge, overcoming too. Never can be stopped, yeah, the chains loose. Ready for the fight, do it right, I'm a champion. Building up muscle mass week to week. Let's go. The heart of a champion, beat to beat. Swing with the best of them, cheek to cheek. And focus on the mission, man, until it's complete. Battle through the heat, no defeat. Moving through the valley, no retreat. The team stay elite, they can't compete. We earn what we get and don't cheat. We burn through your squad, no cease. We're entering a new phase. About to see some brand new days. Coming out the blaze. Pushing through with no delays. Gear it up, this is the way. It's hard like some metal. I can feel the weight every single day. But we gaining power. Victory awaits. We about to break through the gate. Stepping on the scene like a great. I'm coming back with a new rap. Lighting up the dark on a new path. Never can be stopped, I'ma prove that. Tough as a rock, I'm a shock. I'm a champ. Brighten up the night like a full moon. Ready for the challenge, overcoming too. Never can be stopped, yeah, the chains loose. Ready for the fight, do it right, I'm a champion.